The call came in at just before 3 on Friday morning. Nikki squinted at the display on the alarm clock and heaved herself up in bed. It could only be the station calling her at that hour of the morning. "D.I. Nikki Galena?" "This has to be bad, doesn't it?" she said. She recognised the voice of Sergeant Danny Cryer. "Sorry, Mum. We think so. If nothing else, it's very strange." By now she was wide awake. She felt Joseph move beside her and saw him slip from the bed and start pulling clothes from the wardrobe. "Okay, explain strange. What exactly do you have for us?" "About Romeo and Juliet Strange." Nikki swung her legs over the side of the bed. "Come on, Danny. It's too early for a literary pub quiz. Give me the details." There was a soft chuckle at the other end of the line. Then the sergeant coughed and returned to business. "Saltmere Woods, D.I. Galena. 2 IC1 bodies, 1 male, 1 female, found together. Cause of death unknown. It looks like suicide." He paused. "But the officer who was first on the scene suspects otherwise. Can you attend?" "I'm on it," she grunted. "Who found them? It's the dead of bloody night." "A couple of nocturnal naturalists, ma'am. They are still at the crime scene waiting to talk to you." He stopped. "Shall I alert DS Easter?" Nikki fought back a smile and lost. "No worries, Danny. I'll ring him myself. Show us attending." She hung up and raised an eyebrow at Joseph. "I'm not sure how long we can keep this going, but for now—" Joseph grinned at her. "For now, every day is a bonus." Both detectives loved their jobs and the team they worked with. If it became known that they were in a serious relationship, one of them would have to move to another division, and the team would be split up. As they both lived on Cloud Fen, Joseph's cottage only a short walk from Nikki's home at Cloud Cottage Farm, they had been managing to keep it quiet for some time. It was fortuitous that their superintendent, Cameron Walker, was an old friend. He knew all about the situation and was turning a blind eye to it. As they dressed, Nikki told Joseph exactly what Danny had said. "So, what are nocturnal naturists anyway? Oddballs who dance naked in the moonlight?" Joseph laughed. "Naturalists, not naturists. They study nocturnal wildlife. You know, like badgers, bats, moths, owls, fox." "Okay, Sir David. I don't need a natural history lecture, thank you." Joseph muttered that he wasn't too sure about that, but she decided not to argue the point. During the 15 minutes it took them to drive to Saltmere Woods, they speculated about what they might find. "Star-crossed lovers?" asked Joseph. "Or 2 murder victims?" Nikki considered her answer and accelerated. "I know which one of those my money is on." The wood was one of several recently planted in the area, recently in forestry terms being some 20 years old. It was sufficiently well established to be a designated country park, with wildflower meadows, ponds, and almost 6 miles of deciduous native woodland. Boasting a small restaurant and a fishing lake, it was fast becoming a popular natural beauty spot, a favourite haunt of dog walkers and ramblers alike, and nocturnal naturalists, it would seem. Nikki and Joseph pulled into the parking area, alongside 2 other police cars and a police van. They were met by PC Yvonne Collins, a real veteran on the force, and her young crewmate, PC Carl Adams. "What have we got, Vonnie?" asked Nikki. "Your sergeant was waxing lyrical about Shakespeare to me, and at 3 in the morning it sounded more like a dream than a crime scene." Yvonne tilted her head. "Well, maybe not so fanciful, ma'am. It's a first for me, and I've been in this job since the Bow Street Runners, or so Carl here keeps telling me." Nikki smiled. Yvonne had been given more extensions to the mandatory retirement age than she cared to remember. She was an old-school proper copper with an encyclopedic knowledge of Greenborough and its people, especially the villains, and when the time to hang up her boots finally arrived, Vonnie would be sorely missed. Nikki peered into the gloom. There were lights some 200 or 300 yards down the path. "We've got some emergency lighting down there, D.I. Galena. We've also cordoned off the area and set up a log. We were waiting for you, but we have already requested the pathologist." Yvonne pointed to one of the cars, and over there are the 2 naturalists who found the bodies. We'll talk to them as soon as we've seen what we're dealing with, Bonnie. Right now, we'd better take a look. I think you should restrict access to this whole area. If it is murder, there might be evidence, and we don't want half the station trampling all over it. Nicky nodded to Joseph, and they set off down the ink-black path. Joseph produced a flashlight and lit up the track. "Ready?" he asked softly. "As ever." Nicky tried to sound casual. After all, they'd seen enough dead bodies in their time. But seeing dead youngsters was something else. Maybe it was the fact that her own daughter had died when only a teenager. Maybe it was just the enormous waste of a young life terminated in this way. Whatever the reason, she struggled with teenage deaths. She was thankful that it was Joseph by her side. He knew. "I'm okay," she whispered. It was approximately 3:45, and, for early May, quite chilly. It would be another hour and a half before sunrise, and scenes like this always looked more dramatic at night in the harsh, artificial light of halogen lamps. The wood smelled of damp grass and leaf mould, and there was a hint of salty ozone as a breeze blew in off the wash. It was strangely silent. Where were the owls, the badgers, and all the wildlife that the nocturnal naturalists were supposed to be observing? All she could hear was the muffled voices of the officers manning the cordon ahead of them. Her chest fluttering, Nicky approached. They didn't need to cross the blue and white tape, nor did they need the waiting police officers to offer an explanation. The path ended in a clearing in the wood, where, in stark relief against the night-enshrouded trees, 2 figures were lying side by side on a blanket. They looked peaceful. The dark-haired girl lay on her back, her clothes undisturbed, while the young man was on his side, his arm draped protectively across her waist. "They look like they're sleeping," whispered Nicky. For a moment she couldn't understand what foul play had been suggested. She looked closer, a detective now rather than a mere spectator. "They've been placed there, haven't they? Arranged to look like that." Joseph nodded. "I'd say so, especially when you look at that." He pointed towards a single red rose in the young man's hand. "Pure theatre." Nicky bent down. The scene wasn't quite as peaceful as it had first appeared. A clenched fist, some dark stains on the front of the girl's blouse. Their expressions? No, this was not what it seemed. "Our pathologist is going to love this," she said to Joseph. "Without a doubt," he said. "You do know that we'll probably be subjected to a one-man performance of several acts of the play, don't you?" He lowered his voice. 10 quid says we are greeted with what light through yonder window breaks." Nicky groaned. "I can hardly wait. And I'm not wasting my money betting against a cert. We both know what dear Rory is like." They laughed, but they both respected the sharp brain and forensic skills that underlay Professor Rory Wilkinson's camp black humour. Still, he did love a good drama. "Who was first on the scene?" Nicky called across to the officers standing a little way back from the cordon. "PC Jerry Furmin, ma'am. Is he here? Gone back to the van to get more duckboards. Ready for the soccos, ma'am." Soon Nicky saw a tall young policeman heading in their direction, carrying an armful of the stepping plates that allowed access to the scene without contaminating the ground. "You saw them first, Jerry?" "Yes, ma'am. Fair took my breath away when I realised they were dead. The couple who stumbled across them didn't hang around to look too closely, so I wasn't sure what to expect. I was sort of hoping they were just drunk and had passed out." He looked ruefully at Nicky and Joseph. It was soon clear that wasn't the case. "And you suspected foul play. Why?" Nicky was interested to know what the young copper had seen. After all, he'd only had a torch. "It just didn't seem right, ma'am. It wasn't any one thing, just a whole lot of small things that didn't add up." He pointed to the bodies, like, "He's wearing white trainers, and there's not a spot of dirt on them. So how did he walk here?" The sports shoes gleamed in the harsh light of the halogen lamps. "Well spotted," said Nicky. "I'll be very interested to read your report. Jerry Furman continued his work with added enthusiasm. A single word of praise from the notoriously prickly D.I. Galena went a long way. That bothers me too. Joseph was pointing to a necklace that the girl was wearing. It was only just visible in the folds of her blouse, but Nicky was sure it was a rather ornate crucifix. You're thinking she's a Catholic. I didn't think the mortal sin aspect applied anymore. A belief that's persisted for generations doesn't wash away overnight, Joseph said. He shrugged. Just a hypothesis. She might not be Catholic at all, and the necklace could be a gift. We'll only know that after we identify them. Nicky continued to appraise the couple, well-dressed in a teenage sort of way, and their clothes weren't cheap. She was no follower of fashion, but she knew quality when she saw it. She looked at the boy's hair, which had been expertly and expensively cut. These two certainly aren't Cabra kids, she murmured. The Cabra estate was the poorest area in Greenborough. It had a reputation for harbouring villains, and over the years had caused her more grief than anywhere else on her patch. Too true, breathed Joseph. On closer inspection, those trainers must have cost a fortune. They're Prada. Look at the red logo down the tongue. We don't see too many of those around the Cabra. Oh, great. So what do we have here, then? Rich kids? And how on earth did they die? Nicky said. Joseph half stood up. Well, the man who'll be able to answer that question has just arrived. He winked at her. Are you sure you won't accept my bet? On your bike, Easter, and no laughing. It's not good practice to giggle at a possible murder scene, you know. They weren't being disrespectful. It was how they coped. They were both well aware this was a tragedy, and there would be times during the investigation when they might come close to breaking if they allowed themselves to become too distressed. So they handled it the only way they knew how. Rory Wilkinson knew that, of course. Clad in a protective forensic suit, he hurried down the shadowy path and stopped short, placed a hand across his breast and called out, "What light through yonder?" Nicky and Joseph shook their heads. "Sorry, Rory," said Joseph, grinning broadly. "You are in danger of becoming predictable." Frowning, the pathologist looked suspiciously from one to the other of the two detectives. Was there money on it? Nah. Joseph sighed. She refused to bet against a certainty. Rats, this is serious. I need to up my game. He looked down at the bodies. So, dear hearts, is this everything I was promised? They stood back. Oh my, everything and more. The smile disappeared, but what a desperate waste of young lives. My thoughts entirely, murmured Nicky, and we suspect foul play. Rory looked at her over the top of his wire-rimmed glasses. You do know you are quoting Hamlet, dear Detective Inspector. All is not well. I doubt some foul play would the night were come. Joseph nudged Nicky. Will you not encourage him? I told you he'd be like this. Nicky hissed back. I didn't know I was quoting bloody Shakespeare, did I? My bard quotes are limited to the hubble-bubble bit, having once played the head witch in a rather bad school production of Macbeth. It was Rory's turn to groan. She refers to Hecate, the revered goddess of witchcraft, as the head witch? Oh, sacrilege! A silence settled over the scene, and Rory ducked under the cordon tape and onto the duckboards to see what they were dealing with. The time for jokes was over, something all three of them seemed to appreciate at the same moment. After a while, Nicky asked, What can you tell us, Rory? From first impressions, they were possibly poisoned, but if that's the case, it was administered somewhere else, and they were brought here post-mortem. They certainly appear to have been cleaned up somewhat. This is definitely a puzzle to be solved on the mortuary table, not in a wood in the dark. He let out a long sigh. Someone took great pains to make them appear peaceful. Why would that be, I wonder? Because they care about them, suggested Joseph. Then why kill them? Interjected Nicky. You don't murder someone you care about. Unless you believe you have to. Rory sounded thoughtful. Do you remember the Lee Davis murder, 10 years back? The wife admitted to killing her husband. Her words were, "I loved him dearly, but you see, I had no choice." I was in court for that one, and her totally matter-of-fact tone sent shivers down my spine. Oh, yes, it was the voices, wasn't it? They told her to do it. Nicky hadn't been directly involved, but it was a case that was often talked about. Poor soul suffered from schizophrenia that had gone untreated. He looked back to the 2 teenagers. But I very much doubt that's the case here. And frankly, dear hearts, we can hypothesize until the cows come home, but what you need are facts, and what I need is scientific evidence. And none of us will find it gazing upon this poor imitation of Burnham Wood. Rory dropped to one knee and made a rapid examination of the 2 bodies. Nicky and Joseph remained silent. They had learned long ago not to press Rory for answers. They would get them, but only when he was ready. Meanwhile, he kept looking from one to the other of the 2 victims, a frown on his face. Finally, he straightened up. As I said, I need to get these poor souls away from here. There are many questions floating around in my head. Too many. He looked at Nicky and shrugged. I can't give you many facts, but I can say that from the rigor mortis, the boy died first, and the girl some time later. I would say late yesterday for both. So once our dear Ella has done her bit with the crime scene photos, I want them at the morgue. Just one thing, Rory, and then we'll leave you to it. Any form of ID on them? Nicky asked. Rory carefully checked their pockets. Empty. Nothing at all. Not even a tissue or a polo mint. Joseph sighed. Why does that not surprise me? Well, my friends, if all else fails, there is some pretty expensive orthodontic work behind those cold lips, so don't despair. Rory got to his feet, and here is Ella, closely followed by my trusty sidekicks, dear Spike and sweet Cardiff, so I'll be up and running in no time. Thanks, Rory, said Nicky. We'll just go and talk to the couple who found them. See you later. They walked back to where the vehicles were parked and beckoned to Yvonne Collins. What state are our naturalists in, Bonnie? Nicky asked. Do you think they're reliable? Oh, shocked, of course, but they're an older couple, not kids. A husband and wife, out here keeping a watch on the endangered badger set. Bonnie pointed to her car. I think they're keen to get home, if you want to talk to them now. Sure, and they can make their statements tomorrow at the station, to save them hanging around tonight. What's their name? Harry and Jane Fielder, from Fentoff Village. Yvonne led the way over to the car park. They wore hiking trousers and identical barber-type multi-pocketed wax jackets, and both had expensive-looking binoculars around their necks. Harry explained that they often walked the woods at night. His wife Jane had suffered a back injury many years before, and often found lying down acutely uncomfortable, so she would get up and walk around. After a while, they decided to put the time to good use, studying the nocturnal wildlife and posting their findings on the internet. We came here because some vandals had been damaging the badger sets, added Jane Fielder. Mindless thugs. It's despicable, it really is. Nicky just stopped herself wincing. The woman had an oddly high-pitched voice that resonated right through her head. Can you tell us how exactly you found the bodies, and if you heard or saw anything suspicious while you were here? She directed the question to Harry. Well, said Harry, that clearing is right on the path to the main badger set, so we practically fell over them. We only carry a small torch because we don't want to draw attention to ourselves, so it almost scared us to death. As soon as we realised they weren't moving, we ran back to the car park and rang 999, shrilled Jane Fielder. It was horrible. The only other thing is that we did hear a car earlier, Harry said. There are 3 car parks on different sides of the wood, and we thought it was most likely a couple having a, assignation. It sounded quite a powerful engine, like a big 4x4. What time would that have been? Joseph asked. We think around 1:30. It drove off in the direction of Greenborough. Harry sat with his shoulders hunched. He looked cold. Not much, is it? On the contrary, Mr. Fielder, said Nicky. We can check the traffic cameras on the way into town and see if the times match. We might be able to tie this car to the location of the crime. Crime? Screeched Jane, her voice another octave higher. I thought they must have overdosed or something. To be honest, we don't know anything yet, Joseph said calmly. It could be exactly that, but a crime may have been committed. We have to look at all possibilities until we have confirmation, one way or the other, Mrs. Fielder. It's hard to tell anything at night. Anyway, if you good people would be kind enough to call in at the police station sometime later today to make a statement, we won't hold you up any more tonight. And if you could bring the shoes you're wearing, added Nicky. We will need them for elimination purposes, should our scene of crime officers find footprints. The Fielders assured them that they would be in before lunchtime, so Nicky dismissed them, somewhat relieved to see them go. As they drove off, she turned to Joseph. Not one word about that woman's voice, okay? Wouldn't dream of it, said Joseph in a squeaky falsetto, adding, but I bet I know what frightened the badgers away. Chapter 2. The young man pacing the room stopped abruptly and slammed his fist into the wall. The pain did nothing to assuage his anger. If she's been out with him all bloody night, I'll make sure she doesn't go out again for a month. I'll break her legs if I have to. Nursing his bruised knuckles, he resumed his pacing. His companion spoke softly. You can't live her life for her, Paul. I know she's your sister and you love her, but she won't thank you for it. Going on like this, you're just making her hate you. You aren't helping, Paul spat back. He flung himself down in the armchair. Don't you get it? She mustn't get involved with him. She just can't. His friend smiled at him. Calm down. You saw her once, with some others in her weird little group. You said yourself that when she goes out for the evening, a different boy always collects her and brings her home. Let's face it, she can be pretty stroppy, but even if she is seeing him, and you have no evidence of that, she's probably sticking two fingers up at being told what she can and can't do all the time. He chuckled. You aren't so different, you know. Remember when you went out with Amy Coates? Your dad went nuts, but you still kept seeing her, even though you told me that you were fed up with her. You did it to spite him. That was different. This here is serious shit. Paul glowered at his friend, and Dad doesn't know about it yet. If he finds out, he'll ground her until she's ready to collect her pension, and fuck knows what he'll do to him. This is a mess. Worst of all, I can't see a way out, without me knocking the bastard into the middle of next week, or Dad killing someone, and my little sister won't like that, will she? Definitely not, and nor will his family. Do you want me to talk to her, Paul? I won't scare the living shit out of her, just make a friendly suggestion that maybe he's not the best guy to hang around with. Would you, mate? Paul had lost his earlier fury. Now he just felt drained. His little sister had no idea of the trouble she was letting herself in for. Dad only let us share this flat so I could keep an eye on her after he and Mum split up and the house got sold. If he finds out she's staying out all night, and maybe with that little shite, we'll both be out on the fucking street, and that's for sure. Nah, sweat. Now, how about you go lose yourself? I'll wait here until she gets home and see if I can work a little magic on her. If anyone can, it's you. Paul stood up. I'm going to turn in. She should be home soon. The last time she did this, she slunk in around dawn and tried to make it look as if she had just been out late. Bugger off, Paul, and stop fretting. I've got this covered, okay? I'll doss down on the sofa and wait for her. She's bound to be back soon. You leave her to me. Paul went to his room and closed the door. His hand throbbed, and he vaguely wondered if he'd broken anything. What a waste, damaging his fist on a bloody door when it should have been his sister's boyfriend's nose. He threw himself down on his bed. Next time, maybe. Nicky and Joseph called into Cloud Cottage Farm for a shower and some breakfast before going to work. The strange, eerie woodland scene remained fresh in Nicky's mind, and she recalled the odd silence in the wood as they had stared at the halogen-lit tableau before them. Joseph was in the kitchen getting some food together while Nicky towelled herself down. As she brushed her hair and prepared herself for the day, she couldn't stop her gaze from travelling to the picture of Hannah, her daughter. The dead girl must have been around Hannah's age, meaning that very soon another set of parents would begin to suffer what she had suffered. The unimaginable pain of losing a child. Nicky swallowed. It was never going to get easier. The enormity of knowing that her child would never have the chance to experience what life had to offer. The injustice of it. The way everything could change in a matter of moments. Your own child. Nicky stood up, took one more look at the picture, and muttered, "Love you, sweetheart." Then she went downstairs to find Joseph. The moment Nicky walked into the kitchen, Joseph knew that the dead teenagers had been preying on her mind. Telling himself to keep it light, he smiled at her. "Breakfast is ready, Mum." A tea towel draped over his arm, he made a little bow and placed a plate of scrambled eggs, bacon, and tomatoes before her. "Tea is brewing." She looked up at him and grinned. "You certainly know the way to a woman's heart. Well, this one's anyway." "We aim to please. And I'm with Napoleon regarding marching on your stomach. You need fuel to function properly, exalted commander. So get stuck in." As usual, Nicky Galena needed no telling. She was a treat to cook for. She cleared her plate at every meal, and her appreciation was almost touching. They ate quietly, probably having similar thoughts about the coming day. It was always a strange time, launching a new murder inquiry. You had no idea what you would be facing or what you would find as the investigation progressed. Sometimes a case turned out to be clear-cut, and at others... Joseph didn't even want to recall some of the terrible cases they had found themselves embroiled in. He looked across the table to Nicky. This time, he had her to worry about as well. Joseph took their relationship very seriously. Though he loved his job with a passion, he loved Nicky more. If it came to the crunch, he would move on and work elsewhere rather than lose her. A couple of cases ago, he had made the terrible mistake of putting the taking of a murderer before everything else, including Nicky. It had brought him within a hair's breadth of losing everything. There was no way he was going to risk that again. On the outside, Nicky was a tough, no-nonsense, hard-nosed copper with a sharp tongue who didn't suffer fools gladly. Joseph knew better. Beneath that hard exterior beat a heart of gold. She cared deeply about seeing justice properly served, and was prepared to walk over hot coals for her team. Anything but callous, she was capable of remarkable compassion. Above all, he knew that a part of her heart ached constantly for her dead daughter, and always would. Joseph intended to make the rest of her life as rewarding as it possibly could be. A life's mission? Fine by him. He finished his mug of tea and stood up. Stacking the dishes in the dishwasher, he said, "I meant to tell you, I heard from Vinnie Silver yesterday." Nicky smiled. "So what's he up to these days?" Vinnie was an old army buddy of Joseph's. They had been in the Special Forces together, and had remained in touch since leaving. He sold his business, and now he's sold his house in Chislehurst too. He's finally moving up here. Nicky's smile widened. "So, he's actually done it?" "That's brilliant. And do we have a cause for celebration besides the move?" "He's playing his cards close to his chest, but it wouldn't surprise me." A while back, Vinnie had come to Greenborough to visit Nicky's mother, Eve Anderson, and several of her old friends. They had all got to know each other during a case of Nicky's that they had become involved in. During that visit, Vinnie met Sheila Pearson, the landlord of the Hanged Man. He had always been something of a ladies' man, but this time Vinnie had fallen head over heels in love. "He's being cautious, and I don't blame him," added Joseph. "He knows what he's like, so I think he wants to be quite sure that he doesn't hurt Sheila." Nicky pulled a face. "What an idiot. They're made for each other. Hell, Joseph, life's too short to pussyfoot around. He should grab some happiness while he can." Joseph laughed. "Maybe you should be the one to tell him. Just give me the chance, and I won't sugarcoat the pill." Nicky sounded almost fierce. "As if. Well, you'll get your chance later this week. He's coming up to finalize the purchase on his new property." "Excellent. Where is it?" Nicky called back from the hall, where she was putting on her jacket. "No idea. He really is being cagey. He says it's a surprise and he'll take us there when he arrives. Meanwhile, he'll be staying at the pub with Sheila. Joseph was looking forward to seeing Vinny again. He owed his friend a lot. Vinny had both saved his life and dragged him back from the brink of total ruin. Come on, Joseph. Don't forget we have a double murder to investigate. Nicky stood in the doorway. I'll see you at the station. He picked up his wallet and his car keys. To minimize speculation, they travelled to work in separate cars. Joseph wished it didn't have to be this way. Monk's Lantern was a converted chapel in the village of Beech Lacey, where Eve Anderson lived with her friend from her RAF days, Wendy Avery. It was the closest either of them had ever come to settling down. Years spent in the military and then the MOD had left them both restless and in need of constant stimulation. They might be of mature years, but no way were they ready for daytime TV or Wednesday night at the bingo. Their latest venture was the restoration of a Victorian artist's attic studio in a house in the town. The two women, having taken a guided tour on an open day, had been shocked and saddened to find that the old place had been left neglected for over 100 years. A strange clause in a will pertaining to Oleander House had stipulated that the studio was to remain untouched. But now, after the passage of so much time, the owner had decided to restore it and allow people to see again the artist's incredible botanical studies and the place where he had created them. A pretty fair pastel artist herself, Eve had decided that this was just the job for her and Wendy. Even better, there was an unsolved mystery attached to the artist, the late Robert Matthew Richmond. The man had gone off one day, ostensibly to paint wildflowers, and had never been seen again. Both Eve and Wendy, to Nicky's constant vexation, loved getting involved in mysteries, and they had wasted no time, having already visited the Lake District to carry out a preliminary informal investigation. This morning they took a stroll through the gardens of Monk's Lantern. In the space of just 2 years, they had done an incredible job of reconstructing the old garden, and now, in spring, the results of all their hard work were beginning to show. By far the biggest task had been the clearing of a small overgrown graveyard adjacent to the chapel. From what had formerly been a tangle of brambles, nettles, and unkempt shrubs had sprung a peaceful area with pathways, seats, and at this time of year, a carpet of bluebells. To work this miracle, the two women had enlisted the help of half the village, from professional gardeners and the horticultural club to troops of scouts and guides. They paused at the gate, leading into what they called the quiet garden. They had given the villagers the right to use it as and when they wished, and so far no one had abused the access to leave litter or damage it in any way. "Have you seen that group of interesting young people since last week?" asked Wendy. Eve shook her head. "They don't seem to have been back, but I think they will at some point. The lass with the strange eyes was fascinated by the headstone that has the angel behind it." "I'd never heard of taphophiles before, had you?" asked Wendy, pulling up a weed that had had the temerity to spring up on the gravel path. "Can't say the study of tombstones and cemeteries has ever been high on my list of must-do hobbies and pastimes." Eve smiled at her friend. "They gave me quite a start when I first saw them, especially that goth couple." "But they all turned out to be really rather nice, didn't they?" Wendy said. "Certainly no trouble, just interested in the graves and the carvings. A little macabre in appearance, perhaps, but they might have been up to a lot worse than taking photos of epitaphs. I have to admit, I'd never quite noticed that unusual memorial and the complicated designs on it till that young woman pointed it out. It is quite beautiful." Eve glanced at her watch. "Duty calls, Wendy. Robert will be wondering where we are." The current Robert Richmond, named after the long-deceased artist and owner of Oleander House, had been instrumental in overruling the clause and getting the rest of the family to agree to try and make something of the old place. Eve liked him and admired his determination and his appreciation of the artist. It seemed odd to call a botanical artist's work powerful, but some of the paintings were quite extraordinary. The painter had achieved depths of colour and vibrancy that were nothing less than breathtaking. He seemed to have been a man of contrasts, the work both strong and impactful, and as delicate and fine of detail as gossamer. Eve wondered if the man's personality had been like that, tough and forthright one moment, sensitive and gentle the next. The attic room and studio had been more of a challenge to restore than they had expected. Now, after a couple of months, they had settled down to working on it 2 full days a week, and the results were beginning to show. As usual, they started their day having coffee with Robert and updating him on what they had achieved on their previous visit.
"You've worked miracles,"
said Robert Richmond in his deep, mellifluous tones. "It's been a labour of love," said Eve. "And we've learned a lot," added Wendy. "Well, I certainly have." Robert laughed.
"If it had been down to me or one of the family, we'd have barged in with black refuse sacks and probably got rid of a whole lot of valuable stuff. You two have tackled it like a military operation."
"I should hope so," said Wendy in mock horror. "We were with the military all our working lives."
"Even so, you've taken this project to another level. I have to say I never expected you to go to so much trouble."
Robert was right. From the outset, Eve and Wendy had gone about everything properly. They had begun by photographing the whole room from every angle, then listing all they found. Some items were usable while others needed renovation, but even those items beyond redemption had still been carefully recorded. The intention was to make it into a period working studio, with everything in it completely authentic. So much so that if Robert Matthew Richmond were to suddenly rise from the dead and wish to get back to work, he would know exactly where everything was. Eve placed her coffee cup in its saucer. "Before we get on, Robert, we heard from Caroline Carnaby yesterday. She's the woman related to someone who inherited an original piece of RMR's art, supposedly a gift from the artist himself. We met her once when she was on a trip to Lincoln for a conference, and we've been emailing since."
"She's the woman who suggested there might have been foul play involved in his disappearance,"
Robert said.
"Yes,"
said Wendy. "She's invited us up to the lakes for a few days. She's been doing a bit of sleuthing herself and has found some things crawling out of the woodwork that might be of interest to us."
"Then you must go. I'll pay your expenses, no problem at all. This is getting quite intriguing."
Robert's eyes flashed.
"Whoa!"
Eve held up a hand.
"Oh, I'm sorry, I've overstepped the mark, haven't I?"
Robert looked abashed.
"Of course, it might not be convenient. I shouldn't expect you to drop everything just for me and my stupid fixation with a long-dead relative."
Eve glanced at Wendy.
"Honestly, Robert, don't look so crestfallen. Surely you know by now that we're as committed to this mystery as you are. Of course we are going to the lakes. The only objection we have is you paying for everything. We are quite comfortably off, thank you, and we're enjoying being amateur detectives enormously. We know that all the work you are doing on the house is costing a fortune, so you must leave us to sort this trip ourselves."
Robert raised both hands in surrender.
"I'd be a fool to try and argue with you two. Apart from outnumbering me, I don't think I'd win anyway."
"Sensible man," said Wendy. "So, that's settled. We'll be off next week, and, as usual, we'll keep you updated as we go." Eve stood up. "Meanwhile, the attic calls. Thank you for the coffee, Robert. We'll see you before we leave." As they climbed the steep stairs to the attic studio, Eve heard her friend whisper behind her, "He still fancies you."
"Shut up, Avery. I'm too old for all that nonsense."
"Yes, Eve, but I'm right. And you know it." Chapter 3. "Anything from missing persons?" Nikki asked the team. There was a chorus of negatives. With a quick glance at her partner, Ben Radley, DC Cat Cullen said, "Nothing at all. You'd have thought someone would have reported them missing by now, wouldn't you?"
"Depends what their home life was like," said Ben, "and whether they often stayed out all night. They could even have lived together. Then there'd be no one to report anything."
"She looked too young to be in a serious relationship like that. But as we don't know their ages, we can't be sure." Nikki had been hoping they would arrive to news that worried parents had phoned the police station. It was well after 9, and if it had been her kid, she would be going apeshit on finding a bed unslept in. "Oh well, keep at it, guys. We need some names.
Someone somewhere has to be worried about their safety. Joseph ran a hand through his hair. We have no idea how long they've been missing either. They don't necessarily have to be locals. We know they were taken to Saltmere Woods after their death, but we've no idea where from. And if they were fit and healthy and not underage or known to be vulnerable, then we might not even know about them, even if someone did ring it in, added Kat. Come on, Rory, muttered Nicky. We need something to kick-start this investigation. It wouldn't be long before the press were sniffing around the crime scene, if they weren't there already. The whole area had been closed off, and being a popular venue for dog walkers, the rumours would already be circulating. Joseph, have you got a couple of minutes? Nicky gestured to her office. Inside, she sank down in her chair and pointed to the chair opposite. The way the bodies were arranged bothers me. Does it worry you? It certainly does. He sat down and leaned forward. Murder is always horrible, but often you can at least understand how someone's emotions have simply overwhelmed them. Anger, hate, jealousy, love even, all spark intense reactions that sometimes become uncontrollable. The aggressor then either runs from the scene, maybe tries to make it look like an accident, hides the body, or they simply confess to what they've done. All reactions that are explainable given the circumstances. But this... He shook his head. To construct a kind of tableau, using two dead people as props, smacks of callous premeditation. It's the act of someone extraordinarily cold and calculating. Nicky had seen enough pathological killers in the past, and wasn't anxious to cross swords with any more. I wonder if the whole thing was done for our benefit, or for someone else, said Joseph. The killer seems desperate to make someone aware those kids were involved romantically. Or, said Nicky, trying to make us believe that's the case when it isn't. It would be easy to jump to that conclusion, given the way they were found. She sighed. Don't you hate these early hours in a case? All you can do is guess until you get something concrete from forensics. And that probably won't be until later today, and then it will only be a prelim report. So, what's the plan of action for the interim? Joseph asked. Do you and I jump the gun and go to the forensics lab? We won't hassle Rory for answers, but just ask him if we can take a careful look at their clothes and belongings, like that rosary. For some reason, the crucifix was bothering Nicky. There might be something there that we can follow up on straight away. Good idea. If I bring him a proper coffee and a Danish, I'm sure he'll let you do whatever you want. Joseph smiled. It certainly beat sitting here speculating. And I get a Danish out of it. Win-win. She stood up, grinning. Let's go. You do remember that you've just had a cooked breakfast? Hell, that was ages ago. Come on. Joseph shook his head resignedly. Apricot, or pecan and maple. As Nicky and Joseph drove across town to Greenborough Hospital, where Rory's forensic facility was based, two young men, mad with worry, were trying to decide what to do next. Paul had lost all his anger from the night before, and was now desperately anxious about his little sister. She hadn't come home. She wasn't answering her phone. Chrissy lived on her phone. It was practically glued to her hand. If my father gets wind of this before I tell him, all hell will break loose. He stared at his friend. But what do I say? What the hell are we going to do? His friend sighed. I really didn't want to. But I think it's time I paid that boyfriend of Chrissy's a visit. Don't you? Paul frowned. Risky, mate. They won't exactly welcome you with open arms. If you get within spitting distance of him. I know that. But what else can we do? I'll ask about a bit first, of course, then go and see him, if I can. At least he doesn't live with his parents. He pulled on his jacket. Ring me if she comes back, won't you? I don't want to be going into the lion's den for nothing. Got it. Paul clapped his best mate on the shoulder. For fuck's sake, be careful. Oh, believe me, I will. Eve lowered her camera and checked the pictures she had just taken. I reckon another week and we'll have cracked it, don't you? Wendy, busy selecting an unfinished painting to place on the artist's easel as his work in progress,
looked up. Without a doubt. It's just fine-tuning now, a bit of window dressing. Oh, and the artist's chest to move. She pointed to a wooden cabinet with 10 long, shallow drawers, made specifically to store artwork flat. We decided it would look better under that window, didn't we? Eve nodded. I'd forgotten that. Shall we give it a try? See how heavy it is. We might need a bit of a hand with it. But if we can do it ourselves, all the better. They positioned themselves at either end, and then gave the piece of furniture a tentative pull. Eve grunted. Solid, and very well made. But I think we can ease it out and slide it along these floorboards. What do you think? Okay, said Wendy. Let's pull it forward. Ready? Carefully, they shimmied the heavy wooden chest away from the wall. As they did so, they heard one of the floorboards creak ominously. Hold it! Eve called out. It's sticking my end. I think it's a bit of uneven flooring. She knelt down to investigate and found that a small section of one of the old floorboards was loose. We're going to need to secure that, she muttered. Don't want anyone catching a heel in it and tripping. No, indeed. Robert won't want an accident claim on his hands, will he? Wendy went around to look at it with her. Oh! Eve stared at the loose chunk of wood. It's not actually attached at all. With a frown, she lifted it out. In a gap between the timbers of the flooring, they saw a dusty, leather-bound book. Oh my! What have we here? With great care, Eve lifted it out. There were 2 letters lying beneath it. Wendy moved closer, and they both stared at it. Bring it over to the desk, said Wendy. Let's see what it is. It's a notebook of some kind. Looks like a journal. Eve stood up and placed the book and letters on the work table. She opened the book and saw Robert Matthew Richmond's familiar, elegant script. Yes, it's a journal. Wendy looked puzzled. Why on earth conceal it like that? Nobody except him ever came up here. Everything we've read about him and his work describes it as a real sanctum sanctorum. Eve knew that she was right, and that meant only one thing. Whatever was in this book and the 2 letters was something he'd want to keep secret more than anything else. Tentatively, she opened the journal. Oh, there are only 2 entries. Wendy gave a grunt. Oh well, read them anyway. Eve squinted and read them out loud. August. Heard from RS today, and her news is disturbing in the extreme. She is considering going to stay with PR for a short while. She needs to think before she makes a decision, but time is not on her side. It would appear that I should travel back to the lakes as soon as she returns home. I fear that RS is not the only one who needs to think. Frowning, Eve looked at Wendy. I wonder what that's all about. What does the second entry say? Wendy asked. Eve looked down. It's very short, just says, September. If RS is correct, then she is in grave danger. I can tell no one the reason why I am leaving, but I must go at first light tomorrow. I pray that I'm not too late. May God be with us both. Oh my, whispered Wendy. So he didn't just take off to the lakes because he was called to paint wildflowers. This is the first piece of actual evidence we have that something serious was going on. Something dangerous if this journal is to be believed, added Eve. But who is RS? Maybe the letters will tell you. Open them. Go on. Feeling guilty, as if she were prying into someone's private mail, Eve took out the single sheet of notepaper, written in the same beautiful script. She read through it quickly. I'd say it's a kind of veiled love letter. No protestations of undying love, but there's a definite feeling to it. She passed it to her friend. See what you think. Wendy skimmed through it. She nodded. I think you're right, but it's signed with the single initial B, not RS. She pursed her lips. And nothing about any dilemma or trouble. It's just a very short and sweet note, and, as you say, it conveys considerable warmth of feeling for our artist. No address at the top, said Eve. RS and B might not be connected, and this hidey-hole was just where he kept his journal and more private correspondence. She examined the envelope of the second letter, and then opened it.
Same sort of stationery and the same handwriting, I'd say. She unfolded the sheet of paper. More of the same. But this one is saying that she hopes he will once again be returning to the lakes and sincerely wishes that he would call on her if he so pleases. And the artist hid them from view. Sounds like an illicit liaison of some sort, doesn't it? Wendy handed the letters back to Eve. Shall we show Robert? Eve had been asking herself the same thing. Part of her wanted to run downstairs immediately and tell him what they had discovered, but the other part told her to do a little more research into those initials first. Let's check out RS. Then we'll have more to tell him. Wendy grinned at her. Good idea. He'll be beside himself when he hears about that last journal entry. The grin faded. If I remember correctly, the timescale fits in with his last trip, the one he never returned from, so it's looking more and more as if something catastrophic happened to him. Eve felt a shiver of excitement. They had always thought that maybe he hadn't just been escaping the pressures of life as a popular artist, but this was indicating that Robert Matthew Richmond had run into a situation fraught with danger. She looked at Wendy, a glint in her eyes. Our trip could be even more interesting than we originally thought. Her friend raised an eyebrow. Oh, yes. I can't wait, can you? Eve didn't need to reply. Eyeing the bag of pastries and one of his favourite coffees, Rory decided it was the perfect time to take a break, and on hearing what Nicky and Joseph wanted, he agreed immediately. All their clothing, that crucifix and a ring that the boy was wearing, have already been photographed, checked for forensic evidence, and rebagged and sealed. I can download you copies of the images right here and now. Come into the office and bring that very promising little bag with you. He chuckled. By bag, I am, of course, referring to the one containing those delicacies from Café des Amis. I should bloody hope so, Wilkinson. Nicky had to smile. Rory was on good form today. A few moments later, coffee in hand, they were all staring at photographs of the beautiful, ornate crucifix that the girl had been wearing when she was found. That is no cheap trinket, Rory stated. It's certainly not something you might pick up off the internet for a few quid. It's a craftsman's piece, made of sterling silver, marcasite and jet. Any engraving on it? Asked Nicky hopefully. Sorry, just a hallmark. But from that I can tell you where to look if you want the manufacturer. Try Whitby, in North Yorkshire. He gave a satisfied smile. Nicky sensed one of his lectures coming on. Rory sat back in his chair and began. The British hallmarking system was substantially modified in 1999. She sighed inwardly. Here we go. Only now do contemporary hallmarks have to have the assay office mark, the sponsor or marker's mark, that is, consisting of at least 2 letters within a shield, and the metal and fineness mark, which is purity in millesimal number. The use of the traditional fineness mark, the lion passant, lion rampant, Britannia and a date letter is maintained only on a voluntary basis. So can you tell us who made this? Said Joseph, indicating the photograph. Of course. Rory produced a close-up of the silver mark. Every sponsor's mark is unique and therefore provides a traceable link to the source of an item. He pointed to 3 letters in a box. 1 swift call to the assay office, and in minutes you could be talking to the craftsman, or woman, who designed this little beauty. He sighed. I was sorely tempted to pick up the phone myself, being of an inquisitive nature, but... He raised his hands. My expertise has to be limited to analysing our dearly departed. So, if you haven't made any further inquiries, how do you know it's from Whitby? Asked Nicky. Ah, my dear Galena, by means of a perfect Sherlockian deduction. But wait, you haven't seen this yet. Rory laid a 3rd picture on the desk. Nicky stared at a close-up of a very intricate signet ring. That's from the young man? She asked. Indeed. And check out the crest design. Nicky and Joseph peered closer. It's the letter D surrounded by 4 crowns, murmured Joseph, with, oh look, I thought that was bird wings, but it's a bat. It's a Dracula crest ring. Rory smiled. produced at Whitby in around 2012 to commemorate the centenary of the legendary Bram Stoker. David and I saw them when we were there on holiday a couple of years ago. He wanted to buy me one, but we decided that it probably wasn't appropriate, considering the work I do. Turning up to examine a corpse wearing a Dracula ring might give people the wrong idea. He looked back at the photo. Seriously, though, even though it isn't the same marker, it shouldn't be too difficult to trace where it came from. Sounds like a job for our resident terrier Ben Radley, don't you think, Joseph? Right up his street. Can we take these, Rory? Joseph nodded to the prints. Of course, and I'll send the pictures of their clothing direct to your inbox, Nicky. He stood up. Lovely as this is, I need to get back to my Romeo and Juliet, as we are calling them until we know who they really are. And thank you for my repast. I owe you two a treat next time. We'll hold you to that, Rory. Nicky and Joseph made for the door. I suppose I couldn't just ask one last little question before we leave? Nicky asked. Well, I can see I'm not the only one around here who's getting predictable. Becoming serious, Rory added, Give me a couple of hours, Nicky, and I promise I'll have a time of death for you and hopefully more on the manner of death. Be patient. Our star-crossed lovers are not giving up their secrets willingly. She nodded. Disappointing, but there it was. Rory was brilliant, but even he couldn't work miracles. I'll wait to hear from you. Oh, you will, never fear. Now run along, cherubs, and leave the maestro of death to his deliberations. Nicky and Joseph went back to the car. Unless missing persons have thrown up some answers by the time we get back, Nicky said. Ben will be going on a vampire hunt. That'll make a change for him. Well, he can't complain that the work here isn't varied, Joseph said. Never a dull moment at Greenborough, Nick. Chapter 4. The girl knelt in front of the gravestone. This time she was alone in the chapel garden. Beside her sat a washing-up bowl with a plastic container holding soap, a cloth, a soft brush, a dark wax crayon, and a roll of masking tape. She had already asked permission of the two ladies who owned this place, who had agreed immediately to her request to take a rubbing of one or two of the more interesting graves. One of them seemed genuinely interested in the grave architecture, especially of this soulful angel. While the stone angel was indeed beautifully and expertly carved, what interested her was its inscription plate. It was engraved in an unusual font, and decorated with a frieze that contained some of the most intricate scrollwork she had ever seen. She already had a design in mind to make something really special from this rubbing. Having gently wiped away the dirt and moss from the inscription itself, she unrolled a clean sheet of thin paper and attached it to the stone epitaph with masking tape. When it was securely in place, she took the wax crayon and began to rub it across the paper until, as if by magic, the clear outline of the inscribed words began to appear on the paper. It didn't take long. She was an expert at this. From her early childhood, she had enjoyed the peace of graveyards and marvelled in the stories that the weathered and lichen-covered stones told her. Lost at sea, perished in the desert, taken too soon. Most were declarations of love for the deceased and grief at their loss. Some said little, and others revealed a sense of humour that even the fact of death hadn't been able to subdue. Some were quirky or cryptic, and some told a truth that stole the smile from your face. In a church in Wales, she had found an imposing grave whose headstone proclaimed that the memorial had been erected over the body of a 26-year-old murder victim. It went on to say that although the murderer had escaped detection, God had set his mark on him for all time. Rubbing finished, she carefully removed the tape, rolled the delicate paper up, and slid it into a cardboard poster tube. As she did so, she recalled one of the most poignant messages that she had ever seen. On the grave of a gay Vietnam veteran, it read, "When I was in the military, they gave me a medal for killing 2 men, and a discharge for loving one." Only she, a robin, and a wary blackbird were enjoying this peaceful garden. She would come back again soon. She envied the 2 women who lived in the converted chapel. She was just closing the gate when her phone rang, startling the blackbird, causing it to flap away. "Have you heard?" The voice was breathy and urgent.
"Edgar, what's wrong?" No reply. "What's wrong?" she said again. "You need to come home, now." "I'm on my way, but tell me what's happened." "I'll explain when you get here, just hurry." The line went dead. Cursing, the girl ran to her car.
"Lord, someone's in a hurry," remarked Wendy, swerving to avoid the oncoming vehicle. She slowed down and pulled into the lane leading to Monk's Lantern. "It was that young goth," said Eve. "She looked very worried about something, not to mention driving like a Formula One racer. She took that corner almost on 2 wheels." Wendy grinned. Perhaps she met something scary in the graveyard and is flying home to lock herself safely in her tomb, or wherever she sleeps. Eve didn't laugh. The look on that girl's face had displayed real anxiety. Still, it was no concern of theirs. They already had a mystery to solve. Indoors, Wendy put the kettle on, while Eve started up her laptop. They had made copious notes of all their discoveries regarding the comings and goings of the Victorian painter in the months before his disappearance. Now they were stored in a folder marked The Missing Artist, The Lakes. "Okay, RS, who are you?" Eve whispered. An hour later, Eve scooted back in her chair and let out a low curse. "No luck, I assume?" Wendy collected her empty mug and looked down at her. "There's only one S that I can find, and that was a guide he used to mark the location of some rare alpine, a purple saxifrage. Other than that, sweet F.A. How about a B? Did you find one of those?" Eve shook her head. "I didn't expect to. If that liaison was illicit, he'd have kept his meetings private, I'm sure." She closed the file. "Although a woman called Elizabeth is mentioned. She and a group of amateur artists visited him on a couple of occasions while he was staying in a small inn near Threlkeld. She might have been called Beth, or possibly Betty." "Bit of a tenuous lead, isn't it?" Wendy pulled a face. "We'd better talk to our friend Caroline before we do anything. If she thinks she's on to something, maybe this RS will be connected to whatever she's uncovered." Eve nodded. "You're right. A possible nickname doesn't warrant a trip that far up into the north of the lakes. And there's a good chance that B isn't even connected to RS. We'll do as you say and get ourselves up to Caroline Carnaby in Bo'ness as soon as possible." "Shall we ring and see if we can go any earlier?" said Wendy eagerly. "Why not?" Eve said. "It won't take us 5 minutes to pack and shop Monk's Lantern up. Ring her now." Wendy made the call. "How does the day after tomorrow sound? She's got a couple of unavoidable appointments tomorrow. Then she'll be free and says she'll welcome us with open arms." "Perfect. Plenty of time to prepare." "Yes." Wendy sounded thoughtful. "She sounded really keen to see us, Eve. She seemed very concerned about something." "Those appointments?" Eve suggested. "I got the feeling it's about something she's discovered," Wendy said. "Oh well, we'll find out soon enough, I'm sure. I'll get our cases down from the top of the wardrobe, shall I?" Eve stood up. "Please." Rory's couple of hours extended well into the afternoon, by which time Nicky had done just about all she could without his input. Luckily, Ben had worked hard on the crucifix and, after numerous phone calls, he spoke to the very woman who had crafted the cross. He hurried to Nicky's office, a report in his hand and a smile on his face. "She agreed to look at the post-mortem photos of both our victims, so I scanned them and sent them across. She has positively identified them as the couple that bought the crucifix from her shop in Whitby late last year. She's going to check her records and see how they paid, though she's pretty sure it was cash. She was surprised at the time because it wasn't a cheap item. Shows pretty good recall for something that took place last year," Nicky said. "I have a feeling that a lot of shopkeepers, especially those selling jewellery and other high-end items, take an interest in their customers. This lady was one of those lovely people who says, 'I'll never forget a face, officer.' Don't you just love 'em?" "Did she remember if the boy paid or the girl?" Nicky asked. "Definitely the girl, boss. Our silversmith said she assumed they were a couple and that he was buying it for her as a gift. But when the girl took her purse out, she wasn't sure. Oh, and the young man was already wearing that signet ring. She clocked that immediately. So we're no nearer to having any names. and not a soul has come forward asking about 2 missing young people. It beggars belief. I suppose we'll have to throw this to the media." Nicky sighed. "And stand well back," said Ben with a grimace. "We'll be inundated. Everyone whose friend or relative has gone missing over the last 5 years will be on the phone." "All too well aware of that," Nicky said. "I'll give it until close of play today. Then I'll have to take it to the super. If we don't find out who our Romeo and Juliet are, we'll never find their killer. If it's all right with you, boss, Kat and I will move on to those pictures of the clothing and shoes, especially the Prada trainers," Ben said. Nicky had already given him the prints that Rory had emailed. Those distinctive trainers screamed out at her, too. She tapped her finger on them. "As you say, prioritise those beasts. At over £450 a pair, I definitely will." Ben took the photos and stood up to leave. As he closed the door, her desk phone rang. It was Peter Leonard, sounding anxious. Peter was the son of Archie Leonard, an old-style villain who had ruled the Carrborough estate until his death a few years ago. Over the years, she and Archie had formed a strange alliance, gradually coming to respect and trust each other. He had died years ago, but she still missed him, even now. Unlike Archie's other son, Raymond, Peter hadn't followed in his father's footsteps, and was now a law-abiding, hard-working family man. Nicky was very fond of him and his wife, and their adopted son. Even so, she was surprised to hear from him. "Nothing's wrong, is it, Peter?" "To be honest, I'm not sure. It's Mickey." Nicky stiffened. Mickey had been a street kid when she and Joseph first came across him. Now he was a well-adjusted young man, soon to finish an apprenticeship and happy with his adopted parents, Peter and Fran. Or he was when she last saw him. "What's the problem?" "I really don't know. I'm just concerned for him. OK, he's got a few days off this week, but he didn't come home last night. I don't keep tabs on him, he's young after all, but I was worried because he hadn't phoned us like he usually does. Anyway, he came home around lunchtime and he seemed distracted. Fran asked him what the matter was, but he said nothing. A bit later, I mentioned that I'd heard about some incident in those woods just outside Greenborough, police everywhere apparently. And Mickey went white. Next thing, he'd gone again." Nicky's mind went into overdrive. If you wanted to know about dodgy dealings on the Carrborough, you asked Mickey Leonard. Nothing happened on the estate without him knowing about it. After years of fending for himself on the streets, he had a sixth sense for trouble. She wondered if he knew something about Romeo and Juliet. Before she could speak, Peter was saying, "I'm terribly sorry to bother you like this, but I just thought I should warn you. I think he knows something, and I didn't want him getting mixed up in one of your inquiries. He really is a good kid. If he's got himself involved in something, it won't be because he's gone off the rails. Not our Mickey." "Relax, Peter. I wouldn't think that either. Other than you, Joseph and I know him better than anyone. Look, I'll keep an eye open for him, and if we run across him, you can be sure we'll speak to him, OK?" "Thank you, Nicky. I appreciate it. We have no idea what happened, but the rumours are running around the Carrborough like wildfire." Nicky could believe that. "Can't say anything yet, Peter. I'm sure you understand." Yes, but whatever it is, I just want to protect my boy." Peter sounded fraught. "I've got this. Don't worry. And thanks for the heads up. I'll tell Joseph right away. Say hello to Fran for me and I'll be in touch if necessary, I promise." She put the receiver down, assailed by memories of the Leonard family, both good and bad. She believed Peter when he said Mickey was fundamentally good. He and Fran adored their adopted son. They had been devastated at the death of their only child, and adopting Mickey had been the saving of them. "You look lost in thought." Nicky hadn't heard Joseph enter the office. "Sit down, Joseph. I've just had a call from Peter Leonard." He took a seat opposite her, looking suddenly anxious. "Mickey?" "Yes, it might be nothing at all, of course." Nicky told him what Peter had said. "Could be girl troubles, I suppose. I mean, he must be in his late teens now. It's a difficult time for a growing lad." But Joseph didn't sound convinced. "It's a bit about rushing off when he heard that the police were out at Saltmere Woods that worries me," she said. "You know what he's like for nosing around when trouble's brewing on the Carrborough." Joseph nodded. Still, he knows who to turn to if anything serious is going down. Maybe he wouldn't if the trouble concerned his shady relatives. But Romeo and Juliet aren't Cabra kids, Joseph said. There's no question that Mickey's Uncle Raymond is a villain, but even he declared an amnesty when Archie died. As a mark of respect to you, he keeps his criminal activities away from your patch, and so far he's kept his word. Or it certainly appears that way. It was true. Since Archie passed away, they'd had no trouble from Raymond, and for her part, Nicky chose not to sniff around the Cabra every time a new crime appeared on their radar. So why would Mickey be so upset about us being out at Saltmere? Maybe he does know something. Shall I ring him? Joseph said. Nicky would have loved to say yes, but she shook her head. Then he'll know that Peter rang us. Let's not stir things up. I guess we just need to keep an eye open for him while we're investigating this case. If he shows up anywhere, we'll tackle him in person, okay? How about I text him in a day or so? Suggest a coffee and a catch-up. Nicky nodded. Good idea. It might just remind him that he can turn to us if he needs help. She glanced at her watch. It's after 4. I'm beginning to worry that we aren't going to get those prelim reports from Rory before close of play. Don't give up yet. Joseph nodded towards her half-open door. She turned and saw Zena Lester, the new office manager, hurrying towards them with a large manila envelope. It was odd not seeing Sheila Robbins bustling about the place, but their old friend hadn't been in good health recently and had eventually been forced to leave. Nicky thanked Zena, ripped the seal off, and opened it. Joseph stood up to read it over her shoulder. Drugged, then asphyxiated. He exhaled loudly. That puts it squarely in the realm of deliberate premeditated murder, doesn't it? We thought nothing less, added Nicky quietly. Someone wanted that couple dead, all right. She skimmed through the report. He won't know what they were drugged with until the tox reports come back, but he seems to think that the idea was simply to poison them. Then either it didn't happen quickly enough for our killer, or he didn't administer enough and was forced to finish the job by other means. Nicky sighed. There are indications that the girl fought right to the end. Poor kid. Rory has written a note apologising for the delay in getting this to us. He says we need to talk as soon as. I'll call him now. She put the phone on loudspeaker, and soon Rory's voice filled the room. Ah, my detecting cherubs. He gave a dramatic sigh. This, my loves, has been one bugger of a day. As I said earlier, your 2 young people have not given up their secrets easily, believe me. Now I'm left with as many, if not more, questions than I started with. That doesn't sound very promising, Prof, said Nicky, wondering what he meant. Well, maybe I'm exaggerating just a tad. I do have a few snippets that you'll probably be happy to hear. He gave a small laugh. You know me. Nicky glanced at Joseph and raised an eyebrow. Yes, they did know Rory. Yet, infuriating as he could be, they'd not change him for the world. Okay, hit us with them, you annoying man, laughed Nicky. Pestiferous, am I not? To be serious, though, I do have a timeline of sorts. Romeo died some 2 to 3 hours before Juliet, probably around 6 o'clock yesterday evening. Juliet, well, she's a bit harder to gauge, but close to 8:30, 9 o'clock. I'm pretty sure they were killed in different locations, then ferried out to the woods for their posthumous starring roles in our killer's one-act tragedy. There are notably different fibres and trace evidence on each body, hence my deduction about different places of death. More questions indeed. Why kill these 2 young people separately, then place them together? Unless that was the whole point. But that didn't make sense either. Rory continued. Now, I'm reliably told by my dear Spike and the lovely Erin that their smart clothes are fakes. Knockoffs, is that the right term? Really? Exclaimed Joseph. Surely those Prada shoes were genuine. Not according to my trusty technicians. Spike happened to have a hand in a nasty case of D.I. Jackman's, your gorgeous counterpart at Sultan Le Fen, a little while ago. It revolved around expensive designer clothing. He gave me quite an extensive lecture on something they call one-to-ones, which are almost perfect copies of high-end brands. They even count the number of threads used in making the originals, apparently. According to him, those sports shoes are, and I quote, bloody, blindingly brilliant imitations. Was there anything in any of your findings that might point us to an ID, Rory? Nicky asked. some distinctive dental work, especially in the case of the young man. I've already sent it off to the dental surgeries as a matter of urgency. I'm hoping we'll have a match by tomorrow. In cases like this, they are usually very good at getting back to me straight away. When you do find some names, both have identifying features in the form of some small, discreet tattoos on the girl's body and an operation scar on Romeo's right arm. He had a severe fracture in childhood that required surgery. From the degree of healing, I'd say it happened when he was around 10 or 11. A broken ulnar in his lower arm. A common bone for a child to break. It all helped, especially if someone came forward to report a missing person. Finally, from our lab results on the residue found on the body's clothing and skin, you will find that the girl died in a bedroom, or at least inside a house or dwelling, but the young man most likely met his end somewhere less comfortable. As in? Asked Joseph. A garage, maybe, or a workshop. We found grease, fragments of asphalt, cement dust, the sort of thing that would be found outside the home. And the asphyxiation? Nicky inquired. What form did that take? Suffocation, said Rory, smothering, to be exact. In the girl's case, the fibres suggest a pillow. Romeo, it would seem, was smothered with a thick wad of material that we suspect to have been a folded dust sheet. By the same killer? Nicky suddenly wondered if there were two people at work here, since the two deaths happened in different places. I believe it was the work of the same person, said Rory. In fact, I'm sure of it, although so far we have found no actual evidence. He or she was very careful. They wore gloves and possibly even protective clothing. But, my friends, nil desperandum. We haven't finished yet, not by a long chalk. There is a lot of trace evidence yet to sift through. Well, thank you for what you've given us, Rory. We do appreciate it. I know that, dear lady, and I'll do all I can to tell you more on the morrow. Until then, parting is such sweet sorrow. The line went silent. He just had to do that, didn't he? I knew it. Joseph shook his head. Then all trace of amusement vanished. We need to find Mickey, don't we? If anyone on the Carver is selling fake gear, our Mickey will know about it. I'm afraid so. Nicky sighed, and if our couple bought their designer wear from someone locally, then Mickey might even know Romeo or Juliet. I don't like this, Joseph. Me neither. The sooner we have a word with him, the better. Are you up for a takeaway at some point? This could be a late night. Any time. She grinned at him. Before she met Joseph, Nicky, like many coppers, had been a fully paid-up consumer of junk. Joseph was a brilliant cook, but there were still times when she yearned for a pizza with extra cheese or an all-day greasy spoon breakfast with chips. Why am I not surprised? She checked the time. Shift's practically over. I'm going to check on the others and let Ben know that his posh designer gear is fake. And as we will be asking for his help, ostensibly to trace this fake clothing, you can legitimately ring Mickey without having to involve Peter or Fran. Hopefully we can go and have a nice quiet word with him. Okay? Joseph left the office. Nicky cleared her desk and turned off her computer. She sighed. Please let Peter Leonard's concerns be unfounded. Chapter 5. When Winter arrived back at the tiny one-bedroom flat that she shared with Edgar, she found a stranger sitting on their sofa. He was dressed in black jeans, a white T-shirt, and a black and grey zippered hoodie. His fair, wavy hair had a sharply defined undercut. He looked about her age. "This is Nathan," said Edgar rather shakily. "He's brought us some bad news." "Sit down, Winter." She sat. "Bad news? What do you mean?" she said. "It's Branwen and Wolf." Edgar sounded nothing like his usual forceful self. She turned her gaze on the stranger, Nathan. "What's happened to them? Come on." "I believe they're dead." The young man's expression was deadly serious. This was no anti-goth joke. The world became unreal. From a distance, as if through the wrong end of a telescope, she looked out to the courtyard garden she'd made. Brightly coloured flowers bloomed in what had once been a bare concrete yard. The weather-damaged trellis she had begged from a garden centre was festooned with ivy and a strange creeper that she still hadn't identified. The containers, a discarded washing-up bowl, a dented galvanised bucket,
their sink retrieved from a skip, all painted black, were planted with foliage plants and flowers in different shades of red.
"Winter, our friends. Nathan says that—"
"I know what he said, Edgar." She turned to Nathan. "What do you know?"
"Last night, the bodies of 2 young people were found together in Saltmere Woods. A friend of mine's sister is missing, and when I made some inquiries I was given your address."
He faltered.
"Except her name isn't Branwyn, it's—"
"It doesn't matter, Nathan. Whatever her name is, we wouldn't know it. We all choose names for ourselves when we become goths. Our friends are the people they want to be, not labels given them by others that send them on paths they were never meant to tread." Her eyes narrowed. "Do you have any proof it's them?"
"None at all. But the people I spoke to seemed to believe it was."
Nathan looked grey with worry.
"I have to find my friend's sister. There's a lot at stake. Most of all her safety, of course, but it goes deeper than that."
Winter began to relax. He had said nothing yet to convince her that Bran and Wolf were actually dead. Those dead people could be anyone. Druggies, maybe. A weird suicide pact. Saltmere Woods meant nothing to her. It wasn't a place she or her friends frequented. If they wanted trees, they chose ancient ones in sacred places. As far as she knew, less than 20 years ago that wood had been fields. No, it wouldn't attract Branwen or Wolf. "Listen, Nathan, we do appreciate you coming here. If we hear anything, we could ring you. Will you leave your mobile number?" Nathan stood up.
"Sure. Give us your phone and I'll put it in your contacts. I'm sorry if my news upset you. I hope it doesn't turn out to be your friends."
She took her phone from her pocket and handed it to him. "Who told you it could be our friends?" He gave her several names and she shrugged. "We know 'em, but they're not particularly close to us. They're not in our group. I'm puzzled why they were so sure. Maybe I'll ring them myself." Edgar nodded.
"Yeah, we need to know."
Nathan apologized again. Edgar saw him to the door. He came back and flopped down onto the sofa.
"Where are Bran and Wolf, then? I've called them both, and neither of them are answering their phones."
"Nothing new there," said Winter. "You know they both hate technology. I swear Wolf only uses it for streaming music." She sat in silence, thinking. Were her friends' bodies in the woods? Paul had prayed it wouldn't come to this, but he had run out of options. With heavy heart and shaking hands, he keyed in the security code at the gate to his father's house. Why he'd bought this place after his divorce was a mystery to Paul. The 5-bedroom property at the end of a big curving gravel driveway with its vast landscaped gardens was far too big for one man. It looked like a successful executive or businessman's family residence, but Paul knew better. It had been purchased off the back of dodgy deals and criminal activities. Of course, his father had legit businesses too, and very lucrative ones at that. He didn't do anything that wouldn't give him some kind of financial return. But the businesses were mainly a cover for the other side of his life. And since he had never fallen foul of the law, Paul assumed he was either very good at what he did, or very, very lucky. Paul watched the high gates swing open. He accelerated and drove through. Knowing that his father would have seen who it was on the security cameras, he parked and let himself in with his rarely used key. These days he kept his distance, which seemed to suit his father just fine. After his mother left, his already precarious relationship with his father had degenerated to the extent that no matter how big the house, they couldn't share a living space. His father had a temper that erupted out of nowhere like a volcano, leaving Paul terrified of being consumed by the flow of burning lava. He found his father in his study, seated at his oversized desk, clearly more interested in the open ledger in front of him than his son's unexpected visit.
"What now? More money? Got a girl up the duff? Because if that's the case, don't come whining to me."
Paul stared at Derek Leonard, seeing for the first time how ridiculous he looked dressed up in his golf attire. Suddenly he was no longer frightened of his father. The realization brought him added strength.
"Nothing like that. I just thought you ought to know that Chrissy didn't come home last night. Me and my friends have been looking for her everywhere, but we can't find her." His father said nothing for a few moments. Whether he was surprised at Paul's new tone, lacking its usual fear, or his daughter's disappearance, it was hard to be sure. He closed the ledger and stared at Paul. "Chrissy always was a wild one, but I thought that giving her some freedom, with you as guard dog, might calm her down a bit." He frowned. "Seems I was wrong." His gaze bored into Paul, who for the first time stared right back. "As it happens, Chrissy's been brilliant. I'm her brother, not a jailer, and I've come to you because I think something's happened to her. So you can forget the sarcastic lecture. I'm scared for her, got that?" Was that a glimmer of respect in his father's eyes, or just amusement? "Okay," his father said. "From the beginning. When did she go out? And did she say where she was going?" Paul told him everything he knew, except for who she was probably with. If his father discovered that for himself, then fine, but he wasn't going to risk it by saying the name out loud. Not now. "And your friends have been helping look out for her, you say?" "Yes. The last one who called said that none of her friends had seen her. Nathan is still out there, and I haven't heard from him in hours." Considering where he'd been heading, this was another cause for anxiety. "Go home," said Derek Leonard, "in case she comes back. Keep in touch, and anything you hear, ring me, all right?" "And you do the same," Paul retorted. Then he strode out, ignoring the chill of his father's silence. If Chrissy were to come home later, she wouldn't thank him for what he'd just done, but there'd been no alternative. If anyone could track her down, the Leonards would. The front door slammed. Derek Leonard remained at his desk, staring unseeing at the ledger. Either his wimp of a son was finally growing a pair, or he had really taken his responsibility for his wayward sister to heart. Paul had always been an enigma to him. People said the boy had a temper, although he hadn't ever seen it. Until today. Were they more alike than he thought? His mind moved back to the more pressing matter of Chrissy. He looked at his watch. According to what Paul had said, she'd been out of contact for more than 24 hours. Too long. She'd probably met up with some other weird little geek and was enjoying a shag fest somewhere. But there were those rumours about an incident trickling through the grapevine. What kind of incident? He had a big deal going down in the next few days, so he hadn't paid it much attention. Derek Leonard lifted the phone. By 11 that evening, Nicky and Joseph were beginning to think the worst. What had happened to Mickey? Nicky had had 2 calls from Peter Leonard, and in the second he had sounded at his wits' end. "You know our family, Nicky. What if Mickey's got tangled up in something that's too big for him to handle? God knows the Leonards have enough enemies. He's a great kid and I love him, but he can be a gobby little shite at times. What if he's upset someone? And now they're saying there's been a murder at the wood. He went really pale when I told him the police were there. What if he knows something, Nicky? What if it's something that has put him in danger?" Nicky made soothing noises. The trouble was, she and Joseph were just as worried as Peter. "We've run out of places to search." Joseph looked haggard. To him, Mickey was much more than a moody teenager who'd gone walkabout. When he'd first met Mickey Smith, the boy had been a lost cause. Caught up in a dangerous criminal world, he had almost paid with his life. In saving him, Nicky and Joseph had forged a bond between them. Nicky found him a home with Peter and Fran, and Mickey had never looked back. Nicky shook her head. "We've been to all his usual haunts and trailed around some of the places where people might know him. His girlfriend is away in the West Country with her parents for a few days, so we can't talk to her. And Peter's no use to anyone. He's desperate." As she said this, her phone rang again. "I've swallowed my pride, Nicky. I've contacted Raymond." Nicky wasn't sure of the wisdom of this. It was a bit of a double-edged sword. Part of her would have been happier if Peter had left Raymond out of it for a bit longer, but another part was secretly pleased that he was on the case too. Raymond was hardly short of contacts in the criminal underworld. Whatever the rights and wrongs of it, she knew that it must have taken a lot to make Peter pick up the phone and speak to his older brother. He said no matter what our personal feelings were, blood is thicker than water, and he'll do all he can to find Mickey. Ray's family, Nicky, and he's the head of the family now. If anything's happened to Mickey, it'll be down to him to deal with it.
Nicky was all too aware of that, and she dreaded the prospect. It could well end in a bloodbath. If you didn't know otherwise, you would assume that Peter and Raymond came from different families. Peter was straight, honest, and softly spoken. Raymond was ruthless, harder by far than his father had ever been. Archie Leonard had an old-school sense of justice, as well as respect for the police. As far as he was concerned, they had their role to play, and he had his. Archie had certainly been a criminal, but he had never been a mindless thug. What's more, he had never dealt in drugs. Like a mafia godfather, he had worshipped his family, and for years had been the undisputed ruler of the Carver estate, dealing out his brand of justice with an even hand. Now Raymond held that position, and he was an entirely different animal. If he hadn't sworn to his dying father that he would respect Nicky and her team, she was certain that she and every uniformed officer in Greenborough would be spending half their lives embroiled in an endless succession of bloody wars on the Carver. "I've told Raymond that you were also looking for my boy," Peter was saying, "so he knows. He promised me that the Leonards won't interfere with your search. Look, Nicky, I'm not undermining you. It's just that Raymond's people have access to places you don't even know about." "And probably don't want to," Nicky added to herself. "It's okay, Peter. The more the merrier in this situation. Finding Mickey is our only concern." Poor Peter. He was in enough of a state without her adding to his worries. "I have no illusions about Raymond," said Peter, "and I don't condone what he does. But even I have to admit that he's fond of Mickey." Nicky ended the call and looked across to Joseph, who had been listening on loudspeaker. He grimaced. "It's probably for the best. Raymond, that is." He called Mickey's number for the umpteenth time that evening, and once again a tinny voice told him he was unable to take his call. He pushed it angrily back in his pocket. "I have a bad feeling about this, Nicky." As did she. "I know, but we can't wander the streets all night long. We've left messages everywhere. Now we can only pray we get a call from one of his mates or someone who has seen him. We need some sleep. We have a murder inquiry to deal with in the morning." Joseph nodded slowly. "You know, if things had been different, back when we rescued that mucky, battered little kid, I'd have gladly taken him on. I know I had a terrible time with my Tamsin, but even so, I'd have loved to have adopted Mickey." It was the first time he had spoken like that. Nicky sighed. "I felt the same." How vulnerable that boy had been, despite all his lip and bare-faced cheek. Maybe because they had saved his life, they felt responsible for him. Maybe that's always the case. They say if you save a person's life, you take that life upon yourself and are tied to them forever after. But it hadn't been possible to take him. Not in the world they lived in, the situation they were in. They weren't even officially a couple. Nevertheless, they had continued to feel responsible for the boy, who loved them in his turn. But the fact remained that, whatever his life now, Mickey Leonard lived on the periphery of a dangerous world. Chapter 6. At a little before 8 a.m., Spike was already at work at his computer, scrolling through page after page of tattoos. At autopsy, they found 3 small tattoos on Juliet's body. One was at the nape of her neck, hidden beneath her long, dark hair. One was on her buttock, and another just above her left ankle. As soon as he saw the one on the back of her neck, he knew he had seen it before somewhere. The design featured a single scarlet rose with a tangle of black leaves and heavily thorned stems wrapped around a cross. For such a small design, it was extremely intricate and rather beautiful, if you liked that kind of thing. Spike didn't. Despite the hair that had given him his name, and his eccentric dress sense, his tastes changed regularly. He had no wish to be branded, stuck with some design that he no longer liked. He had a friend who was addicted to them. Every time he got a new tattoo, he would proclaim proudly, "This is me." But would it still be him when he was 50? Besides, Spike was ambitious, committed to his career. He intended to be a brilliant pathologist, one of the best in the country. He needed people to take him seriously. He could hardly present himself to an interview board of eminent pathologists covered in body art. Dreaming of your next inky masterpiece, dear boy? Rory was peering over Spike's shoulder at the screen. No fear, Prof. But I think I just found that rose design of Juliet's. He pointed to one of the images. The one on the screen covered the whole of a girl's back, but there was no doubt that it was the same design. I wonder if it's a standard, or something special done by a named artist. He clicked on the site that had posted the picture. Damn, it's a standard. Apparently it's a favourite of goths. He looked up at Rory. Would you think Juliet is a goth? She was wearing mostly black clothes. Her hair is naturally very dark, and she did have quite pronounced black eye makeup. But I'm not really the best person to judge. Surely that's more your line, dear Spike. It's an interesting concept, actually, said Spike, and a pretty enduring one. The original goths will be in their 50s now, yet the movement is as strong as it ever was. Maybe it's because we all have a dark side. Humans are naturally drawn to the macabre, so the Gothic will always have a place in our culture. Rory raised his eyebrows, very profound, and working as you do with dead bodies, you would make a perfect goth. Well, I do like the fact that they seem to value intelligence and are not caught up in body image. I like the way they borrow from the Victorians in their style of dress, and their love of memento mori. But no, Prof. I'm too fond of light and life. I don't want to spend my time dwelling on darkness and death. I see enough of that in my day job, thank you very much. They both had a laugh at that. Actually, I do think Juliet might have had goth tendencies, but she didn't go as far as some. That's why her tats are in places that don't show. Spike said. Well, young Romeo certainly wasn't a goth. He was blonde, lightly tanned, and was wearing light clothes and designer jeans. Rory paused, although even that isn't straightforward. He was wearing a Dracula signet ring. What was that about? Anyway, have you got time to briefly run through what we do know and what we are awaiting results on? Yes, Prof. Now I know that design isn't by a particular artist. I can't trace it any further. That'll be down to the detectives. He stood up and followed Rory into his office. When they were both seated, Rory said, Never tell her this, on peril of a terrible death. But I feel really bad that I have so little to give Nicky. Storing the comment away for later use, Spike made the sign of the cross. We might get a call from a dentist this morning, but if we don't, there's precious little that might help in identifying our young lovers, Rory said. Except, technically they aren't, are they? Lovers, that is, said Spike. It was a bit of a surprise to discover that our Juliet was a virgin. They do exist, Spike. Rory looked at him over the top of his wire-framed glasses. Not in your world, I'm sure, but nevertheless. There's certainly not too many 18 or 19-year-old virgins around this neck of the woods, Spike said with a grin. Rory shook his head. What is the world coming to? There was a time. Here we go, sighed Spike. I'm about to get a history lesson, aren't I? Full of old-time morality and decent behaviour. No, not this morning. For once I'll let you off. I'm rather more concerned about hunting for something to give Nicky. Rory pulled a pile of notes towards him. Right, this is what we do know. He skimmed down the page. We have pretty accurate times of death, and we know they were transported to the woods post-mortem, killed elsewhere. Still waiting for the samples taken from their clothes to be analysed. Should be back today, added Spike. Romeo's clothes are knock-off high-end labels, but they would still have cost a pretty penny. They're not cheap tat. And the lass had some expensive clobber too, so we can deduce they weren't on the breadline. Rory stared at the report again. Both in good health, well-nourished, with no underlying diseases or medical problems. There are ligature marks on wrists and ankles made by thin nylon rope restraints. But other than the surgical scar on Romeo's right arm, no trauma to anywhere on their bodies.
The drug used to incapacitate them, which was most likely intended to kill them, is not yet identified, although we suspect something chemical rather than a natural poison. Rory paused. Depending what you use, it can be either very easy or very difficult to poison someone. Hence, a degree of knowledge is required. I suspect our killer did not possess such knowledge. Spike agreed. It's not a method I'd recommend to a layman, that's for sure. People react differently. Very true. It's certainly not like in the films. One swig from the poison chalice, heave a last dying breath, declare undying love for someone or other. Rory passed the back of his hand over his forehead dramatically, then fall to the floor, dead as a dodo, bring down the curtain. Spike clapped slowly. Lovely. Beautifully done. Thank you. Rory gave a little inclination of his head and returned to his notes. My money is on a street drug of some kind, simply because of the ease of acquiring them, not to mention the cost. Finding a covert way of purchasing a known deadly poison isn't easy. He sat back. Plus, it requires aforementioned knowledge. How long before we get the tox results, Spike? They're pretty pushed at present, but I'll keep on at them. We're doing them in-house, as the lab we normally use has a really long waiting list. Spike frowned. Mustn't grumble. We're better off than most. Rory pushed up his glasses and rubbed his eyes. So, anything stand out? Strike you as unusual? Spike pondered this. I did wonder why you would remove all forms of identification, like a wallet or credit card, and leave those two pieces of very distinctive jewellery. Other than that, I fail to understand the significance of staging them like that. You know, the red rose and so on. I agree, Rory said. I wonder if the red rose has some special meaning. After all, Juliet has a tattoo of one, doesn't she? Spike shrugged. I reckon our detective friends are going to have their work cut out with this one. What possible motive could someone have for deliberately taking the lives of two young people? Aye, and there's the rub. Spike held up his hands. Please, Prof. No, Hamlet. Not at this time of the morning, I beg you. Rory chuckled. Just testing. I think it's time I went and did some practical work, don't you? Fear not. I promise not to wax lyrical any more today. Because you're right. We have work to do. The dead await our ministrations. Spike stood up. Then we'd better not keep them waiting. Kat was also at work early. When they arrived, she noticed that both Nicky and Joseph were wearing particularly anxious expressions. When she asked, they told her Mickey Leonard hadn't returned home, and no one had heard from him. The reason everyone was so worried was that when he heard the police were in Saltmere Woods, he had appeared agitated and then taken off without a word. Kat knew their history with Mickey, so she didn't wonder at their concern. Did Mickey know the dead couple? They were of a similar age, so it was possible. What do you know about Mickey Leonard, Ben? She asked her partner. Ben thought for a moment. Basically, it's a story of bad boy turned good. Probably the only success story to come out of the Carper estate. Cheeky kid, but really likeable. Apparently he's dead good with cars, too. One of the civilian staff broke down on the way home a while back, and Mickey helped her out. Got the thing going enough to get her home, and told her exactly what to tell her garage the next day. Wouldn't even take a tip for his troubles. How about the people he mixes with? Asked Kat. He shrugged. No idea. He's not a villain, so I haven't had cause to check him out. Me neither. Why the interest in him? Ben raised an eyebrow. Not gone off the rails, has he? I hope not. Kat told him what Nicky had said. Ben looked puzzled. Sounds like he knew something. Or perhaps he was expecting something to happen. If what the grapevine says is true, there's not much goes on in Greenborough that the kid doesn't know about. He smiled. Anyway, I'm willing to bet he's not on the wrong side of the law. For one thing, he idolises the Sarge. And Nicky, too, added Kat. I'm sure he would never intentionally do anything to upset either of them. Hell, he owes them his life. But even so, his extended family aren't exactly pure as the driven snow, are they? He could have become mixed up in something and got out of his depth. Let's hope not. The Sarge would be pretty devastated if that were the case.
Ben turned back to his computer, leaving Kat to wonder about Mickey's odd behaviour. Better get on, she murmured to herself. She had a report to write. But it was no good. She couldn't concentrate. For some reason, she kept thinking about the ornate cross that Juliet had been wearing. If you added it to the Dracula ring worn by her Romeo in their trip to Whitby, famous for its biannual goth weekend, and the 3 discreet tattoos that Nicky had distributed photographs of, everything pointed to Juliet being a goth. Kat frowned. But when she was found, she was dressed almost conservatively, little differently to Kat herself, who often favoured black clothes simply because they were slimming. Kat stood up and went over to the whiteboard. There wasn't much on it, just 2 post-mortem photographs of Romeo and Juliet, and smaller close-ups of their jewellery, clothes, and the location where they were found. All at once, Kat was reminded of a woman who called herself Nova. Kat had spent quite a bit of time with her during one of her many undercover operations. Kat had trusted Nova from their very first meeting. She had been proved right. Nova had been her ticket into a very shady world, and with her help, Kat had made an excellent arrest. In their time together, they had forged something verging on friendship, and Kat still saw her occasionally. I wonder, she mused aloud. She found Nova's number in her contacts. A couple of minutes later, she was pulling on her jacket. Gotta go out, following a hunch. Won't be long. She called across the office to a wide-eyed Ben. She didn't wait for a reply. She wanted to talk to Nova alone, certain she wouldn't appreciate her bringing another police officer along. She found it hard to explain Nova, even to Ben. Kat started off, striding along the main street, then down one of Greenborough's many narrow, cobbled lanes, ending up in a tiny square, which was nothing more than a grassy quadrant with an ornamental tree in the centre. Nova, in her trademark black, was sitting on one of the benches. A passerby might have remarked at the contrast between the two. A casually dressed woman with short, spiky blonde hair, embracing one strangely garbed in black with long jet-black hair. And the hug was no empty gesture. Kat liked Nova and knew she was liked in return. Kat held her at arm's length for a moment, taking in the new addition to the long black hair, a stripe of brilliant scarlet. Like the streak, she said. Nova said, This isn't just a friendly catch-up, is it? You're right. I need your help. They sat back down. Kat felt in her pockets and took out some photographs. Nova, I'm looking to identify a young woman who might or may have been a goth. The thing is, and this is just between us, the only picture that I have of her was taken after her death. Are you okay with that? Nova's lips twitched. Kat, dear, think about what you just said. Of course I'm okay with it. You know we find beauty where others only see darkness. We have a different perspective on the world. And by the way, goth isn't a phase. If your woman really was a true goth, then she would be one forever. It's not something you dip in and out of. It's what you are. Chastened, Kat passed her the photograph of Juliet. Nova looked at it in silence. I don't know her, Kat, but I know someone who might. She continued to stare at the young victim. There's a hand in the picture. Was she with someone else? Kat handed her the photograph of the 2 bodies. Nova examined it. I think they definitely are goths, she said. They don't look it, especially the boy, Kat said. Again, that fleeting smile. Contrary to popular belief, we don't all wear black, you know. There isn't a goth dress code. My dearest friend is a pastel goth, but she's as dark as I am. There are white goths, ice goths, cyber industrial, gothic Lolita. The list is endless. We wear what we like, and this happens to be me. With a sweep of her hand, she indicated her own clothes. The tight-waisted, heavily buckled faux leather jacket and plastic fabric skirt slit almost to her waist. Beneath that were the most impressive pair of boots Kat had ever seen. Their thick, cut-out, treaded platform soles, sheathed in straps and buckles, added a few inches to her height. And I see your boy is wearing a centenary ring, a Dracula crest. No, I think I'm right. They are goths, and although I don't know him, I'm sure I've seen him before, possibly at the home of the girl I mentioned. Kat produced a photo of the tattoo design with the rose. Nova nodded. Oh, yes, I know that design. It's beautiful, isn't it? I think you'll find it was done by an artist in Sultan-le-Fen. She has a studio close to the marketplace called the Ink Mistress. It looks like her touch. Kat scribbled the name in her notebook. Thanks for that. I'll check it out. And could I have contact details for this friend of yours who might recognise the girl? I'll ring her now and let her know to expect you. Nova took out her rather battered-looking phone. Winter, I have a friend who needs our help. She's a police officer, but don't hold that against her. We can't all be perfect. She chuckled. After a few minutes, Nova ended the call. She's at home now, and she didn't sound herself at all. She frowned. Tell you what, I'll take you, shall I? It's a 10-minute walk from here. In those boots? Like carpet slippers. Come on. Grateful that Nova was coming with her, Kat didn't demur. Nova would help smooth her path with this stranger. You never knew how someone might receive a visit from a cop. They stopped outside a small block of low-cost flats in a one-way street at the back of the town centre. Kat recalled that this area had been regenerated after a fire had destroyed some old warehouse buildings at the turn of the millennium. There were no high-rise buildings on the Fens due to the instability of the foundations, and these flats were only 3 stories tall. Winter lived in a ground-floor flat. The door was opened by a slender young man with an unruly shock of dark hair above a thin, pale face with prominent cheekbones and enormous, carefully made-up eyes that had a haunted look. Kat guessed he was in his 20s, though he looked younger. This is Edgar, Nova said. He stepped back and nodded, unsmiling, to allow them in. The flat was small, with minimal furnishings. Kat's eyes were immediately drawn to the lounge wall, which was covered in a huge painting. She gasped. That is absolutely amazing! Winter rose from the sofa where she had been sitting unnoticed and gave her a smile of appreciation. Glad you like it. Not everyone does. At the centre was a massive canvas, painted in monochrome, a collage of epitaphs and Gothic script, no doubt lifted from gravestones, surrounded by paintings of trees, gnarled bark, tendrils of brambles and wild roses. The mossy forest floor of the painting was scattered with dead leaves, bones and skulls. It was macabre but hypnotic, somehow managing to represent life rather than the death the subject matter suggested. Kat had to force herself to look away. She turned her attention to the person she had come to visit. Winter was what Kat would describe as an understated goth, rather like a black-haired version of her own off-duty self. Winter was slim, verging on thin, and pale with short, spiky hair. She wore a black T-shirt, a dark grey hoodie and well-worn jeans, with what Kat thought was a thin black velvet choker around her neck, until she realised it was a tattoo. Winter asked them to sit down. Kat was grateful to be facing away from the mural, which kept drawing her gaze back to it. Winter sat in a big armchair with Edgar perched on the arm at her side. Something was obviously very wrong. The two of them seemed to be expecting bad news, rather than just meeting a friend of a friend. Kat wondered if she'd find the answer to Romeo and Juliet's identities here in this small room. Nova told them what Kat had told her. Kat handed over the first photo, that of Juliet. Winter reached hesitantly for the photo, and sighed with relief. It's not Branwen. Kat's heart sank. It was clear that Winter had expected the woman in the photo to be this Branwen. Did this mean they had another missing person? Who is Branwen? Our friends Branwen and Wolf. We don't know where they are. They aren't answering their phones, although that isn't unusual. We just know that neither of them went home the night before last and haven't been seen since. Winter stared again at the picture. I do think I've seen this girl, though. She's not a friend, but I think we met at a concert a year or so ago. And I'm sure I've seen her around Greenborough since then. A goth concert? Asked Kat. What other kind would we go to? Kat was tempted to say something sarcastic, like Barry Manilow, but resisted. Sorry, Winter said. I'm really uptight at the moment because of our friends. Yes, it was a goth concert, somewhere in Yorkshire. Having just reached the conclusion that they were going to have to start looking for a second pair of missing goths, Kat passed over the picture of the 2 dead victims almost absent-mindedly. The reaction was therefore totally unexpected. Winter clapped a hand to her mouth and dropped the picture. Edgar jumped up as if electrified. "Wolf!" "You know this young man?" Kat asked, retrieving the photo. "It's Wolf," whispered Winter. "But why is he with this other girl? Who is she? What does that red rose mean, and where is Branwen?" She looked at Kat, her eyes wide. "I don't understand." "That makes two of us," thought Kat. Chapter 7. Nikki stared across her desk at Kat, frowning. "Let me get this straight. We have someone who has identified the dead boy as a close friend, but they don't know his name other than his nickname, Wolf." Kat nodded. "Yep, the people in this group all take a name of their own choosing, and the others have no idea of their given names. So this pair only know him as Wolf." Nikki sighed. "Great. Moving on, these friends have no idea who the girl in the picture is. But Wolf has a girlfriend called Branwen, and she's also missing, is that right?" "Correct," Kat said. "Nova has been asking around about Branwen, and she hasn't been seen for 2 days." Nikki closed her eyes, which leaves us with one identified dead girl and another one missing. "At least," added Kat miserably. "What if our Juliet had a boyfriend? He could be missing too. I'm assuming that, like the others, Branwen is a chosen name?" asked Nikki. "I mean, it would be too much to ask to have a real lead with a proper legal name, wouldn't it?" Kat pulled her face. "Branwen means beautiful raven. She was a goddess in Welsh mythology, or so Nova tells me." "I'm getting just a tad pissed off with all these chosen names," Nikki muttered. "And what kind of name is Nova, for heaven's sake?" Kat fought back a smile. Actually, it's her real name, boss. Nova Beecham. I've known her for 3 or 4 years now. Sounds like a washing powder." "Does, doesn't it?" Kat laughed. "Although it's better than some, and it just means new. But at least I now have a follow-up on Juliet's tattoo. Ben has rung the studio that Nova suggested, and the proprietor has confirmed that she did do that design on the back of a girl's neck. She's pretty sure that it was paid for by card, and she's going to check her records as soon as she is free. Luckily, it's a kosher establishment, and she keeps proper records." "Hallelujah, that's more like it. Kat, take Ben and go and visit this studio. If she's tied up illustrating someone's body, then you and Ben can start looking at her records. This is the best lead to an ID yet. Well done." Kat got up. She paused at the door. "Any news of Mickey, boss?" Nikki's expression said it all. "No news, Kat." After Kat had left, Nikki sat on her desk thinking about Mickey and that awful night years ago when Joseph had been injured and was fighting for his life. She and Mickey had sat at his bedside and cried together. It had been a horrible time, but somehow they had come through it. Mickey knew that no matter what, she would help him, so if he was in trouble now, why hadn't he come to her? That left her with the worrying thought that maybe he couldn't. "Nikki?" Joseph appeared in the doorway. "I've just seen Niall. He said there is a lot of tension on the Carver estate. Problem is, he has no idea what's wrong." Niall Farrow was Joseph's son-in-law and a uniformed sergeant, presently on desk duties, having been injured a few months ago. He still walked with the aid of a single elbow crutch, and had only been allowed to return to light duties because he was going crazy at home. More bad memories. Before Nikki could answer, her mobile rang. "It's Peter," she said, beckoning to Joseph. His hopeful expression quickly faded as he listened. Peter was in torment, berating himself for not paying more attention to his adopted son, for not realizing that something was wrong. Nikki tried to tell him that no one in the world could have done more for the boy, but nothing she said had any effect. Finally, Nikki said, "Listen, Peter. Joseph and I are coming over. It's time we talked face to face. We'll see you in about 15 minutes. She hung up. On their way out, she told Joseph about the goth Winter, who had identified the dead boy as someone called Wolf. She added that Kat and Ben were chasing up a credit card transaction that might give them a name for their Juliet. By the time we get back, we might have an answer to who she really is. Meanwhile, we'd better do what we can to calm poor Peter." It wasn't far, but they opted to drive. With Joseph at the wheel, Nicky took advantage of a few free moments to ring Eve and see how she was. She put the call on loudspeaker. "Do you want me to call in at Monk's Lantern and check on it for you?" Her mother said only to do that if their trip took longer than they had planned. She added that she'd keep in touch. "You take care now," said Nicky. "I know you two of old. This might be what you call a paper chase, but I've known bad things to creep out of historical records, so watch yourselves." With a laugh, Eve ended the call. "They're off early tomorrow morning instead of next week." She said they'd found an old journal that suggests something strange was going on in the lakes at the time their artist disappeared. She's all excited, as you can imagine, and knowing my mother and her sidekick, that rings alarm bells. Joseph squeezed her leg affectionately. "Don't worry. Her missing artist has been dead for donkey's years, so not much can happen now. Let them go play detective and enjoy themselves. At least it keeps them out of trouble here. I'm not sure which is worse. At least if she's at home, I can keep an eye on her." Joseph turned into the Cabra. "You'd have it no other way, Nicky Galena. Can you imagine how boring it would be if she sat at home all day watching the telly?" Nicky said nothing more. Even she had to acknowledge that she and her mother were very similar. As Joseph negotiated the streets, he said, "I often wondered why Peter and Fran never moved away from this place. They're decent people and could do better than live here, surely. Fran told me she was born here. Her mum and dad are still alive and only live a few doors away. It's their home, and they have their friends around them." Nicky shrugged. "And the estate has improved no end since Archie died and the Leonards' reign of terror ceased. You can see a lot of homes that are really making an effort these days. Tidy gardens instead of tips for broken prams and refuse sacks, even a few window boxes and hanging baskets. You'd never have seen that before." Joseph drew up and parked outside an end terrace house. "You're right. There was a time when you wouldn't dare leave your car unattended, not if you valued your wheels and your radio." Fran Leonard opened the door to them. An attractive woman. Her face showed the strain they were under. She gave them a tight smile. "We appreciate you coming. I just hope we aren't wasting your time. I'll get the kettle on. Peter's in the lounge. Go on in." Fran had looked anxious. Peter looked devastated. Joseph went to him and gave his shoulder a reassuring squeeze. "We understand, honestly we do, and you absolutely must not feel guilty about it. Now, let's go over everything you can think of that might help us locate him." They discussed Mickey's possible whereabouts until there was nothing left to say. Then Nicky asked if either of them had noticed a feeling of unrest on the estate. A quick glance between husband and wife told her that they had. "If it were anyone else, you'd think we were being ridiculous, getting so het up when he's been missing for such a short time. But the Cabra, and the Leonard family in particular, are—" He struggled to find the right word. "Well, different." He looked down. "People have long memories here, and when something happens, it's like the old place is aware of it at once." "Mickey has a lot of friends here, on both sides of the fence, so to speak," Fran added. "He's a good kid, and a lot of people respect him for the way he's turned his life around." She paused. "He also has friends who aren't so law-abiding. They like him too, but mainly because he doesn't judge them. He knows lots of them have come from crap homes, just like he did, yet they haven't had the chance to escape." "But why the unrest?" Joseph said. "There are two factions, both of which know Mickey's missing," said Peter, "and they don't trust each other. Each is blaming the other for his disappearance." Nicky wasn't sure she understood, and from his expression neither did Joseph. The way Peter described it made Mickey out to be some local hero, someone the whole estate revered, when he was really just a kid. She asked Peter if he could explain it. "It comes down to his being a Leonard," Peter admitted. "Since Archie died and Raymond took over the reins of his empire, some people remained loyal to the Leonards. But there's another family who are doing their best to muscle in and take over. I think it's them that's stirring people's feelings up." Nicky frowned and glanced at Joseph. "Do we know them?" "I doubt it. Most of them live outside the estate. The father, Mac Burgess, the big cheese of the family, lives in a posh drum in Calthorpe Road." They both knew that road, and as Peter had said, it was posh. Its detached housing was certainly a far cry from the Cabra. "As far as we know," added Fran, None of them has ever been nicked, but Raymond believes they're the driving force behind an awful lot of the seriously big criminal business activities in this area and beyond.
And they ate the Leonards, Peter said. Always have.
Nicky didn't like the sound of that at all. They had witnessed turf wars before, and whereas this didn't sound like a gangland dispute, when thieves fell out it invariably ended in serious violence. Then another thought hit her. They were investigating 2 murdered young people, and now another young woman was apparently missing, and that was apart from Mickey. Were they all connected in some way? At the very same moment, Joseph let out a low whistle and looked at her. He obviously was thinking the same thing. Nicky stood up. "We have to get back. Thank you for everything you've told us. We obviously have a lot of work to do, and a lot of people to talk to." At the door, she turned. "Anything you hear, anything at all, ring us direct on our mobiles, okay? And hang on in there. We'll find him. Joseph and I won't rest until we have him back." They sat in the car in silence for a while.
"Well, there is little doubt that our Mickey has not gone off on a jolly somewhere, is there?" Joseph said eventually. "According to Fran, even his girlfriend is climbing the walls."
Nicky gritted her teeth.
"Someone's got him, haven't they?" "It looks that way, I'm afraid."
Raymond Leonard was pacing around his small lounge. He had more than enough money to buy a house equally as big as the one his cousin Derek owned, but he had never considered moving. His father hadn't, and neither would he. The Cabra was his kingdom, and he needed to be in the heart of it, feel its pulse. An hour ago he'd had a call from Derek. It seemed that Mickey was not the only kid to go missing in the last 36 hours. Chrissy, Derek's daughter, had vanished from the flat she was sharing with her brother Paul. Raymond kept turning things over in his mind. Derek was a useful cog in his smoothly running business machine. He was well connected, shrewd with money, and skilled at balancing their shadier deals with some respectable, law-abiding operations. But that didn't mean Raymond had to like him. Nevertheless, Derek was family, and to the Leonards that was the whole of the law. Raymond hated the way Derek had handled his divorce, and the fact that he seemed to feel little or no responsibility for his 2 kids. Derek openly despised Paul, and told anyone who would listen that Chrissy was a freak. Raymond knew that some of Derek's dislike of his children came from the fact that they both bore a striking resemblance to their mother. Derek couldn't seem to get beyond appearances, and realized that Paul was very much like him. Given the right encouragement, Paul could have made a very handy young villain. But Derek had shipped them out to fend for themselves as soon as they were old enough. With the 2 of them out of the way, he had free rein to bring a woman home whenever the fancy took him. And it seemed the fancy took him rather frequently. Rumour had it that Derek had rather unusual tastes when it came to his leisure-time activities, not something he could easily explain to his 2 children. Whatever the case, though, Derek had come cap in hand to him and asked for his help, so help he would. Raymond sank down into his leather sofa, causing a cacophony of creaks. Whatever was happening on the Cabra, he needed to deal with it. He couldn't sit back and let kids from his family go missing like this. He wanted everyone in his pay out there on the streets. This could not go on. Kat and Ben were sitting at her desk, trying to make sense of what they knew so far. None of it added up.
"Right," Ben began. "The jeweller in Whitby swears it was the 2 dead kids that went into her shop and purchased the cross Juliet was wearing. She assumed they were a couple, so they must have behaved as if they were."
"But Winter says the boy they knew as Wolf was going out with her friend Branwyn, and Juliet wasn't even a friend." Kat shook her head. "I did ask if she could be an old flame, but Winter said absolutely not. Wolf and Branwyn had been together forever, and before that he'd never dated anyone seriously." Ben sighed.
"And now we have no idea where this Branwyn is either. If only we had some real names to work with."
"Right, well, that's where we start. Winter knows where Wolf lives, and Branwyn often stays there with him, so we can start with the utility bills and maybe a landlord. You can bet your bottom dollar that Mr. Wolf isn't the name on his electricity account." Kat took out her notebook. "Let's go." An hour later, Kat was ready to spit tacks. 3 dead ends and still no proper name for bloody Wolf. It was as if he didn't exist. The flat where Wolf supposedly lived was owned by some corporation, and although Ben was working through the various layers of complicated legal documentation, trying to find an actual person to talk to was proving tough as hell. Wolf paid no bills that Cat could find. The rent on his flat was all-inclusive. The place was certainly no dump. Cat would have liked it for her and Ben, but it was well out of their price range. So, even if his clothes were knockoffs, it seems as if he was indeed a rich kid. She flung down her pen, which skittered onto the floor. Oh, shit! This is so bloody confusing! Calm down, Catkin, Ben said, using her old partner Dave's pet name for her. It's not good for your blood pressure. He picked up her pen and returned it to her. It is confusing, I know. The only thing that connects them so far is that they're all goths. Mickey certainly isn't, though. So if we leave him out of it for a moment and concentrate on talking to the goth community, maybe we can get somewhere. Cat nodded. I could get a list of names from Nova, or at least ask her to point us in the right direction. Anything's better than sitting here wrecking police equipment. Okay. She stood up. In his lab on the other side of Greenborough, Rory was feeling just as frustrated. For once, nothing had come back from his urgent request for dental history. He didn't understand it. He had been so confident that they'd give him an identity. Romeo, in particular, had clearly had a lot of work done. Rory was alone in his specialised morgue, known as Rory's Retreat. Protected from all outside contamination, it was specially designed to accommodate criminal forensic cases. He addressed the silent, close-mouthed Romeo. What did you do for a living, I wonder? He lifted a cold, soft hand. Not manual work, that's for sure. Look at your long fingers. I can see you doing something artistic. Head to one side, he considered the body. And your clothes. You liked unusual fabrics and textures. And I imagine that would extend to people, too. Rory stood back a little. My dear young friend, you are the epitome of the words taken too soon. You would have made a mark on the world, I sense, and the world is just a little less beautiful now you are lost to it. I just wish you would tell me your name. Sorry to interrupt, Prof. Cardiff Erin, Rory's number 2 after Spike, had by now become used to his chats with the dearly departed. We have a delivery. And she has a label saying for your personal attention tied to her toe. Rory sighed. I'll be right with you. I've been expecting this gift. It comes from an eminent and very puzzled surgeon who found more than he'd anticipated in the course of a minor routine operation. He addressed a last word to Romeo. No peace for the wicked. But we'll talk again soon. Chapter 8. Derek Leonard sat at his desk, toying with his phone. Must he do this? He picked it up. What? The man sounded half asleep. You working? Derek asked. There was a pause. No, I'm on earlies. I was sleeping. Alone? Yes, damn it, alone. It was a simple question, so drop the attitude. Derek said. I need information. Why else would you ring me? Okay, well, it's the usual rate, unless I think otherwise. It's the usual rate. End of. Derek cleared his throat. What did they find in Saltmere Woods? There was a long silence. 2 bodies. 1 male, 1 female. Young, late teens to early 20s. Derek went cold. Identities? Unknown as yet, as far as I know. It happened as I went off duty. You know, if you'd just waited till tomorrow, you could have read it in the papers. The media are all over us for a statement, and we can't hold them off indefinitely. Derek did know. But now he was 1 step ahead, so it was worth it. Usual rate, then. But if you give me regular updates, I'll make it really worth your while. Is that a deal? He knew it would be. There is no one so greedy as a bent cop. The fact that Nathan had also gone off the radar worried Paul almost as much as his sister's disappearance. He felt cut off, adrift. He had been elated at finally standing up to his bastard father and eager to share it with his friend. but Nathan hadn't returned, nor was he answering his phone. Paul wasn't a drinker, but he needed something to steady his nerves. Or was he seeking oblivion? Lost, not knowing what to do, who to turn to, he would seek refuge in sleep. He threw back the drink and made a face. The stuff tasted horrible. He poured himself another. Nicky and Joseph had trailed around for 3 hours, checking on friends and associates of Mickey Leonard, all to no avail. When they got back to the station and up to the CID room, Zena, the office manager, handed Nicky a message from Rory. Nicky had snatched it hopefully, only to find a grovelling apology. The pathologist was sorry, but he had nothing to report. "We're treading water," she said to Joseph, "going sodding nowhere fast." They went over to the whiteboard and stared at it, as if willing the photos to give them an answer. Why the hell hasn't any bugger come forward and reported them missing? How are we supposed to find their killer when we know sod all about them? "I think you need a strong coffee," Joseph said. "I need more than that, but it'll do to start with." She rubbed hard at her temples. "I'll be in my office." There was only a scattering of detectives in the CID room, all with their heads down, hard at work. Nicky ran her hand along the empty workstation that had once belonged to Dave Harris. She missed him. They all did. Dave had been full of local knowledge and sound basic values. Sadly, such policemen were disappearing from their ranks. When Yvonne, too, finally bowed out, there'd be precious few at all. Nicky stopped in her tracks. Yvonne. Although she had been there when they found the couple in the woods, she most likely hadn't had a close look at their faces. She had been busy organising the crime scene. Still, she knew everyone worth knowing in Greenborough, and a whole lot more besides. Would she recognise those kids? Nicky hurried into her office and phoned downstairs. Yvonne had just checked back in, ready to finish her shift. Nicky asked if she would call in at her office before she left for the day. Yvonne arrived just as Joseph was returning with the drinks. He handed one to her and went back to get another for himself. Yvonne sat down facing Nicky, looking tired and drawn. Nicky wondered if she'd had a particularly bad shift. "Bonnie, you've probably heard that we're struggling to identify the 2 kids from Saltmere Woods." Yvonne nodded. "I know, but I don't think I can help you, Mom. I looked as closely as I dared that night, but neither were known to me, I'm afraid." Nicky slid 2 enlargements of the victims' faces across the desk. "Take a closer look, at the boy especially. His nickname is Wolf, and he is living in a pretty expensive flat for someone who's only just out of his teens. The place is registered to a company. It's taking a bit of sorting, so I did wonder that if I gave you the address and showed you these, it might just jog your memory." Yvonne narrowed her eyes and stared at the dead boy. Did he live?" "Turpin Crescent. It's a block of 6 2-bed flats called Lionsgate, and his was on the ground floor." Yvonne nodded. "I know it all right, and it is rather upmarket for a youngster. I think they were built to house well-off business people who worked here in town during the week and then went back to their country homes for the weekend. That might account for the fact that it's a company that owns it." Nicky pulled her face. "Not that we can get anyone to give us the name of who is living there at present. Do you know, Vonnie, I've never started off on a case with so little information to go on. Even forensics are taking an eternity. Talk about working in the dark." Yvonne was staring at the pictures. There is something about the boy. Joseph came in. "Any joy?" "Maybe." Yvonne leaned forward, looking closer. "I think I've seen him before, but I'm struggling to remember where. He wasn't up to any good, I'm sure of that. But I seem to think I spoke to him and not that long ago." She looked at Nicky. "It'll come back to me. It always does." She pushed the girl's photo back across the desk. "Sorry, I don't know her at all." Nicky sipped her coffee. "And Mickey Leonard, keep an ear to the ground, would you? We're worried sick about him." "Of course. Niall has already given us the heads up on that one, and we've all noticed a bad feeling on the Carborough. Goodness, things had better not go back to how they were in the old days. That place was a nightmare for us plods." "We know," said Joseph with feeling. "Got the scars to prove it." They all fell silent, thinking back to those terrible times.
"I'm sure it won't come to that, Vonnie," said Nicky. "I don't think Raymond would break his promise to his father, and he's as worried about Mickey as we are."
"I do hope nothing bad has happened to him," said Yvonne. "I really like that kid, though I must admit I never thought he'd turn out as well as he has. I was dead certain he was heading for a young offenders unit."
Joseph smiled. "He was, but miracles sometimes do happen."
"A miracle in the form of a certain Sergeant Joe," Nicky said to herself. Though if anything bad were to happen to that lad, it would affect both of them. She had already lost one young person dear to her, and wasn't sure she could cope with losing another. "Niall has told us to prioritise the inquiry about Mickey Leonard," said Yvonne, breaking into Nicky's thoughts. "There's a double murder, of course, but he thinks Mickey could be connected to it in some way."
"Good man, Niall," whispered Joseph. "We need all the help we can get."
Yvonne finished her drink and smiled weakly. "Better get off, if that's all, Ma'am. I'll keep you up to date with everything, and I'll contact you the moment I remember where I've seen that male victim before."
Nicky watched her leave. "She doesn't look well," she commented to Joseph as soon as Yvonne was out of earshot. "Not well, or very worried about something," said Joseph.
"You noticed it too?"
Joseph nodded. "She's not her normal chirpy self, is she? Far from it." He shoved his hands into his pockets. "As soon as she's clocked off, I think I'll take a stroll downstairs and have a quiet word with my son-in-law about her."
"Good idea." Nicky glanced up at a tall figure making for her office door. Superintendent Cam Walker looked troubled.
"Glad I caught you two. We need to talk about our Romeo and Juliet."
He sat down heavily in the chair vacated by Yvonne.
"One of our dear friends in the media saw fit to send a drone over Saltmere Woods, and today's paper is carrying a remarkably clear aerial photo of your crime scene."
Nicky groaned.
"Just what we need. So, in the light of that, I'm giving a statement in half an hour. I have no choice, Nicky. If I don't, they'll start spreading all manner of wild rumours."
Cam ran a hand through his thick iron-grey hair.
"I shall say that 2 bodies have been found, a male and a female, and that we are not releasing any names at this time. I shall also say that their deaths are regarded as suspicious. For once, I shouldn't have too much trouble being cautious with what we share with the media, since we know little more than they do."
He smiled at Nicky.
"Don't look so grim. This could well play into our hands, even if it means the control centre will be swamped with mostly useless calls. I'm going to ask for the public's help, saying that a heavy vehicle, possibly a powerful 4x4, was heard leaving the area at around 0130 hours on the night in question, and ask anyone who might have seen it or heard what direction it was travelling in to come forward."
Joseph nodded.
"It could jog someone's memory. Not everyone is tucked up in bed at that time. There are a lot of night shift workers in the local food processing factories around here. I'm not holding out too much hope," said Cam, "but at least it will look as if we're being as open and transparent as possible."
"It had to happen," said Nicky.
"I would like to have been further forward than we are, but there it is. As senior OIC, you might have to make a comment to the press at some point. But,"
seeing her horrified expression, Cam grinned at her,
"considering your aversion to flashing lights and microphones, I'll keep you out of it for as long as I can."
"Don't forget my propensity for being rude to the media," she said.
"Oh, I hadn't forgotten, believe you me."
He stood up.
"Anyway, keep me updated."
"Every step, Cam. Don't worry about that." After he'd gone, Joseph went to have a quiet word with Niall about Yvonne, leaving Nicky to contemplate the day that had just ended. She liked a few moments to herself before they finished, to get everything they had accumulated sorted in her mind. Today, however, as far as she could see, they had zilch. 2 bodies. A boy called Wolf, offering a red rose to a girl who was not his sweetheart. As evening drew in, a strong wind began to whistle around the old chapel. The occasional eerie moan did nothing to alleviate Eve and Wendy's apprehension as they packed for their trip to the lakes. Their new friend, Caroline Carnaby, had phoned earlier to ask what time her visitors would be arriving. Sounding tense and edgy, she had said how glad she would be to share her discoveries of the past few weeks. Her obvious agitation had both whetted Eve's appetite and worried her. "How long will it take us to get there, do you think?" asked Wendy, taking a thermos from the kitchen cupboard. "Just under 4 hours, if there's no major delays," said Eve, peering into the fridge. "I've looked it up, and there are only a few roadworks. Barring accidents, we should have a smooth journey." Wendy rinsed the flask out. "I've got a bad feeling about our Caroline," she said slowly. "I mean, what could be so worrying about a mystery that happened in the last century? The last time I spoke to her, she sounded almost panicky." "She did just now as well," Eve said. "Really jittery." Flask in hand, Wendy said, "Look, old girl, I know we said we'd set off fairly early so we could be there for lunch, but what say we have a bit of sleep now, have an early start, and get there for breakfast? We'll miss the worst of the traffic that way, too. I can't see Caroline saying no, can you?" Eve nodded enthusiastically. "I'm game. In fact, it would be a relief. I don't think I'll sleep much tonight anyway." She smiled. "If this were a film or a suspense novel, you would just know that when the protagonists arrived, the house would be empty, their friend disappeared." Wendy groaned. "You really do know how to make a person feel worse about a situation, don't you, Eve Anderson? All right, but can you honestly say you don't feel the same way, Wendy Avery?" "I do. That's the problem." "Okay, well, you make the tea, and I'll do us some sandwiches. Our stuff is all packed and waiting in the hall. Maps, walking boots, hiking poles and gaiters are already in the car. I suggest we load up the rest, grab a few hours' sleep, and set the alarm for 3 o'clock. What do you say?" "Perfect, but don't forget to ring Nikki and tell her of our change of plan." So as not to worry Nikki, Eve decided only to mention their desire to miss the traffic, then change the subject. Anyway, they might have got the whole thing out of proportion. They didn't know Caroline Carnaby very well. Perhaps she was just a nervy, anxious type. It certainly wasn't anything to concern Nikki about. She had enough on her plate. "Shall we ring Caroline as well?" called out Wendy on her way out of the front door with 2 more bags. "Probably a good idea. We could leave it until we get there, but that's probably not very fair on her. No, I'll ring her now." Caroline answered at once. As with Nikki, Eve said that they had decided to miss the traffic and drive up early. "I almost suggested it to you myself. You'll have a much faster journey if you don't mind driving in the dark. There were roadworks on the A1 near Worksop last week, and in the Leeds area. I got held up for ages. Oh, I'm so looking forward to seeing you both." Eve said they couldn't wait. "Caroline seems happier now," she told Wendy, "and clearly relieved that we're making an effort to be with her earlier than planned." "Good." Wendy looked around her. "Okay, that's everything loaded. Shall we turn in?" "Yes. I've done the telephone calls. I'll just have a walk around the house, check the windows and the like, and then I'll be hitting the sack. See you at 3. It was a bit like the old days, Eve thought with a flutter of excitement. They had learned to grab sleep when it was offered, because you never quite knew when you'd see your bunk again. And then there was the excitement of not knowing what you were going to face next. Boredom, inactivity, those weren't for her, and never would be, or for Wendy. After the kind of lives they had led, you never just stopped. It would be the end of you. And Eve Anderson had no intention of coming to an end any time soon. Chapter 9. At 3:30 in the morning, Eve and Wendy were heading out across the fen. Wendy had opted to drive first, as she loved navigating the fen lanes at night, and Eve was quite happy to do the more measured leg on the main roads. Wendy had always loved speed, both on the road and in the air. She still held a pilot's license and belonged to a local flying club. When she wasn't flying, Wendy would often go out at night and hurtle around the dangerous fen lanes that bordered the village of Beech Lacey. The road twisted and turned in front of them, then suddenly straightened. Their headlights disappeared into the distance. Minutes later, another bend suddenly appeared, but they slid around it easily. At that point, Wendy began to slow down. She knew they were approaching a humpback bridge across a wide drain that formed a junction with several other watercourses. It would be tricky in daylight, let alone at night. A group of people appeared in their headlights, standing in the road and facing them.
What the... They slowed right down, and Wendy pulled out. Running towards them and waving to them to stop were 3 young lads. Wendy wound down the window and asked them what was wrong. Eve's attention was drawn to a greenish light coming from underneath a culvert that fed into the main drain. The culvert was a concrete tunnel that carried the water from one of the smaller drains under the road and out into the wide, man-made river. "Sorry, we were hoping to get some help. We didn't realize you were a couple of old—" "Stop right there, young man," said Wendy in her best head-teacher voice. "What sort of trouble are you in? And what are you doing out at this time of the night?" "Fishing." The boy who spoke was a little older than the other 2. "Our dad lets us go night fishing once a month. There's a decking area in a pontoon just down on the towpath. We own the farmland that joins the drain," he said with pride. "What's your name, and where is your father?" Wendy asked impatiently. "I'm Lenny. Dad's had to get the vet out to one of the beasts, but he'll be back to collect us in an hour." Certain she wouldn't have left any sons of hers on the edge of a river in the pitch dark, Eve said, "Is this trouble you are in anything to do with that?" She pointed to the light. The lad nodded. "Yeah, our Keith here is dead scared it's a boggart in the tunnel." He pointed to the youngest boy. "We told him that evil spirits don't exist, but he won't listen." The middle boy joined in. "Thing is, our dad said we mustn't ever leave the pontoon. Every now and then there's a strong gush of water comes through that tunnel. We could get washed into the drain." Eve glanced at the clock on the dashboard display. She was reluctant to delay their journey, but that light was bothering her. "Wendy, get the car off the bridge and stay with the boys. I'll take a quick look, okay? It could be someone in trouble." She had mental pictures of someone trying desperately to get their dog out of the water, or who'd slipped and fallen into the drain. It could be the light from a mobile phone, trying to attract attention. It's going to bug me for the rest of our trip if I don't check it out, and I'd never forgive myself if someone needed our help. I'll be 2 minutes, I promise. All right, just be careful climbing down there. Wendy continued over the bridge and pulled into a small emergency lay-by. Eve took a torch from the glove compartment and got out of the car. As she did so, she heard Lenny say, "Blimey, will she be okay, lady?" "Better than anyone else you know, that's for sure," countered Wendy. "Ever heard of the expression, 'Don't judge a book by its cover'?" Eve smiled to herself. The slope down the bank was not too steep, although she was very grateful for stretched jeans. Soon she was on a narrow towpath that led either under the bridge that they had just crossed or towards the culvert. She headed towards the faint green light in the culvert. She wished the torch were a bit more powerful, but occasionally the moon made an appearance from behind the scudding clouds, which helped. She hoped she was doing the right thing. A sudden noise stopped her in her tracks. "Wait for me," a voice hissed behind her. "I can't let you go off investigating ghostly lights on your own at 3:30 in the morning. I've practically nailed those boys to the floor and threatened Lenny that they move on pain of a terrible death." Wendy hurried to catch her up. "What the dickens is going on here?" "I'm not really sure." Eve was staring at a roughly painted handwritten board lit up in her torch beam, which proclaimed they were entering the Tunnel of Love. "Hardly." Wendy edged forward. "This has to be a prank. We should be on our merry way to the lakes, not crawling around in drains." "I agree, but—" "Then let's see where that damned light is coming from. Sort out those kids and get out of here." Wendy sounded irritated, but Eve knew she was really as curious as her to see what was in that tunnel. They passed the board and peered into the darkness. "There's some kind of blockage. Good grief, it looks like a boat jammed under there." Eve shone the light around the shadowy depth of the concrete culvert. "It's barely high enough in here to get a boat through. If there was more water flowing, it wouldn't even get inside." The light was coming from a lantern hanging on the prow of the small craft. "Hello?" Eve called, and her voice echoed back to her. "Anyone there?" Wendy demanded. Suddenly, all Eve wanted was to be back in the car and flying along the lanes towards the A1 and the north. She wished fervently that they had never seen those boys, or that sickly green light shining from the tunnel. "I don't like this, Wendy," she said quietly. "Me neither," said her friend. "But now we're here, we'll have to see it through. Give me the torch." Wendy bent low and took a few steps closer. "There's a thick rope here. I think it's attached to the boat, but it's just stretched out in the water." She reached down to grab it. "Let's see what this is bloody well about." Handing Eve the torch, Wendy pulled on the rope with both hands. There was a creaking and the sound of water sucking. The boat was slowly moving towards the outlet. The moment it made its way out of the inky dark tunnel, the moon appeared, right on cue. The women gasped. Lying in the bottom of the boat, their heads resting on cushions, were a young man and a young woman. As the boat freed itself from the low culvert, Eve and Wendy watched as a pink, heart-shaped helium balloon slowly drifted upward and then stopped. They realized later that the string was tied to the girl's hand. They looked to be asleep, clasped in a loving embrace. They could, for all the world, be drifting along on the tide, staring up at the stars. The tunnel of love. Eve and Wendy had spent long enough on active service in the military to recognize death when they saw it. It was the unexpectedness of it that chilled them to the core. Eve was the first to recover, pulling her phone from her pocket and dialing 999. Then she rang Nicky. A few minutes later, having tied the boat to a metal railing bordering the water, they shepherded the three boys back to the top of a grassy bank at the edge of the towpath. Having made sure that the lads couldn't see the boat or its contents from where they sat, they got Lenny to ring his father. The farmer arrived 10 minutes later and herded his offspring into a Land Rover. "The police will be here any minute," said Wendy, helping him gather up their fishing equipment. "They will need your contact details, and I expect they will make arrangements to talk to your boys, probably tomorrow." "What on earth did you find down there?" asked the bewildered man. Eve tried to smile reassuringly. "I think we'd better speak to the police first, sir. And no offence, but I think you should go and sit with your sons. The youngest, Keith, is it? He's quite upset. He got pretty scared." When he'd left them, Wendy murmured, "Not quite the adventure we'd been planning, is it?" "I wish to hell I hadn't volunteered to go and check out that bloody light," said Eve. "It's a good thing you did." Wendy squeezed her arm. "If it knocked the stuffing out of two battle-hardened old birds like us, think of the effect it would have had on one of those youngsters." Eve was forced to agree. "I wonder how long they've been there. If those kids hadn't picked tonight to go fishing, no one would have noticed that light. Anyone driving over the bridge would have been concentrating on the road. And being you just had to investigate." Wendy smiled. "Most people wouldn't even have thought to go and check. But to answer your question, on closer inspection, it looked as if rigor had already passed. So they'd been dead a while." "Suicide, I suppose." Eve shook her head. She'd seen a breaking news report on her mobile phone that spoke of 2 bodies discovered together in Saltmere Woods, a young couple by all accounts. The police were treating it as suspicious. She told Wendy about it. "Ah, then I suspect we're not going to get away to the lakes for a while." Poor Caroline. She was so looking forward to seeing us early. Eve sighed. This wasn't going particularly well. Then she mentally chastised herself. This was a mere inconvenience to them, but 2 young people were dead. "I hear sirens," said Wendy. "Good." Eve gave a rueful laugh. "Though I'm not looking forward to seeing my daughter. You know what she's like when we get involved in things." "Well, we do seem to get involved on a rather regular basis. Maybe she has every right to worry," Wendy said. "Well, we're about to find out," said Eve grimly. She had seen 2 figures make their way down the bank and hurry towards them. "She's beaten the boys in blue, so gird your loins and be prepared for a bollocking." Nicky didn't disappoint. "This beggars belief, it really does." She flung her hands in the air. "What is it with you 2? You're like a pair of sodden magnets where trouble is concerned." 2 calls, one after the other, had brought her here in the early hours, one from an uncharacteristically tense Eve Anderson, followed immediately afterwards by Sergeant Danny Cryer.
Both jolted her into a realization that she was dealing with something far bigger than just Romeo and Juliet. And she was taking the whole thing out on her mother. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath. From the top, all right. Soon she had a pretty clear picture of what had happened. Right, she said more calmly. Apart from being mildly amazed that even at 3:45 in the morning you managed to run into a group of kids in the middle of a fen lane. 03:38 hours to be precise, added Wendy dryly. Nicky threw her a warning look. To continue, knowing where you were heading and why, I'm prepared to admit that this was a wrong place, wrong time incident, and you clearly had no intention of sticking your noses into our investigations. For once. Eve's lips twitched. Nicky felt a rush of love for her fearless mother and her trusty sidekick. There weren't many women their age who would scramble down a bank and into a dark tunnel in the dead of night just to make sure all was well. I'm guessing you want to get back on the road as soon as? They both nodded vigorously. At that moment, the two women looked little different to the 3 schoolboys in the back of the Land Rover. All at once, Nicky hoped Eve and Wendy never grew up. They might drive her to distraction, but their lives were never dull and boring, and she was glad of it. What did they say? Growing old is inevitable. Growing up is optional. Joseph, who had been fighting back a smile, said, I think you're being let off with detention, in the form of a statement. Nicky and I will go and take a look at what you found, and then, if you give me a verbal statement and sign my notebook, you can continue with your journey. The smile widened. After all, we do know how to get in touch with you. They agreed at once. Shall we come with you? Asked Wendy quickly, clearly wanting to avoid any further dressing down from Nicky. We tied the boat up, but we can show you exactly where it was when we saw it. Yes, perhaps you'd better, said Nicky. Did you touch anything? Just the rope, said Wendy. Eve didn't touch a thing, did you, Eve? No, nothing. Eve suddenly looked very tired. Are you okay, Mum? Nicky asked gently. Must just be a bit of a shock. Seeing that lovely young couple dead. She shivered. It was the last thing we expected to find on a trip to the lakes. She gave Nicky an apologetic smile. Don't you worry, sweetheart. I'll be fine. A strong cup of tea and I'll be raring to go again. Never fear. Wendy's driving the first leg of the journey, so I'll grab a bit of shut-eye. Sometimes Nicky forgot how old her mother was. She always seemed ageless to her. Let's get this over with, shall we? Then you can get away. They made their way down to the culvert where, once again, Nicky was forced to look at 2 young lives wasted. She wondered if they had found Branwen. Oh, shit. Deja bloody vu, she muttered. The 2 couples were so similar, boy and girl, in an embrace. Again, it was clear they had died elsewhere and had been brought here and carefully posed. What on earth are we dealing with? She whispered. And why hide them out here? They could have remained undiscovered for days, weeks even. She glanced at her mother. One thing's for sure. Whoever did it had no idea that Nancy Drew and her trusty partner were going to go poking about in the tunnel at the dead of night. The 2 women described the position of the little boat and pointed out the board with Tunnel of Love painted crudely on it. Joseph frowned. Different scenario, but the message is the same as before. If only we understood what the damned message was. And who it is being directed at, Nicky added. I don't think it's us, as in the police. I think this is a warning. Nicky looked around. The dawn was staining the sky with a pale, watery light. Joseph, we can't do much good standing here hypothesizing. Take Mum and Wendy and get this verbal statement sorted. They need to get away from here as swiftly as possible, well before the circus arrives. Absolutely. Come on, ladies. We can sit in my car. Joseph led the way back up the towpath. Nicky remained with the 2 victims for a while, then followed on. Forensics would soon be on their way, and she could already see the blue lights flashing at the bridge. And so it begins again, she whispered. Chapter 10. You and I need to meet, Max said. Raymond Leonard's face drew into an angry frown. The voice on the other end of the phone spoke with a cold, teeth-gritting urgency. You think? He said. Yeah, I do.
and we better do it now, somewhere neutral, or as God is my witness, I'll come and get you."
Raymond let out a derisive laugh.
"I'm shaking in my boots. Raymond, if I hang up on you, just start looking over your shoulder. We are going to talk, and I don't care how or where that happens."
Raymond closed his eyes for a moment. He didn't need this. Not now.
"That old cinema car park off Cannon Lane. An hour's time. And no bringing the fucking family, all right? I'm bringing Alfie, and that's all. Then I'll bring Saul. Can't be outnumbered. 1 hour."
The line went dead. Raymond felt like throwing his phone across the room. With a grunt, he went to look for his nephew. Saul was big in size, but far from short on brain cells. He had one thing in his favour. He worshipped Raymond. Saul was a good man to have by your side in a tricky situation, and Raymond was expecting fireworks. He had a shrewd idea what Mac was going to accuse him of, but in this case, Mac was wrong. Raymond and Saul arrived first, and, as he'd hoped, found the place deserted. Being some way from the shops, the area of cracked concrete and weed-covered paving that had once been the cinema car park was not a popular spot for a bit of free parking. They got out and lounged against the bonnet of Raymond's Volvo. Saul had little to say, but then he rarely did. He looked untroubled, almost serene. But Raymond knew that beneath that heavy brow, Saul's beady eyes would be watching keenly for the slightest hint of trouble. Once, a couple of years back, a kid high on drugs had come at Raymond with a knife. Saul had reacted with lightning speed. All Raymond recalled later was a wicked blade heading for his chest, and then the boy was on the floor, screaming and nursing a broken wrist. Saul hadn't even broken a sweat. A top-of-the-range BMW slid in beside his Volvo.
"Typical,"
muttered Raymond. Both doors opened simultaneously, and Mac and Alfie Burgess got out. Mac was tall, with a full head of dark auburn hair. He always dressed like a businessman, in well-cut jackets and expensive shirts. His brother Alfie, on the other hand, looked like a boxer who'd had too many fights, punch-drunk and not quite all there. But you underestimated Alfie at your peril.
"You were behind this, Raymond,"
Mac said without preamble.
"What I don't know is what your endgame is. So now I'm warning you. If anything has happened to my boy, you won't live to see the sun go down."
Keeping a wary distance from the two brothers, Raymond shook his head.
"You're wrong. I know no more than you do about what's going on. You aren't the only one to have family gone missing, you know."
He narrowed his eyes.
"Though maybe you do know, eh? And you're shifting the blame my way. So what are you up to, Mac?" "Trying to find out what the fuck you're playing at, that's what."
Suddenly, Mac sounded less assured. A silence fell. After several minutes, Mac Burgess said,
"You've got someone missing too? Family?" "My cousin's daughter."
Raymond chose not to mention Mickey. A shadow of confusion passed across Mac's face. He grunted.
"Well, I still don't trust you, Raymond Leonard."
Raymond gave a derisory laugh. He spat back.
"No more do I you, Mac Burgess. I'd sooner trust a pack of hyenas."
Alfie tensed, and Raymond saw his knuckles whiten. He made to turn away.
"We'll leave this here for now, but it's far from over."
"You better believe it." Mac glanced at Alfie, and the two men got back into their car. As they sped away, he wound down his window and shouted back, "Believe it, Leonard!" Raymond stood, looking at the departing car.
"What's going on, Saul?"
He didn't expect an answer. Needing to discuss the night's macabre findings, Nicky called a meeting for 9 o'clock the following morning. It concluded shortly afterwards, ending on a roomful of puzzled glances. Once again, they were faced with waiting for forensics, and frustration was growing. The situation wasn't helped by a flood of calls relating to the superintendent's public statement. Every call would have to be followed up, every grain of wheat sorted from the chaff, while outside, The press hovered. After the meeting, Kat and Ben told Nicky what they had discovered following their expedition into the world of goths. Nova is given us a whole list of contacts. That Winter girl was pretty helpful too, despite being devastated at the death of her friend. Kat thumbed through her detective's notebook. We asked about his looks, boss, because Wolf didn't dress like a goth, or even look like one, but she said it was something to do with his family. He was goth at heart, she said, but he chose not to adopt the look. His ring and the company he kept were the only things that revealed his true colours. Nicky took that on board. So, either he hid his real self from his family out of respect and a wish not to hurt them, or what is more likely, because they might ostracise him if he chose to walk around looking like the living dead. He certainly lived in a nice apartment, added Ben. Very nice indeed. And as someone else was picking up the tab for it, I'd go with your last assumption. Nicky nodded. Well, your next mission, should you choose to accept it, she looked from one to the other, is to take the post-mortem photographs of our Tunnel of Love couple to your new friend and ask her to tell us if the girl is the missing Branwen. Do you think she's up for it? She's just identified one lost friend. Will she cope with a second? Kat nodded. She told us she wants answers no matter what, and they do have a rather different take on death. She'll do it, I'm sure. OK, then. The moment the courier arrives with the pictures, off you go. Kat and Ben returned to their workstations. Soon, Nicky heard Ben utter an exasperated grunt. He was looking at a memo on his desk. Problem? She called over. That tattoo artist in Sultan, the one who did Juliet's rose and brambles design, has rung in. If you remember, we went to see her, but she couldn't trace the transaction. She says she has checked all her invoices again, and she must have been wrong. It had to have been a cash payment after all. Sorry, boss. We hoped that would be the one lead to give us a proper name. Nicky sighed. Oh, well, seems to be par for the course with this case. What is it with these kids? I mean, who uses cash these days? Juliet used cash to purchase a very expensive crucifix, and she also paid cash to have her tat done. It's weird. It is, said Ben. Regarding the tattoos, I imagine she didn't want anyone to know she'd had them done. Her parents, for starters. They were very discreet, weren't they? Maybe she had rich parents too, and an allowance, as in Daddy paid the credit card bills. Nicky closed her eyes. So where the hell are these adoring parents now? Why aren't they breaking the station door down, wanting to know where their child has gone? Joseph had been standing in the doorway. 3 possibilities, I think. They don't yet know that they're missing. They don't care that they're missing, or... He paused. They have a very good reason for not wanting the police involved. The same suppositions had been going through Nicky's head. How different from Peter and Fran. Their anguish over their missing son had even transcended a deep, years-long family rift and caused Peter to swallow his pride and ask his brother for help. Did these other parents have so little love for their sons and daughters? They had 4 young people in the mortuary, and not a single family member making inquiries. I think, she said slowly, that I'll go with your third option, Joseph. They do not want or cannot afford to have us sitting in their homes with cups of tea making inquiries about their situations. Because their healthy income, one that supports posh flats and credit cards for their kids, doesn't come from legitimate earnings. Leaning against the doorframe, Joseph nodded thoughtfully. Then he pushed himself forward. Why not get Spooky and IT to run an in-depth background check on the property where Wolf was living? It's underway. Nicky's first job that morning had been to grab Spooky as she came into work and get that ball rolling. She's prioritising it for us, and will let us know the minute she has any answers. So, identifying the girl who might be Branwen is next on the agenda? He asked. Kat and Ben are waiting for the photos now. And we, Joseph, are going into my office with 2 strong coffees to brainstorm the enigma of Romeo and Juliet and the Tunnel of Love. Oh, and you, Sergeant Easter, are going to provide the coffee. She smiled sweetly at him and headed for her office door. Joseph returned a short while later with 2 proper coffees, a pastry each for him and Nicky, and some spare for Kat, Ben, and Zena. Selecting a pain au chocolat from the paper bag, Nicky said, Let's start by assuming that our second dead girl is Branwen. Now, Winter, who knows both Branwen and Boy 1, who she calls Wolf, says they are an item. So let's ask ourselves, are the other two also an item, and our killer has purposely swapped partners? She took a clean sheet of paper and drew 2 circles, each with a matchstick man and woman in them. One circle she labelled Romeo and Juliet, the other Tunnel of Love. I'll be happier when we can add some real names, but for now we have Wolf in one and Branwen in the other, with 2 unidentified partners. We desperately need more forensics before we can do this properly, Joseph said, staring at Nicky's 2 circles. For instance, if the Tunnel of Love kids died at roughly the same time as Romeo and Juliet, could the killer, when he transported them to where they were to be found, have accidentally mixed them up and put the wrong girl with the wrong boy? Nicky pulled a face. That seems very unlikely. They were so carefully staged that I think our killer has presented us with exactly what he wanted us to find. Were last night's victims Goths? Asked Joseph. We couldn't get close enough to get a good look at them. Well, her hair was so black it was almost blue. I remember how odd it looked in the greenish light of that lantern. Then he was dark-haired too, wearing dark clothing. So, if they are, the killer could be someone who hates Goths. She looked at the clock. We'll know more pretty soon. Rory said we can go and meet him at the morgue any time after 10:30. He won't have done the post-mortems due to the time it took to retrieve the bodies from the boat, but he's happy to share what he does know. She looked across to Joseph and raised an eyebrow. You've checked your phone 4 times since you walked in here. Mickey. Joseph looked thoroughly miserable. I've left message after message but received no answers. Me too. She sighed. Look, I know this is a long shot, but what if we take the photos of the 4 kids when we have them and ask Peter to look at them? I'm wondering if any of them are friends of Mickey's. Peter might just know who they are. Anything's worth a try, Joseph said. We'll have to warn him they were taken after death. Although it won't be easy for him, seeing people Mickey's age dead. Nicky gave him a wry smile. Frankly, I think he'd look at a dozen mangled bodies if he thought it would help find Mickey. Joseph nodded. Yeah, he does love that kid. He sounded so sad. It's making concentrating on our own work really difficult, isn't it? Nicky said quietly. Yes, but I can't help thinking it's all connected somehow. In which case we should concentrate on Mickey as much as the others. What do you think? Joseph was right. Mickey knew something. Whatever it was, it had to be connected to the murders. She took a deep breath. She could hardly bear the thought of seeing Mickey's face staring at her from a whiteboard. But it had to be done. Okay. We treat him as involved, and now missing. As she swallowed the last of her coffee, the office manager knocked on her door. Zena handed Nicky a brown envelope. Forensic photos, D.I. Galena. Professor Wilkinson rang and said to tell you that he's emailed you them as well. Ah, thanks, Zena. Can you hold on a second? She turned to Joseph. Let's take a quick look. Then I'll ask Zena to print out copies for Kat and Ben, and some for us to take to Peter. Steeling herself, she opened the envelope. This time the couple didn't have the look of people sleeping, as Romeo and Juliet had. They had been dead for longer, and it showed. Nicky shivered. An image flashed into her mind. Hannah after she had died. It hit her like a kick in the stomach. She swallowed hard and handed the pictures to Joseph. This had to be stopped. After he had examined them, Joseph handed them back to Zena. Not obviously goth, he said to Nicky, but it's possible. I'm withholding judgment until we've seen Rory. We're only due over there in an hour, so how about an impromptu visit to Peter and Fran? We can show them the pictures. And I really need to be doing something, instead of sitting here in this claustrophobic office playing guessing games. And it might help to touch base with the Leonards. Raymond could just have a lead that we could act on. Yes, he said, looking relieved. I feel like a bloody caged tiger pacing up and down in here. He paused, rubbing at his chin. The more I think about it, the more certain I become that Mickey's in trouble. He's a modern kid. He has one eye on his mobile all day long. He wouldn't ignore our messages, not in a million years. He straightened up. Let's go, shall we? After their unexpectedly awful start, Eve and Wendy made good progress, reaching the lakes at around 9 o'clock. They arrived at Caroline's pretty stone cottage in Bowness to find the breakfast table laid ready for them. "You must be starving, and such a dreadful experience. I could hardly believe it when you told me what had happened." Caroline Carnaby was around 70, though she looked much younger. Small and slim, she wore her white hair cut in a short bob. Adding to her youthful appearance were her jeans, gingham check shirt and trainers. "It did rather take the wind from our sails," said Wendy, pulling a face. "Prior to that, our biggest concern had been you. You seemed so worried about what you had discovered." "We had even started to get concerned for your safety," added Eve, remembering her fear of arriving and finding that Caroline had mysteriously disappeared. "Let's put your things in your room. I'll get breakfast served and then I'll tell you all about it. I must admit, I've been really apprehensive myself. I'm just so glad you're here." She smiled. "But that can wait. Follow me." She led them upstairs and into a large, light bedroom with twin beds. The views from the double-aspect windows were spectacular. "Oh!" One window looked out over Lake Windermere, and the other into a high forested area, rich in dark green foliage. Eve thought of the flat fenlands. "This makes a change from home." Caroline smiled. "I love watching people when they see that view. I'm so used to it that I rather take it for granted. Sometimes I need to be reminded of how lucky I am." She laughed. "I'll leave you to sort out your things. There's an ensuite shower room through that door, and there are fresh towels for you both. I'm off to finish getting breakfast ready." Eve sat down on one of the beds. "My head is spinning. I keep seeing that sickly green light, and then the gruesome scene when you pulled that boat out of the tunnel." She shuddered. "Ugh, that image will stay with me for the rest of my days." "And now we're here." Wendy looked out of the window. "It's as though we've been transported to a different world. I know what you mean about a spinning head." "We need food," Eve said. "I'm starving. Let's freshen up. We can unpack later." She stood up and opened the door to the bathroom. "Oh, very nice. Come and look, Wendy. I can see tiles just like these in the guest room at Monk's Lantern, can't you?" The old cottage had been beautifully renovated. Whoever had done it had retained character, while adding just enough new and stylish decor. "Damned sight better than staying in a B&B, said Wendy, admiring an elegant fan-shaped mirror. "It's really kind of Caroline to put us up, isn't it? I mean, we hardly know her. I like her a lot already." Eve was pretty good at summing people up, and had taken at once to Caroline. Wendy nodded. "I'm liking her more every second. Smell that delicious aroma wafting up the stairs." Wendy went back into the bedroom while Eve washed her hands. She glanced into the mirror above the sink and saw that she looked unusually pale, almost ill. "Hardly surprising, old girl," she whispered to herself. "You're getting too old to be stumbling across dead bodies in the middle of the night." "Hurry up, you, it's my turn," Wendy called out. "I thought you were starving." Eve smiled at her reflection and turned away. She'd soon be over the initial shock. Anyway, they had a job to do here, so she needed to get a grip. "All yours. My goodness, you are right about that smell." 5 minutes later, they were back downstairs being waited on by their attentive hostess. "It's all local produce," said Caroline proudly. "We're lucky here. A little way out of the touristy centre, so we are quieter, but we have an amazing farm shop just 5 minutes away." Eve looked down at her full plate and nodded in appreciation. "Oh, I can see that. This looks delicious, and it's so kind of you, Caroline. It's just what we need." As they ate, their new friend told them what had brought her back to her old home of Bowness. Her former husband had been a surveyor, involved in sourcing freshwater supplies in third-world countries. For years she had accompanied him on his travels, until he had suffered a heart attack in a remote Congolese village. As Caroline was only in her 40s when he died, she decided that the best antidote for her grief would be work. She found a job with a holiday company that specialized in creative and holistic ventures in the sun, and continued to travel as an inspector. Then her father died, leaving her mother alone in the Lake District. Knowing that she was in poor health, Caroline came back to look after her. and I fell in love again, this time with my old home and its stunning landscapes. That was 10 years ago now. Since I've been here, I've done a lot of work on the old place, and got very interested in local history and genealogy. And that's where you chanced on Robert Matthew Richmond? Asked Eve. Exactly. I was researching my mother's side of the family, a great-great-aunt to be precise, and I came across several mentions of him, as well as an original painting that had been given to her. She poured them more tea, which to Eve's delight was made with loose tea and not bags. I ended up going into this family tree thing in a big way, not just as a hobby. I took a part-time, home-based job with an online company that helps people trace their family histories. That's why I was in Lincoln for a conference when I met you. There was a lecture on the use and pitfalls of DNA in tracing the origins of your ancestors. Wow, that's really getting your teeth into something, said Wendy admiringly. Caroline grinned, which made her look even younger. I've always been the same. Never half measures for me. Eve smiled back, recognized a kindred spirit. She noted gratefully that Caroline had tactfully refrained from bringing up the cause of the delay to their journey. Does that painting still exist? Wendy asked. Caroline sipped her tea. I doubt it. I found several mentions of it, I'll show you later, but it seems to have been magicked out of the family at some point. She frowned. Our family tree on both sides proved amazingly easy to trace. Luckily for me, the families had kept much of what pertained to our heritage. There were boxes of old journals, diaries, newspaper cuttings, obituaries, and photographs. All my inquiries were proving wonderfully satisfying, until I tried to trace great-great-aunt Hilda and the artist's gift of a painting, and here the waters became very muddy indeed. I'm dying to see your findings, Caroline, said Eve, leaning forward. But can we jump ahead for a moment? What happened to make you so uneasy? The frown deepened. I hate to sound like I'm overreacting and, well, I know this isn't a cop drama or anything, but the bottom line is, I've been warned off. Isn't that how they put it? Well, more like threatened, actually. By whom? Asked Wendy sharply. That's the problem. I don't know. But it concerns Robert Richmond. It has to. This all started with the picture and my attempts to trace either its whereabouts or its fate. Caroline stared down at her plate. Anonymous messages, telling me to leave well alone if I knew what was good for me. Written messages? She shook her head. No, short and very nasty telephone calls, all from an unknown caller. Whoever it is, they have my landline and my mobile numbers. If you've been threatened, Caroline, you really should go to the police, said Eve seriously. I considered it, but, oh, you know, they are really stretched these days, and with far more serious matters than this. Then when you said you would come up, I thought it would give me some clarity, help to get things into perspective. She looked from one to the other. If we could go through it all together, maybe we could make some sense of it. And if you still believe we should involve the police, then fine. I'll do it. They nodded. Wendy placed the old journal and the 2 letters that they had found in the artist's studio on the table next to Caroline. And we found these. They belonged to Robert Richmond, and we need your help with them. So if we clear up the breakfast things, I suggest we get straight to work. How does that sound? Caroline stood up. Brilliant. An excellent plan. Chapter 11. Nicky and Joseph found Peter home alone. Needing to keep busy, Fran had gone to check that her and Peter's business was running okay in their absence. As Joseph produced the photographs of the 4 victims, he was glad that she wasn't there to see them. He handed Peter the worst ones first. Peter blanched. So, this is what it's all about, is it? Joseph nodded. Do any of those youngsters look like they might be Mickey's friends? We need to identify them, and we have precious few leads to go on. We wouldn't show you these if we weren't desperate, Peter, added Nicky softly. And we have to know if Mickey's disappearance is connected to them, even remotely. Hasn't anyone come forward to ask about these poor children? Peter asked incredulously. Why on earth not? We don't know, Nicky said. Peter shook his head slowly. It's beyond belief, isn't it? He turned to the images of Romeo and Juliet and gasped. Several of the photographs fell to the floor. "My God! That's Chrissy!" He stared at the image for several seconds, his mouth open. Then he looked directly at Joseph. "That's Chrissy Leonard, our cousin Derek's girl. Oh my God!" Joseph and Nicky locked eyes. It was a Leonard. For a few seconds, Joseph's mind went into overdrive, and then it all started to slot into place. They had suspected that the victims' families had secrets, and were probably on the wrong side of the law, and now they knew. But they had never expected one of them to be a Leonard. Peter had slumped down onto the sofa. The significance of this discovery was beginning to dawn on him, too. He drew in a shaky breath and said, "Then there's little doubt that our Mickey's involved in it, is there?" Nicky sat down next to him and took his hand. "Oh, Peter, I hate to agree with you, but I'm afraid he must be. Look, I know this is all a terrible shock, but can you tell us about Chrissy?" Peter drew in a breath. "She's our cousin Derek Leonard's daughter. He has 2 children, Paul and Chrissy, who both live in a flat their father bought them in the Hillbeck area. Derek lives in a big house on the outskirts of Greenborough. I'll get you his address in a minute." He started up. "I have to phone Raymond." Nicky frowned. "Okay, and Peter, tell him to come here, right now, or we'll be going to him." "If he knew about this and never got help," Peter said angrily, "then we really are through, family or no family." Peter snatched up his phone and called Raymond. "He's on his way, and I swear he bloody well knows." Silently, Joseph agreed. The fact that Raymond Leonard had agreed to come to them said a lot. He was with them in a matter of minutes. Raymond was bigger, taller, and more powerfully built than Joseph remembered, but the face, and especially the eyes, were exactly the same. Hard, calculating, and cold. Even so, Joseph noted the anxiety in them. Older now, he bore a striking resemblance to his father Archie. He had the same air of authority, the same presence. As soon as he walked in, Peter thrust the photo at him. "Did you know about this?" he demanded, with a force Joseph hadn't seen in him before. Raymond stared at the picture for a long time. Addressing Nicky, he said, "I did not know she was dead. Derek told me she'd stayed out for a couple of nights. That's all." "And you didn't make the connection? Even after the statement to the press about bodies being found?" Nicky's tone was even. "Of course I did." Raymond stood with his gaze fastened on Nicky. "I have every man and woman I can trust out there right now, making inquiries, as you people put it. But I did not know she was dead." Joseph pointed to the photograph. "What about the boy? Do you know him?" Raymond squinted at it. "I don't. He's not local, and I've certainly never seen him with any of the Leonards." "So, not a regular boyfriend?" interrupted Nicky. "Chrissy had a lot of friends, and some of them were pretty weird. But as I said, I've never seen him. And anyway, we haven't really seen either Paul or Chrissy since my cousin threw him out of the house. There was bad feeling between Paul and Derek, and we decided not to take sides." Calmer now, Peter said, "That's true. Though I suspect Mickey kept in touch with Paul. They were quite close. He didn't talk about him, but I can't see him ditching an old friend. It's not his way." He swallowed hard and turned to his brother. "You should have told me she was missing. Surely you can see that means Mickey is missing too." Raymond looked deflated, but only for a moment. He sat down and stared at Peter. "I am looking for Mickey, Peter, and that's the truth. Something bad is going down here, and I intend to find out what it is. And when I do, I will stop it. Especially after this has happened." He jabbed a finger at the photograph. "Actually, Raymond, what you were going to do is cooperate with us, or..." Nicky stared at him.
Or I will have every fucking officer in the division crawling all over the bloody Cabra, and we will rip it to shreds. Get it?"
Raymond blinked.
"Touché, detective. Maybe we do need each other, if it comes to this."
He glanced at the picture.
"If it comes to murder."
"Exactly.
It's time for us to talk."
Mickey woke up feeling groggy, as if he'd got hammered the night before. But that wasn't the case. Or was it? If truth be told, he wasn't sure of much at all right now. Like, where was he? He tried to move, stretch his cramping muscles, but his limbs wouldn't obey. Suddenly he was afraid. He remembered nothing about the previous night, or day for that matter. So what the hell had happened to him? How come he couldn't move? He stared into the dark, striving to make out familiar objects, but the shadows were too deep. He fought to control his rising panic. "Come on, Mickey. Deep breaths." He breathed, in, pause, out. Slowly now. Gradually he began to get on top of it. He asked himself what Sergeant Joe would do in a situation like this. Thinking about Joseph calmed him somewhat. Take stock, Mickey. Forget what you don't know. List the things you do. Well, he wasn't paralyzed. He was tied up. That was a start, he supposed. And he was lying on a bed. He could feel a mattress under him, and his head was resting on a pillow or cushion, which meant he had to be in a house. But where? Think now. What was the last thing he could remember? He assumed he had been slipped a date rape drug. There was no other reason for the blanks in his memory. Anger began to take the place of fear. Someone would pay for this. With the anger came determination. He needed to get free. His eyes had adjusted to the darkness, and he began to take stock of his surroundings. He was lying in what looked to be a small bedroom. He could make out the shape of a wardrobe and the vague outline of a door, but if there was a window, he couldn't see one. It certainly wasn't letting in any light. The only source of light he could see was a black square in the high ceiling, which he assumed to be a skylight covered with something. The place smelled musty, unused. It brought back bad memories of when he was a kid. His father would shut him in the cupboard under the stairs, get drunk and forget he was there. He pushed the thought away. Come on, free yourself. Okay, wrists first. If he could get his hands free, he'd probably be able to undo the rest of the bonds. And then he'd get the fuck out of this stinking place. After leaving Peter and Raymond, Nicky rang the super to let him know what was going on. She explained that Raymond had agreed to meet her and Joseph at Derek Leonard's house at 1 o'clock to ask Derek to formally identify his daughter's body. She would therefore drop in at the morgue on their way back to the station and ask Rory to prepare Chrissy for a viewing. Cam Walker expressed his concern that they'd be working alongside Raymond Leonard and insisted to Nicky that he wasn't to be trusted. Nicky had agreed. That was indeed the case. But there could be a huge advantage in forming a temporary alliance. Mickey's life was a priority. Cam had reluctantly agreed. At the morgue, they found Rory in a rare state of disarray. He waved his arms in the air. You would not believe the complexities of this last discovery. I'm beside myself. I need twice the staff and double the hours in the day. Come and look at this. It was the only way to preserve any evidence. What a palaver. He hurried off ahead of them, along several corridors and down a flight of stairs to what looked like a high-tech garage. Protective suits, my dears, if you please. He pointed to a pile of plastic suits and overshoes. It's a sterile area. From the entrance to the floodlit space, the boat from the Tunnel of Love seemed to float, every plank of wood and shred of peeling paintwork gleaming in the harsh light. It rested some 4 feet off the ground on special trestles and had an access platform either side of it. I had it lifted out, covered and transported directly here on a low loader, said Rory. No way could we do a proper forensic sweep of the thing while it was bobbing around on the briny. Understandable, said Joseph,
staring at the craft. "That's a very odd lamp at the bow, isn't it?" Rory nodded. "Isn't it just? As far as I know, it's a candle lantern with green-leaded bullseye glass. It could be early arts and crafts made somewhere in the late 1800s. It's quite remarkable." "Antique?" asked Nicky, surprised. "Oh, yes. It's not exactly my field, but it's worth money. It's probably one of those things that some family has had kicking around forever that finished up at the back of the potting shed. Whoever used it obviously had no idea of its value." He stared up at it. "Our killer set up a battery-powered candle inside. I do wonder why he was in no hurry for this couple to be found, whereas Romeo and Juliet were placed somewhere they were bound to be discovered quickly." Rory rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Bit of a mystery, that." "At least we can now give you a proper name for Juliet, Rory. You won't have to call her by that Shakespearean moniker anymore." "Well, in that case, I'm pleased that it's Juliet, and not our new girl. Spike and Cardiff are busy competing to find the most suitable moniker for our tunnel of lovebirds." He tilted his head. "And Juliet's real name is Chrissy Leonard, which is why we're here. We've arranged to bring her father in to identify her body. Could you arrange it for around 1:30? His silence told her that the surname was known even in the realm of the dead. "Leonard, you say?" "None other," she replied. "And yes, she is one of the Carberra Leonards, not the Milton Keynes branch of the family." "Oh, dear." "Indeed." She gave him an anxious smile. "So you can see why we are at your door begging for absolutely anything you can give us. This is one case that cannot be left hanging for too long." "Time to adjourn to the office, then. We do have some information for you, although whether that's a good thing remains to be seen. By the way, the name of that boat is Aphrodite." "Ancient Greek goddess of love," murmured Joseph, throwing his discarded suit in the bin. "Very appropriate. And to cite Hesiod, an ancient Greek poet who wrote the Theogony." Rory glanced at Nicky. "A poem describing the origins of the Greek gods. Ahem. Aphrodite was born from the white foam produced by the severed genitals of Uranus, after his son Cronus threw them into the sea. Now, there's a little snippet that you probably hadn't heard before." "Believe it or not, I hadn't," said Nicky, pulling a face. "And I'm not sure that snippet was the best choice of word, given the content, Wilkinson." "Oh, it was carefully selected." Nicky laughed. "You do retain the strangest pieces of trivia. It's an art form, dear Nicky, honed over the years, stored up and ready for the eventual perfect occasion, such as this one." Back in his office, Rory regarded them solemnly. "Obviously it's far too soon to give you any details, but it would appear that Chrissy and her paramour, or whatever he was, died some time before Romeo and Juliet. It could have been as much as a whole day before, but that is unconfirmed. They were both killed in the same manner, which indicates the same killer. I'm sticking my neck out here, but trace evidence, especially from the boat, is pointing to the fact that your killer wasn't acting alone." "Makes sense," Nicky said. "Manhandling 2 dead bodies and transporting them from the kill site to where they were found would be difficult to do alone." "Especially where the boat was located," added Joseph. "I've been thinking that ever since we saw the place. It'd be just about possible for one strong man to set up that scene, but a tough act to pull off. I'd work on the premise that you have 2 killers, or 1 killer and an accomplice," said Rory, "and I'm sure that over the next couple of days I'll be able to give you hard evidence to support that theory. One thing that's troubling me, and it's something even you can't help with, Prof." Nicky exhaled slowly. "Is this over now? Are these victims the sole targets, or are we dealing with a serial killer, one with a fetish for romantic death scenes?" Neither of her companions spoke. After all, no one could know the answer to that, except the killer himself. Killer, or killers? Only time would tell. Unless Nicky got to them first, of course. Well, they had one of the victims' names at last. The starter's pistol had been fired. Anything else? Only that your young couple were probably also Goths, or once were. It may not be obvious, but dear Spike is convinced that is the case. All sorts of small indications.
like the young man growing out his dyed hair, while Chrissy has a small tattoo that we think has been adapted to make it less sinister. He'll be listing them for my report."
Nicky thanked Rory and stood up.
"Forgive us for dashing off. Now we have an ID, we have a place to start, and a bereaved father to deal with. Your prelim report will be very gratefully received, as always, Rory. Your wish is my command. You will get it as soon as is humanly possible, dear lady."
He inclined his head majestically.
"Oh, and you might consider Googling a painting called The Lady of Shalott by John William Waterhouse, and tell me if you think the killer got any ideas from that."
On the other side of Greenborough, Winter was staring at a photograph of another dead friend. "It's her," she said softly to Kat and Ben, a catch in her voice. "That's Branwen." "I'm so sorry," Kat said quietly. "But I have to ask, do you know her real name?" Winter shook her head slowly. "No. I prefer to know my friends as free spirits, as who they really are, not according to some given identity. I'm not interested in mundane details like where they come from, what kind of childhoods they had, what schools they went to. I want to know the people they choose to be." Kat thought this was a funny way of thinking. Surely a person's past was really interesting, or was that the detective in her?
"Do you know anyone who might know her, given identity?" asked Ben.
Winter glanced at Edgar, who looked even paler than before. "What about Nova?" He nodded. "Yes. Even though she's not in our group, Nova knows a lot about what goes on in our community, and in Greenborough in general. Try her." "We will," Kat said, having already decided to do just that. "And you have no idea who the boy in the photo is?" "He looks vaguely familiar," Winter said thoughtfully. "But he's not one of our group of friends. I might even be mistaken. It's hard to tell from that picture. I just know that he's not anyone we've ever spent time with." Edgar looked blankly at the photo. "He might not even be a goth." He shrugged. "But then some of us are forced to live double lives, so it's hard to be sure." It sounded to Kat as if Edgar was speaking from personal experience. "Some of us," he'd said. As they talked, her eyes were continually drawn to the massive wall painting with the epitaphs, the brambles and the bones. It made it hard to concentrate. Oddly, Edgar had made no impression on her at their first meeting. In fact, she'd considered him a bit of a wet lettuce. Now, seeing him sit with an arm protectively around Winter, Kat rather warmed to him. His appearance was strange, otherworldly. She guessed his school life would have been tough. "We'd better go and find Nova," said Ben, "and we really are sorry for your loss. We'll keep you updated, and I expect we'll be back with more questions for you." Winter looked a little anxious at this, so he added, "Things like trying to establish a timeline of her movements over the last week. Nothing heavy, honestly." "Of course. Whatever we can do to help." Edgar saw them to the door. "Winter looks terribly affected by this, Edgar. Keep an eye on her, won't you?" said Kat. He nodded. "I will. Though we Goths have a closer connection to death than most people, Detective. We are very conscious of our mortality and that life is short. People think we are fascinated by death, but it's not that. We just appreciate it more than others. We will all die. There is no escaping that. So we choose to embrace death instead of turning away from it and pretending it's not going to happen. It's a comfort to know that Wolf and Branwen felt the same, but still. Losing your friends hurts. It really does." He gave her the saddest smile she had ever seen. Unable to find the right words, Kat reached out and patted his arm. Back in the car, she let out a long sigh. "Poor kids." Ben started the car. "Well, I have to admit that, until this case came along, I thought Goths were a bunch of first-class tossers. Now I'm coming to realise that my attitude to them was just ignorance. After all, why shouldn't people dress up and kick against the norm if they want to? No reason at all. The norm can be pretty damn boring," Kat said with a laugh. "As long as they don't stray into our neck of the woods, good luck to them.
Right, I'd better ring Nova. She took her phone from her pocket. Call over, she said. She'll meet us in that square at the bottom of Woolshank Lane. I just hope she knows more about Branwyn than Winter does. Though Kat had a good idea that Nova was as fascinated by people as she was herself. As word got around Greenborough Station that one of their murder victims had been identified as a Leonard, there was one officer who failed to share the general feeling of relief. He had been on the take from Derek Leonard for years. He knew he would have to tell Derek that his missing daughter had been found dead, but he kept delaying making the call. Luckily, he was working alone today, so he had the opportunity to sort this without anyone being any the wiser. He sat in his car and summed up his options, which, as he'd known from the off, came down to one. With a heavy heart and considerable trepidation, he took out a little pay-as-you-go phone from his inside pocket and found the number.
Derek? Who else, idiot?
He swallowed.
I've only got a moment or two. I'm at work. I've just had an update on my radio.
He paused, closed his eyes.
And? Look, I'm really sorry, but, it's not officially confirmed. Fucking get on with it, man. Derek, one of the victims, a young woman, is thought to be a Leonard.
He exhaled. The silence was interminable. He sat, phone in hand, waiting for a response.
You sure of that?
The voice had a slight tremor.
Yes. Although, as I say, there hasn't been a formal identification yet. It's believed that she was identified from a photograph. The details haven't been made public yet. But I thought you should prepare yourself.
There. It was done.
The money will be paid in the usual way.
The phone went dead. He let out a groan of relief. Derek Leonard threw down the phone, sending it skittering across his desk. His mind swerved between hope and despair. It was a mistake. There were any number of Leonards, including several sets of cousins, most of whom had girls. It didn't have to be Chrissy, and it didn't have to be a Leonard at all. Plenty of girls wore those weird clothes, didn't they? They all looked the same. That idiot must have got it wrong. Derek gave a humorless laugh. Yeah, fucking idiot had got it wrong. His smartphone rang. His cousin Raymond, not the police. He closed his eyes for a moment.
Raymond, any news?
He listened, the colour draining from his face. So it was true. Chrissy had been found murdered. Raymond would be with him in 10 minutes, along with 2 detectives. The word rang in his ears. Murdered. Why? Raymond was still talking, but now Derek's mind had strayed to the prospect of a visit from the police. Chrissy's murder would open a whole can of worms. Up until now, Derek had managed to avoid the law, and he wanted to keep it that way. The last thing he wanted was the police sniffing around in his affairs. He swore. And that bitch, her mother, he'd have to face her. Damn Chrissy! Damn her! If he wasn't careful, her death could ruin everything.
Derek, are you still there? Shock,
he said lamely.
Of course. Now, pour yourself a large scotch and listen to what I've got to say. I'm listening. All they are asking is for you to go and identify your daughter, okay? Nothing else. They aren't interested in you. They're dealing with a murder, right? Not us and our deals. Forget business. It's not their concern. Allow yourself to grieve.
His phone held between his shoulder and his ear, Derek went to his drinks cabinet and found the whiskey.
Allow yourself to grieve.
Balls. What Derek was angry. He adopted a whining tone, which he hoped sounded grief-stricken.
You'll come with me? To the morgue or wherever they've got her.
He took a slug of whiskey.
I don't think I'd cope on my own. Of course I will. We're family, Derek. I'll be there for you.
Thank you, he whispered. Then, and Paul! Oh my God! I have to break it to Paul that his sister is dead. How am I going to do that?
I've just told you. Raymond's voice was calm. We'll do it together. All of it. I'll share the load.
Too right you will, thought Derek. You'll be wanting to protect your back and your own dirty deals. Jesus, what a fucking disaster. To think, just yesterday everything had been going so well. His assets were healthy. Those Leach kids were out from under him, settled in the flat he'd got them. In fact, he was well on the way to finally being able to sell up and move abroad, somewhere warm, away from family. Now that weirdo of a daughter of his was threatening to ruin everything, from beyond the grave.
Come on, Derek. Raymond's voice droned on. Knock that drink back and get yourself ready. We'll be there at 1.
Muttering something unintelligible, Derek did indeed knock it back. Then he flung the glass at the fireplace. Chapter 12. Alfie Burgess found his brother in his office, staring out of the window across the vast sweep of his lawn. "Any news?" Mac asked, his eyes still on the garden.
Nothing good.
Alfie slumped into an armchair.
Just a whole lot of rumours doing the rounds. I've reactivated an old contact, someone I haven't used in a while. He's expensive, but what can we do? He's ringing me shortly. How long is it since anyone has seen our Ollie, Alfie? 2 days. His friend Callum met him just as he was leaving work. Ollie told him he was going to some bar later with a friend, and why didn't he join them? But Callum said he never showed.
Alfie sighed.
And to my knowledge, that's the last time anyone saw him.
Mac Burgess still stared into space.
He threatened to run away once. He was only a teenager. But maybe he's finally done it.
Before Alfie could answer, his phone shrilled out its ringtone. The call lasted less than a minute. When it ended, Alfie turned to Mac with a look of shock and dismay.
I don't think he's run away, Mac. The police have found 4 victims. 2 young women and 2 men. The men haven't been identified. Rumour has it that one of the dead girls is a Leonard.
Mac closed his eyes.
Accident? No.
Alfie swallowed.
Murder.
Mac made a steeple of his long, tapering fingers and rested his chin on them.
Ring around the family, Alfie. Do it now. We need to talk.
Alfie took out his phone again. Nicky and Joseph stared open-mouthed at the imposing frontage of Cousin Derek's country residence. Raymond, who was waiting for them outside in the drive, chuckled.
Not exactly a chip off the old block, our Derek. He's one Leonard that chose to leave his roots behind.
Nicky was well aware that Raymond was just as loaded as Cousin Derek, but Raymond had elected to stay where his father had lived all of his life, and where he felt he belonged. They met Derek Leonard in an opulent lounge. It wasn't to her taste, and by the look on Joseph's face, it wasn't to his either. Its ormolu and gold leaf, its heavy velvet drapes and knickknacks, could only be described as vulgar. The waiting room of a brothel came to mind. Derek had obviously been drinking. She could hardly blame him, given the circumstances. He waved vaguely at a plush sofa and a couple of love seats, and they all sat down. They offered their condolences. And then Nicky asked if he felt strong enough to accompany them to the mortuary to identify the body. With a glance at Raymond, he said he was.
I have to know if it's my girl. If it is Chrissy, sir, we'll need to talk to you about her. But we'll leave that for the time being.
Joseph smiled ruefully at him.
We won't intrude on you, I promise. But we will need an up-to-date photograph of her, and there will be things we need to know about her life, her friends, her family. I hope you understand.
Derek nodded dumbly.
Maybe we should get this over with, "As soon as possible," said Raymond. "My brother lives alone, officers. And as you can see, he's devastated. He needs to know for sure."
"Of course," said Nicky. "Although every support will be offered, sir. A family liaison officer will be available if you feel you need it. So, whenever you are ready." They arrived at the mortuary and, with Rory, escorted the two Leonard men into the viewing room. Covered in a purple drape, Chrissy was laid out on a table on the other side of a glass screen. The technicians had done a very good job, and Chrissy lay peacefully, as if she were sleeping. Derek stared at her, while Nicky and Joseph watched his reactions closely. For one fleeting moment, the man appeared to register annoyance. Then it was gone, and he was just a distraught parent. It puzzled her, and she wondered if Joseph had seen it too. As expected, he identified her as his daughter. The first of the 4 victims was confirmed as Christina Bella Leonard. As they also expected, he refused a family liaison officer. A Leonard was hardly going to welcome the presence of a copper under his roof day and night. After Derek and Raymond had left, Nicky said, "What did you make of Derek's reaction on seeing his daughter?" Joseph pulled her face. "You saw it too. Well, I'm pretty sure I saw anger, and I didn't get the feeling it was directed at whoever killed Chrissy." Nicky unlocked the vehicle, and they climbed in. "Funny, isn't it?" Nicky said. "One brief flicker of something on a person's face, and an investigation can take a whole new direction. I want that man scrutinized, Joseph. Every inch of him. Turn his life inside out, okay?" Joseph nodded, still smiling. "It will be my pleasure." The room was a little lighter now, but still oppressively gloomy. Mickey was exhausted. His wrists were chafed and raw where he had struggled to loosen the cords binding them. He was desperate to pee and horrified at the thought of wetting himself. His helplessness and this awful place had transported him back to his childhood. Surely they weren't just going to leave him here to die. He recalled stories from the news, bodies of people found years after their disappearances. He mustn't let his thoughts go down that road. No, he had to have been brought here for a reason, and it must be because of something he knew, which meant they would want him alive. He heard a movement outside the room, and maybe voices. Terror gripped him. Was this it? Whoever they were, these people weren't going to dust him down, pat him on the head, and send him on his way. The thought flashed through his mind that he wouldn't be able to say goodbye to the people he loved, to thank Peter and Fran for taking him in, Joseph and Nicky for saving his life. He couldn't believe he would never see Joseph again. The door opened. A dark figure moved swiftly across the room and around behind him, and pulled a bag or sack of some kind over his head. Mickey had no chance to see who it was. "Let me go!" he cried, his words muffled under the bag. "Shut up!" He didn't recognize the voice. "You speak only when you are asked a question, understand? And if you don't comply, you'll feel my fist on that pretty face of yours. Got it?" Mickey said nothing. He had no wish to provoke this person. He felt the restraints around his torso loosen, and he was able to move his arms again. His wrists and ankles were still bound. The man was fumbling at the waistband of his trousers. "Oh, no!" The man pulled them down and thrust something hard between his legs. "It's a urine bottle, idiot. And you can stick that filthy thing in it yourself because I'm not touching it. You can use your hands that much. Go on. I know you're desperate to piss." Mickey did as he was told and groaned in relief. "Just in time, by the sound of it." When he had finished, the bottle was withdrawn and his trousers tugged roughly back into place. "If you keep quiet and do as you're told, I'll leave the strap off. Play up and it goes back on, and then your bladder can burst for all I care. All right?" Mickey grunted. "Good boy." Next, a light object landed on his chest. He lay still, not daring to ask what it was.
Food. And here's a bottle of water. Try not to choke or soak the pillow.
He felt something cold pushed next to his side.
I'll be back later, and we'll talk. Or not. It depends how I feel. Now shut your eyes and keep them shut until you hear the door close. Don't try anything.
Mickey closed his eyes and felt the bag pulled from his head.
I'd leave it on, but you wouldn't be much use to me dead.
The door closed, and he heard a key turn in the lock. He let out a long, ragged sigh. He looked down at his chest and saw a shop-bought sandwich, still in its packet. It was pretty difficult with his wrists tied together, but he managed to heave himself up into a sitting position. The man had opened the seal at one corner, and he managed to extricate the sandwich and take a bite out of it. Cheese and pickle. Oh well. Getting the top off the water bottle without spilling it was a challenge, but he managed. He had no wish to lie on a cold, wet bed. His meal finished, he lay back and tried to work out what the man wanted of him. He shuddered, remembering those hands undoing his fly. But he hadn't been sexually assaulted. So what was it? Suddenly he recalled the man's parting words. You'd be no use to me, dead. So he was a hostage. Leverage in some sort of deal. It had to be something concerning the Leonards. Who else? Bloody Leonards. He felt some relief. His Uncle Raymond wouldn't let anything happen to him. He would be found, and someone would pay for what they'd done. The sandwich container dropped to the floor. Mickey was fighting to keep his eyes open. He had no idea what day it was, what time. He closed his eyes. In his dreams, Sergeant Joe came bursting in the door and carried him away to safety. Chapter 13. Nikki arrived back in the office to find Zena waiting for her with 2 memos, one from Spooky in IT and the other from Rory. All her Christmases had come at once. In essence, they both told her the same thing, but it was good to have it confirmed. Boy 1, Romeo, had been identified. The young man in Saltmere Woods was Oliver Wilfrid Burgess. Wolf. Nikki smiled to herself. Wolf was a better name than Oliver for a goth. She skimmed the memos. Spooky had conducted a complex computer search, tracing the owners of the building where Wolf lived, and finally narrowing it down to a single name, that of MacDonald Burgess, who resided in Calthorpe Road. Nikki suddenly recalled Peter Leonard telling her about a rival family trying to muscle in on the Leonard domain. She was certain they were called Burgess. Spooky had then run a check on the Burgess family and found that there was only one son, Oliver, who was registered as residing in the executive flat owned by the Burgess Company. Rory's memo was simply a dental record match, delayed because of a clerical error. Now the dental clinic had finally confirmed that the record pertained to Oliver W. Burgess of 1 Lionsgate, Turpin Crescent, Greenborough. "We have another name." "We have." Joseph had appeared and was standing beside her. "Which one?" She showed him the memos. "Oh my, a modern-day Romeo and Juliet. A Capulet and a Montague. Only this time they're called Leonard and Burgess." "Can't be," said Nikki. "We've been told by their friends that Wolf and Branwyn were a couple, not Wolf and Chrissy." "Sure, but what about their visit to the jeweller in Whitby? They were together then. Chrissy bought the crucifix, and Wolf was wearing his Dracula ring. They could have been having a dirty weekend at the seaside for all we know." Joseph sighed. "Anyway, whatever the case, we have another family to inform that their child is dead." Nikki nodded. She would have given anything to delegate the job to someone else. Although, and she remembered Derek Leonard, maybe it would be interesting to see their faces at the mortuary. "I'll inform Cam of the development, then we'll go and get it over with." She stopped at the door and looked back. "That's 2 down, 2 to go. Maybe the other 2 will have names before the day is out. You never know." Nikki found Cam leafing through a massive pile of paperwork. He looked up gratefully when he saw her. "Have you come to save me from all this?" "Not likely. Rather you than me, Cam. What is all that stuff?"
New directives, policing policies and objectives designed to strengthen public confidence. He pulled a face. As you say, stuff. So, do you come bringing good news? Depends how you look at it. Then you'd better sit down and share the load. Cam pushed the folders aside. She sat. We have a name for Romeo, which is good. But unfortunately, the name turns out to be Burgess. Oliver Burgess. Cam shrugged. Sorry, means nothing to me. It meant nothing to us prior to today. She then related to him Peter Leonard's information about the rival family attempting to move in on the Leonards' criminal activities. Cam rolled his eyes. Oh, great. Just what we need. A turf war on the Cabra. It won't happen, Cam. There's more to this than some tit-for-tat killing. No way will I believe that a Burgess killed a Leonard, or that the Leonards went out and bagged a Burgess. All rubbish. For one thing, there's the way the bodies were staged. Young lovers in the woodland, the tunnel of love. This isn't gangland stuff at all, yet the gangs are involved. It's their children being killed. And we need to find out why. Any theories? Not yet, although plenty of maybes. Nicky rubbed at her temples. Things might become a little clearer when we identify the other kids. The girl has at least been recognised, and Kat and Ben are trekking through Gothland trying to find someone who knows her real name. So your next job is to visit the parents of Oliver Burgess, in their luxury home on Calthorpe Road. A far cry from the Cabra, murmured Cam. Listen, I'll make some inquiries about the Burgess family and what kind of business they're involved in. I'd also like to know if we're dealing with someone that has clout on the local council or chamber of commerce. Some rich businessmen have powerful friends in high places, and it's best to know in advance. I'd appreciate that. It would stop me wading in and insulting some golfing buddy of the chief constable, wouldn't it? Nicky grinned darkly. I have previous for that. Don't we know it? Cam made a face, and then winked at her. I'll see what I can uncover. And you let me know what happens at the mortuary. Of course. She stood up. Guess I can't put it off any longer. I'll get Joseph, and we'll go now. Speak later, Cam. Ben and Kat were becoming accustomed to this community of young people who liked to immerse themselves in the dark and mysterious. Kat was even starting to appreciate some of their black humour. She'd always thought them so solemn, whereas in fact they were often truly hilarious. Less surprising was the extent of the creative and artistic ability of many of them. Winter, for one, had real talent. Her wall mural was truly impressive. They were on their way to meet Nova again, this time at her place of work. The people they had met were all surprising, but as far as Kat was concerned, oddest of all was that Nova Beecham was an accountant. More, she ran her own small company. In the past, Nova had been somewhat vague about her job, saying merely that she worked in an office. The woman who now met them in the foyer of a modern office block in a business park came as a total surprise. She was still in black, but this time she wore a black pencil skirt, a black long-sleeved silk blouse, and high-heeled shoes. Her hair was swept back, and the red stripe running through it even looked elegant now. Nova led them to her office and offered them a seat. She looked at them, amused. Not what you expected of me, I imagine. The simple fact is, I love figures. I always have, and I'm very good at them. We'll bear that in mind in case we ever make any money, said Ben. Not that there's much chance of that on our wages. You never know. And anyway, I'm here if you need me. Kat shook her head, still bemused. It was hard to equate the black leather belts and platform boots of the goth with this smart businesswoman. Well, right now we badly need your help with something other than numbers. She leaned forward. We came to you because you know both Wolf and Branwen. Winter assures me they were a couple. So can you think of any possible reason why Wolf should be found with a girl named Chrissy Leonard and Branwen with an as-yet unnamed boy? Deception? Nova shrugged. Or more likely misdirection. It seems to me that someone considers it very important that you should believe Wolf and this Chrissy are lovers. And the same for Branwen and the other boy when maybe that isn't the case at all. But why? And what on earth could they have done that would cause someone to kill them? 4 deaths,
4 young people used almost as stage props. It's wicked. Nova gazed at her thoughtfully. After all you've seen, and the terrible cases you've worked on, you still remain deeply moved by death, don't you? Moved? Yes, of course I do. I'm human and it makes me angry. I'm also a police officer. I became one to prevent this sort of thing. I hate injustice. We all do, Ben added grimly. Our job is to protect life. We've just failed these 4 victims, so we need to make sure that no more deaths occur. We have to find out who the other 2 are and the motive for their deaths. And we don't have much time. Nova nodded. Okay. So what do you know for certain about Branwen? So far, what we have is only sketchy, said Kat. We know that she often stayed with Wolf at his flat, and Winter believes that she must have lived nearby, mainly because she didn't seem to own a car, or if she did, she never drove it around the town. She never divulged her real name to Winter or Edgar, and they never asked, Ben said. They said they weren't interested in the mundane details of her life, only the goth. Their group feels strongly about that, Nova said. It isn't a goth thing particularly. What they're interested in is nurturing the inner person, liberating people from the identities they've been assigned by others. Doesn't help a police investigation much, muttered Kat. Do you know anything at all about Branwen, Nova? Even the most trivial? I didn't really have anything to do with her socially, although we met a few times. She's a vegan, I know that, and she belonged to an animal protection organisation, though I couldn't tell you which one. Apart from that, I think I saw her several times coming out of the Animal Rainbow charity shop. I think she volunteered there. They might be able to give you her real name. The one in Roper's Gate? Asked Ben. That's just around the corner. Then we'll start there, said Kat, grateful to have somewhere to start. I wish now that I'd thought to learn their proper names. It would have helped you so much. Nova said apologetically. You've been amazing, Nova, honestly. We'd still be back where we started if you hadn't directed us to Winter and Edgar, as well as all those other contacts. At the mention of Edgar, she recalled those haunted, dark eyes. Edgar struck me as being very sad. Or was I imagining things? You're very perceptive. Yes, Edgar adores Winter, and would do anything for her. But it has meant him cutting ties with his family. Kat recalled his comment about living 2 lives. His parents and 2 of his 3 siblings are very religious, Nova said. I'm not sure what church they belong to, but it's strict to the point of fanaticism. He told me that they take every word in the Bible literally, and stick by every rule in the Old Testament. You can imagine how they would view having a goth in the family. Oh dear, poor Edgar, said Kat. He's quite an unusual-looking young man, isn't he? That's another reason for their distrust of him, Nova said. His parents believe he's gay, an unforgivable sin in their eyes. They had no evidence that he was. They judged him purely on his androgynous looks. I find him beautiful, I must say. She paused. A lot of us goths have 2 sides to us. Well, look at me. But we are goth above all. In Kat's opinion, which she kept to herself, Nova was more than just 2 people. She'd first met Nova when she was working undercover and frequenting some pretty sleazy places. Nova had been perfectly at ease in that setting. And now here she was, an accountant working from her own smart office. And then there was the goth, who was clearly well respected in that circle. Did their 4 victims also have such fragmented lives? Can we come and see you again, Nova, when we finally identify our murder victims? Any time. I'll help you all I can, and I'll make a few inquiries among my own circles. I'll ring you if anything of interest turns up. Kat and Ben thanked her and headed out towards Roper's Gate and the charity shop where Branwen had apparently volunteered. The shop was well organised, and it looked as though the staff cared about the discarded treasures that had been donated. The clothes were all clean and pressed and hung in order of size. The books were arranged into clear categories, and all the chinaware shone. The room had been decorated with pictures of rescued cats and dogs, and coloured graphs showing the money collected and what it had been spent on. An elderly woman and a girl of about 16 were laughing together behind a small counter. Ben introduced himself and Kat, and asked if they could have a word with the manager. I'm sorry, but he's taken some stock to grant them for valuation. The older woman said, "Sometimes we get given valuable items." She looked from one to the other of them. "I'm Annie Kerridge. I work here most days. Can I help at all?" Ben nodded. "Do you have an office we could use?" Mrs. Kerridge laughed. "No such luxury, I'm afraid. But do come through to the storeroom. Lily, would you look after the till for a few minutes, please?" The girl nodded reluctantly, obviously keen to know the reason for this visit from CID. The room was full to overflowing, but at least the door closed. Almost hidden among a rail of overcoats, Ben said, "I'm very sorry to tell you this, but we are investigating a death. It's a young woman who we believe might have worked here. We only know her as Branwyn." Annie Kerridge gasped and sat down heavily on a plastic garden chair. Branwyn? Dead? Was it an accident? "I'm sorry, Mrs. Kerridge," Kat said gently. "We're not at liberty to say much at this stage of the investigation, but we believe she was murdered." Annie shook her head. "I just can't believe it. She's a lovely girl. So kind, and she adores animals." Kat nodded towards the kettle on a small cabinet beside the sink. Ben filled it and switched it on. "Cup of tea." "Oh, please. I'm having trouble taking this in." "Mrs. Kerridge, we know nothing about Branwyn, other than that she was a goth and had a boyfriend known as Wolf. We are desperate to discover her real name and where she lived. Can you help us?" They waited until Anne Kerridge had gathered herself together. "I know she lives down at the marina, and her family is not from around here. I think she comes from somewhere in Warwickshire, between Coventry and Rugby. She never really said a lot about herself or her life. If she had any fault at all, it was that she tended to be a bit secretive." She sighed loudly, although that's hardly a fault, is it? Lots of people are private, and I'm sure she had good reason for it. "Do you have her address at the marina?" asked Ben. "Henry will have it. He's the manager here. She has a small bedsit in a shared house with students and other young people. I don't know the address, I'm afraid." Even so, this was a step forward. "And her name, Mrs. Kerridge?" She smiled sadly. "Annie. Same as me." Kat exhaled. Progress at last. "And the surname?" "Green. Annie Green, but we all knew her as Branwyn." She closed her eyes again. "Oh, dear. Oh, dear." "Milk and sugar?" Ben asked. Annie nodded. He added a heaped spoon of sugar and handed the mug to her. "We are so sorry to have to ask these questions, Mrs. Kerridge, but your help has been invaluable. Until now, the poor girl didn't even have a name. You've been so helpful." "Does Wolf know?" she asked suddenly. "Oh, that poor boy. He'll be distraught. He's another gentle soul who loves animals. Oh, this is terrible." Kat glanced at Ben and gave a slight shake of her head. Best not to tell Annie that Wolf was also dead. Not right now. She obviously had a soft spot for them both. She skated over the question. "As I said, we knew nothing about her until we spoke to you. Now you've identified her as Annie Green, we can make more inquiries. If I give you my number, would you get the manager to ring me immediately when he gets back? We need that address as soon as possible." Annie Kerridge took the card. "Of course, Detective Cullen. He should be back in around half an hour. Wait a moment. Lily might have her address. Oh, but that would mean telling her that poor Branwyn is dead. What should I do?" She looked imploringly at Ben and Kat. "Lily is very impressionable. She idolised Branwyn." "In that case, since your manager is due back shortly, we'll wait and speak to him first. If by some chance he doesn't know it, we'll have to talk to Lily. If we do, we'll take her home and make sure she's with someone when we break the news to her." Mrs. Kerridge agreed. "That's best. She's a sweet girl and rather naive and oversensitive." She sipped her tea reflectively. "I'm trying to think of anything else I can tell you. I'm sure there must be something." Kat was about to answer when she heard a movement on the other side of the door. She got up and opened it to reveal Lily, standing with her hand over her mouth, She was very pale. Cat took her free hand, led her inside, and sat her down. "Is it true? Branwen's really dead!" She began to cry. "I'm afraid so. I'm very sorry. You must have been fond of her." Cat fished in her pocket and handed the girl a tissue. Lily blew her nose and nodded. "Maybe it'd be a good idea if you closed the shop, Mrs. Kerridge," said Ben. She agreed. "I'll lock up and wait for Henry to get back. I'll have to give him the sad news." "We'll take Lily home," said Cat. "Lily, do you know where Branwen lived?" Between sobs, she said, "I don't know the actual address, but I can show you where it is. I went there once when Branwen had a party." At last, they were getting somewhere. "That would be really good, and then we'll drop you at home. Do you live far?" Lily sniffed. "The Carpra estate. Rodney Road." She might have known. It always came back to the Carpra. "Then, if you're up to it, we'll make a move," Cat said. They drove away in silence, until a small voice spoke from the back of the car. "What will happen to her, Cat?" "Oh, I suppose Wolf will take it. Someone better tell him to collect it." "Don't worry, Lily," Ben said quietly. "We'll sort that out. Do you know what its name is?" Cat knew how much he hated it when animals were involved. "Byron. He's a grey and he's really beautiful." She broke into tears again. "He'll miss her so much." Cat sighed. There was always some poor pet abandoned to its fate. They drove on to the marina, silent once more. Chapter 14. By late afternoon, it seemed to Winter that grief had prevailed over her beliefs as a goth. She was beginning to feel overwhelmed by sadness. "Edgar, do you think we could drive out to Beach Lacey?" "Of course," he said, sounding slightly puzzled. "You want to go now?" "Yes, please." She didn't explain. Edgar would work it out. The peaceful graveyard garden by the chapel had been the last place she, Wolf and Branwen had spent time together. Soon Winter was wandering among the gravestones. Edgar gave her space. After a while she said, "I like it here. Don't you?" "It's a calming place. It feels like another world." "Those ladies who own it are very lucky." Edgar nodded. "The one called Wendy told me that half the village helped them clear it, so they gave everyone free access. They spent a lot of money on it, too. You wouldn't do all that if you didn't care." "The other lady, Eve, is it? Was really interested in the inscriptions and the design of the various stones. Especially this one." Winter stopped at the angel. "I've been thinking that the artwork I've been planning using, this one would be a fitting epitaph for our friends." "What do you reckon?" Edgar smiled. "That's a great idea." She knew her work was good. A best-selling author of Gothic ghost stories had taken one of her mixed-media fantasy works to illustrate the jacket of his new book. Its design was on posters across the country, from railway stations to the windows of bookshops. The picture she had in mind for Branwen and Wolf would not be for sale. They lapsed into silence again. Winter's thoughts strayed inevitably to the last time they had all been here together. It had been their first trip to Beach Lacey, and they had been so excited by their discovery. They had come with 2 other friends, Lydia and Dexter, who were heavily goth and looked it. To their surprise, the 2 elderly ladies hadn't appeared shocked or frightened, as most people were. An initial hint of amusement had soon given way to interest, and the ladies had welcomed the little group of misfits. "We had a good time here, didn't we?" she said, wiping a tear from her eye. "I'm glad that our last time together was a happy one." "Me too," said Edgar softly, taking her hand. "But I keep remembering Branwen saying she'd like to be buried somewhere like this. And now she's dead." Winter squeezed his hand. "I keep looking for them. It's as if they're here with us, just out of sight." They walked on, stopping at one particularly old stone sculpted into the shape of an arched church window. Its inscriptions were so worn they were difficult to read. Mounted on the top was a stone carving of a skull with angel wings on either side of it. It was a design common to Puritan cemetery folk art in New England, but rarely seen in Britain. Winter recalled that Wolfe had been fascinated by this particular headstone. In her mind's eye, Winter saw his tall form crouched before the tombstone, trying to make out the name and date. After a while, he had risen to his feet and stared at it for what seemed like ages. Branwen had asked him what he'd seen, but he just stood, like a statue himself, looking totally perplexed. Then he had laughed. It was the laughter of sudden recognition, that aha moment. She had forgotten about it until now. All at once it seemed terribly important. She told Edgar. I didn't notice that. He knelt down and peered at the grave. You sure it was this one? Absolutely. That motif with the skull was what attracted him to it. He rubbed at the lichen clinging to the pitted and weathered memorial. I wonder what he saw. It's pretty eroded, it's hard to make much out at all. Winter frowned. Let's clean it and take a rubbing. Images are often clearer after they're transferred to paper. I've got everything in the boot of the car. Edgar looked dubious. Okay, but I think you're wasting your time. It's badly worn. Anyway, I'll go and get your stuff. In half an hour she had finished. She rolled up the rubbing and slipped it into a poster tube. We'll examine it properly when we get home. She had no idea why this memory should bother her so much, but she had a distinct feeling that it was significant. When they reached the gate, she stopped and looked towards the old converted chapel. She was sorry she hadn't seen Eve or her friend today. She would have liked to tell them about Wolfe and Branwen. But the chapel looked deserted, the windows closed, and there was only one car parked outside. As they drove away, Winter decided that she would return quite soon and tell their new friends that they would not be seeing Branwen and Wolfe again. None of them would. Nicky was making far too many trips to the mortuary for her liking. Although it was all part of the job, she had never been able to harden herself to the suffering of a bereaved parent or loved one. It was too close to home. At the mortuary, MacDonald Burgess had at first been utterly controlled, almost dispassionate. In a firm voice, he confirmed that the boy they knew as Wolfe was his son Oliver. Ollie, as they had called him. And then he burst into tears. The room was silent, but for the bereft father's anguished sobs. Then, just as Nicky was about to suggest they left the viewing room, he seemed to gather himself. Now he was angry. The change came about as suddenly as the crying. He turned abruptly and made for the door. Nicky sensed trouble ahead. This man would stop at nothing to get revenge for his murdered child. While Joseph explained what the next steps would be, she watched Burgess closely. Here, she felt, was someone who would take matters into his own hands. Her heart sank. She was already walking a tightrope with Raymond Leonard, and now she had the Burgess family to contend with. And what about me? And me? The voices echoed in her head, calling for justice. A young, nameless man, and Mickey Leonard. The boy was dead. But what of Mickey? A lump formed in her throat. We will find you, she whispered to herself. We will. If it was the case that two rival criminal families were involved, then Mickey had surely been taken. As evening fell, Eve gazed out across Lake Windermere, its waters still as the surface of a mirror. Away from Windermere town itself, the village where Caroline lived was peaceful, idyllic. It brought back memories of rowing on Lake Bled in Slovenia. She had spent hours gliding across that crystal surface and circumnavigating the island, the only sound the plash of the oars and the occasional ring of the bell. Concentrate, she told herself. There was work to do. They had had a busy and interesting day sifting through Caroline's family history and visiting the places that featured therein. Tonight they were going to a restaurant to discuss over dinner what they had found out. Are you ready? She heard Wendy call up from the stairs. Come in. She hurried to join the other two. Sorry,
I got mesmerised by that view of yours."
Caroline was driving, as she rarely drank alcohol, so Eve could look forward to a big glass of Sauvignon Blanc.
"How are you tonight, Madame Caroline?"
A youngish male waiter greeted them with a broad smile.
"And you have brought friends. Welcome, welcome. We have a very good menu tonight, ladies. I know you will enjoy."
Food ordered and wine before them, Wendy and Eve turned expectantly to Caroline. Suddenly serious, she leaned forward and lowered her voice. "Before you came, I had this terrible feeling that something bad was about to happen. Things feel better now you're with me, but it's still there. I don't know what I've done exactly, but I think I've opened Pandora's box, and someone is very, very unhappy about it." So Caroline was far more worried than she had been letting on. Eve was puzzled.
"Well, we went over your research, and it seems perfectly straightforward. It's how anyone tracing their family history would proceed. Apart from the missing painting and the apparent vacuum your great-great-aunt Hilda seems to have disappeared into, it was wonderfully rewarding, as you said."
She sipped her wine.
"We're beginning to feel guilty, getting you embroiled in what we believe to be some forgotten historical conundrum. We had no idea anything sinister was involved."
"It's not your fault. Please don't think that," exclaimed Caroline.
"At some point I would have got around to looking at it myself. The story of that picture has always haunted me, and I would have loved to have traced it back. So far, I haven't even discovered what the subject matter was. I assumed it was a botanical study, as that's what he was famous for, but who knows? Some artist experiment, try out new subjects or methods, don't they?"
"Oh, yes," said Eve.
"It must be like writing. Writers often try various styles or genres until they find their voice."
Wendy nodded.
"I wonder if the subject matter could be the answer to this mystery. What if it wasn't pretty flowers he painted, but a person? Or even more than one person? He might have painted something he saw," added Eve thoughtfully. "Something he shouldn't have seen, perhaps?"
"I did wonder that myself," said Caroline, "because it all began soon after I left off researching my long-dead relatives and started asking about Robert Richmond and the picture he had given to Hilda." Before they could say more, the waiter was back with their appetizers. When he had gone, Wendy said,
"We need to concentrate on old Hilda, don't we? And make a list of everyone you spoke to regarding that picture. It has to be someone that didn't like the questions you were asking. Where do you suggest we start?"
"There's one avenue I haven't followed up yet. It was where I was heading when I got my first warning." Caroline poured herself some water. "There's an old lady living in a nursing home not far from here along the lake. She was a librarian for most of her life, and passionately fond of this area and its history. She actually wrote a book on the Bowness Rectory, which is supposed to be the oldest inhabited building in these parts. She used to write articles for the parish magazine, and one of these mentions your artist's visit and the talks and demonstrations he gave to a local art society. Apparently, Hilda was a pretty proficient artist herself, and would often go out with friends to paint the landscape."
"So she could have been in the group that Robert spent time with,"
Eve mused.
"We should start with your retired librarian, then. What's her name?"
"Clementine Brady," Caroline said. "She's approaching 90, but she's as switched on as you and me. She's extremely intelligent and interesting." "Do you think she'd see us tomorrow?" asked Wendy eagerly. "I'll ring first, but I should think she'd love to talk to us." Caroline was starting to look more relaxed now she knew she wasn't alone. "And the list of people I spoke to is thankfully quite short. There aren't many people around who have an interest in deceased Victorian artists."
"Someone does," said Eve darkly. "Someone is very interested indeed."
As they drove back to Caroline's home, Eve's sense of foreboding returned. Why on earth would a painting given as a gift to a lady in a bygone era possibly be of such concern to someone in the 21st century? And what's more, be enough of a concern to cause a harmless woman to fear for her life? It was monstrous. It made no more sense to Eve than killing two lovely young people and placing them in some gruesome funfair attraction. Eve wished that Nicky were here, though she wouldn't be pleased to learn that, once again, they had strayed into dangerous territory. Mickey was blindfolded and led up a flight of stairs to an evil-smelling toilet. Looking down through a gap in the blindfold, he made out old worn floorboards beneath his feet. There was no traffic noise, no voices, so he couldn't be in Greenborough. More likely he had been incarcerated in some lonely old building out on the fen. Mickey started to lose all hope of ever being found. The fens extended over a vast area, most of it lonely and remote, so what chance would anyone, even Joseph, have of finding him? He was now tied firmly to a chair. Both that and the bed gave him cramps, and both were uncomfortable. Above all, he craved light. Alone and helpless, the memories flooded back. His father shouting, "Where's that slut of a mother of yours?" He was drunk again, trying to beat an answer out of his son. His father had believed that the boy and his mother were in league against him. "One day I'll kill that whore. You too. You're just as bad as her." The memory was so vivid that Mickey could almost see his father looming over him, fist raised. Those footsteps outside the door were his father come to drag him out of wherever he'd been hiding. Mickey took hold of himself. His father was long dead, his skull cracked open on the curb he'd fallen against in a drunken stupor. The door opened, and a figure entered. "Come on, Mickey. It's not your dad, it can't be." Mickey smelled food, and a bag landed on his lap. Cheeseburger and fries. It wasn't easy with his wrists still bound, but he managed to open it and cram the half-cold food into his mouth. It was the best meal he'd ever had. His captor chuckled, startling him. So he was still here. "Enjoying it, are you, Mickey Smith?" He stopped eating. No one called him Mickey Smith anymore. Mickey Smith didn't exist. "I know," the man said. "I'm well aware that you're a Leonard now. But seeing you in that chair makes me think of that dirty little kid from way back when." Who was this? Someone from the bad old days? Remembering the earlier threat to break his nose, Mickey kept quiet. "You'll be wondering what this is all about, I expect." Mickey listened intently. There was something vaguely familiar about the voice, but where from? Mickey ate the last of the fries, and the bag was taken away. He felt the familiar shape of a McDonald's coffee cup pressed into his hands. "So, what do you reckon? Come on, you can speak now." "I'm a hostage," Mickey croaked. His voice sounded odd after so many hours of silence. The man snorted. "Well done. Well, what else?" "It's something to do with my Uncle Raymond, that's for sure." "Could be, I suppose." A pause. "What do you know about what was found in Saltmere Woods?" "Bodies," Mickey said. "Just 2 bodies. That's all I heard." Mickey was puzzled. What did that have to do with him? Sure, he'd been asking around, but then he always did. Mickey made it his business to know stuff. He hadn't thought it might be dangerous. "And that's all?" "That's all. I swear." The man stood up and took the unfinished drink from him. "That's enough. I don't want you wetting the bed. Do you need the toilet?" "Not now." "I'll be back later, and try to think up some better answers while I'm gone." The door closed. The key turned in the lock, and Mickey heard the sound of a powerful engine start up and move away. Suddenly he felt terribly lonely. His thoughts turned to Peter and Fran. Had he ever told them how grateful he was to them for giving him a home? The thought gave him courage. He would escape this and get back there. Chapter 15. The Fisherman's Knot was famous as one of those places where shady characters gathered to make shady deals. Tonight was no exception, and the place was swarming. Perched on the car park wall, Saul Leonard had his work cut out, trying to spot the man he was there to meet. Not that Alfie Burgess knew about it. At 10 o'clock, Saul spied Alfie's distinctive figure silhouetted in the doorway of the pub. He made his move. "Just the man I want to see." He jerked his thumb at the Toyota parked at the rear of the car park. "My car. Now." Apparently not the least bit intimidated by the huge figure looming above him, Alfie shrugged. "Why not?" They made their way across to the car, where Alfie stopped. "Not inside. You want to talk? We talk out here." About to argue, Saul nodded. There was no one around back here, and he was mindful of Alfie's reputation. "All right." He took a breath. "2 questions, Burgess. And you need to be straight with me, or all hell is going to break loose in Greenborough." "You can ask. What do you want to know?" "We've information that Mac's son Ollie is one of the dead kids found in that wood." He stared at Alfie. "And no doubt you'll be aware that our Chrissy is also dead. They were found together. What do you know about that?" Alfie Burgess narrowed his eyes. "No more than you." "What do you expect me to know?" "You'd know more if you were involved in their deaths, that's for sure." "Huh! Are you fucking mad?" "Listen, Leonard. My brother is in pieces, that's why I'm here. I've left him with family because I can't stand any more of their fucking wailing and weeping. Mac idolised that boy. Do you really believe it has anything to do with us? Get real." Saul stared at him. "And why would we hurt Derek Leonard's girl? What's she got to do with anything?" Alfie was angry now. "We've got businesses to run. Why'd we want the bill knocking on our door?" Saul looked down and shuffled his feet. Alfie Burgess was right. "Then what's going on?" "I dunno." Alfie's voice had lost its venom. "But if we didn't have anything to do with it, then you didn't either. Stands to reason. It wasn't us. So who was it? We need to find out, don't we?" Saul stared at Alfie. "We? Are you suggesting we team up?" Alfie shook his head at the notion. "Someone's got to pay. We both have dead family. When we find out who did this, we both need to be in at the close." Saul waited. "Well, what'd you say?" Alfie nodded slowly. "Okay. Whatever I discover, I'll put it your way. And you do the same. And let's keep this between us, all right?" "Agreed. And now my second question. Did you lot take Mickey Leonard?" Alfie's craggy face creased in bewilderment as he took this in. "Mickey? What? He's missing too." Saul held up his hand. "All right. That's all I wanted to know. But if you hear anything at all about that kid, ring me, immediately. Well, whatever's going on, we need to put a stop to it," Alfie said. Saul opened his car door. "Oh, I intend to." With that, he climbed in, started the engine, and drove into the night. Alfie watched the taillights gradually disappear from view. So, Saul didn't know what had happened either. Interesting. Well, despite anything he might have said, he intended to be very sparing with what he shared. After all, he wasn't about to suddenly begin trusting the Leonards. Not likely. He walked slowly back to his car and sat there for a while, going over the unexpected meeting in his mind. He considered himself to be a good judge of character, and Saul wasn't lying, he was sure of it. But the Leonards were a big family, and not all of them sang from the same hymn sheet as the head of the family. Joseph took 2 wineglasses from the kitchen cupboard, looked at them, put them back, and reached for 2 larger ones. He was in 2 minds about whether to drink at all, just in case he got a call from Mickey, but he badly needed something to help him unwind. "I spoke to Cam," Nicky said. "He's pleased we have names for 3 out of 4 of the victims. I've left Branwyn with Kat and Ben, as they've done so well finding her address and real name." She accepted the proffered wine, took a big gulp, and sighed. "God, I'm so glad today's over."
It was pretty draining, wasn't it? He sipped from his own glass. Mortuary IDs are never fun, and we ended up with 2 today. Lucky old us. He opened the fridge and stared inside. Steak, chips, and salad all right? I'm sorry, I never prepared anything for tonight. Nicky smiled tenderly at him. I don't know what I'd do without you, Joseph. Apart from starve, of course. I never tell you to sit down, pour you a glass of wine, and then cook you supper, do I? I'm not exactly the most caring partner in the world. He went to her and hugged her tight. Knowing that your entire culinary repertoire consists of 2 varieties of egg, maybe it's for the best. And anyway, you know how I love to cook. All I want from you is that you continue to love me. So as far as I'm concerned, that makes us quits. You're very special. Do you know that? Murmured Nicky into his chest. Of course. But I'm not averse to being reminded of it. He smiled angelically. Nicky laughed. Don't get smug, Easter. He kissed her again. Right, dinner. And then I wondered if you'd mind taking a stroll down to Knott Cottage. I need to collect the post and check that everything's okay there. Of course. It's a lovely evening, and it'll be nice to blow some of the cobwebs away. After dinner, they wandered down the lane to Joseph's cottage. He was very fond of the place, but his home was with Nicky. He wished yet again that things could be different, and they lived together like other couples. Pushing his daydreams aside, he thought again of Mickey. He must be terrified. Nicky took his hand and squeezed it. I know. If he turns out to be another victim of this weirdo killer, I'll never get over it. He's not dead, Joseph. Don't ask me why, but I'm absolutely certain he's alive. I wish I shared your conviction. I really do. They fell silent again. Just as they were about to enter his cottage, Joseph's mobile rang. Hello, son. You both okay? He put the phone on loudspeaker. We're fine, Dad, Niall said. But I just had a call from the station. It concerns Mickey Leonard. Joseph felt for Nicky's hand. And? They took a call from a guy called Paul Leonard earlier this evening, Niall said. That's Chrissy's brother, whispered Nicky urgently. He was reporting a missing friend, a young man called Nathan who had been trying to find Chrissy for him and, listen to this, he was on his way to talk to Wolf about her and Paul's not heard from him since. Okay, Joseph said, but what about Mickey? Well, then Paul says, oh, I forgot, you all know him as Mickey Leonard. Michael Nathan Smith, breathed Nicky. I had to give it often enough when he was in hospital. Why was this Paul chap using Mickey's middle name? Asked Joseph. His father didn't like Paul mixing with Mickey Leonard, so Paul used Nathan whenever he mentioned him, so he wouldn't make the connection. I'll dig out all I can tomorrow. They finished the call. Joseph stared at Nicky. What on earth was Mickey doing walking into a Burgess's home? I thought they were arch-enemies. Nicky looked perplexed. I can only think that Mickey saw how worried Paul was about his sister, so he decided to tackle Wolf personally. You know what he's like, always willing to go out on a limb for a person in trouble. I don't know about limb, that's more like putting your neck under a falling guillotine blade, Joseph exclaimed. We need to go and see this Paul first thing in the morning. And then we'll pay a call on Mac Burgess. We need to anyway, to get more info on Wolf, Oliver. Joseph did a quick check through his little cottage, and they started back up the lane to Cloud Cottage Farm. A few birds still sang, and Joseph made out, carried on the breeze, the throaty chug of a boat, and what sounded like a tractor in the far distance. Oh, look! Nicky pointed. Ahead of them, in the twilight, the ghostly outline of a barn owl flapped slow and low over the edge of the marsh. Joseph sighed. Anxiety over the missing boy spoiled even this lovely sight. His phone rang. It was his son-in-law, Niall. Dad, it's me again. I'm afraid it's not looking good. One of my officers has been keeping an eye on the flat where Paul Leonard lives. He took a walk around the garden at the back of the property and found a mobile phone all smashed. He took it to IT, and they've confirmed it belongs to Mickey Leonard. Joseph's mouth went dry. Where is it now? Bagged and tagged and sent to Prof. Wilkinson. in case there's any trace evidence on it. Good. They're checking out CCTV. There are cameras on the flats directed into the gardens, but they only cover the 2 main paths. It's not looking too healthy, is it, Dad? Joseph thanked him and ended the call. They finished their walk in silence. Nicky was reaching into her pocket for the key when she stopped. What's that? Tacked to the front door was an envelope. Don't touch it, Joseph said. Of course I won't touch it, Nicky said. Who do you think I am? Sorry, I wasn't thinking. He watched her take a pair of nitrile gloves from her pocket, pull them on, and painstakingly detach the envelope from the door. It's addressed to both of us, she said softly. Let's get inside before I open it. She looked up at him, and yes, I'll take precautions, but it's far too slim to hold any kind of device. At worst, it would be chemicals, but it feels too thin even for that. Joseph was forced to agree. We'll feel a bit silly if it's a message from your cleaning lady. Neither laughed. Inside, he spread a sheet of kitchen roll on the table, and Nicky laid the envelope on it. With a long-bladed knife from the cutlery drawer, she slit open the top edge. She unfolded the single sheet of paper. I know who has taken Mickey, and I know what they have in mind. Stop looking at the Leonards and the Burgesses for the murders, and you might find him quicker. He's in grave danger. And why not tell us who does have him, for fuck's sake? Nicky said furiously. I'm fed up with bloody games. Her anger abated as soon as it had flared. Oh, shit. This is not what I wanted to hear. It tells us nothing. We know he's been taken, and if that's the case, of course he's in danger. Joseph growled, and as for the 2 villain families, it could just as easily be one of them trying to get us off their backs. Not quite. Nicky stared at the paper. I know who has taken him, and I know what they have in mind. What they have in mind, Joseph. That implies more than one person. Could mean a whole family in that case. If you suspected that the Leonards had taken him, you would say they, Joseph said. But whoever this is thinks we should be looking elsewhere. She frowned. I don't want to believe that it's closely connected to the deaths, but why mention them if it isn't? And don't forget Rory thinks it's 2 people working together that killed those kids. Joseph realised suddenly that if Mickey were to die too, this would be the case to break him, the end of the career he loved. Meanwhile, Nicky still stared at the note. I think whoever sent this is genuine, she said quietly. They're telling us to forget the rival families and look further afield for whoever took Mickey. If they are trying to help, why didn't they just come straight out and tell us where to look? Joseph grumbled. Wait a moment. I didn't see a car out here, did you? All I heard was a boat and a tractor miles away. No one comes here on foot. You're right. We would both have seen and heard a car. I reckon our visitor left their car back up in the main lane into Cloud Fen and walked across the fields or the field pads. Pads was the Lincolnshire term for footpaths. I've got evidence bags in my car, Joseph said. I'll get one and we'll hand this in tomorrow. Not that I think we'll get anything from it. He went outside and looked around. He didn't like this. For a start, it meant someone knew where Nicky lived, and since the letter was addressed to them both, that person also knew they were living together. He got a bag from the car and went back inside. One thing. They couldn't have known we'd be going to Knott Cottage this evening. Maybe they'd planned on leaving it for us to find when we went out in the morning. With a nod, Nicky slipped the envelope into the evidence bag, sealed it and labelled it. She sat down heavily. Joseph, who else can we put in the frame for abducting Mickey? And for the murders? What about another goth? Joseph said. Maybe someone who had an axe to grind with those kids, a contemporary of theirs. We know that Mickey was on his way to see Wolf, so he could simply have been in the wrong place at the wrong time. Collateral damage? Yes, the innocent bystander who becomes a casualty. It was perfectly plausible. Nicky nodded slowly. Right, action plan for tomorrow. As soon as we've spoken to Paul and Mac Burgess, we need to see if Kat and Ben can tell us anything. They have a whole load of goth contacts by now. It's certainly worth pursuing, Joseph. Even without this warning, I was beginning to think we shouldn't assume it's a Leonard or a Burgess. She sighed. I wish Dave was still with us.
We're short-staffed, and this is rapidly growing into a big case. I'm going to ask Cam for some extra bodies." She was right. Dave had left a large gap when he retired, and so far there'd been no talk of replacing him. 4 deaths and 1 abduction. The number of people to question would be phenomenal. "Cam will help us, I know," Joseph said. "He'll get you another detective, and Niall will certainly rally his officers to back us up." Nicky yawned. "I need to get some sleep." Joseph smiled at her. "You go on up. I'll clear away down here and make sure that we're all locked up. I'll bring you a hot drink when I'm done." Nicky shook her head. "See what I mean? I'm a crap partner. It's always you thinking of stuff like getting me a drink. Shut your mouth, Galena, and get up those stairs. See you up there." While he locked the house and made the drinks, Joseph thought about Mickey and where he might be. "Please," he prayed. "Just hold on." Raymond Leonard's mobile phone rang at midnight on the dot. He was in his front room, sitting in semi-darkness and going over what had been said at the family meeting he had called. He expected the call to be from a relative or one of his men with an update. "Yes?" "If you want Mickey back, I suggest you listen carefully." Raymond sat up straight. "Who are you? And how the hell did you get this number?" "Stick to what's relevant. If you want Mickey back in the same condition as you remember him, stop looking at Mac Burgess and his family for who killed Chrissy. Then again, he's not purebred Leonard, is he? If you don't give a shit, well, he won't look so cute when you see him next. If you touch an hair on his head—" "Oh, I wasn't thinking of his hair," the speaker cut in. "More like his nose. He's fond of sticking it in where he's not wanted." Raymond knew intimidation, and this wasn't an empty threat. He swallowed. This was the voice of someone dangerous. "I gather you're seeing reason." "So where do I look?" Raymond said carefully. "At her friends." The line went dead. Raymond stayed where he was for a full minute. Then he leaped up and ran into the hall. He needed Saul. Just outside Greenborough, in what was known as the stockbroker belt of the Fens, Alfie watched his brother pace the floor. "Go to bed, for Christ's sake. Take a pill, bro. Try to sleep. You'll be no good to Ollie if you're a wreck." Mac's phone rang. "Answer that," he said to Alfie. "I can't face anyone tonight." "Listen, Burgess, and listen well." "Who the fuck?" "Shut up. A word of advice. Leave the Leonards out of this. Back off, right off. Because it's not them." Alfie started to answer and was once again cut short. "If you ignore this, remember you have more than one child, Mac Burgess. Maybe you'd like a second trip to the mortuary, eh? If not, then I suggest you take a look at your precious Ollie's mates." The line went dead. He looked at the call log, number withheld. Mac was staring at him suspiciously. "What was that all about?" "He thought I was you." He took a deep breath and repeated what the caller had said. "What the fuck is going on? Is this a scam those bloody Leonards have thought up? I'll bet it damn well is. Well, they'll pay for it." Mac's fists curled. "Well, I think he meant it," Alfie said. "Whoever that was, it wasn't a Leonard. That was no villain speaking. I think we do exactly as he said, and take a look at Ollie's friends." "If you say so. We start early tomorrow." Mac went up to bed, leaving Alfie staring at the floor, wondering. Chapter 16. In the Fens, dawn was a drizzly, cloudy affair. In the lakes, however, the day promised to be bright and sunny. Eve and Wendy woke early and immediately started going over what had been said the previous evening. "Can't wait to meet this Clementine, can you?" said Wendy. "I just love old ladies with a story to tell." "Bit like us, I guess." Eve grinned. "Nonsense, Anderson. We're not old, far from it." Eve wasn't quite so sure. She didn't seem to be coping as she usually did. Finding those dead young people had taken it out of her. She could think of no other explanation for this feeling than the passing of time, She smiled at her friend. She wasn't going to tell her how she felt. There was a knock at the door. "Are you decent?" "More or less," called back Wendy. "Come in." Caroline backed through the door, carrying a tray of tea. "I heard your voices and thought an early morning cuppa might be in order." Eve's eyes lit up. "You could finish up with 2 permanent lodgers if you continue to treat us so well." "It would be a pleasure." Her smile faded a little. "Having you here has made me realize what a solitary life I live, and I wonder if that's what I really want." "We felt the same, Caroline," said Eve. "We were both rattling around in our separate homes, and now we've joined forces, our lives have purpose again." "And company," added Wendy, looking fondly at Eve, "even if I am a bossy bitch on occasion." Eve grinned. "You can say that again, but I wouldn't have it any other way. You keep me on my toes." "It strikes me," said Caroline, "that neither of you need much encouragement to take on a new challenge. You were here like a shot. And look at what you're doing with that artist studio. It's nothing short of miraculous. Mr. Richmond must be over the moon." Gratefully accepting her mug of tea, Wendy laughed. "Even I have to admit that he's pretty impressed, especially as far as Eve Anderson is concerned." She winked at Eve. "You can stop that right now, Wendy Avery," Eve said. She felt hot all of a sudden. Caroline gave a little giggle. "Oh, I see. Smitten, is he?" "I should say," Wendy exclaimed. "But our Eve's having none of it. Silly woman." "Is he bug ugly, or does he have suspect habits?" asked Caroline, raising her eyebrows. "Actually, he's a perfect gentleman, comfortably off, good-looking for his years, has wonderful hair that's all his own. In fact, the more I think about it, the more I doubt Eve's sanity. He's quite gorgeous, Caroline." Eve groaned. "You just hit upon my dear friend's favourite pastime, Caroline." "Well, I have to say Mr. Richmond does sound like something of a catch. Maybe if he's going spare, you could direct him my way." They all laughed. While they drank their tea, they planned the coming day. First, as soon as possible, they would visit Clementine Brady. Their next move depended on what she told them. If their visit turned out to be unproductive, they would move on to Great-Great-Aunt Hilda and Caroline's list of those with a connection to their artist and the missing paintings. Caroline collected their mugs. "I'm off to prepare breakfast, ladies. Half an hour be okay?" "Perfect, thank you," said Eve. As soon as breakfast was over, Caroline rang the nursing home. "She's very happy to see us, and her nurse suggested 10:30 a.m. Caroline looked positively energized. "It's only 15 minutes from here." "That leaves us plenty of hours left for sleuthing." Wendy folded her napkin. "I have high hopes for Clementine." So did Eve, although some of her concerns of the night before were returning. Caroline's caller had been very insistent that she leave well alone, and now not only was she back on the hunt, but she had brought in reinforcements. That could spell danger. Eve feared that she would finish up breaking her promise to her daughter to steer clear of anything remotely dangerous. And something else bothered her. She had been feeling unusually tired of late, and it was beginning to seriously worry her. Initially, she had put it down to old age creeping up on her, but now she wondered if it might be something more sinister. "Penny for them?" Wendy was looking at her anxiously. "Sorry," Eve said. "I was just thinking that I ought to ring Nikki before her day gets too busy. In fact, I'll do that now. Then we'll be ready to go." She went back to their room and called her daughter. It soon became clear that things were pretty fraught at the police station. She had considered hinting to Nikki that there might be some slightly worrying aspects to their paper chase, but hearing the stress in her voice, Eve decided to keep it to herself. She ended the call, feeling disappointed in herself. Paul Leonard looked nothing like his father Derek, who was the consummate businessman. Sharp suit, shiny shoes, immaculately cut if somewhat thinning pale hair, and even paler blue eyes. His son was well built, with almost olive skin, brown eyes, and dark wavy hair. Joseph recalled the dark-haired girl who had been lying in the wood that night. Brother and sister were strikingly similar in looks. "I can't get my head around this, officers," Paul was pacing the floor of the lounge like a caged animal. First my sister and now Nathan. Can we ask you about that, Paul? Said Nicky gently. You call him Nathan, but he's Mickey to everyone else. Paul flopped down into an armchair. My dad, he grunted. As always, he pulls the strings with us both. He faltered, as if suddenly realising that he was on his own now. He forbade me to see Mickey. We've been mates for years, but Mickey has a reputation for being inquisitive, and my dad is afraid he'll see or hear something he shouldn't if he comes to the house and pass it on. So when I moved out, we decided to use his middle name, so my dad wouldn't know it was him I was seeing. Rather than slip up in front of Dad, I've conditioned myself to use it all the time now. Why would that bother him so much? Asked Joseph. You're all family, after all. Paul snorted. Only in name, or when the connection is useful to him. My dad hates Uncle Raymond, and I'm pretty sure it goes both ways. That wasn't the impression they gave us when we visited your father with Raymond, said Nicky. Raymond was most solicitous and helpful to him. Most likely keeping tabs on him. Paul sighed. Although this is a family matter, and the Leonards always close rank against outsiders. Yes, Uncle Raymond would help at a time like this. He paused. Have you any idea who killed my sister? Not yet, Paul. We'll be honest with you. This whole thing is confusing. We still don't understand why your sister should be found with Ollie Burgess. Joseph watched Paul closely as he waited for his response. Paul seemed to deflate. I suspected they were having an affair. In fact, I was certain they were. But no one agreed with me. She denied it, but I saw a photo with them together at some holiday place, somewhere with an old church and a ruined abbey, way up on the cliffs. She said a whole group of them had gone for a music festival. But I'm sure she was lying as usual. Mickey, believed they were just friends. The thing is, they both loved hanging out with goths. Chrissy even started dressing like one and being dark like me. She thought she really looked the part. Actually, she did. It suited her, but I never told her that. She even had a few tattoos, but not where our father could spot them. He would have objected? Asked Nicky. Wouldn't he just? Paul's expression hardened. You'll find out soon enough, I guess. My father's a control freak. Right from when we were little kids, we did as he said, or heaven help us. But he let you go off and live in a nice flat together, Joseph said, and paid for it too. If he wanted you under his thumb, why let you go? Paul chewed on his lip. He knows exactly why, thought Joseph, but he's scared to tell us. Listen, Paul, we know you want to see whoever hurt your sister pay, and if you help us, whatever you say can be kept under wraps, okay? Paul rubbed his chin thoughtfully, but seemed unable to come to a decision. I have to be so careful. He could take all this away from me in the blink of an eye. He looked around his flat. He's threatened to before, and he means it. I can't afford that. I can't go back home and he controls my money. Tell us about your dad, Paul, Nicky said. Joseph almost smiled. She sounded so calm and reasonable when he knew she probably wanted to shake him. We really need to get a true picture of Chrissy and her home life if we are to find out who killed her. He added, this is not an official statement, honestly. We're just talking. Paul gave in. If this gets back, I could finish up as dead as my sister. But if it helps you, well... He swallowed. Chrissy and I, we're in the way at home, simple as that. He thinks we don't know what he gets up to, but... He gave a dry laugh. We weren't blind or deaf. My father is into some rather unusual sexual practices, officers. I don't know if you can be arrested for it, but what he does certainly isn't normal. He shook his head. Mind you, giving us a flat got us out. But even after we left, we still couldn't move without him knowing. Even now he holds our reins. Not Chrissy's, though, thought Joseph. Not any more. And there's other things. To do with his business deals that he didn't want us interfering with. But I really don't know much about that. Paul sat back. So, he's a bully and has abnormal sexual tastes. Nice. Nicky was beginning to look angry. I'm not going to ask you what he gets up to at this point, Paul. But you should know that some practices are illegal.
I think that's the least of my problems right now. He can do what he likes as far as I'm concerned, and I hope it kills him. I just want to know where my best friend is and who killed my sister and her friends." "Of course," said Nicky. "So do we, I assure you. We need to know everything you can tell us about your sister, mainly about her goth friends. Can you help us, Paul?" Now he looked really miserable. "Not really. I thought she was mad going around with a bunch of misfits. But when I realised she was friendly with the Burgess, I went ape." He looked sheepish. "I lost it. If it hadn't been for Mickey, I think we'd have fallen out big time. As usual, he smoothed things over and made me see that I'd overreacted, and that it was probably just a phase she was going through. After all, we had a pretty crap childhood. She was just rebelling against all the things our father had imposed on us." "That sounds like Mickey," thought Joseph sadly. "Ever the peacemaker." "Paul, we have a problem because, as you know, she was found with Ollie Burgess. But Ollie's close friends say he was going out with a girl called Branwen, not Chrissy. And the strange thing is that they don't know Chrissy at all. Can you explain any of that to us?" Paul shook his head slowly. "I should have paid more attention to her. This is my fault. If only I'd been more supportive instead of giving her a hard time. I was always accusing her of sleeping around with her weirdo friends and—" "Stop right there," said Joseph. "None of this is your fault. We'll find an answer to all this, I promise you. But you're not to blame." Nicky added, "I'm not sure if this will help or not, Paul, but your sister was not sleeping around. Chrissy was still a virgin." Paul's mouth dropped open. "But she can't have been. She was always flirting with the boys. And she used to hint at, well, like how good this one was or how fit some other guy was, you know. One guy took her out regularly and she was always saying what a study was." "She was probably taunting you. You accused her, so she went along with it. She told you what you wanted to hear." "So Mickey was right. He said she was probably just having fun. Oh, God, that makes me feel even worse." "Don't," said Joseph. "She probably enjoyed winding you up. She was teasing. If you'd had the chance, you'd have sorted all this out and been friends again. You went through a lot together as kids." "We did, Sergeant. And it was because I cared about her that I got so angry. Our mum left when Chrissy was 12. We didn't blame her for escaping our pervert of a father, but we did blame her for not taking us with her. I found out later that Dad had made it financially impossible for her. If she had taken us, we'd all have been penniless. He had her tied up as tightly as us, the bastard." Joseph wondered how much of this was known to Raymond. Maybe they should ask. "Can we see her room, Paul?" He stood up. "Yeah, sure." He led the way and stopped outside the door. I haven't been inside since I got the news. You go in, I'll, Joseph touched his arm lightly. "That's fine, Paul. Leave it until you have someone with you. We'll not disturb anything." "Won't matter if you do. Not anymore. And the only person I'd want with me is Mickey, so—" Paul left them and trudged dejectedly back to the lounge. They went inside. "Phew," said Nicky. "He's on one big guilt trip, isn't he?" Joseph nodded. He looked around the room. It was far from tidy, unlike the rest of the flat, which Joseph suspected Paul kept presentable in case their father turned up. On one level, the room was as messy as any teenager's tends to be, but cuddly toys, at her age. Nicky held up a multicoloured unicorn made of some soft plush material. Joseph picked up 1 or 2 items of clothing. Expensive, even if they are copies. "And nearly all black," added Nicky. She went over to a dressing-table mirror, heavily decorated with photographs. "Ah, now this is what we need. I'll get a team in and have all this bagged and brought into the station. We need to know who all these people are, and where and when these photos were taken. Paul will probably be no help at all, but Kat and Ben can use their newly acquired knowledge of the local goth scene." Joseph stared around. "And that might be useful too." He pointed to a tablet lying on a bedside cabinet. "Oh yes, all her social media posts. We'll take that with us now." She produced gloves and an evidence bag from her pocket. "I can't help feeling sorry for this kid. No one seems to know or care anything about her. Her family don't know who she mixed with, apart from dismissing them as misfits. And even the local goths don't see her as a friend. And yet she was murdered, Joseph said. Someone certainly cared enough to kill her. We need to find someone who really knew her, don't we? Along with the young man who was placed next to Branwen in that boat. If Wolf and Branwen were a couple, surely Chrissy must have been closely connected to our young John Doe. There has to be a connection of some kind, but I'm buggered if I can see it. Nicky took a final look around. I'll get that team organised to go through all this while you explain to Paul, okay? Then we need to visit Mac Burgess. Lucky it's not this young man's father we're going to see, isn't it? Joseph rolled his eyes. I'm going to be seeing him quite differently after what Paul told us. Wonder what particular erotic pastime he indulges in. Nicky grinned. Just promise me you won't ask him. Wouldn't dream of it, Joseph. She smiled at him angelically. Although... Winter had not slept at all well. Edgar had phoned the art college to say that she wouldn't be back for a few days. She'd suffered a personal tragedy and required time to deal with it. Now she wished that she'd gone anyway. At home she brooded on the loss of Wolf and Branwen. Edgar wasn't his normal self either. She kept noticing an anxious, far-away expression on his face. To keep her mind from spiralling deeper into a depression, she decided to do some work on the grave rubbing that they'd taken the day before in the Monk's Lantern quiet garden. Wolf's odd reaction was eating away at her, and she wanted to find out what had caused it. What had he said exactly? She thought hard. He'd actually said nothing, just given that strange, disbelieving laugh. Then he had stared around him, as if looking for something. That was all. There was nothing more to remember. Winter carefully unrolled the thin paper and then attached it, using masking tape, to a large sheet of hardboard that she had propped against the wall in the spare bedroom she used for a studio. The engraving stood out well, especially the odd winged skull design at the top. Only the actual script was indistinct. She stared at it for some time, then, with a sigh of irritation, went and fetched a notepad. There were at least 2 names and dates, so it had to be a memorial to more than one member of a family. Sadly, even the surname wasn't immediately decipherable. Luckily, she was familiar with the kind of script used. If she used a transparent alphabet sheet produced in exactly the same size as the writing on the stone, she could match the individual letters until she finally had a name. Outside her door, she heard Edgar roaming from room to room around the flat, finally throwing himself down on their bed. There was nothing she could do for him. They each had to deal with this terrible loss in their own way. She continued writing all the words that were discernible into her book. Then she would get to work on an alphabet sheet. After a while, she closed her notebook. There was disappointingly little to go on. One thing did puzzle her about that gravestone, though. She looked at the base of the paper and the dark, uneven marks made by the rubbing wax. The lower part of the stone was deeply indented with rough gouges. The surface of the rest of it was weather-worn and pitted, which was to be expected, but the base was actually damaged in a different way. She'd seen it before on occasion, but not this bad. If nothing else, she had one clue. The stone had not originally been erected in the chapel graveyard at Monk's Lantern. It had been moved there from another location. She recalled its exact position at the side of a winding path. Even that was odd. Stones were sometimes moved when a burial ground was no longer in active use. Not every memorial was legally permitted to be touched, but simple upright memorial stones like this could be removed from the central areas and placed with others around the perimeter wall of the cemetery. The position of the original grave would be recorded. So why had this one been moved into the centre? That didn't make sense at all. Winter considered that particular area. The ladies had done a lot of work on that garden, and they would not have done so without looking into the laws attached to such things. Maybe they would know. I'm going out for a while, babe. I need some fresh air and to clear my head. Will you be okay? She hadn't even heard Edgar come in. She looked up. Of course. You go. I'll see you later. And Edgar? He looked at her sadly. I'm always here if you want to talk, she said softly. He kissed her gently. I know.
Same goes for you." She watched him go, grief pouring off his sloping shoulders like melting snow. How was it that they, of all people, had been so affected by the one thing they treasured and revered? Death. Chapter 17. No one would admit that time was running out for Mickey Leonard. As soon as they returned from talking to Mac Burgess, Joseph had raced downstairs to see Niall and go over the reports that the uniformed officers had handed in, while Nicky had phoned Raymond Leonard for an update from the streets. It was clear that, villain or not, the man was desperately worried about his adopted nephew. "And now someone has got hold of my private number and decided to warn me to back off the Burgesses. Can you believe that?" Raymond growled. "Oh, I can," said Nicky with fervour. "I've been treated to a similar warning, mentioning the Burgesses and your family." She hadn't been going to say anything about the note, but Raymond was probably thinking that it was a ruse instigated by his rivals, and she wanted to quash a potential flare-up between them. You might be surprised to know that Mac Burgess had one too, telling him to leave you out of it. "Is that so?" breathed Raymond slowly. She could almost hear the cogs turning in his brain. "And were you told where to look instead?" she asked tentatively. His silence told her that he had. Finally, he said, "I was directed to look at the people our Chrissy kept company with. Same for Mac Burgess, and for us." "So how are you interpreting it, Diagelina?" he asked. "I'm not. I'm continuing my inquiry, which includes all the dead victims' friends and associates. My biggest worry right now, Raymond, is Mickey." Raymond sighed. "I have every man, woman and child who knows him out there looking and listening and asking questions, Diagelina. I don't want to feel this way, but I'm starting to fear the worst. Some evil bastard has got him, and I think it's because he saw or heard something he shouldn't have." There was a long silence. "I've never asked a copper for help in all my life until now. But please, I'm begging you, find that boy." Nicky felt a weight descend on her. "I'm moving heaven and earth, Raymond, I promise. He's special to Joseph and me too. I can't do anything more than I am. Just let me know anything you hear, anything at all, and we'll be all over it, I swear." Another silence. "There's one more thing I haven't mentioned. This person said he has Mickey. He threatened to hurt him badly, as in disfigure him, if I didn't lay off the Burgess family." Nicky went cold. Then she frowned, puzzled. "But he told us he knew who had taken him, and used the term they. And he reminded Mac that he had another child, told him to back off hassling you or he'd be making a second trip to the mortuary. That muddies the waters. Does he have him? Or does he just know who does?" "I have to go with the possibility that he has him," Raymond said. "I can't risk anything happening to Mickey." Call ended. Nicky sat, drained and frightened. "I think I might be the bringer of good tidings, Nicky." She looked up to see Cameron standing in her office doorway. "Come in, Super," she said, summoning a weary smile. "I could certainly do with some good news for a change." "I've managed to acquire 2 officers for you, yours for the duration of this case, and I've swung it with Niall Farrow that you can have Yvonne Collins on loan from uniform." His face darkened. He suspects our Yvonne is feeling a bit under the weather at present, so maybe she'd be able to help out with the office side of things. "That's brilliant, Cam. Thank you so much. And of course I can keep Yvonne busy here. There's so much to do, she'll be a real help." She looked at him curiously. "So, who's joining us?" "I've got you 2 DCs from D.I. Jill Mercer's team, Mandy Howe and Ross Carter." "How did you manage that?" she asked. "Jill is going into hospital in a few days' time, and as they've tied up the cases they were running, I've decided to allocate them to you in her absence." "Ah, yes. She mentioned an operation, but I didn't realize it was so soon. 2 seasoned detectives and Vonnie Collins. Perfect." "They'll be with you first thing tomorrow, Nicky. Now I must go. I have a visit from the ACC in an hour. He wants a progress report, and I have precious little to offer him. Joseph passed Cam as he was on his way out. Has he magicked you another pair of hands? 3 pairs, actually. That should speed things up. Oh, and Joseph, look at this. She pointed to her screen. I've been looking up that painting Rory told us about, The Lady of Shalott. Well, what do you think? Joseph stared at it. Oh my, I see what he means. The picture showed a beautiful, anguished-looking woman seated in a low boat lined with tapestry covers and a cushion. At the bow of the boat was a lantern uncannily like the one from the Tunnel of Love. She had one hand extended as if she had been trailing it in the water. The atmosphere was one of desolation and despair. "OK, Brain of Britain, tell me about the significance of it," said Nicky, her eyes on the woman's anguished face. Joseph screwed up his face. It's a long time since I read any Tennyson, but as far as I can remember, she was a noblewoman who had been imprisoned by a curse in a tower upriver from Camelot. She was only allowed to see the outside world through a mirror and had to weave both day and night and never look out at the window. Then the mirror cracked, and she saw Sir Lancelot, fell in love, and knew that the curse had come upon her. She left the tower, found a boat, and froze to death before she reached Camelot. So that's why there's such despair on her face, she said. But apart from the similarity of the boat and the lamp, I don't see any other connection, do you? It's another love story, not unlike Romeo and Juliet as it ends in death and... Before he could continue, her phone rang. It was the front desk, asking for her to come down and speak to someone urgently. She replaced the receiver and stood up. We need it downstairs, Joseph. Someone has reported their son missing, and Uniform thinks it's kosher. With me. The man and woman waiting in the interview room looked uncomfortable and out of place. We understand you are concerned for your son's safety, said Joseph, sitting down opposite them. Yes, well, I really hope we aren't wasting your time. I mean, you see... The man looked at them beseechingly. Please. Nicky held up her hand. You aren't wasting our time, I promise. Now, may I have your names, please? Mr. and Mrs. Stratton. Stuart and Connie Stratton. Our son is called Matthew. And how old is Matthew? He's only 20. Connie Stratton's voice trembled. It was his birthday last week. The age was right for their 4th victim. Does he live at home? They nodded. The husband said, Yes, he does, but he stayed over with a friend 3 nights ago, and we haven't seen or heard from him since. He's a good boy, Inspector. He always rings his mother if he's going to be late. He's very thoughtful, very respectful. This just isn't like him. Under normal circumstances, the Strattons would have been referred to the Missing Persons Unit or to the charity Missing People. Matthew wasn't vulnerable or a minor, and not a situation the police would ordinarily pursue. But these weren't ordinary circumstances. They took down all the necessary details. Then Nicky asked the million-dollar question. Would you happen to have brought a recent photo of Matthew with you? Stuart Stratton looked at his wife. Connie, you did bring the picture, didn't you? She nodded and reached into her handbag. Nicky took the photograph and stared at the good-looking young man with black, wavy hair and expressive brown eyes. She wasn't 100% sure, but she was pretty certain that this was the young man from the Tunnel of Love. That was taken at our harvest supper last year, said the woman. He wears his hair a little shorter now, but it's the best one I could find. Nicky passed the photo to Joseph, who gave her an almost imperceptible nod. Mr. and Mrs. Stratton, as you have probably seen on the television and in the local paper, we have found 4 young people whom we are trying to identify. Nicky hated this part. From this photograph, we have to tell you there is a possibility that one of the young men is your son. Mrs. Stratton's hands flew to her face, and she rocked slowly back and forth. I knew it! I knew it! She started to repeat a prayer. Mr. Stratton set his jaw. Does your boy have any distinguishing marks, sir? Asked Joseph. A scar, a tattoo, or an old injury, maybe? Nothing. He's a fit, healthy lad. He's had no operations, and he wouldn't have dreamed of getting a tattoo. He spoke in a monotone. He has deep religious beliefs, Sergeant. He's a sensitive, caring boy. He isn't some lout covered in tattoos. He hates them. I'm afraid the only way we can be certain is for a family member to identify him. Nicky said gently. I'll do it. Stuart Stratton nodded slowly. But I have to get my wife home first. And arrange for someone to be with her. Of course. We'll get someone to drive you, said Nicky. I want to see my child, burst out Connie Stratton. I have to see him. Connie, leave this to me, all right? Think of your nerves. I want to see my boy, my Matthew. It might be for the best, sir, said Joseph. And please don't forget, as yet we cannot be absolutely certain. What I suggest, said Nicky, is that we get you both a hot drink and leave you alone for a few minutes while we make the necessary arrangements. Then we'll drive you to the viewing room and afterwards bring you back and take it from there, depending on the outcome. Would that be acceptable? They nodded silently. Outside, Nicky groaned. That poor couple. But it's him all right, isn't it, Joseph? Little doubt. I just hope Rory has worked some magic on him. I really wouldn't want the mother to see him as he was. Joseph looked pensive. Religious. Hates tattoos. Does that sound like our little group of goths to you? Nicky thought of what Edgar had said to Kat. Some of us are forced to live double lives. Was it the same for Matthew Stratton? One life for himself and one life for his parents. She said as much to Joseph. He agreed. I'm beginning to believe that there are few people around like Kat's friend Nova. You know, happy in their own skin and damn everyone else. All our victims seem to have secrets from either their parents or the world at large, which makes our lives so much more difficult. Nicky looked at her watch. I'm going to ring Rory. Would you organise some tea or coffee for the Strattons, Joseph? Of course. And maybe I'll grab a few more words with them about Matthew. Joseph had a gentle way with people. Sure. Anything you can find out would help. I'll be back shortly. The next few hours had been a waking nightmare. Whimpering, sobbing, and cries of disbelief from the boy's mother and his father's strange, hard silence, all interspersed with, "This is God's will." Nicky found it almost unbearably painful. She was assailed with memories of her own loss, which she believed had grown easier over the years. Now she felt almost defenceless. Seeing her pain, Joseph tactfully suggested that she fetch their car from the car park and bring it round to the door of the mortuary. Outside, she had an urge to start running, screaming and crying, and never stop. They had taken the Strattons straight home, where in a monotone Stuart Stratton provided them with all the information they required. He then phoned their GP to request something to help with his wife's nerves. Before they had even left the house, he was ringing their relatives and friends. Back in Nicky's office at the station, clutching hot, strong coffees provided by Zena, they sat in silence, both of them emotionally and physically drained. After a while, Nicky, the bereaved mother, gave way to Nicky, the professional, again. She took a deep breath. It always amazes me how differently grief takes people. And not always as you expect, added Joseph, staring into his mug. It was true. Some people you had fully expected to fall apart showed remarkable strength and resilience, while others, the apparently strong ones, went to pieces. That husband. At some point he'll break down completely. Or maybe his grief will never come out and he'll end up bitter and taciturn. Joseph looked at her sadly. It makes my heart bleed that you have to keep reliving everything over and over. I just wish I could spare you this side of our job. She nodded, grateful to him for his compassion. And then they were back to work. I want a meeting, Joseph. Would you organise it, please? Everyone involved who is free to attend, uniform and CID, in 1 hour in the major investigations room upstairs. One of Greenborough's old conference rooms had recently been adapted for serious crimes such as this. With its massive glass whiteboards and large screen viewers, it was the nearest the sleepy Fens came to the new high-tech world of policing. Nicky hated it, but had to admit its sheer size was an advantage. She generally left all that to Kat, who was ace at technology. It's time we took stock of what we know and make a new action plan. She drained her mug and stood up. I'm going to see Cam Walker. He needs to know we have the final ID put to bed. Joseph picked up the mugs. I'll get this meeting organised. Mickey didn't do solitude. He'd left that behind. He thrived in company, with people around him, noise, bustle. Now he was quite alone, and it was starting to tell. He peered around the gloomy room. He was used to the lack of light by now, but he still hated it. In the dark, all the bad stuff began to creep back into his head, and his thoughts kept returning to his drunken, abusive father, and the mother who was never there. No matter how much he told himself to shape up and act like a Leonard, he grew more and more dispirited. His watch had gone. His phone too. Time had lost all meaning. He was beginning to lose track of day and night. He began to fear for his sanity. He listened constantly for any sound, and his craving for human contact was such that he even looked forward to his captor's visits. Still tied to the chair, he had found that the only thing he could do to ease his aching muscles was shrug his shoulders, move his neck, grip and relax his fists, and tap his feet on the floor. Completing these meagre exercises made him feel a little more in control. He considered what Joseph would do in a situation like this, and so took a good look at his captor during his visits. Did the man have any distinguishing features? That it was a man was beyond doubt. There were two of them. He had heard their muffled voices outside the room, but he only ever saw the one. Mickey tried to make out his height and weight, guessing at fairly average for both. But he manhandled Mickey with considerable ease, so he was strong. His voice was probably what made the biggest impression. Educated but hard, indicating a hard life. And he had a distinct smell, clean, as if he used liberal amounts of deodorant or shower gel. This was all very well, but it told him nothing about why the man had taken him prisoner. A sudden noise brought him back to the present. Not a car. His captor's vehicle rattled like an old diesel engine, probably a pickup truck. No, this was somebody inside the building. Mickey strained to listen. Yes, it was definitely footsteps, someone creeping along outside the room. They sounded furtive. Had someone found him? His heart leaped. "Joseph," he whispered hoarsely. "Is that you?" The footsteps came to a halt at his door. He held his breath. Then they moved away, and once again, silence reigned. Chapter 18. Clementine Brady was not what Eve had expected. Eve had pictured a small, infirm woman, possibly in a wheelchair or even confined to her bed. She would have a reedy, piping voice and would ramble on about the old days. Eve chided herself. She really should have known better. After all, she and Wendy weren't your stereotypical old ladies, so why should Clementine be? When they were shown into her room, Clementine was seated in a high-backed office chair at a rather ornate writing desk, typing furiously on what was obviously a top-of-the-range laptop. She looked round at them, beaming. "How lovely to meet you. Please forgive me for not getting up, but this annoying arthritis in my joints stops me moving as I'd like. Bit of a bummer, if truth be told." She swung her chair around to face the centre of the room and indicated to a sofa and two armchairs. "Please do sit down. I've asked Helen, my nurse, to bring us some tea in a few minutes' time. The tea's not too bad here. I've had worse." Eve couldn't stop smiling. That would teach her to make assumptions. Caroline introduced them, and they all sat down. From the looks of it, the home was pretty exclusive. Eve wondered how a retired librarian could afford such a place. Maybe the money came from an inheritance. "So, you were looking for the mysterious Richmond painting and trying to find out about the missing artist himself. How exciting!" Eve and Wendy explained about their renovation of his original studio and showed her some photos of Acacia House on Eve's phone. His descendant of the same name was anxious to find answers to the great unsolved family mystery. "And your search led you to me," the old lady said. "That in itself is strange, as it's been on my mind a lot recently. I have too much time on my hands now I no longer drive or walk distances, so I set myself projects and challenges to complete." She pointed to the laptop, "using this little beauty." "And you were hoping to discover what?"
asked Wendy. "Whether the painting really existed, and why Robert Richmond disappeared." "Have you already started work on this?" asked Eve hopefully. "Oh, yes, although I found nothing to tell me where that painting went, or if it ever truly existed. Most of my inquiries have concentrated on the man himself." Clementine swung back to her desk, opened a drawer, and took out a bright pink plastic document wallet. "I've printed this off for you. Something in there might be of interest. And if you've only just begun your investigation, I might be ahead of you." She offered the wallet to Caroline. "Take it. I have it all saved on the laptop." Well, thought Eve, looking at the bright, intelligent eyes and the smartly cut silver hair, the casual slacks and the navy V-neck sweater, I want to be just like that in my 90s. Caroline leafed through the wallet, making small noises of surprise and agreement. "We've been following a similar tack, Clementine, but you're ahead of me by a country mile." Her smile disappeared. "Can I ask you a rather odd question?" The old lady's eyes took on an expression of lively curiosity. "Fire away." Eve noticed Caroline's hesitation. She was obviously reluctant to frighten the old woman. "Has anyone ever objected to you asking questions about the artist?" Clementine looked at her. "Not exactly, although I came across someone who was less than helpful. In fact, thinking about it, he did tell me that I should stop ferreting about in other people's business." She narrowed her eyes. "I gather you've had more than that." Caroline nodded. "Someone, I don't know who, has told me to leave well alone." Eve saw no fear in Clementine's eyes. Evidently it would take more than a few words to scare this lady. "Well, that is a puzzle, isn't it? And naturally it leads one to believe said person knows more than we do. Maybe a lot more." "Who was the person you mentioned, Clementine?" asked Wendy. "A man named Lawrence Russell. He's a bit of a recluse, although I believe he was a teacher in his younger days. I understood that he might have been descended from the woman who ran the art society that Robert Richmond used to visit. Her name was Penelope Russell, and she was a very good landscape artist in her time." "That would have been the art society that my great-great-aunt Hilda attended," added Caroline animatedly. "And I found a friend called Penny mentioned in her notes, but no surname." "Oh, my!" exclaimed Eve. "PR! That's who we're looking for, the person who could help lead us to RS." Clementine now looked thoroughly perplexed, so Eve explained about the letter they had discovered under the floorboards in his studio. She also told her that Robert had believed RS to be in grave danger, which was what sent him off on his final trip to the lakes. The old lady clapped her hands in delight. "How simply marvellous! I suppose I couldn't see that letter, could I?" "I'll send you a scan of it if you like," said Eve. "Splendid. Thank you. I'll give you my email address." She looked around. "And here comes Helen with our tea." When the tea had been poured and Helen had left, Clementine continued. "I'm thinking about your anonymous threat. Considering that Mr. Russell scolded me for doing the same thing, it stands to reason he's the one who threatened you, Caroline." Eve had already reached that conclusion, and was sure Wendy had too. Nevertheless, she did marvel at the quickness of Clementine Brady. "So, are you ladies thinking about paying him a visit? His address is in the file I've just given you. And if you do," her eyes sparkled, "you just have to come back and tell me absolutely everything." They stayed for another half-hour, until Helen returned, suggesting firmly that Clementine should take a rest before being taken down to lunch. It was only then that Eve noticed a wheelchair tucked behind the open door. It made her like Clementine even more. She was a proud woman who refused to be seen as helpless and old. Her body might be letting her down, but that brain of hers was certainly firing on all cylinders. They said their goodbyes, thanked her for her help, and promised to visit again before they returned to the Fens. They also promised to keep her informed if they did get some answers to the mysteries, and she promised to do the same. As they left, she called out, I do have one little avenue as yet unexplored. I shall travel it post-haste and pass on what I discover at my destination."
Outside in the car, Eve and Wendy looked at each other and laughed.
"Well," said Wendy, "I was expecting someone in their dotage. How old did you say she is?"
Caroline grinned. 90 in a week or so, I believe, and I did say she was still bright as a button.
"Even so."
Caroline started the engine, but sat with it running. "I suggest we go home and go through what our friend has given us, collate it with my notes, have some lunch, and then decide where to go next. How does that sound?"
"Good," said Wendy. "I think we need to think hard about how we approach Mr. Lawrence Russell, if we do decide to tackle him. So yes, let's see what our super sleuth has discovered about him first."
Eve agreed. She had the beginnings of a nagging headache, and was hoping that she'd packed some paracetamol. She was anxious to keep this thing rolling now they had more information, but was feeling well under par. She just hoped that the others wouldn't notice. At 14:30 hours, Nicky and Kat went to the major incident room. It was some 15 minutes before the others were due to arrive. Kat had sorted the relevant files and images that they would need for the briefing, displaying them on 2 massive wall screens. Nicky wrote the real names of the victims on the whiteboards, along with their goth names, and left space around each to add pertinent facts as they arose. She had a sheaf of reports on the table in front of her, and was leafing through them when Cameron walked in.
"I'll sit in on this one, Nicky, just in case I've missed anything. The ACC had to cancel today, so I have time to get the status of the whole investigation under my belt by tomorrow."
He sank down onto a chair.
"Any news about Mickey?"
She shook her head. "Not a thing, Super. Not from uniform, and not from Raymond Leonard. He, by the way, is beside himself. He has begged for our assistance, which must be a first."
Cam raised an eyebrow. "You can say that again."
"I'll fill you in on the details when the others get here, Cam. Basically, all of us, that is we, the Leonards and the Burgess family, have been contacted by someone, possibly the abductor, or possibly someone who knows who he is."
"I see."
He glanced up. People were beginning to file into the room.
"I'll be very interested to hear about that."
When everyone was assembled, and the chatter and low hum of voices had faded away, every eye turned to Nicky. "Thank you all for taking the time to come up here. But it's imperative that we keep up to date and keep talking to each other. Things are happening all the time, and yes, I know, everything will be logged in the daybook, but I want your thoughts as well as the facts." She looked around at the sea of faces. "So, as you all know, we have 4 victims. 2 young couples found together in what were intended to be romantic settings. The first to be found were Ollie Burgess and Chrissy Leonard, who were lying together on a blanket in a clearing in Saltmere Woods. Because of the way they were posed, they were dubbed Romeo and Juliet. The second couple to be found, in a boat moored in a culvert off the river, were Annie Green and a lad who we have just identified as Matthew Stratton. We found a sign outside the entrance to the culvert reading Tunnel of Love." She looked across to Kat. "Can we have the forensic photos, please?" Kat projected a series of images onto the 2 screens, one for each couple, then brought the first discovery into the foreground. "First, Romeo and Juliet. We believe," said Nicky, "that their bodies have been staged in this manner to suggest a romantic attachment. As you can see, Ollie Burgess is holding a red rose. From their appearance, the 3 discreet tattoos found on Chrissy Leonard, and a Dracula ring worn by Ollie, we thought they might be goths. This was later confirmed. They both kept it from their parents, who would certainly not have approved. It appears Chrissy's father had a tight hold on the purse strings. Ollie, although having money of his own, had a very nice apartment, all paid for by Daddy." Kat added pictures of the tattoos, the ring, and also the crucifix worn by Chrissy. Nicky described each item in the goth context, adding their significance to the whiteboard as she spoke. "Forensics have informed us that they were all killed in the same manner, drugged and then suffocated, but in different locations. The couple who found the bodies had previously heard a powerful engine, possibly a big 4x4 vehicle, leaving the area and heading towards Greenborough. Nothing has been found on any of the traffic cameras. Kat pointed to the whiteboard bearing Ollie's name and a recent portrait photo of him. Ollie here, full name Oliver Wilfrid Burgess, took the goth name of Wolf, and all his friends and acquaintances knew him as that. She moved to the second board with Annie Green written on it. This girl took the name Branwen, and despite being identified by some friends and work colleagues, her parents are proving very difficult to trace. Nicky paused and looked around the big room. There is, of course, one massive anomaly. Although they were made to look like two loving couples, as far as we know, they weren't couples at all. Wolf was apparently seeing Branwen. Chrissy was not in a relationship at all, and was in fact a virgin. We know little as yet about Matthew, other than that he was very religious, according to his parents. So, make of that what you will. She saw puzzlement on the faces looking back at her. I know. It's the same for me. Why did our killer stage the bodies like this? Who was he sending a message to? The families? The goth community? The police? Someone that, as yet, we haven't met in the investigation? She spread her hands. We are still waiting for the full forensic reports on all 4 victims. But at least we have their proper names now. She turned back to Kat. Could you bring up the images of the Tunnel of Love, please? A gallery of pictures appeared on the screen, showing the location, the boat, the dead victims, and even the heart-shaped helium balloon that had been tied to the girl's hand. Stark and shocking as the images were on the screen, they were nothing like the real scene had been. She stared at the boat called the Aphrodite. It was all a portrayal of some gothic fantasy. Maybe that was the intention. Joseph, can you tell everyone about the finding of these 2 bodies, and about the lamp that was attached to the bow of the boat, please? Joseph explained that the discovery had been made by a group of kids out night fishing, assisted by 2 members of the public who were driving by at the time. He tactfully left out the fact that it had been Nicky's own mother who had climbed down to the tunnel, and that she and Wendy had been the ones to haul it out of the culvert. The lamp is curious, said Joseph. Rory has confirmed that it is an antique of some value, although he doubts the killer was aware of that. Kat? A close-up of the old lamp appeared on the screen. He assures us it's early arts and crafts, made somewhere in the late 19th century, and is a candle lantern with green-leaded bullseye glass. It hasn't been well looked after, so it's not been used as a showpiece. Most likely someone thought it to be a bit of junk, or... He paused. Possibly the killer picked it up in an antique or charity shop. Perhaps Uniform could take a photo of it around to some of the local places, and see if anyone remembers selling it. Niall nodded. Yes, sir. I'll get a crew onto that immediately. There are quite a lot of places like that in Greenborough Town. Nicky thanked Joseph. I know we are a long way from getting all the forensic evidence back, and we've only today identified the last of the victims. But as yet we have no suspects and no motive. She hated having to admit that, but it was the truth. We suspect 2 people to be responsible, but whether it's one killer and an accomplice, willing or unwilling, or 2 of them working together, we have no idea. She glanced down at her notes. As to motive, we are looking at 2 approaches. One, we cannot ignore the fact that 2 rival families are involved, the Leonards and the Burgesses. Something could have occurred that we aren't aware of, serious enough to spark off a war between them. Both families assure us that that isn't the case, and on the surface they appear to be assisting our inquiries, but... She shrugged. They are criminals. So, I'm taking nothing at face value. What's the atmosphere on the streets in the Carborough now? Uneasy, Mum. Tense and angry, he replied. I'll come to that in a moment. As we all know, there is another reason for the Carborough to be on edge. But, going back to motive, we are also looking at the goth community. This could all be down to some bitter and twisted, jilted lover, eaten up with jealousy and getting his own back on people who have rejected him. Or her, asked PC Steve Vickers. Indeed. We have nothing to point us either way at present, other than that considerable strength would have been needed to get the bodies from the kill site to the place where they were to be found. If there are 2 of them, it's possible though, isn't it? PC Vickers asked. We can't discount it. Nicky couldn't see it herself, but stranger things had happened. DC Cullen and DC Radley are dealing with the goth aspect of the inquiry at present. They have established some useful contacts within the community,
So anything you discover or want to discuss regarding our goth friends, please talk to them. Now, our other problem. Nicky went over to an empty whiteboard and wrote across the top in bold letters, "Missing, Mickey Leonard." Here, she stabbed her finger at the name, is the other reason that the Carberra and the Leonard family are in turmoil. Mickey, being friendly with Paul Leonard, was endeavouring to discover why Paul's sister Chrissy hadn't returned home a few nights ago. He knew she had some sort of connection with Ollie Burgess and went to talk to him about her. We found Mickey's phone lying shattered on the ground behind Ollie's apartment. Mickey has not been seen since. Nicky saw Joseph looking at her intently. He knew she was finding this difficult, and from his expression, it was no easier for him. It's no secret that both Joseph and I have befriended Mickey. He's turned out differently from most of the rough, borstal-bound little shits we usually run across in the course of our work. He's a good kid who responded to the love and kindness of his adoptive parents, Peter and Fran Leonard, who were distraught. Now, I could be wrong here, and this is rather off-the-wall thinking for us, but I believe that Raymond Leonard is doing all he can to help the police to find Mickey. There was a murmur of disbelief, some snorts of derision, and a few comments about leopards and spots. She couldn't blame them for their scepticism, and chose to ignore it. We believe that Mickey chanced on something. He either saw or heard some item of information that the killer could not allow him to pass on, and this puts him in grave danger. I want him found. Her tone had the desired effect of instantly quelling the chatter. I do not want to see his face on this board as another victim. 4 is bad enough. Let's do all we can not to let this escalate. Everyone in Greenborough knows Mickey, either as Mickey Leonard or Little Mickey Smith. Someone had to have seen what happened the evening he was snatched, so find them. She took a deep breath. And now we have a rogue element to consider. Everyone looked up with renewed interest. Someone does know something. In fact, this someone, who is possibly the killer, knows rather more than I'm happy about. Her expression grew stony. Cat, the scan of the note I received, please. She pointed to the screen. This was an envelope attached to my front door. As you can see, it's written on a computer, and, as expected, had no trace evidence on it. He professes to know who took Mickey and what they intend to do with him. Then he warns us to stop looking at the Leonard and Burgess families for the murders. So, we are taking this as confirmation that Mickey's disappearance is definitely connected to the killings. She frowned. I have been told that Alfie Burgess took a call on Matt Burgess's private phone, telling him to back off from the Leonards and suggesting that if he wanted to find out who killed his son, he should look at Ollie's friends. Whoever it was threatened to harm Mac's other child, a girl, I think, if he didn't comply. What kind of harm? Asked PC Vickers. He insinuated that Mac probably wouldn't want to return to the Greenborough morgue to identify another dead child of his, replied Nicky. And to complete the story, I then met a furious Raymond Leonard who had had a similar call, again on a private line, warning him off the Burgess family and telling him to look at who Chrissy had been mixing with. This time the threat was to Mickey. He didn't say he knew who had the boy. He declared that he had him, and would disfigure him badly if Raymond ignored his warning. Raymond told me he believed it was no empty threat. It scared him badly. She looked around the room. Now, incredible as this may sound, he begged the police for help. Oh, he's still got every crook and villain out there too, hunting for the kid. But he doesn't want to gamble with Mickey's life, and has admitted that he needs our help. This time there were no smart remarks. Nicky stood back and looked at the boards, now covered in her written comments. Does anyone have anything to add? Niall raised a hand. Mom, you mentioned the Carberra and that something may be going on with the Leonard family. Well, it's only something a snout said, just a heads up really. But it's rumoured that there's a small faction that are unhappy with the way Raymond does business, so to speak. I think the family aren't necessarily as united as they used to be, but I got the impression that so far they've kept their complaints from Raymond. My informant suggested that they're planning something they don't want Raymond to know about. Thank you, Niall. That is very interesting indeed, especially as we've been told that his cousin Derek, Chrissy's father, hates Raymond. We need to follow that up." "Duly noted," said Niall. "I'll pass on anything we hear immediately." A civilian whose task was checking surveillance cameras stood up. "I checked the CCTV for the gardens behind Paul's flat, but we found nothing. Only one was operational, so frankly anything could have happened in the other half of the gardens, and we'd never know." Nicky thanked her and looked around. "Could I ask something, Mom?" Another detective raised a hand, and Nicky recognised DC Andy Howe, soon to be a temporary member of her team. She nodded. "Yes, Andy." "Because the two crime scenes looked so theatrical, and were obviously carefully staged, do you think the whole thing is smoke and mirrors? Just a set-up to throw us off the real reason for the deaths?" Astute, thought Nicky. This man could be useful. A distinct possibility. Well done for coming to that conclusion. Yes, indeed, it could be simply a deception on the part of the killer. So all of you, continue to follow up what we do know, but don't close your minds to anything else. "Deception, or misdirection," said Kat. "That's exactly what my contact Nova said it was. Misdirection. It's very possible, isn't it?" Nicky nodded. For the first time, the case was beginning to make sense. "Here is what I'm going to do. We will set up 4 teams, 1 for each victim, and I want those 4 young people's lives taken apart. Our murderer has deemed them worth killing, and there has to be a reason for that. We concentrate on Ollie, Chrissy, Annie, and Matthew, the people. They are the priority in this inquiry, not the trappings and the stagecraft. And all the time, I want you scouring the neighbourhood, looking for anything that will help us find Mickey Leonard. Remember, folks, fingers crossed, Mickey is still alive. Those other 4 kids are already dead. We have to find out what happened, and someone has to pay for their deaths. But Mickey could still be alive, and relying on us to find him. So, if there's nothing else, go to it." As they all filed out, she looked behind her at that third big whiteboard staring ominously back at her. "You're not having him," she said sternly. "Not our Mickey." Chapter 19. After the meeting, Joseph, Nicky and Cam discussed the warnings to look at the friends of the deceased. "Couldn't that just be more misdirection?" asked Cam suspiciously. "It's very insistent, isn't it? I mean, threatening various actions if we don't comply with his wishes." "He could be turning the spotlight away from the real killer, I suppose," said Nicky. "Or it's important to him that we look in the right direction, and that's at the Goths." "If it were a Burgess," Joseph said, "surely he'd try to direct us to the Leonards and vice versa. So who the hell is it? And does he have Mickey or not?" Nicky heaved a deep breath. "I have absolutely no idea why. But I don't think he does. But I do think he knows who has. And I'm sure he knows Mickey too, from the way he spoke to Raymond. I think telling us one thing and Raymond another was a big mistake. Then we should hang on to that. If he's really cunning, and I've got it totally wrong, I'll throw up my hands, but if I'm right, then even if he is the killer, he's capable of getting things wrong." Joseph sincerely hoped that was the case. It was how they caught people. One small mistake was often all it took. "Joseph, I didn't want to overload everyone with info, but have you had any luck with looking at Derek Leonard's business empire?" Nicky asked. "Interesting, to say the least," he said. "To be honest, I've farmed most of it out to Spooky in IT. She can use routes that I have no access to, and she's working on it herself." Nicky looked pleased. "On the surface, he's squeaky clean, and he is actually a damned good businessman. All of his companies and his investments are in excellent shape. The only problem is he seems to have considerably more income than he ought. Illegal dealings, probably through Cousin Raymond," said Nicky. "They might not like each other, but where money's concerned, they'd not be averse to using each other." "Most likely," Joseph said. "Anyway, if anyone can ferret out shady business deals, it will be Spooky." "Nothing about his strange sex life come to light, I suppose?" asked Nicky with a hint of a smile. Cam looked perplexed.
So she explained briefly what Derek's son had told them. Actually, something did materialize when I was trawling through his expenditures. There was a regular payment to a private company that turns out to be a, get this, specialist escort agency. Joseph raised an eyebrow. At some point, I'll ring and see what their special of the day is, shall I? Just don't get too interested, Nicky warned with a grin. As if. Cam shook his head, laughed and stood up. And on that note, I'd better go and collate some of this for the ACC's visit. I'll let you get on. At the door, he stopped and said, Keep me up to date, won't you? And whatever you need to help your search for Mickey, just ask. I'll do what I can. After he had gone, Joseph asked, So, how are you going to work this 4-team strategy, Nicky? I thought Kat could take the check on Brownwyn, Annie Green, and have one of our newbies with her, maybe Ross Carter. Ben can look into Wolf, that is Ollie Burgess, with Andy Howe. Then you can investigate Chrissy Leonard and have Vonnie for backup. And I'll wing it with Matthew Stratton. I can always get Xena to pitch in with research and office stuff. And Mickey? He asked gravely. We all keep tabs on Mickey. He's connected to these people somehow, maybe one in particular. And that's possibly Chrissy. That's why I want you on her case. Whatever we do, we keep Mickey at the front of our thoughts and listen out for anything that might help find him. And pray that Uniform turn up something from the streets, Joseph added. Or that Raymond's army of bad guys hits on something useful. Nicky's expression was almost comically exasperated. You do know I'm going to kill him myself when we find him, don't you? Silly little sod. Can you believe it? A bloody Leonard walking straight into a Burgess stronghold. What was he thinking? That he was helping his best mate. We'd have done the same for our friend, if we were his age, Joseph said. And that friend's sister was missing. Yeah, I know all that. But I'm still going to kill him. Winter was starting to worry about Edgar. It was after 3 p.m, and he'd been out since morning. She had called him around lunchtime, and he had told her he needed a bit of time alone to get his head around what had happened, and she wasn't to worry about him. He had asked if she was okay, and she had said that she was just trying to keep busy, rather than dwell on it all. He had tentatively asked her how the reconstruction of the epitaph was going, and she told him it was much more worn and damaged than she'd thought, and would take time and patience. He had said very little after that, and now she was debating whether to ring him again. It wasn't like him to stay out so long, and a part of her was a bit hurt that he had left her alone when she was grieving too. Winter sat on their sofa and sipped a mug of barley cup. Too much caffeine upset her. This was just so unlike Edgar. He was usually such a caring partner. This was way out of character, so he must have taken the murder of their friends very badly indeed. She should cut him some slack. Just as she was about to ring him again, the door opened. Edgar walked in, carrying a small bunch of red roses. She noticed the local supermarket label on them, so he must have gone there specially. He was forgiven, even before he'd uttered an apology. Hugging him tightly, she felt his body shake. He was crying. She couldn't recall ever seeing him cry before. She pulled him down onto the sofa and held him to her. They sat for over half an hour without speaking. Then he sighed and gave her a sad, sad smile. I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have left you. You had to, sweetheart. I realise that now. Yes, I did. But I'm back now, and it's time to move on. How about I go and get supper ready? We'll do it together, and I'll put these lovely flowers in water. As she arranged the roses in a black basalt vase purchased in a church sale, she watched him covertly. He was preparing the vegetables with his usual care but little enthusiasm. Edgar might be endeavouring to move on, but he was far from being his normal self. For one horrible moment, she even wondered if he'd taken something. He didn't do drugs, but they had friends who did. She'd have to keep a close eye on Edgar Porter in the coming days. Eve had made it through their busy day, but the paracetamol had done little good, and now at almost 5, her head still ached. While Wendy was in the ensuite freshening up, She gave in and rang her GP, booking an appointment for the following week. She never saw a doctor, but since she was normally in such good health, the way she was feeling made her anxious. It just wasn't like her. She hated the thought of someone looking at her date of birth on a referral letter and seeing only some poor old woman. Oh dear, lost in deep thought again, Eve Anderson. I'm starting to worry. Wendy stood in the doorway, toweling her hair and looking suspiciously at her. She rallied a smile. Oh, I'm just thinking about Clementine, she lied. As we were leaving this morning, she mentioned a new avenue and I was wondering what that was all about. So why the anxious expression? Asked her astute friend. I'm concerned that if she delves too deeply, she might attract the attention of the man who warned Caroline off, and he does more than give her a ticking off about nosing around in other people's business. I think Clementine is suffering from more than arthritis, and I'm pretty certain she's not as physically able as she lets on. Wendy sank down on the bed, still drying her hair with the towel. I admit I've been mildly concerned that our visit might have drawn attention to her, but... oh, she looked at Eve. Surely no one would hurt an old lady of that age, especially when she's safely ensconced in a nursing home and surrounded by staff. And has a brain as sharp as any younger person, an analytical mind, an inquisitive disposition, and is clearly computer literate, added Eve. Put like that, Wendy pulled a face. Maybe I should be as worried as you. Earlier, they had decided to do some investigating into Lawrence Russell before engineering a meeting with him. Now Eve was wondering if they should speed up the process. Perhaps a face-to-face visit was called for. There were 3 of them, and 2 possessed self-defense skills that would take Russell completely by surprise. The odds were well in their favour. How about we do the threatening? She said thoughtfully. He wouldn't be expecting that, would he? A slow smile spread over Wendy's face. Now there's a thought. And to think I suspected you of slowing down. What an idiot. Far from it, thought Eve grimly. I feel like shit, but I have no intention of letting that lovely old lady get another telling off. Or worse. Discuss plan of action over dinner? You got it. Then I suggest an early morning call on Mr. Lawrence Russell. Before breakfast might be best. Like the police with their dawn raids. Wendy jumped up. I'll get dressed. Eve felt better for doing something concrete. She was now keen to see this mystery cleared up, so she could get home in time to see the doctor. Apart from her own health concerns, she didn't like the threats being directed at vulnerable women. That evening they returned to their new favourite restaurant, where they managed to get the same table away from the other diners. They went over all they had garnered from Clementine's research and that of Caroline. So, it seems that Robert Richmond visited Penelope Russell's art club every time he came up here to paint, said Wendy. Without fail, added Caroline. He gave talks and demonstrations, and also advised them on their work. And from the list of names Clementine gave us, the lady that is of most interest to us, Rebecca Strong, could well be the RS that Robert referred to in his journal. Eve looked at the name on their notes, and if she is indeed the one, maybe she also sent those letters. She signed them simply B. Becky, perhaps, short for Rebecca? Good point, Wendy said. She turned to Caroline. What did you find out about Rebecca in the local records? Caroline scanned through her reporter's book. Ah, yes, here we are. It wasn't hard to trace the old family histories. The Strongs were from good stock and had pots of money back then, although the records are a bit vague as to what their business actually was. I'm inclined to think from other references that it could have been graphite mining. At the time Robert was coming here, they lived in a rather grand manor house called Great Gables. Looking at the old photos, it was very elegant indeed. Portico covered in purple wisteria, a knot garden and 3 full-time gardeners, as I recall. You said they had money back then, said Eve. Did they lose it then? Yes, there was some kind of family scandal, and within a single generation the lot was gone. They finished up living in penury. Caroline frowned. I came unstuck trying to trace what happened to Rebecca. I found her birth certificate and that she was a spinster, but I could find no record of her death. Wendy shot a glance at Eve.
This is looking more and more like our RS, isn't it? Robert believed her to have been in mortal danger, and now we have a scandal and an anomaly. I think we're on the right track." Eve agreed, and she attended the art society, which a lady of means might well do as a pastime. She looked back to Caroline, and we know she knew Penelope Russell, who was in the same group, and it's Penelope's descendant who warned off Clementine, and probably you too. Interesting, isn't it? Their food arrived, bringing about a pause in their discussion. Clementine also believes that Penny and Rebecca, as well as my relative Hilda, were good friends and all admirers of the artist, said Caroline. Your journal said that RS was going to stay with PR, so even that makes sense. And at that very time, Robert does his mercy dash and is never heard of again. Eve breathed. Do we know where Penelope Russell lived? Caroline laughed. That I do know. In the same house that Lawrence Russell, the recluse, and possibly the man who threatened me, still lives. It's called Greyrig House, and it's only about a 10-minute drive from my place. I saw the address in Clementine's notes and recognised it as being where Penny lived all those years before. I've seen the man Lawrence once or twice, but never spoken to him. He's a most unfriendly individual. And what of Penelope's family, Caroline? Were they well off too? Asked Wendy, between mouthfuls of steak and ale pie. Caroline laid down her knife. Not in the same league as the Strong family, but comfortable, and it seems that Old Man Strong gave quite generous and regular amounts of money to Albert Russell, Penelope's father, for his charitable work with orphans and abandoned children. All very benevolent and genteel, said Eve, on the surface. Her thoughts were leading her down a rather dark road. Now, Caroline, we are thinking of making an unannounced early morning call on our Lawrence Russell. We hope to surprise him into answering our questions. Caroline's eyes widened. Oh, won't that be awfully dangerous? Only for him, muttered Eve. We don't like men who scare single women, or fragile elderly ladies like Clementine. And we're willing to bet that he won't have come across any women like us. We'll present him with the other side of the coin. And see how he likes that, added Eve, an evil smile playing on her lips. Oh my, I wouldn't have dreamed of doing anything like that, but, well, why not? Caroline said. I have to admit I was terrified, so if it was him, then he deserves everything he gets. I just couldn't bear it if either of you got hurt. Highly unlikely. Wendy winked at her. Rest assured, we know what we're doing. Now, where is this Greyrig house? Right on the lakeshore. It's on some private land with about 4 or 5 other rather nice properties. Security gates? Asked Eve. No, it's set among trees down a rough, unmade lane. A pretty and very private spot. Wendy beamed. Perfect. I can hardly wait. What about you, Eve? Eve smiled back. Roll on tomorrow morning. Nicky and Joseph didn't get away until almost 8, and even then they felt they should have stayed, just in case any news came in about Mickey. As he drove towards Cloud Fen, Joseph found himself growing tense. It was at this point in the journey that he usually relaxed and unwound. They were going home, leaving the day behind and looking forward to an evening together. But since finding that envelope pinned to the front door of Nicky's cottage, he had felt on edge. He knew that Nicky would be feeling so too. He made a mental note to ring Vinnie Silver and get him to reactivate the security cameras that they had installed after a particularly nasty murder investigation. After living with them for over a year, Nicky had decided that they spoiled the peace of her old family home. They made her feel like she was back at work, checking screens and being vigilant, when there was nothing but birds and hares and the fen to look at. Joseph wasn't so sure, but it was Nicky's home, so he gave in to her. He was certain that now she'd be willing to reinstall them. Someone knew where she lived, someone closely connected to what was going on. They parked and locked their cars. As they made their way to the house, Nicky said, I'm about to do something I never do. Back down? Joseph grinned. You mean the security cameras? Bugger! You know me too well, Joseph Easter. Well, it was that, or say you were going to cook dinner tonight, so it was no contest. She cuffed him on the arm. But she'd been right. The place was a peaceful haven,
far from the police station and the grim reality of their working lives. I'll ring Vinny before I do anything else. Then, when this is over, we can consider switching it off again. Is that okay? She smiled at him. Thank you for that, my love. But let's just see, shall we? She sighed. I'm a senior police officer, and I live in a remote location. My only neighbour happens to live with me, so there's no one around for almost a mile. If I went out to a robbery or something worse, and the household had told me they live in similar circumstances, I'd call them fools. Perhaps it's time I stopped burying my head in the sand. This had really got to her. I'll ring him right away. Vinny sounded happier than Joseph could remember. Mate! Fantastic! You ready to come and see the new abode? He sounded like a school kid with a new bike. Not quite, Vinny. Actually, I have a little job for you. I know it's late, but... As soon as Vinny heard what the job was and why, he said, Give me an hour and I'll be with you. Get the kettle on. Kettle? Joseph exclaimed. What happened to the whiskey? I'm living in Sheila's pub, remember? Can't afford to get stopped for drink driving for her sake, let alone my own. Very responsible, Vinny. I'm proud of you. Sod off, Bunny. We'll make up for it another time. See you shortly. Joseph hung up. He'll be here in an hour. Nicky was kicking off her shoes and hunting for the pair of old scuffed deck shoes that she called slippers. Brilliant. If you want to get supper going, I'll go and get the cameras and whatnot out of the spare room. They had just finished their meal and stacked the dishwasher when they heard the crunch of tyres on the gravel drive. Vinny Silver was a completely different person to the one Joseph and Nicky had last seen. He looked relaxed, fit, and happy. It did Joseph's heart good to see him like that. Joseph had been feeling guilty about involving his friend in a serious case that had gone badly wrong. So, what have you got for me? Vinny began. Joseph gave him a brief explanation. No problem, Vinny said. I'll have that done in no time. Same positions for the cameras? Front door, back door, garage and barn areas, I guess, said Joseph. No need for all those others that we set up near the lane and in the garden. We're probably shutting the door after the horses bolted anyway. We might never get another visit from our unofficial mailman, but I'll feel happier all the same. You should never have taken them down, Bunny boy. Living out here? What were you thinking? It was me, Vinny, said Nicky. Up until recently, no one even locked their doors around here. This was always my safe place. All those devices just reminded me of the kind of work I do and the way the world has changed. But that's the point, lovely lady. The world has changed. Vinny looked serious for a moment. Anyway, let's make you as safe as we can. He and Joseph reattached the cameras, and then Vinny made sure that they were getting high-quality images on their computer. It was a very good system, even switching from colour during the day to monochrome at night to be more effective. There was also a sensor that detected movement, and remote access so that they could check it on their smartphones when they were away from the place. All finished, and the cameras are neatly concealed. If your mailman comes back to nail another note to your door, he won't even know you've got pictures of his ugly mug. Vinny glanced at his watch. Better make a move and leave you good people in peace. I promise to help Sheila close up tonight. How are you enjoying being the publican's right-hand man? Asked Nicky with a smile. You're looking pretty good on it, I must say. Vinny grinned from ear to ear. I never dreamed I'd settle down. Hell, you know me, Bunny. I've never been able to resist a beautiful woman. And since I find all women beautiful... We get the picture, cried Nicky. Well, I had no idea what I was missing. I've never felt more content. And the new home? Where is that? Joseph demanded. We're dying to see it. We'll be sure to come as soon as this case is showing some headway, and when we've found Mickey. Immediately all his cheer evaporated. If we find Mickey. All in good time, friends. There's no rush. Now, I have to go. He stopped in the doorway. And if there's anything we can do, just ask. We're here for you, okay? They watched him go. Nicky slipped her arm around Joseph's waist. I'm so pleased for him, aren't you? He hugged her to him. I certainly am. And he's right. In all the years I've known him, through all the long, dark nights and dangerous places, he never once mentioned settling down. This is nothing short of a miracle.
It only takes the right woman, huh, Joseph? Oh, it certainly does, Nicky Galena. In the early hours of the morning, a strong wind began to howl and moan around Mickey's place of confinement. He had slept fitfully for a few hours, but now he lay wide awake and frightened. With every passing hour, he slipped a little further back into the shadows of his miserable childhood. He heard his father's voice. Sometimes he was shouting in a terrible drunken rage, and at others quiet, in that mood where he sat and stared morosely at Mickey, slitty-eyed. "Where is your mother?" the voice asked, almost hissing. "I asked you a question." Mickey stuttered out the same answer as always, that he didn't know, because he didn't. The voice kept asking, and still he gave the same answer. Then he saw his father looming over him, a once handsome man ravaged by drink. "Fine. As you don't know where she is, you can take what she had coming, can't you? If you care so much for her, then you can share her punishment, you snivelling little toad." Mickey still felt that blow. He trembled, knowing what would happen next. And then, inexorably, he was being dragged into a different room to take his mother's punishment. Mickey broke down. It was all too overwhelming. He began to sob and couldn't stop. He howled and wailed along with the howling, wailing wind, and then suddenly he caught his breath. It was those footsteps again, the ones he'd heard before. "Stop crying. Hush, please, for your own sake. You'll wake him. Please be quiet." It was a woman's voice, cracked and dry. "Who are you?" he called softly. "Please, help me." "I am," she whispered, "but you must be quiet. You have to be. It's what he values." Then the slow footsteps retreated. What did she mean? She was helping him. How? And who was she? She clearly wasn't another prisoner, as she seemed to come and go as she pleased. But if she was his abductor's helper, why warn him not to make too much noise? Mickey lay back and closed his eyes. He had assumed the man left the place after he'd fed him, but he had to be there now, or she wouldn't have told him to be quiet. Suddenly, he didn't feel quite so alone. Someone was helping him. So maybe he had a chance after all. Chapter 20. Early morning. On the Fens, 4 groups of detectives set out on their investigations into 4 murders. At the same time, on the margins of Lake Windermere, 3 women were sitting in a car in a private lane discussing their plan of action. Behind the wheel, Caroline Carnaby sat mesmerized by what her companions were telling her. Although she had assured them that Lawrence Russell lived alone, and there was little chance of anyone else being in the house, Wendy had asked if she would go with them to the door. They needed her to confirm that they were dealing with the correct man. Then she was free to go and wait for them in the car. The getaway driver, she had joked, to which they had replied, "Something like that." As it was, she had chosen to remain with them. This was too interesting to miss. If this was indeed the man who had threatened her, she wanted to look him in the eyes and let him see that he had failed to intimidate her into silence. She was also dying to know why something that happened so long ago was worth taking such desperate measures. "Ready to go when you are?" said Eve. "Good to go," smiled Wendy. "Absolutely," said Caroline rather more hesitantly. Standing at the door and listening to the sound of a safety chain slipping into place, she wondered if they were doing the right thing. Suppose this wasn't him at all. Then the door opened. The man looked out, and she recognized him immediately. She nodded at her companions. "Good morning, sir," said Eve brightly. "We apologize for calling so early, but it is rather important. We thought, in your best interest, that we should fill you in on certain matters." She paused, "before the press get here." Lawrence Russell's eyes sprang wide. "The press?" "May we come in, sir?" asked Wendy, glancing at her wristwatch. "We fear we don't have too long." Wendy sounded almost conspiratorial. "Who are you, women?"
he demanded. "Friends," said Eve. "Believe me." The chain was released, and the door opened just enough to let them through. Lawrence stuck his head out and looked up and down the lane before closing and locking it again. Despite his reputation as a recluse, his house was not quite what she'd expected. It was tired and badly in need of redecorating, but clean and uncluttered. They stood in a wide hallway. "Tell me what this is about, and then you can all get out." Caroline observed him closely. He was like his house, shabby and badly in need of some care. He was unhealthily thin, with sharp, spiteful features, but it was his voice that convinced her that this was the man who had made those threats. "Well," he snapped, "we'd like to know why you objected so strongly to an elderly lady doing some innocent historical research on an art society that an ancestor of yours used to run." Wendy's tone was accusatory, and then made threatening phone calls to our friend here about the same thing. Lawrence Russell's face twisted into a sneer. "I don't know what you're talking about. How dare you force your way into my house and start hurling allegations at me? Get out." "No," said Eve, seeming to grow in height before Caroline's eyes. "We're going nowhere until we have the truth." "I'm calling the police." "Please do. I see there's a phone right there." She pointed to an old-style telephone on a carved wooden hall table, but be aware, they are not overly keen on nasty little men who threaten vulnerable old women. Eve stared him out, and I know that for a fact. "It's your word against mine. You just three dotty old biddies, and I'm a respected member of the community." "Respected? Really?" "Not what we heard, but that's fine if you say so. Ring them. Ask for Chief Superintendent Arthur Wokingham." Wendy nodded towards the phone. "Go on." Russell's gaze darted around the hall, as if he were looking for a means of escape. Then he sank back against the wall and looked from one to the other of them. "What do you want, then?" "The truth. What happened to Robert Matthew Richmond all those years ago, and also to a woman called Rebecca Strong, a friend of your ancestor, Penelope Russell," added Wendy, "and I suggest you start talking, unless you want us in your hall for the rest of the day." "People have no right to go ferreting around in other people's family business. I don't like it." "Mr. Russell," said Eve, "we're talking about something that happened years ago. How can it possibly hurt your family business, as you put it?" "Well, it's nobody's business anymore. That's all I can say." "Lucky that we have all the time in the world. Looks like this could be a very long morning." "All the time in the world," echoed Eve, "and infinite patience." "I'm saying nothing. It's not your business." Odd, thought Caroline. For a moment he seemed to be about to cry. He slid down the wall and sat on the floor, his knees drawn up to his chin. "I'm saying nothing," he repeated. Wendy sighed. "Shame." She looked across to Eve. "Have you got the number of that journalist you were speaking to?" Eve nodded. "In my phone. I think it's time to give him a ring, don't you?" Eve pulled her phone from her jacket pocket. "You're bluffing," Lawrence Russell sneered. She pressed call, and then the loudspeaker. They heard the ringtone, and a voice said, "Westmoreland Gazette, Tim Sampson speaking. How can I help?" Smiling coldly at the man crouched on the floor, Eve said, "Good morning. I rang yesterday and said I might have a story for you. Well—" "Shut it off!" Russell hissed. "Hang up, for God's sake!" Eve excused herself and said she'd call back. "So, you see we're not bluffing, Mr. Russell. You give us some answers and this all goes away. We don't give a damn about you. We just want to know what happened to two people nigh on 100 years ago." Russell put his head in his hands. "We mean it, Mr. Russell," said Wendy softly. "Tell us why you're still guarding a secret from the past. Tell us what happened to Robert and Rebecca, and you'll never see us again. Refuse, and my friend here will be calling the Gazette, and then that hack she spoke to and a lot of others will be round here like a shot." "You said you were friends," he whined. "That's true, we are. But not yours. Eve stated. "Now, what's it to be?" With a painful sigh, he dragged himself to his feet. "Okay, you win." He pointed to a door. "Go through there. This'll take some time." "After you." Eve stood back. He led the way into a big lounge with a massive open marble fireplace. The room was cold and smelled slightly musty. It had obviously been a while since a cheery fire had crackled in that grate. When they all sat down, Caroline noticed that Eve and Wendy had positioned themselves between Russell and the door. They were taking no chances, even now. "You swear that you'll leave me alone if I tell you?" Caroline thought she could detect relief in his voice. How long had this man been labouring under the burden of an ancient secret? And why? "Just tell us and we'll be gone. I promise," said Wendy. "We're only after the truth," Eve added. "We think it's time this old mystery was laid to rest, for Robert's family's sake. We are not interested in recriminations. No one is." "Something bad happened in my family, and no matter how long ago it has blighted us all. I'm the last of the Greyrig House Russells. The end of the line. It was my inherited guilt that has kept me here all my life, and it's my duty to take it to the grave." "Well, I believe it should be your duty, as that last man and also the last hope for another family, to confess and finally free yourself from the past. None of it is your fault, Mr. Russell. You shouldn't suffer like this for the sins of your fathers." Eve's voice was now full of compassion. Caroline saw him look at her with a childlike hope in his eyes. Then it faded. "I cannot afford this to be publicised, and our family's name emblazoned across the front page of every newspaper in the county. That must not happen." He sat, massaging his temples as if to untangle his tormented thoughts. He took a deep, ragged breath. "It was all because that damned artist came here to Bowness. All this endless nightmare was because of him." Nicky gazed in dismay around the front room of the house on Carpenter Street. It was minimal, to say the least. In fact, she'd been in department store lifts with more character. The furniture was plain, and so were the curtains. And the carpet, everything, beige. The only decoration was a single picture hanging above the electric fire in its cheap pine surround. Almost inevitably, it was a print of Jura's praying hands. Initially, she had put down her low mood to the grief that enveloped Mrs. Stratton like a shroud. It extended to the woman sitting close to her, who she introduced as her sister, Naomi. Both women seemed barely capable of stringing a sentence together. But when they left her to go and make tea, she realized that it was also this dreary room. She wished Joseph were here, to share a glance and a smile. With an effort, she pulled herself together and flipped open her notebook where she had listed the questions she needed to ask. Sometimes she wondered if she should do as the younger officers did and use an electronic notepad or her smartphone. But old habits die hard, and she preferred to scribble rather than tap. The tea arrived in plain white cups, but it was drinkable. Nicky set down her cup and took a deep breath. "I know this is terribly painful for you, and I'm sorry to have to question you at this sad time, but we have to act quickly. We need to build up a picture of your son, his friends, his pastimes, his habits, places he went to regularly, everything you can possibly tell us about him. The most important period in any investigation is immediately after the crime has happened. We have already lost time, simply because he and the young woman he was found with had been concealed. We cannot afford to leave it any longer." She leaned forward. "Do you understand, Mrs. Stratton? It's not our wish to cause you more pain, just to find who killed your son." Mrs. Stratton nodded and clasped her sister's hand. Her grip must have been strong, as Nicky noticed Naomi wince. "It's hard to grasp," said Naomi, obviously seeing that her sister was struggling. "Who on earth would want to hurt such a beautiful boy? Matthew was everything you'd want in a son." Nicky detected a hint of wistfulness in her tone and determined to check her background too. "I know," she said softly. "I hear that so often. But bad people do not care about the lives they wreck or who they hurt. That's why it's imperative that we find this person and stop him." Naomi straightened up and turned to her sister. "Right. Connie, my darling. It's time to put our feelings on hold. We have to help this lady for Matthew's sake, and for any other family who falls foul of this evil, evil killer." Connie Stratton slowly nodded. "Naomi's right. He was a perfect son. He was caring, thoughtful, and considerate. He had a good heart, and was as gentle as a lamb." Nicky breathed a sigh of relief. Between them, the sisters told Nicky everything about Matthew that they could recall, and a picture began to emerge. When the flood of memories and recollections had abated, Nicky asked Connie if she might see his bedroom, warning her that a couple of officers would have to search through his things, looking for anything that could lead to a motive for his death. After that was over, she thanked them both profusely, taking the sisters' phone number and address before she left. She sat for a while in the car, thinking over what she had just heard and seen. Then suddenly, possibly conjured up by her empathy for the bereaved mother, she imagined Hannah sitting in the back seat of the car. She had to stop herself glancing in the rearview mirror. "So what do you think, kiddo?" she whispered. "Duh," came the answer. "You're the detective, Mum. But it's obvious, isn't it? It's a cover-up of the real Matthew. All that pious crap was for his mother's sake. What he wanted her to believe about him. No one's that perfect, are they?" Nicky did then look in the mirror, at the empty back seat. So much stood out, so much that was wrong. Where were his clothes, for a start? The kind he was found wearing, not the boring conservative shirts and trousers she had found in his wardrobe. In death he had worn trendy, rather edgy garments, tight jeans, black silk t-shirt and a long black coat that would have swirled Dracula style. Not the kind of thing to wear to church, that was for sure. Nicky drove away. Matthew Stratton was yet another young person who concealed his true self from his parents, who would have died of shame and embarrassment if they'd known about it. Sadly, it would all have to come out at some point, and Nicky felt doubly sorry for those parents. "Come on, Matthew," she urged. "Open up. I want to catch the bastard that did this to you, and I need your help to do it." It didn't take Joseph long to realise that he'd get practically nothing from Chrissy's father. Derek Leonard had started off well, making Joseph wait while he took a lengthy call from a business colleague, then failing to apologise for the delay. And it continued in that vein. By the time he left that crass and gaudy property, Joseph had amassed a considerable armoury of dislike for this member of the Leonard family. The thing that got him most was the way he spoke about his daughter. In the past, Joseph had suffered agonies with his own girl, Tamsin, but heaven help anyone who said a bad word about her. In Derek Leonard's case, he had the feeling that he was secretly pleased that at least one rather irritating distraction had been removed from his busy life. Back in the car, he decided to go immediately to see Chrissy's brother, Paul. Before he did, still rankled by his interview with him, he rang Spooky in IT and asked how she was getting on with tracking Derek Leonard's various business enterprises. "Glad you called, Sarge," said Spooky brightly. "I was going to give you a bell myself and say that if you drop by IT after lunch, I might just have some tasty information for you." Joseph's spirits lifted. Nothing would give him more pleasure, other than finding Mickey, than digging up some dirt on this particular Leonard. "I'll be there, and thank you." Paul looked haggard. He hadn't shaved and was wearing the clothes he'd had on yesterday. He practically dragged Joseph in through the door, demanding to know if Mickey had been found yet, then berating Joseph for not doing more to find him, or his sister's killer. All that was perfectly natural. The young man cared, and his emotion was genuine, unlike that of his father. It didn't take long for Paul to calm down, and soon he was telling Joseph more about the way he and his sister had been treated over the years. It didn't make pleasant listening, and it fueled Joseph's dislike even further. "Chrissy could have been a straight-A student, Sergeant Easter. She was so much brighter than me, and I was no dimbo. She had always wanted to go to university, but our dad managed to convince her that she didn't have the intelligence." His face drew into a scowl. His real reason was that he didn't want to pay the fees, or to lose his control over her. He destroyed her confidence and she started to fail her grades.
Eventually she lost interest in school altogether. If anyone is to blame for her going off the rails, it's him."
Joseph stifled his response. It wasn't his place to speak out, but he felt nothing but pain for a girl who could have had a bright future. Instead, she'd had no future at all.
"So, she found new friends with the Goths?" he asked.
"We've been here before, Sergeant. As I said to your boss, if I'd been a better, more understanding brother, I'd know more about the people she mixed with. Instead, I jumped to the wrong conclusions about her and what she was getting up to. When I think about it now, I reckon she was happier with her Goth friends than she'd ever been."
"The odd thing is," Joseph said, "that the local Goth community don't actually know her. She was never part of the group where Ollie Burgess and the girl known as Branwyn met up. We've spoken to a lot of them, and they barely remember who she was."
"Oh, I've been thinking about that. It didn't cross my mind when you asked before. I was probably in shock, but at least I think I can explain that for you now."
Paul looked a little cheered that he could finally make some sort of contribution.
"A lad she called Matty used to pick her up and drive her to Fenchester to meet with a small group there. I met him once. He was quite a nice bloke, although he didn't look particularly Goth to me. In fact, his clothes were a bit naff and ordinary. Anyway, he said he couldn't afford to be seen dressed as a Goth on the streets of his hometown because of his strict parents. And of course, that suited Chrissy perfectly. The further away from Dad, the better."
"Matthew," murmured Joseph. "Matthew Stratton. The boy lying with Branwyn in the tunnel of love."
"She just called him Matty, Sergeant. But I know he lived in Carpenter Street in Greenborough, if that helps."
"Bingo," thought Joseph. A little bit more of the puzzle had just slipped into place. Matthew and Chrissy were now confirmed as friends, as were Wolf and Branwyn, and the local group didn't know Chrissy simply because she never hung out with them. She went to Fenchester.
"There was one odd thing, though," Paul said. "I tackled her on it, but she never gave an answer. They were going to Fenchester to meet their mates, right?"
Joseph nodded. "So you say."
"But they always turned right at the end of the road. Fenchester is to the left."
"What could that mean?"
"Always. Certainly every time I saw them leave." He shrugged. "I never worked that one out."
"Turning right took you directly into Greenborough town, while the main road to Fenchester was immediately to the left." Joseph shook his head, now as puzzled as Paul. It needed further thought.
"Do you think Mickey is dead too?"
Paul asked, out of the blue.
"We have no idea, Paul. But I pray he's not. I'd move heaven and earth to get him back."
Paul said with a tired smile.
"He cares a lot about you and your boss lady. He said you saved his life. Is that true?"
"More or less, I suppose. It was a bad time on the Cabra." Joseph said no more.
"My uncle told me about it. I didn't realise initially that you two were the famous coppers that Archie Leonard actually trusted. If that's the case, I guess if anyone can find Mickey and get the scum who killed my sister and those other Goths, it'll be you."
Joseph wished he felt as confident. Chapter 21. Lawrence Russell was no longer the sneering man of 15 minutes before. Eve would even have felt sorry for him if he hadn't stooped to frightening Caroline so badly.
"I learned all this from my father and my grandfather. I was very young, probably too young to understand anything fully, but that was the idea, I suppose. Tell the boy when he was at an impressionable stage and instill into him the terrible legacy that he had inherited."
He sighed painfully. His feelings were hard to judge. One moment he seemed bitter, and a minute later ashamed that he had been so malleable, and then possibly guilty. Eve knew he had been brainwashed at such a tender age that he would have known no different. She had read reports from human rights organizations about how children were trained to become soldiers and even suicide bombers. It happened in so many war-torn countries. Now, looking at the defeated, miserable man in front of them, she saw a similarity. His life, too, had been stolen away by manipulation. This was all about family honour, she asked, gently trying to prise him out of the shell that he was slipping into. Another sigh.
"Yes. Protecting my family name. I have to protect the family name."
"Even now?" asked Wendy softly.
"Even now."
He closed his eyes for a moment, as if trying to summon enough energy to go through with it. Then he straightened.
"When this all began, my family were involved in establishing 2 orphanages. Homes for children who had been left alone due to the death of the parents or been abandoned or had run away. Apparently, they were strict but fair, and as kind as their limited budgets would allow."
He glanced towards the window and seemed to be looking at something Eve couldn't see.
"The largest of the 2 homes was right there."
He pointed to a building, just visible further along the lane. It was a big, rather vulgar, mock Victorian edifice behind ornate wrought iron gates.
"The children's home was pulled down decades ago."
He looked uncertainly at Wendy.
"I do have pictures."
He indicated towards a scuffed sideboard that had certainly seen better days. She nodded, and he stood up, looking 10 years older than when he had answered the door. He shuffled across and from one of the drawers took out a worn leather photo album, which he handed to Eve. Eve could smell its age as she opened it. She paged through sepia portraits of unsmiling men and women and children, and then she came across the orphanage. In copperplate writing beneath it was the label, The Spinney. "This was it?" she asked. Lawrence Russell nodded.
"It was a large, rambling old manor house. The upper floor was converted into dormitories and bedrooms, and the ground floor into dining rooms and schoolrooms, offices and a big kitchen. I used to wander around the abandoned building as a child, and almost sense its desperately sad atmosphere."
Eve wondered what direction this story would take.
"My great-great-grandfather, Albert Russell, was something of a disciplinarian even with his own children, of whom there were 3. Miriam, the eldest, Edward, my great-grandfather, who was the only boy, and Penelope, who became a talented landscape artist."
He looked at Eve.
"You'll find them all there in the album."
She already had. Miriam, tall and studious-looking, was plain and rather colourless. Edward was probably shy and retiring, she guessed, with mousy hair and pale eyes. Penny stood out from the other 2, sweeping them into the background. Eve looked closer. She was simply beautiful. Dark, wavy hair swept back in a chignon, and deep, expressive eyes.
"Were they adopted?"
she asked.
"Only they look nothing like each other."
He gave a half smile.
"Oddly, no. Penelope was a spitting image of her mother."
Surprised, Eve compared the pictures of mother and daughter, and immediately saw the resemblance. Lawrence Russell's mood had changed.
"Maybe if it had been Miriam who had been such a good artist, none of what followed would have happened, but no, it was the desirable Penny."
His vitriolic tone when he mentioned Penny's name was not lost on the 3 women. He gathered himself, now angry again.
"Damn it! I should just tell you the bare bones and leave it to you to believe or not."
He glared at them, one after the other, but receiving nothing but unblinking stares in return, took a deep breath and continued.
"The main benefactor of the orphanages was a man called Henry Strong from an old county family who lived nearby in a grand house called Great Gables. Henry used to visit regularly, spending money and time on the children. He had 5 of his own, one of whom was Rebecca. People called him the perfect father. He doted on them and gave them every advantage in life. Even so, his children, a diverse lot with very different personalities, never seemed happy. He suggested later that he had ruined them by spoiling them. All but Rebecca. She was in every sense a lady, and beautiful too, although in a different way to Penny. Her hair was long and golden, and she had the sensuous lips of a Rossetti woman. She was a talented artist."
His mouth twisted into a sneer.
"Which made her very attractive to a certain visiting artist."
Eve was baffled. According to Lawrence Russell's story, Robert Richmond was quite different to the man she'd thought he was. Had he been a womanizer?
for Russell seemed to be saying that the artist had had designs on both Penny and Rebecca. Then, of course, there was Hilda. He looked directly at Caroline. I imagine you don't know too much about your ancestor, do you? Eve knew that to be true, but nevertheless, she couldn't help dreading what Russell was going to say next. His tone was taunting. Now there was another artist, and her passion was flower painting, the same as your revered botanical artist. Hilda was an altogether different kind of beauty. He smiled unkindly at Caroline. No photographs exist of her, I'm afraid. But I can tell you this from old family diaries. Hilda had a crown of unruly auburn curls, and her green eyes took the breath away. It was a mystery to all that she was still unmarried. He paused. Didn't know that about her, did you, Mrs. Carnaby? Caroline shook her head. But I digress. There was upheaval at the spinney. Some of the children were behaving oddly. They had become uncommunicative and sullen, and some showed signs of fear. They were developing new habits, bedwetting and refusing food, and Albert Russell was at a loss to understand why. Not one of them would talk to him. Then a child died. For a moment, Russell seemed to struggle to go on. He swallowed hard. He called in a doctor and a psychiatrist. What they said shook him to the core. The children had not been sexually abused, but several had suffered physical and mental abuse. Albert sacked every member of his staff, from the cook to the gardener, and replaced them with new ones who'd been carefully selected and vetted. To his relief, the problem ceased, and life returned to normal for a month. Then it started again. He was distraught. The only other people who had contact with the children were the school inspectors, the clergy, his own trusted house staff, his close family, and Henry Strong, who Albert had always considered beyond reproach. Eve sighed inwardly, the kindly benefactor. So this was the scandal that had destroyed his whole family. She glanced at Wendy and Caroline, who wore similar expressions to her own. So why was Lawrence Russell giving her such an odd look? "You're all wrong," he said. "Albert should have looked closer to home." "I beg your pardon," Eve said. Surely it must have been Strong. It all seemed to follow so perfectly. The abuser was not Strong. It was one of Albert's own children. That was why no one had spoken out. What father, and he was a good father, would believe the word of some wayward children over his beautiful, talented daughter? "Penny!" gasped Caroline. "Penny." So that was why he appeared to be suffering so badly. He was going against everything that had been drilled into him since early childhood. Save the family's reputation at all costs. "Would you like us to get you a drink, Mr. Russell?" she offered. "Perhaps you want to take a short break. We can wait." "This isn't a nice chat with a W.I., he jeered, "and I don't want a nice cup of tea and a homemade cake. I want this over and you gone, understand?" Eve spread her hands. "Okay, fine. Go on, then." She was beginning to wonder where their artist featured in all this. "Now, set aside what I've just told you for a while. You need to know about Penny and her art society, so as to understand the rest." Eve heaved a sigh of relief. Finally, they were getting to Robert Matthew Richmond's disappearance, and hopefully to find out about the mysterious painting. When Nikki arrived back at the station, she called Joseph, Ben and Kat to her office. "So, how did it go with your new sidekicks?" "Dead weird," said Kat bluntly. "Ditto," added Ben. "Ben and I have a rapport," said Kat. "Can't explain it, but we bounce off each other very well when we're interviewing people. We form a sort of double act, if you know what I mean. Ross Carter is a really nice guy, and everyone says he's a shit-hot detective, but he said practically nothing. He left all the talking to me." "Unlike Andy Howe, who clearly wants to make an impression," added Ben a bit despondently. Nikki groaned. "Don't fret. I just wanted to get the opinion of you guys before I let them loose on their own. So, Ross first. Give me an overview.
Happy to be in the supporting role. Very quiet, but he does listen. We discussed it afterwards and he hadn't missed a thing. I think that's the role he's used to playing. He's the observer. He comes over as being a friendly sort, but at the same time, he gives nothing away. Cat shrugged. That's about it, boss.
What about Andy Howe, Ben? I wouldn't want to work with him for too long, boss. He's very opinionated, and I get the impression that his way is the only way, if you get my meaning. Having said that, he's smart, very smart. I should think he's best at tough interviews with hard nuts. But I didn't see a lot of compassion. He's after the end result, you can see that. And he wants to be the one to put the handcuffs on.
Ben looked apologetic.
Sorry, boss. That sounds pretty damning, doesn't it?
It sounds to me like an awful lot of other detectives with a hankering to fast-track into gold braid. So don't worry about it. I asked for a truthful report, so it's fine. Nicky turned to Joseph.
I reckon they can team up, don't you? They're used to working together for a start, and it sounds like they are suited. One leader and one second in command. Why not? Then our dynamic duo here can go back to their double act, said Joseph with a grin. I'd hate to spoil their performance.
If you weren't my sergeant, I'd stick my tongue out at you, said Kat, but I'm far too respectful.
Nicky smiled, though she really wasn't up to jokes right now. She was too wound up. And Joseph, is Bonnie okay and up to speed again? She's much brighter than she was. She said earlier that she's relieved to be working with us. I don't think it's anything to worry about, Nicky. We all get times when we need to recharge our batteries, and she's been working a lot of extra cover recently. I think she's just overdone it. Let's hope you're right. Okay, Kat and Ben, perhaps you'd round up the new troops, and I'll see you all in the CID room in 10 minutes. Then you can give us a rundown of what you found out this morning, okay?
Nicky waited until they'd gone. Then she told Joseph that she was convinced Matthew had been leading a double life. His parents' deeply religious beliefs had caused him to lead a Jekyll and Hyde existence. There was not a single item of clothing in his room that corresponded to what he was wearing when he was found. He had to have been keeping them somewhere else. And I'm pretty sure he did. Joseph opened his notebook. I've had another chat with Paul Leonard, and he told me that when Chrissy went off to meet her goth mates, she was always picked up by a friend, a lad wearing really naff clothing. His name was Matty.
Matthew? Matthew and Chrissy? Absolutely. Paul's description of this Matty was spot on for the Stratton boy, but Paul thinks they were just good friends. Now, this is the interesting bit. Joseph looked up from his notes. They always went to Fenchester, not Greenborough, to meet their friends. That's why Winter and Edgar didn't know her. But what's even more interesting is that when they left Paul's flat, they turned right, not left, to Fenchester. I can only guess that they were calling in to wherever Matthew kept his changes of clothes. Probably some mate's house.
Right, said Nicky slowly.
That makes sense, doesn't it? I was thinking of the CCTV cameras along the route from Paul's flat. But as we have no idea when they last travelled together, or where they were heading, going through that would be a mammoth task.
Joseph pulled a face.
They could have been together on the night they were abducted. Nicky mused. So it might be worth getting hold of Greenborough Borough Council control room. They have a whole lot of trained operators who could be very helpful indeed. We need to know where that young man changed his clothes, and what his other name was. I'll get on to them after the meeting, said Joseph, and glanced into the CID room. I think they're all here now, waiting for us. He raised a finger. Before we go, Spooky wants to see me after lunch about what she referred to as something tasty concerning Derek Leonard's dark side. Excellent. And remind her about Chrissy's tablet while you're there. Now we know there is a connection between her and Matthew Stratton. There's a chance they messaged each other about their meetings and so on. Got it. Then let's see what we've got so far.
It was strange to see new faces on the team. It brought home to her how all things must change. She had always felt safe with Dave Harris around, even when he'd been in the background as a civilian interviewing officer. She had known that they would all be touched by his retirement, but she hadn't quite bargained on it making such a difference to them. She pushed the thought away and brought her attention back to the 4 dead friends.
and something told her that they were all friends, even though she had little to corroborate what so far was merely a feeling. She addressed the gathered officers, filling them in on what she had discovered about Matthew Stratton and his secret life, and how Joseph had linked him together with Chrissy Leonard as going to Fenchester to meet with other goth friends there.
Fenchester have their own goth chapter? Didn't know that, said Kat. Shall I contact Nova again and see if she knows any of them well enough to get some info from them?
Do that as soon as we finish, Kat. I want to keep up the momentum on Chrissy Leonard. I know Joseph and Yvonne are handling that part of the investigation, but whatever we discover will be linked with the rest of the case, so liaise all the time. She looked pointedly at Andy Howe, who nodded. Had he taken that on board? The nod had told her nothing. Now, although her father's attitude forced Chrissy to go further afield to meet other goths, I think she was the most rebellious of the 4 victims.
So there could be loose ends, where she acted rashly?
Asked Kat. Maybe, Nikki said. IT is tracing her social media history, which could be very useful indeed. In fact, it could provide us with a record of her private life. Joseph, would you pass on what Spooky says to Kat as soon as you get it? Her connection, Nova, might know more than anyone about Chrissy's contacts. Of course. Maybe Kat should come with me and talk to Spooky direct. As you say, we could be looking at a wealth of info, messages, contacts, emails, WhatsApp, Instagram, online shopping habits, you name it. And that's without the hidden data of stuff she deleted.
Kat nodded furiously. I'll come. I was going to say that whatever I get back from Nova is all yours, Sarge. But why not come with me and meet her?
Nikki agreed. Teamwork. Just what they needed. And this might be a good time to mention a quick change in how we work this case. She looked at their 2 newcomers. Ross, Andy, I want you 2 working together from now on. It makes sense. You're both used to working on the same team, and I need things to flow as seamlessly as possible. I'd like you to take the Branwen thread. Annie Green, as we now know her, is a tough nut to crack. Do you have anything from this morning, Ross?
Yes, Mom.
Ross looked at his smartphone.
Kat and I managed to get a trace on her parents from her birth certificate, which we found at her flat. But it's not much good to us.
He glanced at Kat, who nodded.
Her father, Ross went on, popped up on the PNC. He's living on the street somewhere down south, last seen in Hastings in East Sussex. He's an alcoholic, Mom, and our colleagues in East Sussex Police have had numerous dealings with him. He's known to be aggressive and dislikes the bill intensely. I'm told he has far more colourful names for us than that. They have assured us it isn't worth making the journey to talk to him. According to them, it'd be a complete waste of time. They'll have a word if they can locate him. But they told us not to, hang by our eyelashes for a result.
Okay, said Nikki thoughtfully. Park that one then. What about the mother?
Little better from our point of view. One of the other residents of the block of flats where Branwen lived said she told her that her mother had left her drunken husband and run off with another man. Branwen said her mother had buggered off after informing her that at 18 she was old enough to look after herself. Branwen never saw her again.
He shook his head.
People never cease to amaze me.
How did she manage? Asked Nikki. For money, somewhere to live.
Still looking into that, Mom. But we do know that she had 2 small private incomes. Regular amounts paid monthly. Just enough for rent and food and a few extras. That's our next job. To find out where they come from.
He glanced back to Kat.
We decided that the mother would be of no help with the inquiry. She will have to be found and notified of her daughter's death, of course. But with your permission, we'll hand that over to someone else. If she hasn't seen or heard of her daughter since she ran off, she'll have nothing new to add to the inquiry.
I agree. Waste of time and money. Pass it on. She smiled at Ross. Well done. A lot achieved in one morning. She turned to Kat. Anything to add?
Nothing, boss. Ross covered it all.
Right, Ben and Andy. What can you add to Wolf, that is Ollie Burgess's profile? Before Ben could open his mouth, Andy declared, Tricky lot, that Burgess family. Lots of secrets. And the brother, Alfie Burgess, he's the man to watch.
A real villain. Tell us something we don't know, said Nicky sharply, preferably about Ollie. Andy remained unfazed. Another guy with a secret life, meaning his association with the Goths. But we gathered it was less about his father controlling his finances and more about keeping up appearances with the family in general. As Andy took a breath, Ben saw his chance. There's little doubt the father really loved him, boss. We talked to the Flo, and although Mac Burgess wouldn't allow her to stay, he did talk to her at length about his son. I believe Ollie actually respected his dad and kept his other life secret so he wouldn't cause waves in the family or the business. In the person of Ollie, not Wolf, he was a smart kid who kept his head down. Oh, and he was pretty well off in his own right, even though his apartment, like Paul Leonard's, was being paid for from his father's business. Where did that money come from? Asked Nicky. His grandfather. Ben had opened his mouth to speak, but Andy was too quick. Ollie was the main benefactor in the old man's will, with a considerable sum left in trust for Mac Burgess's other child, a girl called Jeanette, who is quite a bit younger. The old man decided that Mac and Alfie were smart enough to make money for themselves, and left almost everything to the grandkids. And is it enough to make it of interest to us, as in a motive for murder? Asked Nicky. It's a fortune, compared to a copper's pay, said Andy, but I don't know how it could be a motive. It's not a lump sum and just trickles in from a trust fund. Unless the kid made a will. But he was young. Would he have considered his death and made provision for it? Believe me, people like Burgess have financial advisors, wizard accountants and smart solicitors, all on the payroll, said Joseph. Ollie had a will, all right, no question. His father and his flunkies will have guided him through that one. Nicky held up her hand. Anyway, this goes deeper than money. Log all that, but put it on the back burner. Anything else? Just his affiliation with Branwyn, said Ben. They were seen all over together, so we're clearly a couple. We followed up that trip to Whitby, the one where he was seen with Chrissy buying the crucifix. Well, the jeweller contacted us a few hours ago with some more information. It's rather interesting. And? Nicky asked impatiently. The jeweller's daughter was in the shop that day, a kid of 13. She was fascinated by Wolf and Chrissy, and when they left, she followed them down to the harbour, where they met up with 2 more Goths. From the description the kid gave, they can only have been Matthew and Branwyn. It looks as though they all went there together as a foursome. Nicky blinked. This is massive. It's the first time that all 4 have been seen together. Ben, get up-to-date photos, not the post-mortem ones, and email them to Whitby. Get the youngster to give us a definite ID on Branwyn and Matthew. Will do, boss. Although the only ones we will get from their families won't show them in their goth regalia. You might get some from Chrissy herself, Nicky said to puzzled looks. Don't forget that her bedroom mirror was covered in pictures. They'll have processed them by now, so get hold of them and start looking for any of our 4 victims, with or without makeup. Make that a priority. That gave them 2 steps forward along the long, arduous road to a conclusion. Step 1, Chrissy and Matthew knew each other well. Step 2, all 4 victims had been close enough to go off together on a break. Can I ask a question, please? Andy Howe asked. She nodded. If they were such good mates and went on a jolly together to Whitby, why keep it a secret from their other friends, like Winter and Edgar, people they'd known for years? Answers on a postcard, please, thought Nicky. Why, indeed. Perhaps you'd like to find me an answer to that one, Andy, because I have no idea. Back in her office after the meeting, Nicky wondered about Andy Howe. He was clearly very switched on and seemed quite driven in terms of the case, but she was beginning to wonder if he was the asset she had believed he would be. As Ben had observed, he was not a team player, and just now she had seen that with her own eyes. That could be a problem. Still, it was a temporary arrangement, for this investigation only, and then he'd be gone.
Meanwhile, she needed every pair of hands she could muster. Be thankful, Galena, she told herself, and pushed her concerns to one side. Chapter 22. Lawrence Russell seemed to have rallied. Maybe he knew that his story was coming to its conclusion. He certainly wanted rid of them, and as soon as possible. Forget for a moment that a child died by her hand. This is her story as I was told by my grandfather. Penelope Russell was a woman who required constant stimulation. She was easily bored and had no time for mundane things. She was probably born in the wrong era. Being a genteel lady didn't suit her at all. The one exception was her painting. She never tired of that. When she discovered that Strong's daughter Rebecca also loved to paint, and that there was another neighbour, Hilda Carnaby, who was skilled at flower painting, she decided to form a local society which met at Greyrig House. The society became popular, and over time they progressed from painting together to holding regular social soirees as well. Penelope, Rebecca and Hilda became close friends. He looked from one to the other of them with mild contempt. Strange how women form such close-knit alliances, isn't it? No one answered, although Eve could guess at their thoughts. With men like him around, it was hardly surprising. Anyway, the society became increasingly successful, and they were asked to exhibit in various well-attended social venues. Your artist attended one such exhibition. He was in the lakes researching botanical specimens for some masterwork that he had planned. His lip curled in an unpleasant sneer, and he certainly found plenty of pretty specimens there. You are suggesting that he was a womanizer, Mr. Russell, said Eve calmly. We've researched him for many months now, and there has never been any hint of impropriety that we've uncovered. Maybe not on his own doorstep, but here in the lakes your artist certainly made up for lost time. He seduced all 3 women. Surely, Wendy said, that was a very risky thing to do. They were friends. Wouldn't they know what was going on? Wouldn't they talk to each other? No. Of course they did. They loved it. It was probably their idea in the first place, and no doubt orchestrated by the lovely Penny. He laughed. No man was safe around her. Give him his due, your artist was most likely manipulated most beautifully and probably very artistically by 3 alluring sirens. Eve looked at Wendy and Caroline. Well, I didn't see that coming. Nor did he, probably. Lawrence seemed to be enjoying dropping his bombshell, but it kept him coming back to the lakes, where I doubt he got too much painting done. Not with his 3 skilled and imaginative companions around him. So, what went wrong? Caroline asked. Yes, added Eve. I mean, women behaving badly wasn't exactly the end of the world, even back then. Illicit sex was rife. Surely that didn't cause one family to collapse and the other to be cursed with a terrible secret for life. Lawrence looked serious once again. Here it comes, thought Eve. If it had ended there, it would have resulted in gossip, but that would have been all. But it didn't. It is believed that prior to the artist's arrival, the 3 women were, how shall I put it, closer than friends normally are. Reading between the lines, I think Penny was really in love with Rebecca. Robert Richmond provided an interesting distraction on his visits. They all enjoyed the sex games enormously, but Penny began to tire of them, as she tired of every distraction eventually, and wanted her ladies back for herself. And if the artist had had the perspicacity to see that, and realise it was time to pack up and move out, I have no doubt things would have turned out very differently. But he didn't, added Wendy. He kept returning. Worse than that, he and Rebecca fell in love. Eros's fateful arrow was to seal their fate. Penny killed him, thought Eve. But
At first, Penny tried to frighten Rebecca, telling her that someone was terribly jealous of her relationship with Robert. She probably put Hilda in the frame for that one. She set up several scenarios to frighten Rebecca into believing that she was in grave danger. And she was.
From Penny? That's what the journal entry was about, Eve exclaimed. She was so frightened that she went to stay with Penny, not realizing that she was walking straight into a trap.
Penny wanted Rebecca, but when she tried to convince her to forget about Robert and stay with her, Rebecca rejected her.
Lawrence's face hardened.
And you didn't reject Penelope Russell. One night she tried to force herself on Rebecca. When she was rejected yet again in her fury, she suffocated her.
My God! Caroline was clearly having trouble taking all this in. But the Art Society and their friendship all sounded so lovely when I researched it. Even the mystery of the artist's disappearance was romantic.
Because the Russell family knew how to guard a dirty secret, didn't they? Didn't you? Said Wendy, staring hard at Russell. He turned a withering look on her. For decades. Until another 3 women came along.
How on earth do you know all this? Demanded Wendy. It's so, well, intimate.
Her father found her weeping over Rebecca's body, and she confessed everything to him. That's where the deception began.
Lawrence sat back and shook his head.
How foolish they were, just to protect the family's reputation.
No one answered. Finish the story, please, Mr. Russell, said Eve, desperate to get away from this nasty old house and its odious occupant.
On seeing his adored daughter in such terrible trouble, and realizing that the family and their orphanages would be brought to ruin, my ancestor Albert Russell suffered some kind of mental aberration. Though this has never been corroborated, he changed overnight. From a kind, generous man who worked tirelessly for his orphanages, he turned into a calculating and wicked schemer. He cleverly directed suspicion about the troubles at the Spinney away from Penny, to the door of his dear friend Henry Strong, who had given both his money and time for the children.
Wendy looked quite murderous herself.
What an evil thing to do. Oh, that's nothing to what he decided upon to cover up Rebecca's death.
He drew in a breath.
We have a boathouse. It's on the boundary line between Greyrig House and that house you see from the window. It's still rather grand, but it was quite splendid back in the day. And its occupants and their friends spent much of their time on the lake, rowing, picnicking, and swimming. Look in the album.
He pointed to the photograph album that lay next to Eve on the sofa. It had been splendid. The pictures showed people smiling happily, all enjoying sunny summer days on Lake Windermere.
That night, it had been his plan to drag Rebecca's body to the boathouse, weigh it down and consign her to the lake. Penny, who by that time had recovered enough to realize that she was being kept from the gallows by her father, was eager to help. So he had her draft a letter to Robert Richmond saying that Rebecca was on her way to Greenborough to be with him. She feared for her life and had fled the lakes to be by his side. Penny would reinforce this story by telling all who would listen that she had begged her dearest friend to stay, but that Rebecca had been adamant that she loved Robert, and one way or another would find her way to him.
Lawrence stopped and cleared his throat.
I need a drink of water.
Caroline offered to get it.
The kitchen is at the end of the hall.
He took several sips from the glass she offered him and continued.
However, it all went badly wrong. Albert hadn't reckoned on the artist arriving at Greyrig House, distressed and demanding to see his beloved. The housekeeper, knowing him well from so many previous visits, told him in all innocence that the master and Miss Penny had gone to the boathouse for some reason, although she hadn't seen Miss Rebecca since much earlier in the day.
In the ensuing silence, Eve could almost feel the artist's anxiety and his apprehensiveness as he approached that boathouse.
He arrived to find Albert tying a mooring chain around the lifeless body of Rebecca.
"Oh, my God!"
said Caroline, looking like she needed the water herself. "That poor man!" He fell to his knees beside her, sobbing and wailing. So sweet Penny decided that enough was enough and clubbed him across the back of the head with a broken oar. Lawrence Russell peered from one shocked face to the other, clearly enjoying the moment. "You wanted to know where your precious artist is? Well, he's right there." He pointed to the window, at the bottom of one of the deepest lakes in England, tied with a chain to his lost love. Eve's brain began to work in overdrive. Then it became clear. So, because the housekeeper had seen Robert, they told everyone that he and Rebecca had met in the boathouse and decided to run away together. She narrowed her eyes, and if the timing was as you said, the story would be given credence by the fact that her father was being accused of a terrible crime against innocent children, and she was escaping the humiliation. Lawrence slowly clapped his hands. "A gold star for the lady there. You're quite right." Moreover, in the furor surrounding the luckless Henry Strong, the fact that his daughter had disappeared to be with an artist slipped totally into the background. I suppose the artist's family must have made inquiries, but the locals closed ranks. They had heard the rumours about his immoral behaviour, so, what with the shameful conduct of Henry Strong, they chose to pull down the shutters on that particular episode. People are good at that, collectively blotting out what they find unacceptable. He looked pointedly at Eve. Now I'm about to do the same, and pull down my own shutters. I've told you everything. Now I want you to leave my home and never come back." "Soon," she replied coldly. "Just a couple of things that still bother me." "What now?" he growled. "How the hell do you know all this? You tell it as if you were reading from a storybook or watching a film." "I told you. It was passed down by my father and grandfather, and theirs before them." "And how did they know every last detail? You can't tell me that Albert or the barking mad Penelope wrote it all down." Lawrence chuckled humorously. "I had a pupil like you once, always the first to challenge every smallest thing. Like a dog on a scent, never let anything go. If things had been different, I think I could have liked you." Eve shuddered at the thought. "Could you just answer the question?" Lawrence Russell merely smiled and shrugged. "Well, why not? The thing is, you would have thought that Albert and Penny alone knew what had happened. After all, the only other person in that boathouse had been very quickly dispatched. But you'd be wrong. Studious, bookish, and very serious Miriam, who was also a rather sly and insidious creature, well known for prying and eavesdropping, knew all about what happened, and had followed her father and sister and watched the whole thing through a crack in the boathouse wall." He seemed almost bemused. "It seems the depravity of my ancestors knew no bounds, because she did indeed document it. Every single thing. Later she used it to blackmail her father into providing her and her brother with a nice little cottage in Ambleside and a considerable allowance in exchange for her silence. That document remained with her side of the family for several generations before it accidentally fell into my father's hands, and he destroyed it." "Oh my," breathed Wendy. "The Borgias have got nothing on your family." "You said a couple of things. Surely there is nothing else," he said. Eve persisted. "What happened to Hilda Carnaby?" "I was told she suffered a nervous breakdown, followed by some sort of amnesia. She became a recluse, and it was said that she never painted again." "Is that it?" "Please say it is." He looked exhausted. "One last thing. Was there ever a painting? Did Robert Richmond really give Hilda an original painting?" "There were 4, actually. One for each woman, painted especially for them, and one that he painted to keep for himself. Strange, he mused. I hadn't thought about them for years, until you and that old busybody from the old people's home started asking questions.
Do they still exist? Asked Wendy.
Oh, yes.
Suddenly, Eve understood. You've got them here, haven't you?
Not exactly. But there, as far as you are concerned, the story ends. I've told you what you came for. You now know the truth about your artist and his lover, so you can leave me in peace. And never come here again. You'll get no more out of me.
He stared at Caroline. And nor will your old crone Clementine. Now be gone. Wendy nodded slightly, and Eve rose to her feet. Thank you, Mr. Russell. As they left, they heard the chain click into place and the rattle of a bolt being drawn. Caroline drove slowly back down the lane. I didn't know you knew the chief superintendent, Wendy. That really spooked him. Wendy grinned sheepishly. Ah, well, I don't actually know him. His name was the first one that came into my head. They drove on until, well out of sight of the house, Eve suddenly said, Stop for a moment. Caroline pulled over. What's wrong? Eve sat staring at her hands and frowning. Then she looked up. When I asked if he had the paintings in Greyrig House, he replied, Not exactly. Don't you think that's odd? Very, said Wendy slowly. Come to think about it, you're right, added Caroline. His father destroyed the documents that Miriam had used to blackmail the family. Now I think Lawrence Russell intends to destroy those pictures. They are the one remaining link with that dreadful secret. We can't prove any of what he told us, but depending what is in those pictures, they could make life difficult for him. She looked at Wendy. We have to go back. I could be terribly wrong, but I think they are stored in that old boathouse. That would explain the not exactly, wouldn't it? Wendy's eyes glittered. She turned to Caroline. Are you up for helping us out? I feel like I've been caught up in an action movie. But yes, of course. Excellent. Wendy had come alive. Then this is what I think we should do. Chapter 23.
What the fuck is going on?
Alfie Burgess shouted into the phone.
I'm paying you to pass on everything you've got, and I've heard sod all.
Because it's not so easy to phone you at the moment. Have you any idea what it's like here?
I don't give a flying fuck. Just do what I'm paying you for.
There's nothing to tell, other than the fact that we now have all the dead kids named. But that's only come to light in the last hour. If you'd waited 10 minutes, I'd just gone on a break. I'd have rung you then. Alfie knew better than to alienate his valuable contact. He forced himself to calm down.
Anything on the missing Leonard?
Nothing. No one has a clue where he is, or even if he's dead or alive. Alfie grunted.
Well, someone has done a damn good job on spiriting him away.
Oh, haven't they just? Alfie thought he detected a hint of amusement in the rogue copper's voice. He coughed.
Give us them names, then.
He wrote down the 2 new names.
What's their connection to our boy and the Leonard girl?
But the cop had little to tell him.
Is that it?
For now. But please, wait for me to ring you in the future. You have no idea how many ears are listening in this place. Again, Alfie decided not to argue.
Then ring me regularly, even if there's not much to tell.
He hung up and stared at the 2 names. They meant nothing. They had all loved Ollie, but they were so wrapped up in making money that he'd slowly slipped away from them, and no one had noticed. Now it was too late, because Ollie wasn't coming back. The man stared angrily at his spare phone, then out at the deserted staff car park. If he didn't ring his other client, then no doubt he'd get the same kind of ear-bashing from him. He found Delboy in his contacts. Derek Leonard answered immediately.
What have you got for me?
Names.
The 2 other victims have been identified. Write them down now, I don't have long. He was fed up with a bunch of criminals treating him like a piece of shit. Who are they? Asked Leonard. Dunno. Just weird goths, mates of your daughter. She had friends who were goths. Apparently. The copper stifled a laugh. God, another one that knew nothing about his kid. There was a silence. I'll kill that son of mine, Derek growled. How could he let her mix with those freaks? No wonder she's ended up like this. That boy needs a short, sharp knock. The copper wasn't interested in hearing Derek Leonard's family problems. He made his excuses and cut the call. He climbed out of his car. Well, the money was good, and he'd certainly come to rely on it. But dealing with these villains wore him out. Mickey Leonard lay slipping between sleep and wakefulness. From the dim light penetrating the room, he decided that it had to be morning. The hollow, empty feeling in his stomach told him his captor had probably forgotten his breakfast. He had spent hours listening out for those footsteps. Whoever she was, this girl represented his only hope of escape. If she could just find the courage to come in, if she freed him, he would take her away with him. Together they'd run like the wind until they found a place of safety. But no footsteps came, and neither did his captor. Even in the days when he'd roamed the street searching through the bins at the back of fast food restaurants for scraps of pizza and old chips, he hadn't been as hungry as this. The bed was becoming harder by the hour, and when he tried to move his legs, wicked cramps made him scream out. Run like the wind. What a joke. He could barely shuffle to the bathroom. Mickey hadn't cried for years. He had suffered so much, so young, that he reckoned he was all cried out. But now, alone, in pain and scared, he often wept. After those bad years, he had come to trust his own resilience. But this was a very different thing to cope with. As the hours turned to days, he stopped thinking about Peter and Fran, his beautiful girlfriend, and Nicky and Joseph. The small, mundane things were most important now. He dreamed of a hot bath, a scalding shower. He could almost breathe in the steam, smell the soap and shampoo, and feel the softness of the towel as he rubbed himself down afterwards. When he had first been taken in by Peter and Fran, he would sometimes shower 2 or 3 times a day. Nicky had said this was understandable. He was trying to wash away his past. Now he wondered if he'd ever be clean again. Was he condemned to die, stinking and filthy, trussed up like a chicken? Tear tracks the only clean areas on his emaciated body. The tears flowed again. Winter woke, tired and drained. Mostly her own grief robbed her of sleep, but last night it had been Edgar. He had tossed and turned, eventually getting up. She saw the flicker of the television coming from the lounge. Then it was turned off and he sat on in darkness. Later he returned to bed, but had resumed his restless squirming. It wasn't until around 4 a.m. that they both drifted into an uneasy sleep. Now he was out jogging, or so he said. What was he doing? Where was he really? As she forced down her breakfast cereal, Winter's phone rang. Nova, is everything all right? I called to ask you the same thing. I've been worried about you. Nova's voice was deep and reassuring, full of honest concern. Winter sighed. It's Edgar. He's taken it so badly I hardly recognise him anymore. Oh dear. I'm sorry to hear that. It was you I was anxious about, not Edgar. Nova paused. Look, I'm visiting a client not too far away from you in about 10 minutes. It's a short visit, just to take him through some paperwork and collect some signatures. He's disabled, you see. How about I call in on my way back to the office? Could you spare a cup of tea? Or whatever you guys drink these days? Oh, yes, please do. Edgar's out and I've no idea when he'll be back. I'd appreciate your company. But I don't want you getting behind with your work. Nova laughed. No chance of that. I'm my own boss, remember? I'll see you in around 30 minutes.
Half an hour later, Winter opened the door to find a stranger at the threshold.
"I've never seen you look like that," she said, taking in the elegant black trouser suit and black silk shirt.
"Ah, the uniform," Nova said. "No doubt some of my clients wouldn't object to the real me. One or two might even find it a little exciting. But this provides a gravitas that brings in the pennies."
Nova peered in past Winter.
"Not back yet?"
Winter shook her head. "He said he was jogging, but unless he's training for a marathon, I doubt it." She walked through to the kitchen, where the kettle was already boiling. "I do have proper tea, but it's decaf. Is that okay?"
Nova said it was fine.
"Edgar cried for almost 30 minutes yesterday,"
Winter said flatly.
"He says he's never had to deal with death, that of anyone close, on this scale before. He thought his goth beliefs would make it easier to accept, but they don't."
"Why do I get the feeling that you don't believe him?" said the astute Nova.
"I do, but there's something he's not telling me, I'm sure of it."
Winter felt she was betraying Edgar.
"Is it me?" she asked. "Is my judgment clouded because all I can think of is that beautiful wolf and Branwen are dead?"
Nova reached out and clasped Winter's hand. "Go easy on yourself. You know Edgar. If you believe he is acting out of character, then he is, and something is wrong. Now let's talk about something else. It'll help you see things in perspective. Tell me, what are you working on at present?" Winter told her of her proposed painting, a memorial to Branwen and Wolfe. She described the monk's lantern garden of rest. "That's news to me," Nova said, looking interested.
"I'll take you there. You'll love it. And the two old women who own it, they call themselves custodians, which is rather nice. They're simply amazing. They weren't put off by our appearance at all. They were really interested in us, and in my artwork. Come and see this last rubbing, Nova, and tell me what you think."
Nova followed her into the room she used as a studio and stared at the rubbing, trying to make out the names. "That one is Reardon, isn't it?"
"I thought it might be Pearson, but it's so corroded. Actually, I think you might be right. I was going to get down to deciphering the script, but I've been so preoccupied I couldn't concentrate."
"And you say something about this affected wolf?" asked Nova.
"Yes," Winter said. "He acted really strange, kind of disbelieving and shocked. Then he laughed, but it wasn't a fun laugh, if you get my drift."
Nova squinted at the skull and wings carving. "It wasn't something to do with this, was it? Only I'm sure I've seen it before somewhere."
Winter stared at it. "It's usually found on New England stones. It's called winged death."
"Oh, I forgot you were well up in... What's it called?" Nova asked.
"I'm a taphophile, which means I'm into the history of epitaphs and memorial stones and stuff like that."
"Why such a gruesome image, I wonder?" said Nova, still looking at the rubbing.
"It wasn't seen that way in colonial-era America. According to the Puritans, death meant the flesh passing away to make way for renewal in the afterlife."
"Fascinating," said Nova, looking as though she meant it. "Okay, so what is a New England design doing in the Fens? Is that usual?"
"I've only ever seen one other, a skull and crossbones with an hourglass. Apparently it was believed that the least bones required to enter the afterlife are the femurs and the skull. I've seen quite a few different kinds of death heads, but I've not seen a winged death before."
"I can't help but think that Wolfe was looking at that more than the rest of the stone," commented Nova. "It's so badly worn I'd be surprised if he could read any of it."
Winter was not so sure. "He hunkered down and stared at the bottom part of it for a while. Then he almost jumped up, shaking his head as if he'd seen something unbelievable." She gave a little groan. "I so wish Dexter and Lydia hadn't called me at that moment, or that Edgar had been there. But he was talking to those old ladies. Now there's no one left to ask." She brushed away a tear of frustration.
"Let's go and finish that tea," Nova said. "You've had a terrible shock. I'm not saying you're blowing everything out of proportion, but things are weighing more heavily on you than they normally would."
Winter allowed herself to be led back to the kitchen. After a while, she said, "I'm sorry, Nova. I'm beginning to think I'm sounding neurotic. It's because they didn't just die like in an accident or something, but they were murdered. That's why I'm questioning everything."
Nova put down her mug. "I understand. I'm looking at things differently too. Which reminds me, I have to get back. I have Kat and a detective sergeant meeting me at the office in half an hour, so I'd better go.
Winter sat up straighter. Tell Kat about Wolf and the Monk's Lantern Memorial Stone, will you? It could be significant. They can come here and see it if they want. Nova stood up. I certainly will. Now try to relax, and if you need something to keep you busy, do some work on that rubbing. She paused. And let me know about Edgar, won't you? I'm more worried now than before I came. Well, I feel much better for having seen you. Thank you for taking the time, Nova. You're a good friend. Nova hurried back to the office. She had only just finished checking her messages when the foyer phoned up to say that she had 2 visitors. She welcomed Kat and turned to the tall, good-looking sergeant that had accompanied her. She liked what she saw. How could that man be a policeman? He seemed more spiritual somehow, if that was the right word. She could tell at a glance that Detective Sergeant Easter had a very interesting history. It showed in his eyes.
"We're sorry to disturb you yet again, Nova," said Kat, "but we now have a bit more information about the other 2 victims. We wondered if you knew anything about a group of goths in Fenchester by any chance." "Fenchester? Well, apart from seeing some of them at concerts, we rarely mixed." She leaned back and called to her assistant. "Sue, any chance of some coffees for my guests?" "Of course. What would you like? We can do tea, an assortment of coffees, or hot chocolate?" Kat asked for hot chocolate, and like her, the sergeant requested a white coffee, no sugar. Nova was finding it hard not to stare at him. It happened sometimes when she met someone new. She felt she already knew them, though they'd never seen each other before. After her assistant had bustled out of the room, Nova said, "I don't speak too much about my private life in front of Sue. She's wonderful and I adore her, but boy, can she gossip. What I wanted to say was that I once had a romantic attachment, if you can call it that, with a young man from Fenchester, and I started mixing with their group instead of my own friends. It ended badly, so I've never met them again. Nevertheless, I can give you his address and telephone number. He's the best person to ask about the goths in that area, and I'm sure he would be happy to help you." For some reason, she addressed the sergeant. "He's generally a nice guy. Our split was nothing to do with him being unpleasant in any way, DS Easter." "It's Joseph. You're a friend of our Kat here," said Joseph Easter softly. "We'll be tactful, I promise." "Oh, I'm sure you will, Joseph," thought Nova. So if the other 2 travelled to Fenchester to meet, that would explain why I didn't recognise them. Although it's a little odd. Why go out of the area when we have such a friendly bunch right here in town? The boy in particular had very religious parents, so he wanted to make sure he was never seen around here. It was much the same for the girl. In her case, she had a father who could be manipulative, especially where money was concerned. They evidently considered it worthwhile to travel that distance, so they could mix freely with friends who shared the same ideals. "Then speak to Ryan, my ex." She scribbled down his details on a memo pad and passed it across the desk. "Meanwhile, can you give me the boy's name? Or is that confidential?" "No, it's all part of the inquiry now. His parents have been notified and have identified him," said Joseph. "His name is Matthew Stratton, but we don't know what he might have chosen to call himself." "And he has a very religious family, you say?" Alarm bells were ringing. The door opened and Sue hurried in with a tray of drinks. She handed them around, beaming. "Is it all right if I go down to the post office and get that paperwork in before today's collection?" "If you don't mind, Sue, that would be perfect. Thank you." Once she'd gone, Nova told them what Winter had said about their outing to Beach Lacey, their meeting with the 2 women who owned it, and Wolf's strange reaction to one of the gravestones. She was surprised when Joseph and Kat glanced at each other and laughed. "Sorry, am I missing something?" she asked. "Well, the thing is," said Kat, still smiling broadly, "the owner of Monk's Lantern is our DI's mother. And somehow or other, she always turns up at a vital moment in our various cases. It's quite ridiculous. She and her friend are magnets for trouble," Joseph added. "Oh, I see. Well, Winter was very taken with them, and they've given their permission for her to take rubbings of the stones. So Winter was really concerned about the way Ollie Burgess, as we know him, reacted to seeing that memorial stone."
Very. Nova leaned forward. But what bothers me more is Winter's partner's behaviour since all this happened. I think I mentioned once before that Edgar said he was forced to leave his home and family because they held deeply religious beliefs, and Goth was anathema to them. "Oh, I remember now," breathed Kat. "And that's what he meant about a double life. Maybe he did know Matthew Stratton after all." "As in, the parents went to the same church?" asked Joseph. "It's possible, isn't it?" said Kat. "And come to think of it, I remember him saying that the dead boy might not even be a Goth, and adding, 'But some of us are forced to live double lives, so who knows?'" "So," said Joseph, "maybe when he said 'some of us,' he was referring to people like himself who came from strictly religious families. That could make sense." "Winter said that you were very welcome to go and look at the rubbing of that gravestone. It's certainly a weird one. Something about it shocked Wolf rigid. We just can't fathom out what." Nova sat back in her chair and made a steeple of her fingers. "I think it's relevant to your case. I don't know why, but something is telling me that it's important. And while you were there, you might get a chance to talk to Edgar. Failing that, Winter knows his backstory." She looked up at the office clock. "I'm sorry, but I have a client arriving in 10 minutes, and I have to get my accountant's hat back on." Kat thanked her again and promised to keep her updated. The lovely sergeant flashed her a smile, thanked her for the coffee, and they were gone. Nova smiled to herself. Well, if that's who the police force was attracting these days, things were definitely looking up. With a sigh, she turned to Mr. Harding's bound set of accounts for the year ending 5 April. Chapter 24. "I'm not sure if I'm much good at stakeouts," whispered Caroline. "We've only been here half an hour and I'm starving already." "Coming out before breakfast was possibly a bit of a mistake," agreed Wendy, "although I didn't bank on this." "Me neither," said Eve, "but I'm absolutely certain he's going to try to destroy those pictures." They had left the car tucked well out of view in a small entrance to a wooded area and walked back. Now they were hidden in a dense cluster of ancient rhododendrons that provided good cover and gave an excellent view across the lane to both the front and back entrances to Greyrig House. If she had been a betting woman, Eve would have put money on Lawrence Russell shortly emerging from the back door and making his way to the old boathouse. 5 minutes later, she would have won her bet. "Here we go, ladies," she murmured. "Softly, softly, as my daughter would say." They had formulated a vague plan that they might need to adapt according to the situation. They moved forward, keeping to the woods and never letting their quarry out of their sight. They knew that Caroline was a possible weak link, being completely unused to anything like this, so they delegated the post of lookout to her. She was to stay back when they reached the boathouse and observe from the outside. If Sneaky Miriam could find a chink in the woodwork to use as a spy hole, and as the boathouse was now a whole lot older and far more weathered, Caroline should have little trouble with that. If things went badly wrong or looked like getting ugly, she would ring for help. Not that Eve wanted any trouble. She knew for sure that Nicky would never forgive her if she found herself knee-deep yet again. Their plan was to see if he was retrieving the paintings from hiding, then try to convince him to let them have a look, and, unless their content was unsuitable for some reason, hopefully take them back to Robert's family. It could go one way or the other. Eve had no clue, but they had to give it a try. The boathouse, constructed of stone and wood, was in remarkably good condition for its age. It had a high-pitched roof with a circular window up in the eaves. This immediately told Eve that there was an upper floor above the water. As soon as she saw the solid-looking structure, she knew that it would have provided a perfect hiding place for the pictures. Lawrence Russell glanced around furtively before unlocking the door and slipping inside. Indicating for Caroline to find a vantage point around the side of the building, she and Wendy moved quietly towards the door. At least he hadn't locked it. It was pushed to, but not secured. There were 2 grimy windows either side of the door, and they took one each and chanced a careful look. Eve did a swift appraisal of the interior and thought it to be a pretty standard design. The end that faced the lake was arched and open
and a channel had been dug down and bricked to permit a boat to sail directly inside. Water still flowed into the moorings. 2 wide duckboard walkways ran the length of the house and flanked the channel. Storage racks for canoes sat empty against the walls, but there was still one small craft tied to its mooring and bobbing gently on the water. It was a compact boat with an outboard motor and, from the look of it, regularly used, perhaps for fishing on the lake. The most interesting feature was an open-plan stairway that led up to what appeared to be a mezzanine floor. It was loaded with all manner of boat-related junk, ropes, boxes, and big folded canvases that Eve thought might be sails. And this was where Lawrence was heading right now. Wendy gave her a thumbs up. After a while, they saw him place 2 heavily wrapped rectangular bundles at the top of the stairs. With difficulty, he managed to carry the first of them down to ground level, then returned to struggle back with the second. If these were not the artist's missing paintings, Eve silently promised to take up embroidery from now on. Lawrence gathered up one of the cumbersome bundles, stepped down the duckboard, and placed it in the boat. "He's going to dump them in the lake," hissed Eve. "We have to stop him." Wendy nodded. "Come on." His shock at seeing them rapidly turned to fury. "Damn you to hell! Get off my property!" "Please, Mr. Russell, don't destroy them. Listen to me. Won't you please let us see them? No matter what you think about him or all the terrible things that happened, Robert was a brilliant artist. Don't condemn his last works to the lake." Eve was begging, but she didn't care. "It's where they belong. I should have done this years ago. I warn you, come near me and you could finish up in deep water, literally." As he spoke, he started to drag the second parcel toward the mooring. "Stop right there!" Displaying all her military background, Wendy marched straight up to him. He clearly wasn't expecting it, and he faltered, then stopped. She halted her stride 2 meters from him, and in a more reasonable voice said, "Hear us out, Mr. Russell. What harm will it do?" He glared at her venomously. "You promised to leave me alone if I told you the truth, and you lied. Why should I listen to more of your crap?" "We will leave you, but we really need to see those pictures." "What difference can it possibly make to you?" Eve came forward and stood close behind her. "Mr. Russell, stop and think about it, please. All that horror was in the past. You've said yourself you're the last in the line. You don't answer to anyone, not anymore. Your ancestors' sins have blighted your life. Let it all go, including the pictures if that's what you want, but please, not out there." She gestured to the lake. "Why not show us? If they are as bad as you say, then maybe you were right in destroying them is the best thing to do, but if not, if they give nothing away about what happened, please let us return them to Robert's family. If your precious Robert had never come here, then none of—" "Forgive me for reminding you." Wendy's tone was not nearly as sympathetic as Eve's, but whether Robert Richmond came here or not, Penelope Russell was a sadistic killer of children and a sexual predator, apart from being a manipulator of other women. If I were you, I'd shift the blame back to where this all started." Lawrence stared at her, his mouth slack. Then the fight seemed to go out of him. Maybe reality was dawning in his damaged, brainwashed mind. "They did ruin my life." His voice was small, childlike. "I hate you women for coming here. But now the story is told. I can take back control, can't I?" Eve nodded. "You really can." He seemed to think about it for a while. Then he walked slowly away from the package on the floor and returned to the little boat. Eve felt Wendy stiffen beside her, but held her back. They watched as Lawrence reached in and dragged the other bundle back onto the duckboards. "All right. Look at them if you must. All I know is that I never want to see them again." With a foot, he pushed the parcel towards them. Eve bent down and began to unwrap the first parcel, while Wendy kept a careful eye on Lawrence. She wondered what state they'd be in by now. They had probably not seen the light of day since Robert was murdered. They had been packed with enormous care in layer upon layer of fine material, and as the outer covering had been some tough waterproof canvas, they felt mercifully dry. She wondered who had wrapped them. The pictures had been packed face to face, with more layers of protection between. Eve held her breath. What was she about to find? She turned the first one over and gasped. She was looking at the head, shoulders, and torso of a singularly beautiful woman. From her rich, glowing auburn curls, Eve knew this was Hilda Carnaby, Caroline's great-great-aunt. She was pale, her complexion smooth and almost waxy. Then she wore a loose, flowing, satiny robe in shades of flame like burnt gold. Her expression was hard to describe. The provocative lips and the hint of suggestion in those green eyes seemed to conflict with her air of detachment. This creature was unattainable. Robert had set her against a background of luscious foliage and a tumble of exotic flowers. Eve set it aside and picked up the other. Executed in the same style, this woman had golden blonde hair and wore a silken garment of liquid gold. She was surrounded by spring flowers, a tapestry of daffodils, narcissi, tulips, and crocus. This had to be Rebecca, the woman Robert loved, and who was murdered because she refused to give him up. Their expression was inscrutable. Somehow the artist had managed to convey this woman's mixed emotions. Eve stared from one painting to the other in total amazement. They were exquisite. Meanwhile, Lawrence was slouched on a low bench. He hadn't even looked in the direction of the paintings. "Mr. Russell?" Eve's voice was husky. "May I look at the others?" She decided to interpret the resulting grunt as assent. The next two were packaged separately and took longer to unwrap. But finally she was looking at their murderous Penelope Russell. Lawrence's ancestor had indeed been a woman of exceptional beauty. Her hair was sable, her black eyes unfathomable. Robert had painted her in silvery white, and had chosen a background of full-blown white roses in a matted tangle of dark green leaves and heavily thorned stems. Ironically, he had rendered this evil, black-hearted woman clothed in the colour of purity. And did those wicked thorns represent her more dangerous side? These 3 paintings had been gifts for each woman. The 4th had been made for himself. Almost too nervous to look, she picked up the picture of Penelope and took it over to show the others before she returned to the 4th. Before she could unwrap it, Wendy touched her shoulder and gestured to Lawrence Russell. He was rocking backwards and forwards and muttering to himself. "Mr. Russell?" Louder. "Mr. Russell!" But Wendy got no reaction. "Come on, Mr. Russell. There is absolutely nothing incriminating or unpleasant in these portraits. They are superb pieces of art. If you want them gone, we can take them back to Robert's family. We'll say nothing of who they represent, but they belong in his studio with his other work. None of this is your fault, you know. As you said yourself, you can take control of your life now and let go of all these terrible secrets. They can't hurt you anymore. What do you say?" Russell moved so quickly that both women were caught off guard. In one fluid movement, he lunged forward and grabbed the 4th painting. He ran with it to the end of the duckboards at the water's edge. They both ran after him. "Lawrence, no, don't throw it in, please." "As you said, I'm in control. Yes, I'm in control for once." His eyes, too wide, were those of a madman. Eve held up her hands. "Okay, you win. We'll back off." She waited for a moment. "Come away from that edge, Mr. Russell. The boards are slippery." He raised his eyes to hers, and she dare not look away. "I'm in control." With a wild laugh, he turned, ran the last few steps, and hurled himself into the lake. Eve ripped off her jacket and plunged in after him. She came up gasping and saw the picture surfacing just within reach. She grabbed it and hurled it towards the jetty, where Wendy snatched it up. Then she turned and swam after Lawrence Russell. As she followed him out into deeper water, everything she had read about Lake Windermere flashed through her mind. The Great North Swim took place here, so it was safe to swim if you were a strong swimmer, and she was. But the water felt icy cold. Russell was beginning to slow. His strokes were laboured, and his breathing came in harsh gasps. Then he disappeared. Eve kicked and reached the point where she had seen him go down. She dived. It was already deeper than she had expected. Beneath the surface, the water was opaque, green with algae, and she could see nothing. She came up for air, then dived again and again, until she heard Wendy yelling for her to give up. Reluctantly, she turned and swam for the shore. Suddenly the boathouse looked small and very distant. By the time she reached it, her limbs felt like lead. After they pulled her out, she lay on the boards fighting for breath. Wendy and Caroline had both taken off their jackets and wrapped her up as best they could. She heard them talking to her, as from a great distance. She was shivering uncontrollably. "Help is coming, Eve, and the police are on their way." She tried to sit up, but sank back down again. Caroline and Wendy had vanished. While she puzzled over this, Wendy appeared with an armful of blankets. Now where did they come from? She came to, propped up against a wall, and wrapped in thick blankets. She heard sirens approach, and then 2 young women clad in green were smiling down at her. "Fancied a little dip, did we?" "Something like that," she said. "We hear you're a bit of a hero," said the second woman. "What you did was incredibly brave, but maybe a bit foolhardy. Now, what's your name, my love?" "Wendy," said Eve through chattering teeth. "My name is Wendy Avery." Chapter 25. Having been dropped off by Kat, Joseph passed Ben on his way out of the station. "Kat's anxious to ask Winter about something Nova mentioned. She's waiting in the car for you." Ben nodded. "On my way now, Sarge. What did you think of her, then?" "Quite something, isn't she? Very on the ball. Isn't she just? You want to see her in full goth regalia." Joseph smiled. "I'm not sure if I'm strong enough." He hurried up the stairs and found Yvonne Collins alone in the office. She was absorbed in desk work, so he had a chance to look at her properly. His heart sank. This was not the Vonnie he knew and loved. She looked old, defeated. He went back out and got 2 coffees from the machine. He placed one in front of her and took the seat directly opposite. "Time to talk, my friend. An empty office, a cup of coffee, and 2 listening ears. Now's your chance." For a moment, he thought she was going to cry. Then she sighed. "You're right, Sarge. I can't shoulder this alone any more." "Aren't you well, Vonnie?" he said gently. She gave a short laugh. "Fit as a fiddle. No, this is something else altogether." He sat back. "Go on." "It's my belief that one of the officers at this station is on the take. I've suspected it for quite a while, but I've got no proof. I can't tell you how many times we've been on the brink of nailing a villain when somehow the bad guys get wind of it." Joseph set his jaw. Nothing made him angrier than a bent copper. "Do you have a name?" She bit her lip. "I've a strong suspicion, and I think I know how to get actual proof. The thing is, I've done a bit of research on this particular bloke, and he's living way beyond his means. He gambles too, Sarge, and that's always a giveaway, isn't it?" Yvonne was starting to look more like her old self, having shifted the burden to him. "The rogue copper in Greenborough?" "Does Niall know?" he asked. "Not yet, Sarge. I thought I'd try to get the proof that I was telling you about first. Niall is exhausted and still frustrated at being stuck at the station, unable to get out there as he used to. He's got enough to worry about." "Vonnie, he'd believe you, even without evidence. He's worked with you for years, and trusts your judgment absolutely, as do I. Who are we looking at?" She looked down at her lap. "Uniform or CID? At least tell me that much. If it turns out to be one of our detectives..." "It's uniform, Sarge. It's PC Steve Vickers. I've been watching him for weeks, and I'm certain I'm right."
Steve Vickers. 30-ish, tall, smart, short fair hair, athletic, pretty well liked, generally friendly, but not one of the lads. He didn't hit the pub after his shift finished, or join in the filthy talk in the mess room. He's on the team Niall has allocated to us for the murder inquiry, isn't he? Yvonne nodded. He was asking questions at the meeting in the major incident room, if you remember. Joseph did. I have to speak to Nicky about it. Of course. And I'll talk to Niall now that I've told you. I hadn't planned on telling anyone just yet, like I said. How were you planning on getting proof? Joseph asked. She leaned forward and lowered her voice, even though the room was still empty. He carries 2 phones. The smartphone he uses all the time, and another zipped in a pocket. I saw him check the call log one day. It's a burner, I'm certain. An untraceable throwaway. Oh, great, thought Joseph. The thing is, every so often he goes out and sits in his car when he's on a break, and that's the phone he uses then. I watched him a few days back from my own vehicle, using my bird-watching binoculars. What worries me more than anything is that he's been on that phone a lot more since the murder investigation began. Regularly, in fact. I think he's drip-feeding someone the details of our progress. She glanced around. The room was still empty. Listen, if it's tipping down with rain, or he can't get out, or can't be bothered for some reason, he goes to that empty area, a little way past the downstairs vending machine close to the cleaner's cupboards. You know where I mean. Joseph nodded. A recording made by someone hiding in the cupboard. She nodded. I've got all his break times written down, and he uses that phone 3 times a day sometimes. It might take a while, but it would be proof. Joseph thought about it for a while. Wait until I've talked to Nicky. The last thing he wanted was for some kind of misunderstanding to cause Yvonne to go out on a low. He wouldn't let her risk her reputation and her pension on a gamble. We might be able to take this off your hands and tackle it some other way. Leave it with me. Oh, and as soon as I've let Nicky know, you can go and tell Niall, okay? Thank you, Sarge. I really appreciate it. Now, back to the investigation. What can I do to help? While Joseph listened to Yvonne's revelation, Kat and Ben were taking photos of Winter's grave marker rubbing and remarking on the winged death motif. Nicky, meanwhile, was back with the Stratton family. Kat had called, suggesting it might be worth asking either of the Strattons if they knew a friend of their son's called Edgar Porter. This Edgar had been excommunicated by his own very religious family and was proving hard to find. She called in on her way back to the station. As before, Connie Stratton had her sister with her. They gave Nicky a few more small pieces of information about Ollie, and then she asked them about Edgar. Connie looked blank, as did her sister, Naomi. I'm sure I'd remember that name. It's quite old-fashioned for a young man, and I'm certain I never heard my Matthew mention it. For a moment, Nicky wondered if it had been one of those damned nicknames. Maybe he'd called himself after Edgar Allan Poe, but then she remembered Ben confirming that Edgar was his real name. Oh well, it was worth a try. At that moment, Stuart Stratton came into the room. Do you ever recall Ollie mentioning the name Edgar Porter? Asked his wife. He frowned. Can't say I remember an Edgar, but I do recognise the surname. Nicky sat forward. In what context, sir? There was a family called Porter who attended some of the services at our church. He looked at Naomi. You remember them, don't you? I seem to think the father knew your husband. Tall, austere-looking man. Never saw him smile. Looked like he had the weight of the world on his shoulders. Had a mouse of a wife and a couple of youngsters with them, unless I'm thinking of the wrong man. Naomi screwed her face up in concentration. Then she smiled. Oh, I know who you mean, but I'd forgotten their name was Porter. You're right, Stuart. My Jared did spend some time with the father. I remember Jared counselling him in the hope that he'd join the church as a member, but apparently it was really hard going. I'm not sure where they are now. They were very devout indeed, and I think they were looking for a church with stricter ordinances. May I ask what church you belong to? Nicky suddenly realised that it had never come up before. We are a small church, Detective Inspector, but it suits us, said Stuart Stratton. We are usually referred to as Laytonites, after the 2 brothers Ethan and Michael, who led our group for much of the 20th century. We are a branch of a larger church called the Brethren of the True Book. And no, we are not affiliated to the Plymouth Brethren or the Exclusive Brethren. Stuart Stratton attempted a smile. We are quite unique and very family-oriented. We have high moral values and codes of conduct that we are obliged to follow. We had hopes that one day our Matthew would become an inspiring church leader. He was made of all the right stuff. He swallowed hard. We hope and pray and strive for a better world. Fat chance, thought Nicky, thinking of their overflowing custody suite and the ever-growing incidents of violent crime. You can still say that after your son has been murdered. So, were these Porters a local family?
I think so. They might have lived in one of the Greenborough villages, said Naomi, although I couldn't say which one.
Is there any way we could locate them? Stuart looked at Naomi. You could ask Jared if anything came up in his talks with Porter. She nodded and pulled out her mobile. Nicky heard her say,
I'm sorry to bother you, Jared, but I'm with the police and we're wondering if you can tell us anything about that man called Porter that you cancelled. Do you remember him?
It wasn't a long call.
He said he thinks they live somewhere off the Fenchester Road, just outside Greenborough. And they are still in the area because he saw the husband at the filling station one day last week. Not to talk to, but he did acknowledge Jared.
What filling station would that be? Asked Nicky.
We always use the one at the Crossroads corner, the one with the coffee shop and the mini-market.
Nicky thanked them, made her excuses, and hastened back to the station. She badly wanted an update from her other teams, and especially from Kat. As she walked past the front desk, she heard someone calling to her. Niall, you look a bit stressed. He groaned. Trouble on the Carborough. Just what we need. A couple of Leonards chanced on two of the Burgess family, and they had a right barney. All four are in the cells, and I've just had Alfie Burgess and Saul Leonard in here trying to get them released. The weird thing is that Alfie and Saul seem to be in agreement with each other. That's a first. Was the fight over the murders? She asked. No. This time it was about Mickey Leonard. And it got pretty heated, believe me. But they're still blaming each other for the deaths. Oh, yes. No matter what their bosses say to them, the lower echelons of the two families still think the other is responsible. And we won't stop that until we have the killer banged up downstairs. He smiled helplessly, whenever that is. Still, I thought you'd better know. Tempers are running high, and it could escalate. Nicky thanked him for the heads-up and hurried to the CID room, where everyone seemed to be back. Before she could get their attention, Joseph appeared, saying he had something important to tell her before she did anything else. One look at his face told her it was serious. My office. He nodded. It didn't take him long to explain why Yvonne was looking so out of sorts. The news was shattering. This sort of thing happened in other stations, not Greenborough. Oh, bloody fire! We are right in the heart of a multiple murder investigation and a disappearance, and this turns up. I don't believe it. She shook her head. I hate to pass the buck, Joseph, but this is one for someone a lot higher up than me. It will have to be handed over to the IOPC at some stage. Hold fire for a moment, Nicky. Vonnie has no proof, just assumptions. Just imagine if she's misinterpreted something. What would that do to her career? And at this stage. It could be devastating. You are talking about PC Yvonne Collins, aren't you? Have you ever known her to be wrong about anything? She asked. She's admitted that she's tired out, worried sick over what she suspects. I just don't want to take the risk. Isn't there some way we can trip him up, catch him out? Then, when we have proof, we can hand it over. Have we really got time for this, Joseph, when Mickey is still missing? And we have a bloody mind-bender of a case to solve. She felt like a heel, but she was really up against it. She just had no time to contend with trapping a corrupt police officer. I love Vonnie to bits. I'd do anything for her, but... She saw his face and stopped. Oh, bugger. What ideas do you have? Well, I've had a little time to think, and I have one idea. He glanced at her. What if we deliberately fed him some false info? Something about the Leonard family, maybe. And see if it gets back to them. If Vickers is the only one to know about it, it has to come from him, right? And how exactly will we find out whether it gets back to them, Joseph? If he is on their payroll, they're hardly going to dob their own source of inside information in just to help us. I don't mean ask them,
I mean, feed them something that would cause them to act. I haven't thought it through yet, but...
Joseph, have we ever suspected Raymond Leonard of having anyone on the inside in his pocket? Doesn't he keep his dealings well away from here? As far as I can remember, he's never been one step ahead of us in any inquiry, has he? Joseph nodded, slowly. True. Right then. I'm going to speed things up. And unless you want to be part of something very unprofessional, I suggest you leave the office. Looking puzzled, Joseph drew up a chair. Nikki pulled her mobile from her pocket and made a call. Raymond, Nikki Galena. I need your help. The hunt for Mickey is being hampered by someone leaking information. We have no idea where this information is going. Maybe to the Burgess family, I don't know. What I do know, Raymond, is that this isn't your style. Joseph's jaw dropped. Yes, that's right. We have a little songbird right here in the police station. And what with the killer of 4 dead kids, one of whom is your Chrissy, out there somewhere, and Mickey still missing, I really can't afford it right now. As I said, I badly need your help. We have to be sure we have the right man. I'm assuming everything that happens involving your family and the people working for you gets back to you. Good. Well, we're going to feed our bird some phony seed. I'll be very interested to know if he drops it into your nest. She ended the call. Don't say a word, Joseph. After all, I did offer you the option to leave. She looked at him innocently. And it's your fault, really. I was all for going down the official channels, wasn't I? Joseph grinned. I don't believe you did that. So what did he say? He'll help us. I'll tell him what we're going to leak, and he'll pass it back to me. We won't be able to use it officially, but at least we'll know for certain. And with Yvonne's suspicions, it'll be sufficient to go to the super and hold him long enough to get our hands on that burner phone and scour his finances. She stretched. Well, I'd better get out there and see what everyone's come up with today. You think of something that would be worth our man passing on, but keep it simple. This case is complicated enough, without making it more so. Are you okay with me bringing Vonnie in on this? Just Vonnie, and possibly Niall, because we might need his help in making sure that only PC Steve Vickers is fed the fabricated information. Not a word to another living soul, okay? Now, go and talk to her, and get back to the CID room as quickly as possible. After he'd gone, Nikki sat on in her office for a few moments. It felt as if she was in the eye of the storm. Here all was quiet and still, but outside the maelstrom raged. She took several deep breaths and stood up. Nikki strode into the CID room. Gather round, people. Let's see where we are, shall we? As her detectives gave her whatever they had gathered that day, Nikki added it to the whiteboards. Joseph and Yvonne joined them some 20 minutes later, and Joseph gave her a thumbs up. She looked at her officers, and then back at the mass of photos and scribbled writing that now adorned the boards. How were they to ever make sense of it all? Right, let's do a brief summary of each victim, and then an overview. After that, we'll decide on a new plan of action. I'll start with Branwyn. Born Annie Green. Lived alone in a small flat by the marina, paid for with an allowance from money left to her on the deaths of her aunt and uncle. Mother as yet untraced. Father an aggressive alcoholic street dweller in Hastings. She volunteered at a charity shop and spent her free time with a group of goths in this town. She was close friends with a couple called Winter and Edgar, who have been very helpful to us. Her boyfriend was Ollie Burgess, known as Wolf. She was suffocated after being given a considerable quantity of a muscle relaxant that forensics have identified as something called rocuronium or esmeron, a neuromuscular blocker. Professor Wilkinson has told us that that kind of drug is a favourite poison of people in the medical profession. It is a hospital drug used in anaesthesia. She looked up. That is, of course, something to bear in mind when we get a suspect. Does he or she have access to such pharmaceuticals? After her murder, Branwyn was placed alongside a young man called Matthew Stratton in a boat called Aphrodite, which our professor informs us is the name of the Greek god of sexual love and beauty. The boat was hidden in a culvert bearing a sign saying Tunnel of Love, and was discovered several days later by some boys out night fishing. The only other item of interest was an antique lamp tied to the helm of the boat. It created a scene reminiscent of a painting called The Lady of Shalott. Other than the lamp,
and the fact that its beautiful occupant died, there seemed to be no other links. She looked at Ross and Andy. Anything to add? Andy nodded.
We're looking to have another word with Lily, a kid from the charity shop who idolised Branwen. She rang in and said she'd remembered a few other things. It may be something or nothing, but we're seeing her later today.
Good. Let me know if it's anything worth following up. Right, next we have Wolf, Oliver Wilfred Burgess, son of Sandra and Mac Burgess. Mac is a successful local businessman and criminal, rumoured to want to move in on some of the Leonard Empire's larger business operations. Joseph says his genuine dealings are kosher and very profitable. His other, shadier transactions are proving more difficult to investigate, and we have put those on hold while the murder inquiry is underway. Wolf lived in an upmarket apartment in Lionsgate, Turpin Crescent, paid for through his father's company. He was killed in the same manner as Branwen and taken to Saltmere Woods, where he was left with another young woman called Chrissy Leonard, in a romantic setting and holding a red rose. Because of the way the bodies were positioned, as if they had committed suicide together, they were referred to as Romeo and Juliet. Ollie wore a Dracula centenary ring and was a goth like the others, but kept it from his family. She paused. And now we have something new. She pointed to several photos of a gravestone on one of the boards. This old epitaph, found in Beach Lacey, caused this young man to exhibit signs of extreme shock when he came across it. He was with Branwen, Winter, Edgar, and 2 others at the time. But only Branwen and Winter noticed his reaction. Kat tells me that Winter is working on deciphering the script with the intention of finding out what surprised him so. Note also the very unusual carving on the top, called what, Kat? Winged Death, boss. Stems from Puritan times and is usually found in New England, USA, not Lincolnshire. Boss, I've had a thought. Winter is being very helpful, but her method is pretty archaic. Could I ask Prof. Wilson to look at the grave marker? I'm sure he could sort out that script in minutes using one of his high-tech gizmos. Absolutely. As soon as we're through here, go and ask him. And now to Chrissy Leonard. We all know the Leonard's family history, but Derek, her father, is different from the rest of them. I'll come back to him in a minute. Chrissy lived with her brother Paul in a flat provided by Derek. This was not an act of kindness. He wanted his 2 children out of the way. 1, because of his criminal connections, and 2, because of his apparently unconventional sexual practices. Joseph has confirmed that he used an exclusive agency that provided home visits. We haven't delved too deeply. Moving on, it should be mentioned here that Mickey Leonard was a regular visitor to Paul and Chrissy's home, and was out looking for Chrissy at Wolf's place when he was abducted. Like Wolf, Chrissy kept her father in ignorance of her association with the Goths for fear of losing her flat. To that end, she and a friend travelled to Fenchester to meet other Goths. Incidentally, they made a detour so that her friend Matthew could change his everyday clothes for his Goth attire. So far, we haven't found where they went, but from the direction they took, it was definitely somewhere in Greenborough. Chrissy was killed the same way and using the same drug as the others. She was left in Saltmere Woods, positioned so that she appeared to be the loving partner of Wolf, Ollie Burgess. We know that this wasn't the case, and we also know that she was still a virgin when she died. She paused to take a breath. Derek is a bit of an odd man out in the Leonard family, and is generally disliked, even by Raymond, who is angered by the way Derek behaves towards his 2 kids, Paul and Chrissy. The cousins use each other. Personally, I wouldn't trust Derek Leonard any further than I could throw him.
Ditto,
echoed Joseph.
Spooky and IT is busy hunting down his extracurricular deals, which amount to a sizable portion of his total income.
Good. Let's hope that when this is over, we can hang him out to dry. Amazing that he's never come to our attention before, really. Anything else we need to know? Kat raised her hand. I've contacted a man whose name was given to me by my contact Nova Beecham. He's a Goth from Fenchester. Okay, and? His name is Ryan, and he spent quite a lot of time with both Chrissy and Matthew, who he calls Matty. He's told us that he got the impression that, although they were eager to embrace the Goth way of life, in Chrissy's case she was rebelling against her father, and her belief in their culture didn't run very deep. He reckons that some people are what he called natural-born Goths, and neither of our victims fitted that category. He said Matthew had some very strange ideas about death, possibly because of his strict upbringing. He also said that they acted more like brother and sister than lovers. In fact, they even called each other Little Sis and Big Bro. They always seemed to have some amusing secret between them that they didn't share with anyone else. Kat shrugged. I'm not sure what that was about, but it struck Ryan quite strongly, so I thought it was worth mentioning. No weird nicknames? No chosen names? Asked Nicky. No. Ryan said he and his goth friends didn't bother with that. It was something that only Winter's associates practiced. Makes life easier. By the way, Kat, did Spooky find anything interesting on Chrissy's fire tablet? Kat rolled her eyes. Look at my desk. It's full of printouts. It will take an eternity to sift through it all. Ben and I have started with Facebook, Instagram and WhatsApp. Oh, and we've downloaded photos. Nicky nodded. Right, so finally we come to Matthew, the perfect, God-fearing son of Stuart and Connie Stratton, members of the Brethren of the True Book, known as Laytonites. Deeply religious family, live in an austere box of a house. Each time I've been there, the mother is in pieces, being comforted by her sister Naomi, while the father, after telling me over and over that his son's death was the will of God, has maintained a stiff upper lip. As we know, Matthew was discovered with Branwyn in the boat in the Tunnel of Love. He was wearing goth clothing, though there was nothing goth-like about his wardrobe at home. As I've said, he kept those clothes elsewhere. Another son keeping things from Mummy and Daddy. Nicky perched on the corner of a desk. You can pick up all the finer details from our reports, but before we tackle the overview, I do have to mention our growing concern about Mickey Leonard. Uniform are concentrating everything they have on this, but considering where he went missing, it has to be connected to the case. Plus, our anonymous caller said he knew where Mickey was, and, as he also mentioned the murders, that gives us another reason to believe they must be connected. We've heard nothing more from our caller, and Mickey is still missing. As you talk to people, please keep Mickey in mind. I know I've said this before, but someone has him, and wherever he is, he's going to be alone and frightened. Don't get so bogged down in the investigation that he gets forgotten. She stood up and walked back to the whiteboards. Motive. What is the motive here? She turned to face them. Tell me what all this could point to. Kat. Kat screwed up her eyes. They all have a goth connection, so it could be someone with a hatred of goths. Or maybe a jealous, jilted lover. Someone who is paying them and their partners back for rejecting them. Nicky nodded and turned to Ben. Your thoughts? The mere fact that a Burgess and a Leonard are involved makes me think it's gang-related. The two most powerful criminals in the area both lose family members to a killer. Surely that can't be a coincidence. True, we certainly cannot deny their involvement. She looked across to their newest members of the team. OK, Ross, your thoughts, please. I'm puzzled by the theatricals. The Tunnel of Love, Romeo and Juliet. Someone has gone to a lot of trouble to convince us that these couples loved each other, when we know that isn't the case. I still can't understand why, I'm afraid. Nicky gave him a wry smile. You're not alone there. And you, Andy? I'm going along with the Leonard Burgess thread, Andy Lowe said. We know there's unrest in the Leonard family, because some of Raymond's people disagree with the way he's doing things. Raymond might be supporting his cousin because of Chrissy, but we know they don't get on. I think Burgess, who might have caused this rift in the first place, wants to muscle in on the Cabra, and could be using this unrest to engineer a takeover. Maybe one of the kids found out something and had to be silenced. Then things went badly wrong and got out of hand. I still think the romantic setup means nothing. It's just a red herring. Well, that one is pretty sure of himself, thought Nicky. It's a consideration, she said, still certain that he'd got it wrong. Thanks for your input, she said. Now I'm going to throw in another thought for you to mull over. We have the religious aspect. Matthew's father and mother are deeply religious, and so it seems are the rest of their whole family. They tell me that their branch of the church isn't particularly strict, but I'm not so sure. And they are loosely connected to a family called Porter, who the Strattons tell us are far more rigid. Now, as Edgar's surname is Porter,
and he was forced to leave home when he became a goth. I'm beginning to wonder if someone with overzealous beliefs has turned on the goth community because they see them as devil worshippers or something.
Edgar is acting very oddly, boss, added Kat. Winter says he goes out and doesn't come back for hours and hours. I've been trying to get hold of him, but I've had no luck.
Nicky frowned. Keep trying, Kat. And keep in touch with Winter. I don't want another goth couple to finish up dead. From the corner of her eye, Nicky saw Zena, the office manager, waving to her. She beckoned to her.
I'm so sorry to interrupt, Mum, but Mrs. Connie Stratton is on the phone, and she sounds very upset.
I'll take it, Zena. She turned to the others. Don't go away. I'll be right back. It took a few moments to calm the woman down enough to be able to understand what she was saying. When her sobbing subsided, Nicky said, It's all right, Mrs. Stratton. Just take it slowly. What's happened?
Oh, Detective Inspector. It's taken me until now to find the courage to go into my boy's room. But I did a few minutes ago, and a lot of his stuff is missing.
Connie blew her nose loudly. What kind of stuff do you mean?
Oh, precious things. Not clothes or anything, but items he treasured.
Nicky wondered why he would take anything away with him. Can you tell me what you mean exactly?
My husband says I'm fussing over nothing. Matthew was growing up and had probably thrown his childhood things away. But I know my boy, D.I. Galena. Some things he would never throw away.
She sniffed.
Some photographs, framed ones and some in an album. A beautiful carved cross that I gave him when he entered the church. His teddy bear. Don't laugh, but he would never part with his Paddington bear, never.
She went on to list over a dozen missing keepsakes. At first, Nicky wondered if he had been planning on moving in with Chrissy and Paul, but Paul would have known about that, and none of those items had been discovered in Chrissy's room. One thing was certain, Connie Stratton was devastated, and she would be wanting answers before long. She calmed her as best she could, and promised to call back as soon as possible, assuring her they would take what she had told them very seriously.
I'm so relieved. Even my sister thinks I'm overreacting, but I don't think so, Detective Inspector. Naomi and he were close, but she has daughters. Mothers and sons have a very special bond, and I know how valuable those missing things were to him.
Nicky rang off. So now she had another conundrum. Oh well, she'd throw it at the team and leave it with them to make what they could of it. That done, she ended the meeting, reminding Kat to take the photo of the grave marker to Rory.
I called him while you were talking to Mrs. Stratton, boss, Kat said, pulling on her jacket. He's asked me to pick up Winter's original rubbing, and you'll see what he can do with it. I'm on my way to her place right now.
Excellent, and do your best to get hold of Edgar. We badly need to talk to that young man. Nicky nodded at Joseph and Yvonne, who rose and followed her into her office. When they'd shut the door behind them, she said, "Okay, Joseph, why the Cheshire Cat face?" "Because we've sown the bad seed, and we have a little extra something for you to give the super about PC Steve Vickers." Joseph glanced at Yvonne. "Niall engineered the thing beautifully. He called Vickers into his office on some pretext or other. Then I rushed in, saying I needed uniforms help. I said we had some intel on Derek Leonard and his business dealings with Raymond that he wasn't going to like. When Niall dismissed Vickers, he scuttled off like a hound after a hare. I thought it went really well, until I realised what Yvonne here was up to, which was even better." He nodded to his companion, who produced her phone, found what she was looking for, and passed it to Nicky. "As I hoped, he didn't waste time going to his car, but went directly to the dead-end corridor. I was waiting there, in the cleaner's cupboard. Listen to this." She pressed play. Vickers' voice was very clear. "Derek, this is urgent, so it will cost you double the normal rate, though it's worth a lot more." The recipient swore, but agreed to send the money through in the usual way as soon as he heard what it was. Steve Vickers repeated word for word what Joseph had just said to Niall. When the recording finished, Nicky's smile was as broad as Joseph's. "Vonnie, you are a wonder. Now, we must get that phone down to Spooky. Make sure we have secure copies of the recording, and ask her to send one directly to Superintendent Cam Walker." She stood up, "Which is where I'm going right now. Thanks to you, Vonnie.
It's now out of our hands, and we can get on with the investigation and finding Mickey.
Chapter 26. Eve refused the paramedic's offer to take her to hospital. Wendy was waiting when she stepped down from the ambulance. I've given the police the basics, and they're going to meet us at Caroline's in half an hour. We need to get back there straight away. She lowered her voice. We have to get you out of those wet clothes, but we also have to talk before they arrive. She smiled at the paramedics. Thanks, ladies. You've been great. She put an arm around her friend and led her towards where Caroline waited for them. As soon as she was in the car, Eve exclaimed, "The pictures!" "In the boot. Let's get away from here," Wendy urged. Caroline lost no time in complying. "Okay," said Eve. "What did you tell them?" "I gave them a version loosely based on the truth," said Wendy with a guilty grin. "Very loosely." "Then fill me in right now." Eve was frozen and couldn't wait for that hot drink and warm shower, but she needed to be fully aware of what the police knew. Lawrence Russell had some old pictures that he wanted to get rid of, and we were interested in buying them from him. We convinced him to sell them to us, even though we thought he was acting very strangely. We were just collecting them from where he had stored them, when he had some kind of manic episode. Frightened us terribly. She rolled her eyes dramatically. Suddenly, he shouted something and threw himself into the lake. "You, Wendy, are a good swimmer and have done life-saving courses in the past, and you did what you could to save him. End of." Eve nodded. "That sounds feasible. They bought it." Luckily, Lawrence has a reputation as an oddball and a recluse. Apparently, he had already made one suicide attempt a couple of years ago. Neither of the officers that I spoke to were even mildly surprised. Eve sighed with relief, but she couldn't help wishing she had succeeded in getting to him in time. With the right help, could he have made some kind of life for himself? Then she considered how long he'd been bearing the weight of guilt, and knew it wouldn't have happened. All for the best, I suppose. Back at the house, Eve showered quickly, pulled on her warmest clothes, and hurried downstairs. While Caroline made hot drinks, Wendy and Eve sat at the kitchen table with 2 sheets of paper and practiced forging each other's signatures. They had hoped it wouldn't come to making signed statements, but there was no avoiding it now. "Are you entirely sure about this?" Eve asked her friend. "We could both be in really serious trouble if it goes wrong." Wendy patted her hand. "It won't go wrong. And think what would happen if your daughter found out what you did. If she does get to hear about it, then it's much better if I take the flak. This way, you'll just get a bit of the fallout. No one here knows us, so it's easy. You are Wendy, and I'm Eve. And that's that." As Caroline placed their drinks in front of them, they decided that their forgeries were as near as they could get them. "Give me those." Caroline took the practice sheets, went to the sink, found matches, and set fire to them. "Can't have the police seeing those, can we?" she said, swilling the ash down the drain. Wendy and Eve looked at each other. "She's learning fast," exclaimed Wendy. "She's a credit to us," added Eve admiringly. "Welcome to the gang." "Well, it beats planning the next church coffee morning," said Caroline. "Life will be so boring after you've gone home. You wouldn't like to stay, I suppose." They were still laughing when the doorbell rang. It was the same 2 officers who had spoken to Wendy at the boathouse, which made it easier. After inquiring after their hero's health, one of them, a constable named Dickie Allen, who knew Caroline fairly well, said, "Luckily we have another witness, a lad who was fishing, not far from Mr. Russell's property." He turned to Caroline. "Old man Cummings' boy, Jamie. 'Spect you know him. Anyway, he saw Russell hit the water fully clothed and swim directly to the centre of the lake. Then he saw a lady dive in after him." He looked at Eve in admiration. "He said you were amazing. You kept on diving time after time trying to find him. He reckons you deserve a medal." Eve pulled her face. About what happened, officers. Could we please keep my name out of it? Especially from the press. I really want to forget about it as soon as possible. That poor man died, and I failed to prevent it. It's something I'd rather not be reminded of, really.
Surely you don't have to mention my friend, do you? Wendy contrived to look thoroughly miserable. Can't you just say a member of the public made an unsuccessful attempt to help? We only came up here to see our friend Caroline and collect a few old pictures. Now we just want to go home. Assuming that our divers find his body, you will both have to give evidence at the inquest, I'm afraid. But it'll be pretty straightforward given the circumstances. We are given to understand that Mr. Russell has no living relatives, and he was in a fragile mental state, plus another witness saw exactly what happened. The coroner will have everything he needs for a verdict of suicide.
Eve felt sick. She was beginning to wish she had thought it all through a bit more carefully. They weren't hurting anyone, but nevertheless they would be lying under oath, and she didn't dare think what would happen if it became known. They went over a few details about how they knew Mr. Russell, with Caroline providing some helpful additions. Finally, it was over. They reluctantly signed their statement sheets, and the 2 police officers stood up to leave. Eve was feeling increasingly awful about what she had asked of her friend. While Wendy accompanied the policeman to the door, she decided that she would insist they make a clean breast of everything and tell the police the truth. She'd had enough of getting in deep water. Wendy went with the policeman to their car. Before they could get in, she said, "Officers, there is something you should know."
"Something about Mr. Russell?" asked Dickie Allen.
"No, something about Wendy Avery and Eve Anderson, actually." As she spoke, Dickie Allen's expression grew more and more amazed. After she had presented him with a name and a telephone number, he said,
"I understand. Then I'll take this straight to my commanding officer. Thank you for your honesty. I'll make sure this is dealt with immediately."
With a little salute, he and his companion got into his car and drove away. Wendy was smiling to herself when she went back inside.
"What were you saying to them out there?"
asked Eve. "Oh, just clarifying a few things about our wish for anonymity. I think they understand." She saw Eve's suspicious glance and returned it with a wink. Eve said no more about the matter. Then Caroline turned away from the hob, balancing 3 plates. "Sorry, it's just bacon butties, but it was quick and easy. My stomach thinks my throat's been cut." The 3 women ate as if they hadn't seen food in months. Wiping her lips with a serviette, Caroline said, "So, are we ready to see what Robert Richmond painted for himself? The 4th picture?"
"So it wasn't ruined?" asked Eve. "While you were tearing up the records for the over-50s freestyle, Caroline ripped off the outer covering and managed to stop any water seeping into the underlayers. It's unharmed, we think, although we haven't unwrapped it completely," Wendy said.
"Then let's," Eve said. Wendy noticed that she was paler than usual and looked distracted.
"You okay?"
"Headache, that's all. Nothing to stop me unpacking that picture, that's for sure." Eve got up. "Where is it?" "In the conservatory," said Caroline. "I didn't want them on show when the police arrived. We don't want to attract too much attention to them." Caroline carefully peeled back the last sheets of material. Robert had painted the 3 women who had so captivated him. "Oh!" Caroline sounded lost for words. Wendy and Eve said nothing for a long while.
"Perceptive, wasn't he?"
murmured Eve at last.
"But he never suspected Penny of wishing to harm Rebecca. I wonder if he only saw Penny as dangerous in his artistic imagination.
Shame. If he'd become conscious of it, he could have saved Rebecca's life," Caroline said. "And maybe his own." Wendy stared at the picture. Set outside Greyrig House, beneath a canopy of trees and with the shape of the boathouse in the background, it resembled a bacchanalian feast. The women were sprawled naked on a large rug on the grass, surrounded by flagons of wine, fruits, and other delicacies, amid flowers of every colour. It was a very erotic scene.
"He's made no effort to hide their identities, has he?" said Eve. "This really was made for him alone. He must have wanted to remember them exactly as he knew them."
Robert had painted Penny as the goddess, with Rebecca and Hilda her acolytes. A cruel, lustful, dangerous, and possibly mad goddess. Robert Richmond had known nothing of her history, yet he had still managed to capture the dark essence of her soul. "Now we have to decide what to do with them," said Eve slowly. "We should take them back to Acacia House, I suppose. But if the present Robert Richmond is agreeable, would you like the painting of Hilda Carnaby, Caroline? I think as a descendant and custodian of the history of this terrible tragedy, you should have it." "I'd love to have it," Caroline said, "but only if he agrees. It must be extremely valuable, and I don't have the money to buy it, I'm afraid." "I'm pretty sure these pictures will stay at Acacia House and never be sold, and the artist's own picture will probably never even be on public view, so value means nothing, really." Eve was still staring at the painting. "I'm certain Robert would want you to have Hilda's portrait, because without you, they and their history would never have come to light." Caroline smiled. "Don't underestimate yourselves. You'd have got to the truth, I'm sure. Now suppose you stay on for a while, and I show you the more beautiful side of the Lake District." Wendy knew what Eve would say before she opened her mouth. "We'd love to, but could we come back another time? I need to get home. To be honest, I haven't been feeling very well, and I've got a doctor's appointment in a few days' time." "And a sprint across a freezing cold lake won't have helped," added Wendy. She turned to Caroline. "Would you forgive us? I think I need to get Eve back as soon as possible. And if they find Russell, we'll have to return for the inquest in any case. We might even be needed if they don't find him, although I believe it's complex and involves the Secretary of State, so that wouldn't happen any time soon." "Oh, my goodness!" Caroline looked aghast. "But of course! You must go. I'll keep my mouth shut and be in touch." Wendy smiled at her. "I don't think you'll hear too much about it from now on, Caroline. In a day or two it'll be yesterday's news. He was hardly the most popular man in the area. The suicide of a recluse isn't something that holds the front page for long. But even so, we appreciate your help, and do keep in touch. We would love to come back for a proper holiday soon." "And you're always welcome at Beach Lacey," added Eve. "Then we could spoil you for a change." "That would be lovely. But when are you thinking of leaving?" "If it doesn't inconvenience you," said Wendy. "Could we pay a quick visit to Clementine? Then we'll treat you to lunch and get away straight afterwards." She looked at Eve. "Oh, yes, we owe that wonderful old lady that much, don't we? And I'd like to see her again before we leave," Eve said. "Then that's settled," said Caroline. "I'll ring the home immediately." She gave a little sigh. "It's going to be very quiet here after you've gone." Eve laughed. "Well, after today's events, that sounds like heaven." As Caroline hurried off to call Clementine's home, Eve whispered to Wendy, "Why are you so sure it will fade away so quickly? Have you been name-dropping, madam?" Wendy tried to look innocent and failed. "Okay, desperate times and all that. I gave the police officer David Danbury's number and asked him to get his commanding officer to ring him. I simply told P.C. Allen that our work for the MOD meant we had to retain our anonymity. I've already briefed David on what happened." She smiled at her friend. "The heat is off Wendy Avery and her heroics. She is now simply a member of the public." Eve heaved a grateful sigh. It wasn't the first time that their influential friend in the MOD had bailed them out, and, going from past experience, she doubted it would be the last. "While we are talking about underhand dealings, what's this about a doctor's appointment?" Wendy gave her a mock stern frown. Eve confessed to her that she had been feeling unwell for a while, but hadn't wanted Wendy to think it was down to advancing years. "Idiot! Good heavens, Eve! I feel totally shit some mornings. Unfortunately, we have no say in the aging process, but if you're worried, see the doc, and we'll deal with whatever comes along." She looked at her friend. "A problem shared and all that. And if it's worth anything, I don't think there's too much wrong with you. Watching you do your wild swim across that lake, I was really impressed. A young person couldn't have done much better." She clasped Eve's hand. If anyone could have saved Lawrence Russell, it was you. So stop feeling guilty because you couldn't. The blame goes back generations. Leave it with the Russell family. They ended Lawrence's life when he was a little boy. Thank you, my friend. Now, let's get packed, shall we? Chapter 27. Nicky and Joseph finally made it home and had eaten dinner. Now, each with a glass of wine, they sat slumped, exhausted, on the sofa. I'm not sure how I'd cope if I didn't have this place to come back to, said Nicky, sipping her wine. Joseph said nothing, while the silence of Cloud Fen wrapped itself comfortably around them. Finally, he said, Me too. Even though you can't stop your thoughts racing, it does seem to slow them down. Nicky's phone rang, and they both groaned. She stared at the display, then smiled broadly. It's Eve. She pressed loudspeaker so that Joseph could hear. We're home, darling. Just thought I'd let you know. Hey, that was quicker than I expected. Don't tell me you've solved your ancient mystery. Nicky settled back again, still smiling. Well, yes, we have actually. Really? That's amazing. Look, darling, we'll give you the full story when we see you next, but we've definitely laid a few ghosts to rest. Eve sounded tired, but it had been a long journey. I could do with you two bloodhounds to help us solve the mess we're up to our armpits in right now. This is one monster of a case, and so confusing. Eve gave an odd little laugh. I'm not sure we'd be that much help, to be honest. We got the whole thing wrong from the start. Talk about preconceived ideas. Our little mystery was a mess too, believe me. But you solved it. That's what counts. I'm beginning to think we are never going to make sense of this one. It's a tunnel of love murders, isn't it? Eve said. Well, I'm not surprised you're confused. That's most likely the intention. Don't you think? Nicky sighed. Well, they've done a bloody good job of it, I can tell you. Thinking about what we came up against in the last few days, darling, my advice would be to pare everything down to the very minimum. You know, just list the basic facts. Joseph interjected. 4 murdered young Goths whose fathers never allowed them to be themselves. In which case, I'd look to their families. Start where the rot set in, said Eve, sounding quite bitter. That's exactly where we traced our little mystery back to. Family secrets. Look for the skeleton in the family cupboard. From Joseph's expression, this had got him thinking. Look, sweetheart, Eve said, I badly need a bath and an early night. I'll ring you tomorrow, okay? Of course. We'll talk then, and we're thrilled you solved your case. Nicky's mother drove her to distraction with her harebrained schemes, but this one hadn't been dangerous at all. She could cope with that. Oh, and if your investigation is anything like ours, expect sex to play a major role in it. In fact, it's probably at the heart of the whole thing. Nighty-night. After she'd ended the call, Nicky smiled at Joseph. Not in this case. Ours is all rather Victorian. We even have a virgin thrown in. Joseph laughed. Don't underestimate the Victorians. I've read some pretty hair-raising accounts of Victorian life and manners. Nicky stared into her empty glass. I think she could be right, Joseph. About the families, I mean. Why were those kids so desperate to keep their feelings from their fathers and live secret lives? Joseph sat back, his eyes closed. Grizzy's father was a bully who had treated her badly from childhood. He held on to the reins and controlled the finances even when she was living with her brother. Ollie Burgess was afraid to disappoint his father in any way. He seemed to see him as omnipotent. Matthew Stratton's father is a straight-laced churchman, which speaks for itself. Branwen is the odd one out. She hated her father for rejecting her and preferring alcohol and a life on the streets. Nicky pondered this. Come to think of it, the kids have more motive for killing the fathers than the other way round. She heaved a sigh. But that's not what happened. So back to the drawing board. She stood up. Bed, Joseph, before my head explodes. Let's sleep on this and start again tomorrow. As they drifted off to sleep, Nicky's final thought was of Mickey. Wherever he was, he'd be waiting for them to come for him. Nicky Galena wasn't a praying woman, but tonight she went to sleep with a prayer on her lips.
Are you there? Please talk to me.
But even if she wasn't speaking. He closed his eyes briefly. Her fleeting secret visits were the only thing he had to cling to. Tonight, his captor seemed edgy and angry. He had frog-marched Mickey to the bathroom and then cursed him for stumbling on his weakened legs. Then he had berated him for taking so long, oblivious to the pain that holding on to a full bladder always caused. The man had said nothing more about talking or telling him why he was being held captive. Mickey now wondered if it was worth taking a beating and asking some questions. It looked like he was going to die here anyway, so did it really matter anymore?
Don't know why he cares about you so much,
muttered the man, shoving him back to the bed.
All I see is a whinging little brat.
Mickey lay in the darkness and wondered who he meant. Who cared about him? Tonight's meal had been a bottle of water, a slice of cold pizza, and a packet of biscuits. The sight of the biscuits, at first, both terrified him and gave him hope. Maybe the man wouldn't be coming the next day, and that meant no toilet breaks. But on the other hand, at least he'd left something. And if she found a way to help him, he'd need his strength. He had taken to whiling away the time, wondering who she might be and why she was there. After a while it became a game, and he invented more and more fantastical ideas about his mystery woman. He was just deciding that she could be an alien sent from a far galaxy to rescue him, when he heard the footsteps approach his door.
"Hello?"
he whispered.
"What's your name? Who are you?"
"Tomorrow." He wondered if he'd heard right.
Did you say tomorrow?
"After he comes. Tomorrow." The footsteps melted back down the corridor. Tomorrow? Had she found a way to free him? It was the first time Edgar had stayed away all night. Winter lay alone, fearing the worst. Something had happened to him. Surely he hadn't been taken by the killer who had already murdered so many of her friends. Oh, where'd he gone? The detective called Kat had hurried in earlier and taken her epitaph rubbing for the forensic people to work on, which was fine with her. Even if they ruined it, she could always do another. Kat seemed to have taken her concerns about Wolf's strange behaviour seriously, which was good. She also wanted to know more about Edgar, which worried her. Kat had said they were anxious to talk to him about the church his parents attended, and whether he had known a family called Stratton. Winter said he didn't like to talk about his family or their beliefs. He had never said what church it was, only that it disagreed with most aspects of modern-day life. They followed the Bible to the letter. Kat had told her that Nova had said the same thing. Winter had asked who the Strattons were, to which Kat replied that Stratton was the surname of the dead boy found with Branwen. When the sky began to grow light, Winter got up and made herself a cup of herbal tea. She showered and dressed, and forced herself to eat some breakfast, though it was a struggle to get it down. She wanted to call Nova, but it was far too early. She went out into their tiny courtyard garden, but it made her feel even more lonely. In good weather, she and Edgar often sat among the black containers, with their vigorously growing plants and scarlet flowers, and ate breakfast together. On warm nights, some of the others would join them, and they would sit out until midnight, chatting and playing music by candlelight. She could almost hear the music and their voices, the clink of glasses and peals of laughter. If they had only known what was to come. After a while, she went inside and locked the door. She'd go mad if she stayed here much longer. She pulled on her jacket and boots and took her car keys from the hook by the door. She would visit the Monk's Lantern Memorial Garden, the only place where she might find some peace for a while. Eve had hoped that she'd feel better once she got home, but if anything she felt worse. She had grown pale and hollow-eyed. Her dip in the cold waters of Lake Windermere wouldn't have helped, but she ought to have recovered from that by now. Instead, that damned headache had come back with a vengeance. Wendy bustled into the kitchen with a bowl full of fresh tomatoes. I was just watering the greenhouse and I saw that the young goth girl is back again. This time she's alone and she looked really sad. She didn't even notice me. She was in a world of her own. Eve suddenly remembered the 2 dead young goths in the boat in the culvert. Oh my God, Wendy. I think that girl in the boat was here in the memorial garden that day with our young artist who wanted to do the rubbings at the memorials. They must have been friends. That's the girl who's out there now, said Wendy, the one who drove out that day like the hounds of hell were after her. The poor kid. I'm going to talk to her. Are you okay if I bring her in for a coffee? Of course. Eve hurried out to the garden and spotted the young woman in the memorial garden, staring at a carved stone. Good morning, Eve called. You're out early. The girl turned to face her. She looked so lost that Eve could have cried. Oh, my dear, I think I know why you're so sad. You've lost your friend, haven't you? 2 friends. And now my boyfriend is missing. Her voice broke. Eve took a deep breath. I'm so sorry. Look, I know we've met before, but I'm not sure if I introduced myself. I'm Eve. My friend Wendy and I live right here. Why not come in and have a drink with us? Would it help to talk? We're very good listeners. The girl nodded. I'm Winter. And thank you, I'd love to. If it's not too much trouble. Over a mug of tea, Winter poured out her troubles. Wendy and Eve were speechless. And, thought Eve, Nicky and Joseph were trying to sort this whole thing out. No wonder Nicky had been so anxious last night. Eve decided not to tell Winter that it had been she who'd found her dead friend. I remember your boyfriend, she said. I thought at the time what a beautiful young man he was. His face has such a fine bone structure. That's Edgar, said Winter softly. Too beautiful to be a boy. He told me that his teachers were always picking him for the women's parts in the school plays, and he hated it. And you say he's never gone off before? Asked Wendy. Never. And up until yesterday, even though he went out, he was still ringing me to tell me he was okay. He said he was just feeling terrible about Wolf and Branwyn. She sat hunched over, as if she was cold. He's really disturbed by their deaths, far more than I would have expected him to be. He's probably never had to deal with death on this scale, said Wendy. And he's still young. None of us quite know how it will take us, do we? The stone that had caused Wolf's strange reaction puzzled Eve, and she asked Winter if she would point it out to her on her way out. Winter stood up, saying she should really get home in case Edgar returned. I needed to get out of there just for a little while. It's so full of memories of our friends, and with Edgar, heaven knows where, your garden seemed the only place to go. Eve felt terribly sorry for this young woman. You come here whenever you want, Winter, and if you feel like a cup of tea and we're in, just ring the bell. You're very welcome. Eve accompanied her to the memorial garden and gazed at the winged death. This one has always fascinated me, even though it's macabre. This wasn't its original home, said Winter. I noticed the deep gouges at the base from when it was dug up to move it. I was wondering if Wolf recognised it from somewhere else and was shocked to find it here. We knew it had been transferred from another site, said Eve. We still have the paperwork somewhere from when we got permission to tidy this place up and make it into a quiet garden. I could try and find it if it would help in any way. Would you? Winter was starting to look more animated. That would be so kind. I'm sure it's important. She gave Eve an apologetic smile. I suppose it's because it was one of the last things I remember about Wolf and Branwyn. I need to find answers for them. I understand that, said Eve. No promises, but if I can find it, I'll ring you. Let me have your number. After the girl had left, Eve stood for a while looking at the carving of the winged skull. Death had always seemed far away, off in the distant future. Even when she had been in the military and had seen young men and women die, she had never believed that the Grim Reaper would come for her. But now, the man with the scythe seemed to be edging ever closer. "Bugger off," she muttered under her breath. "I've got far too much left to do to dance off with you just yet." Chapter 28. PC Steve Vickers had been removed from his position so fast that rank and file hadn't even seen him go. He had reported to Sergeant Niall Farrow's office regarding a minor incident and was whisked up to the Chief Inspector's office, where he found an assortment of high-ranking officials waiting for him, one of whom was Superintendent Cameron Walker. When asked to empty his pockets, Vickers seemed to forget the inside zipped one in his jacket, but Cameron carefully reminded him of it, and soon the burner phone was on the desk beside his normal phone, pocketbook, wallet, and warrant card. The recorded call was played to him, and though he flatly denied it was his voice, he had turned pale. Both IT and forensics could easily prove that it was indeed him, and he knew it. The Chief Inspector reminded him of the conduct regulations. "Police officers are honest, act with integrity, and do not compromise or abuse their position." He pointed to the burner phone. "I believe that this is proof of gross misconduct, and you will be facing disciplinary action. A temporary move to a new location or role has been considered, but we have decided that it is not appropriate in the circumstances. You are suspended from duty as of now. You will be advised about the pending investigation and forthcoming hearing, and also of your rights to legal representation." It took a while for the inspector to complete all the legislative and procedural requirements. Then, half an hour later, Steve Vickers was preparing to be sent home, minus his warrant card and his position as a serving police officer. Cam knew that it was just the beginning of a long and complex procedure, but at least no more criminals would slip through their fingers because of a timely warning from Steve Vickers. He left the office both relieved and deeply saddened. No one liked the thought of one of their own turning bad. He went downstairs to tell Nikki. He found her alone in her office, sifting through a gallery of photographs on her computer screen. She looked up and blinked as he entered. "I'm getting eye strain with all of these." "Goth photos?" he asked, looking at the screen. "Chrissy uploaded them from her phone to her tablet. I just know there's something here that's the key to this whole business." She pushed her chair back. "How did it go?" "Pretty grueling, to be honest. I thought he was a pretty solid officer. Maybe not the most outgoing or popular, but steady and reliable." He sat down opposite her. "I'm just thankful we don't have to witness something like that too often. It leaves you feeling tainted, and sad that he's come to that." Vonnie mentioned gambling, Cam. Serious debt can turn a man, can't it? And it's so easy with online casinos and all those TV gambling ads. Her expression grew angry. "It's certainly not glamorous when you've just lost the mortgage payment for the month or stuck on a bet using the money for the kids' dinners." "It will all come out in the hearing, no doubt," Cam said. "He got sloppy too. He never deleted the last 2 calls he made. And we now know he was feeding information to the Leonards and the Burgesses, apart from others. Talk about walking a tightrope. I'm not sure either of those families would be too happy about sharing the same inside source. That reminds me, Vickers' false message yesterday was sent to Derek Leonard, and he was straight on to Raymond. Raymond was as good as his word, and rang me immediately." Nikki said. "Thing is, he never knew that Derek was running a bent copper, and it's made him feel a bit twitchy about his sneaky cousin. I think he'll see Derek through their bereavements, and then there'll be a serious parting of the ways. I know you had reservations about Raymond, Cam, but he really does have Mickey's welfare at heart. Since this all kicked off, he's shown that he really does have a bit of Archie's blood in his veins." Cam nodded. "Well, I trust your judgment, Nikki. You're not stupid. If Raymond showed the slightest hint of opening up shop locally, you'd close him down in the blink of an eye, wouldn't you?" When she didn't answer, he peered into her face. Nikki Galena was lost in thought. "Nikki?" "Give me a minute, Cam." She closed her eyes. He wondered where this was going. Then she sat forward again. "I could be way off mark here, Cam, but I've just had a thought."
She stared at him. "I think our anonymous caller, the one who left that note on my door and rang both Raymond and Mac Burgess, was PC Steve Vickers. Think about it. Firstly, he had access to their telephone numbers, and he knew where I lived. Everyone here does. Secondly, it was in his interests to divert attention away from the two families whose payroll he was on. The last thing he wanted was for us to start digging into their affairs and find him. He could phone them using a disguised voice, but he wouldn't dare phone me, so he left that note." It made sense. Cam nodded slowly, and he tried to shift the focus of the victims' families and us to the friends of Ollie and Chrissy. "Which has thrown the whole investigation off course," said Nicky angrily. "But what did he mean about knowing where Mickey was and that he was the one holding the boy and threatening to injure him?" "Simply insurance, I should think," replied Cam, "holding both Raymond Leonard and you to ransom, because it was common knowledge you cared for the lad. He didn't use that with Mac Burgess. He used a threat to his younger daughter. I think he used an existing situation to give him a bit of leverage." Nicky nodded. Yes, he was a local copper after all. He would know all about what happened to Mickey. But that brings us no closer to finding him, does it? "Sadly, no, but..." He stopped. "You don't think he really could have been the one that abducted Mickey?" Nicky looked anxious. "Is he still in the station?" "I'm not sure. He was being cautioned when I left. There's a lot he has to be made aware of to do with representation and the like. I'd better check. Can I use your phone?" "Of course, go ahead." He was told that Vickers had left a few minutes before. He then rang Niall Farrow and told him the situation. Niall immediately dispatched a crew to follow him, make sure he went straight home, and keep a discreet watch on him. "Where does he live?" asked Nicky after he'd hung up. "Keldyke. He owns a small house on the edge of the village. It's between Greenborough and Beach Lacey." "Big enough to conceal a kidnap victim?" "Shouldn't think so. Bit of a 2 up, 2 down, as I recall. I only know that because my wife has a friend who lives in Keldyke village, and I've picked her up from a couple of ladies' nights there." "Right, but now we have a problem, don't we? If you're right and he's imprisoned Mickey somewhere off the beaten track, he won't dare go back to him. So if we don't find him quickly, Mickey'll die alone. On the other hand, we can at least stop expecting threatening calls, demands for money, or severed little fingers through the post. Mickey's safe from his abductor, but in danger of starving to death. A real double-edged sword. And I think we need another chat with Mr. Vickers, don't you?" "Yes, as soon as possible, and I'm going to ring D.I. Jackman at Sultan Le Fen and give him the heads up about it all. If we finish up arresting Vickers, he'll have to go to another station. And I'd like Jackman to be fully aware of the situation." "Okay, Nicky, but you stick with the murders. I'll go myself to see Vickers. I'll take DC Rohit Chopra with me, if he's free. He's hot as hell on body language. Vickers will deny everything to start with, but with Rohit's eye on him, we could get a fair idea if he's involved in it or not." He pushed his chair back and stood up. "I'll ring you the moment I'm through." He turned for a moment as he closed the door. Nicky looked grey with worry. "Oh God, let's get this sorted," he thought, "before we have casualties on our side too." 15 minutes after Cam had left, Nicky was just deciding that she should give her eyes a break and go and check on the others, when she saw something that made her freeze the picture and look closer. She had no idea what had caught her attention, but something had fired off a warning flare in her brain. The picture she was looking at showed 3 of the 4 victims together on a quayside. From the letters WY on the boats moored on the water, she knew it to be Whitby in North Yorkshire. As it was Chrissy's gallery and she was missing from the picture, she was certain that Chrissy Leonard had been the photographer. She zoomed in and scanned the smiling faces. What was it? She moved around the picture, taking in the goth clothing, the boots and the multiple zips and chains on Wolf's skinny trousers. And then she saw it. The shutters in her mind flew up and light poured in. "Mum," she whispered, "you're a bloody genius." She printed the photo. "Boss, we've got something!" Through her excited thoughts, she heard Kat speaking to her. "So have I," she called back. Then Joseph hurried in. "Rory has just sent through a reproduction of that gravestone, all deciphered for us.
There's a name on it that will interest you very much." Nicky threw up her hands. "Okay, everyone, just hold it for a moment. Let's take this back to the whiteboards and see what we've got." They hurried across the CID room and gathered around the boards. "Okay, Kat, you go first." "We've CCTV footage of Matthew Stratton and Chrissy Leonard driving into Greenborough together and turning off into Lewis Close," said Kat. "Uniform have been knocking on doors and have confirmation of the same car regularly calling at number 11. It's a house split into 2 small ground floor flats and 1 upper floor. And guess who rents 11B? Her eyes shone. "Mr. Oliver Burgess. Our Wolf." This was it. Nicky just knew. "Brilliant, Kat. The landlord's going to meet us there in 20 minutes to let us in. Coming, boss. Try and stop me. And do you know what we will find in the bedroom there?" They looked blank. "We will find a teddy bear called Paddington." Joseph shook his head. "And how exactly do you know that?" "Because of a picture I've just found in the gallery on Chrissy's phone. I was helping Ben go through them. Look." She attached the copy to the whiteboard. "The key to the entire case is right there in front of you, standing on the quayside in Whitby." More blank stares. Then Joseph clapped a hand to his head. "I never considered that. It explains all the romantic trappings, all the deception." He laughed. "Of course." "Please explain, boss. I'm clearly very overtired because, well, what am I looking at?" said Kat. "I spoke to my mother last night, and she advised me to strip the case down to the essential facts, then throw in a sexual angle." She pointed to the photograph. "So, we have 4 dead victims, all with parent troubles, all forced to live double lives because of their fathers. Now, throw in the sexual angle." She rested her finger on the picture. "See Wolf's Dracula signet ring on his left hand. It's holding another hand, isn't it? That of Matthew Stratton." There was a silence, then a collective groan. There was no criminal gang involvement. There was no hatred aimed at Goths. All this theatre, this posing, was a Trojan horse to mislead us. "Someone went to a lot of trouble to convince us that our 2 couples were in heterosexual relationships," said Ben, "and all to hide the fact that Matthew and Ollie were in love with each other." "Exactly," said Nicky. 4 young people lost their lives simply because of homophobia." "It's the Bible bashers," exclaimed Andy. "Has to be. It wasn't the fact that the son was a goth. It was because the father couldn't bear him being a fairy." Nicky winced at the way Andy had put it, but he was right. They must question the Strattons. Before we take this any further, we should go out and see 11B Lewis Close. "Okay, everyone. Keep at it while I'm out, but you now have a motive to work with, which is a huge step forward." She stopped and looked at Joseph. "Sorry. That grave marker, you said Rory had found the names on it." Joseph hurried to his office and returned with a printout. "Look, the principal name. The husband who died when a fishing boat went down off Mablethorpe was Jack Reardon. His wife, who died shortly after, was called Leah Reardon." He paused. "Nay, Leah Porter." "Porter? As in Edgar Porter, Winter's boyfriend?" Kat's eyes were wide. "Now I'm confused again." "Confused or not, have you made any contact with that young man yet?" asked Nicky. No luck at all," said Kat. "But Winter has promised to phone the minute he returns." "I want him found, Joseph. Drop everything else and make that a priority. Take Ben with you. I'm not sure what all this means exactly, but we need that young man in an interview room and fast. Why has he suddenly disappeared like this? Everyone says he could easily be mistaken for a gay man, so he could be in grave danger." They headed for the door. "First stop, Winter's place. Come on, Kat, go and grab a car," Nicky said. "I can't wait to make the acquaintance of Paddington Bear." Ben was shocked at the change in Winter. She looked paler than ever. Nonetheless, he had to suppress a smile when she said that the only good thing to come out of the last 2 days was meeting the lovely ladies at Beach Lacey. She was terribly anxious about her missing boyfriend. There had been no contact at all since he left to go jogging the previous morning. Winter showed them a vase of roses on the table. "He bought me these after he went off the first time. I've been trying to remember his exact words, but he was terribly upset. He said that he had had no choice, that he had to get away for a while, and
I could kind of understand that. Branman and Wolf came here regularly, and he and Wolf often talked late into the night. This place must bring back memories. Perhaps it got too much for him.
What kind of things did he and Wolf talk about? Asked Joseph gently.
She shrugged slightly, sadly. I have no idea. They would go off into the garden or sit in the kitchen and just talk together, heads down, for hours.
What did it look like? Joseph asked. Did they laugh, have deep conversations, arguments?
She frowned. Well, I guess I'd say maybe more like heart-to-heart talk. You know, like Branman and I would chat about relationships, goth issues. I was relieved that Edgar had found a close friend he could offload with.
Have you any idea why he hasn't contacted you? Asked Ben, staring as Kat had done at the mural.
None at all. And now I'm starting to worry that something has happened to him, something bad.
That grave marker you kindly gave us the original rubbing of, Joseph began. Would it surprise you if I told you that it had the name Porter on it?
Porter? Are you sure?
Joseph had brought a folder with a copy of the deciphered epitaph. He handed it to her. You can keep that. Winter took it with trembling, pale fingers. She stared at it in disbelief.
Could this be a coincidence? It's a common enough name.
We don't think so, Winter, Ben said gently, and neither do you?
She got up and walked around the room, then stopped and stared at her wall mural. With her back to them, she said, I suppose it started when I brought the grave rubbing home. He never wanted me to do it. He said it was too eroded and it would be a waste of time. On the first night it was here, he tripped bringing a drink into me in my studio room. It would have ruined the rubbing if I hadn't snatched it away in time. She turned. He was trying to destroy it, wasn't he?
Probably, Ben said quietly. He was afraid you'd discover his family name on it.
He should know that I'd support him through absolutely anything. He does, I'm sure. Her voice shook. So, where is he? Where has he gone? And what did that old gravestone have to do with him?
We understand that you know about Edgar's split with his family, Ben said. So could you tell us what happened, and where they live now, if you know? We really need to find them urgently.
They still live in Greenborough, near the park. It's one of those 3-story houses in a sort of crescent called Albion Row. It looks elegant from the outside, but Edgar said it was a horrible house to grow up in, bleak and cold.
Joseph took the details down. I know those. Do you recall the number?
Winter shook her head. I've forgotten. I've never been there, and we no longer mention his family. He told me just the once and never spoke of his childhood again. I told him I didn't care about his past because I loved the Edgar I knew.
Do you know how big his family was, Winter? Ben asked.
I think there were 6 of them altogether. The mother, the father, 2 sisters and a brother, and then Edgar, of course.
They all lived at home?
Asked Joseph. No, the brother and one of the girls got married. There was just one girl still there when Edgar left. She was the youngest, and I believe his leaving really upset her. She was extremely fond of him.
Did he keep in touch with her? Ben said.
Yes, he still goes to see her sometimes. But not very often, and always when the parents are out. Her name is, Daisy. That's it, Daisy.
I understand they're a very religious family, said Joseph. Is that why Edgar severed his ties with them?
He didn't sever anything. His father threw him out. Her expression darkened. And yes, it was because of religion, that blinkered and controlling creed of theirs. It was a terrible time for Edgar. He didn't fit the mould. He didn't look right, speak right, or have the correct mentality, thank heavens.
But the other kids did? Asked Ben, recalling that Nova had mentioned another family member who didn't believe either.
His married sister, Teresa. But in her case, she chose to leave. The family thought she would change her mind and go back, but she met a boy and married him. As far as I know, she's living somewhere up Nottingham way and has a couple of kids. Before you ask, Edgar phones her once a year at Christmas, so they're not in regular contact. Joseph looked up from his notes. I'd still like her number if you have it, please. I suppose you don't know what church the family belongs to, do you?
Winter snorted. Edgar called it the Brotherhood of the Indoctrinated Arseholes, if that helps.
Ben let out a snort. Not exactly. But is there any chance that Edgar did go and speak to his parents? Maybe about something connected to that gravestone?
No way. Not in a million years, exclaimed Winter. His rotten father wouldn't let him over the doorstep. At a glance from Joseph, Ben stood up and they prepared to leave. Winter went and got the sisters' telephone number for them. As they left, Joseph asked again,
"And you honestly have no idea of where he might be?"
Her eyes filled with tears. "If I knew, I'd be there now, not standing here talking to you."
So she's being honest with us, thought Ben. "Is there someone who could be with you, Winter?" he asked. "It might be better if you weren't alone right now."
She shook her head. "I might ask Nova if she could come over for a while after work, but I'm fine on my own, honestly." Her dark eyes looked larger than ever. "And I have to be here for when he comes back." Ben wondered whether he would. Poor Winter. This morning he'd been given no breakfast, and now he was desperate to urinate. Hour after hour he had lain on the bed, waiting. Tomorrow, she'd said, after he has gone. But he hadn't even arrived. He had given up his wild imaginings about her. Now he saw her as a saviour, some celestial being sent from on high to rescue him. But first he had to undergo more suffering. At last he heard the engine and the heavy tread on the landing. Today he seemed to almost run along, and the door flew open with a crash against the wall. He was wearing a black hoodie and a scarf covering the lower part of his face. Mickey lay still. The man was angry. What was he about to do? The man dragged him roughly off the bed. His legs were stiff and unused to moving, and he fell awkwardly to the floor. With a curse, his captor hauled him back onto his feet and shoved him in the direction of the door. Mickey staggered the last few feet before he reached the bathroom. He used the toilet, closing his eyes in relief and wondering what would happen next. Those rough hands propelled him back into the room that had become his whole world, where he was pushed so hard that he lurched forward and again fell to the floor. He lay waiting for the man to haul him up again, but it never happened. The key turned and the footsteps clattered back down the corridor. After he heard the engine rev and the vehicle roar away, Mickey managed to wriggle his way back to the chair and drag himself upright. He waited, listening for any sound. The silence was immense. Did he dare to hope? She had said she would help him after the man had gone. Yes, he dared, because hope was all he had. Chapter 29. The garden in front of the house in Lewis Close had been given over to parking, 2 vehicles. Nicky idly wondered what the occupier of the 3rd flat did with theirs. There were 3 bells beside the front door, their labels empty. Nicky lifted a finger to press one of them, then heard someone unfasten it from within.
"Diagelina."
They showed their warrant cards, and the man held the door open for them.
"I'm Don Baxter, the landlord. Terrible business, to be sure. We wondered what had happened when we didn't see Mr. Burgess. I mean, he does come and go a bit, but he never misses paying his rent, regular as clockwork. Wish all of them were as conscientious."
Shaking his head, he led his way across a wide hall to a door painted green, with 11B in brass. He took out a key-ring heavy with keys and opened up.
"I'll leave it to you. I live in the upstairs flat, officers. Just call when you're finished and I'll lock up again."
The flat was larger than she had expected, and was neat, tidy, and tastefully furnished. Although the landlord had mentioned rent, it was so well cared for that it looked as if Wolfe had owned it. The accessories were a bit dark, probably the goth influence, but there was nothing particularly macabre. "Nice," said Kat, admiring a painting. 10 to 1 that's Winter's work. I really like it, even if it is a bit haunting. Not my thing, but I can see how well it's done. Nicky looked around. This is so sad, isn't it, Kat? All the work they put into this little piece of heaven, somewhere they could escape to, well away from his father.
It's waiting for them to come home, but they never will. She recalled the day when she finally found the courage to clear out her Hannah's room, and the pain hit her like a freight train, all over again. I can do this, boss, honestly. You go and talk to the landlord. I'll check this out. Nicky took a deep breath. Thank you, Kat. I appreciate it. But we've got a job to do, and I'm keen to find a certain bear. She opened the bedroom door and walked in. Paddington Bear was resting on a purple throw covering the king-sized bed. He looked old and well-hugged. Nicky sighed. I think we have all we need to show motive for their murders, don't you? Kat pointed to a laptop on a bedside cabinet. And that will no doubt answer a whole lot of our questions. I'll bag it and we can take it with us. Spooky will make it a priority. Switch it on, Kat. But what about the password? You're right. We don't have time to waste. Spooky will sort it, Nicky said. Let's see what's in those wardrobes. One entire wall was filled with mirror-fronted wardrobes, all with big sliding doors. Kat pulled one back and whistled. Blimey! Take a look at that lot. Nicky slid outfit after outfit along the hanging rail, occasionally pulling something out. They were mostly in black, though one or two were a rich wine colour or cherry velvet. Kat had removed a black brocade evening jacket with silk lapels and held it up for inspection. Opulent, decadent, it hung with a pair of skinny leather trousers that when she ran a finger over them were soft as velvet. Boss, this is high-end designer wear, and there's not a fake among 'em. They might have been dressed in copies when they died, but when these lads were out on the town, they'd have really made a show. Nicky was busy with the rows of expensive boots and shoes. You're right. I wonder exactly how long this subterfuge went on for. Branwen and Chrissy were obviously in on it, acting as the girlfriends. Even Wolf's close friend Winter had no idea, added Kat, although I do wonder about Edgar. Is he missing now because he knew too much? Nicky closed the wardrobe. He could have been in their confidence, yes. She slid open the drawer of one of the bedside cabinets. Inside was a crucifix that she recognised from Connie Stratton's description, the gift from his mother. This was Matthew's side of the bed. All at once, she wanted out. Let's go, Kat. I've seen enough. The situation was too heartbreaking. Let's get back to the bright light of the CID room, so we can analyse this properly. We'll need forensics, Kat, so would you explain to Mr. Baxter that absolutely no one must enter that flat? Meanwhile, I'll get hold of Niall and ask him to get someone down here to tape it up. Outside, Nicky drew in lungfuls of fresh air. That terrible sense of the waste of it all had come over her again. She shook it off, contacted Niall, and as she was pushing it back in her pocket, her phone rang. Nicky, I've got something for you. Rory was wearing his business voice. Go ahead, Rory. She was expecting a serious development. She wasn't expecting embarrassment. Well, we've had lab results and more tox results back, and whereas I made quite a thing about the chaste innocence of our lovers, I have to rescind that comment. The thing is, closer examination revealed recent sexual activity on the part of both boys, and, this might come as a bit of a shock. Nicky decided to help him out. I know, Rory. They were a couple, right? I'm just leaving the flat they were sharing, somewhere well away from the prying eyes of their families. You might have said, you dreadful woman, considering my own, delicate situation. I've been agonising about how to put it to you. I've only just found out myself, Rory, and I've not had time to ring you. I'm sorry. She found herself smiling at his discomfiture, something she rarely witnessed. Well, for one, I'm pleased that you're a step ahead of me. So, next item. Remember that helium balloon that was tied to Branwen's wrist? I'm sorry to say it is a make sold by the discount retailer The Works, who have some 530 stores in the UK. They also sell the disposable helium canisters, so it's no use trying to trace the balloon companies for that one. Methinks it's not worth pursuing any further. Okay, I'll tick it off the list. Sorry, but we need to get back to base. So thank you, and I'll ring you when we know more. She ended the call and turned to Kat, who just arrived at her side. I need Cam to know about this, so don't spare the horses.
Joseph and Ben decided to go straight to Albion Row. They took Ben's car in the interest of speed. "What's with the cat litter and all that cat food?" asked Joseph, turning round to look at the back seat. "What, and an igloo? I didn't know you had a cat." Ben moved out onto the main road. "Well, technically we don't, but when we checked out Branwen's bedsit, there was this cat crying for food. Thing is, Sarge, she had no family that we could take it to, so—" "You great big softy." Joseph smiled. "Go on. What's it like?" "Big thing. I'm not sure of the breed, but I'm told it's a something blue. Its name is Byron." "Oh, very goth. Going to keep it?" "That wasn't the plan. I was intending to foster it until we could find a good home, but it doesn't seem fair, Sarge. Poor thing has lost its owner and been uprooted from its home, and it seems pretty happy with us, so—" Joseph laughed. "That cat's going nowhere. I guarantee it. You have enough cat food there to open a rescue shelter. I'd like an animal myself, but I've set my heart on a dog, and with the hours we keep, dogs are a big no-no. So that's one for retirement, I guess. And if I don't find Mickey, retirement could come sooner rather than later," he thought grimly. Albion Row looked as if it had been teleported into Greenborough from another century. It was a curved terrace of what had once been 5 very select properties, each 3 stories high, with attic gables in the roof and doors with columned porches. It would have been elegant once, but the rendering was now flaky and the paintwork weathered. It was clear that some houses had been split into flats and bedsits. Joseph got out of the car and knocked on the first door and asked for the number of the porter's home. A rather deaf, elderly man told him he had no idea. The next front door was opened by a young woman with a small child tucked under one arm and another clutching her legs. "I'm sorry to bother you." Joseph held up his warrant card. "Greenborough CID. I'm looking for a family called Porter." "Oh, the God botherers. Sorry, shouldn't have said that. They're okay, really. Last house in the row, number 5. He'll be at work, though. I'm not sure about her. She's usually there." She drew him a wry smile. Did one of his sermons finally drive someone to commit murder? Joseph almost snorted. "Little you know." He thanked the woman for her time and strode off down the row, Ben joining him. They knocked several times, but there was no answer. "I swear someone is in," said Joseph softly. "I'm certain I heard a noise." He bent down and squinted through the letterbox. He was sure he had seen a flash of scarlet disappear around a bend in the staircase. "I think there's a child in there." Ben bent down next to him. "Home alone? That's not good." "I could have been mistaken, but I don't think so." He called through the open letterbox. "Hello? Don't be afraid, we're the police. We are looking for Mr. or Mrs. Porter. Will they be home soon?" He listened intently and thought he heard a shuffle on the staircase. "We just want to talk. Can you come down to the hall? We won't ask you to open the door, I promise. We just want to know you're all right." "I don't like this," murmured Ben. "Did it seem like a really little kid?" "I have no idea," murmured Joseph. "Now I'm starting to doubt whether I even saw it. How about we go back to the woman who called them godbotherers and see if she knows if there's any children living there? After all, she's got 2 of her own. She'll most likely know about such things." Ben stood up. "You stay here, Sarge. I'll go have another word." Ben loped off back down the row, while Joseph continued to peer through the letterbox. The hall was painted off-white and looked clinical and austere. He recalled Nicky's description of the Stratton house and guessed this must be rather similar. There were no paintings or photographs on the walls, and no mirror either. He couldn't recall which religious text said you should make your home as uninviting as possible. "Stand down, Sarge." Ben arrived back at his side. "It's not a kid. It's an adult. Well, she's 19. It's Edgar's sister, the one that still lives at home. Winter didn't mention that she has some sort of learning difficulty. The lady at number 2, Mrs. Alsop, says she doesn't talk to strangers. I remember now. Her name is Daisy." "Right, well then, it looks like we are going to have to come back." Joseph cursed.
He badly needed to talk to the Porter family. Everything was pointing to religion as the motive. If these people, like the Stratton family, believe the Bible to be literally true, then homosexuality would be abhorrent to them. But to what extent? He had to see them and form an opinion as soon as possible. I'm going to get Niall to place an officer here, Ben. I want to know the second one of his family returns. You and I must concentrate on Edgar. I swear he holds the key to this. And to that damned tombstone, added Ben, pulling his car keys from his pocket. Still, at least we now know where they live. That's a start. Back in the car, Joseph told Ben to wait for a moment while he rang Nicky. Where are you? He asked. We're heading back to base. We found everything we thought we would. There is no doubt now about Ollie Burgess and Matthew Stratton's relationship. Any luck with Porter? Joseph explained what they'd found. If it's okay with you, I'd like to go directly to the Strattons' place and ask Naomi where her husband is. Then I'll question him about his dealings with Mr. Porter. This religious angle has to be followed up fast. I can speed things up there, Joseph. I've got Naomi's mobile number. I'll ring her, and then you can go directly to wherever her husband is. Within minutes, he received a text. He's home now if you get a move on, 103 Rodney Road, Carrborough Estate. Soon they were drawing up outside a semi-detached house in one of the quieter parts of the Carrborough. They were typical council houses built sometime in the 50s, all of identical design but widely differing states of upkeep. Number 103 would never feature in Homes and Gardens, but it was far from being a tip. The man who answered the door was around 40, with a thin, rather inexpressive face. He wore grey trousers and a white Oxford long-sleeved shirt. After looking at their warrant cards, he invited them in. I'm Jared Buckfield. Naomi just rang and told me to expect you, officers. Can I get you some tea? I'm afraid we don't have coffee. We're fine, thank you, sir. We just want a quick word about a man we believe you've met in the past. His name is Porter. This was another austere house. Even the chair he'd been offered was hard and uncomfortable. The bookcase held hard backs, all regimented in height order. A plain cross on the wall was the single adornment. He felt depressed just looking around. What a miserable, bloody place to live in. Porter. Well, not a lot to tell, really. I almost gave up on him. But that is not what the good book tells us. Strive for peace with everyone, it says. And so I did. Daddy, please can we go and play in the garden? Joseph looked up to see two young girls in their early teens hesitating in the doorway. Stay in your room, girls. Until these gentlemen leave, please. You can see your father is busy. They left without a word. Joseph could hear their trudging steps as they went up. Well, thought Joseph, not exactly typical Carrborough behaviour. He glanced at Ben, who returned his look with a slight lift of the eyebrows. Porter was very deep, Sergeant Easter. I consider our beliefs and values to be pretty strong. But he was looking for a much more rigid practice than our church could offer. To be frank, I wondered why he wanted to be part of a group at all. He seemed not to need any support from others. He had family, though. Maybe it was more for them than himself, suggested Joseph. Jared gave him a cold smile. Oh, no. He didn't make concessions for them, I assure you. Did you meet them at all? Asked Ben. Yes. He brought them to our church services several times. His wife barely opened her mouth, other than in prayer, and the girl might just as well have not been there. I never saw her smile. She didn't even speak to her older brother. Older brother? Yes. I can't recall his name, but he was married. He was there with his wife, a rather insecure woman, I thought. Looked to him for everything. He frowned, trying to remember. She seemed to need his approval to even open her mouth. I wondered if she was either a bit backward or very in awe of him. Or bloody terrified, thought Joseph grimly. This family had to be interviewed as soon as possible. So, they didn't stay long with your church?
Jared shook his head. No, they came to maybe 4 or 5 services, after which we spoke alone for a month once a week, but it soon became clear that we had little to offer him. And that was that. It's all I can tell you. Did he ever mention any personal details about himself or his family, sir? Asked Joseph. Jared sighed. He told me that he had failed in life because he had raised only 2 God-fearing children. He said the other 2 were almost heretics. Strong words to use for your own children, exclaimed Ben. Jared nodded. I thought so too, Detective Radley. We are very close to our families, and it hurt to hear a man use such a medieval term about his own children. So the father considered Edgar a heretic, did he? In that case, if the murderers were indeed Porter and his son, why not kill Edgar rather than his friends? Then Joseph remembered that Edgar was missing. What if Porter was killing the friends first, and Edgar and Winter were to be his coup de grace? He tried to think of a counter-argument, and came up with nothing. Oh, Lord, they needed to get Winter somewhere safe. You don't happen to know where the son lives, do you? Off the beaten track, I believe, on the outskirts of one of the villages west of the town. It's pretty remote, the father told me. He said he and his wife loved the quiet and the solitude. Sorry not to be able to help any further, but that really is all I can tell you. Joseph stood up. We appreciate you taking the time. At the door, he stopped. What does Porter do for a living? Did he tell you? I don't know what his actual position is, but he works at Greenborough Hospital. Joseph froze. The drug Esmeron had been administered to all 4 victims. He heard Rory's voice in his head. Look for someone with access to medical supplies. Thank you, sir. At the car, he flung himself into the passenger seat. Back to base pronto. I'm ringing Nicky. We have to get hold of Porter immediately, and get Winter to safety. Unless Nova is with her, she's alone and in danger. In fact, they'll both be in danger. Fast as you can. Chapter 30. Nicky had just entered the CID room. Cam hurried in behind her. Things are moving fast, Super. We might need your help. I'm all ears. But first, I've brought Vickers in for questioning, and he's on his way to Sultan Le Fen. Rohit was convinced he's lying. He denies it, but we're pretty sure it was him who sent out those warnings. Whatever, D.I. Jackman will have the pleasure of his company for the next 24 hours. Well, I've already told him as much as I can, and he knows all about Mickey's disappearance, so he'll work on that. She nibbled on her bottom lip. I can't do any more there, and we've made some huge strides in the last hour or so. Cam held up his hand. Just one more thing before I forget, then you can tell me everything. Remember those inquiries I said I'd make about Mac Burgess and his standing in the local business and commerce world? Oh, like influential golf club buddies and all that? He nodded. You're free to tread on toes. He has no connections with anyone who can make life difficult for us. Good news. That's something we'll certainly be chasing when we have the killers tucked up safely in the custody suite. Now, your news. She told him about the 2 young men and their retreat, and everything Joseph had gleaned from the Stratton brother-in-law. I've got uniform picking up Winter and bringing her back here for the time being, and the moment Joseph gets here, we are going after Porter. Kat is already onto the hospital HR and admin to find out what Porter does there, and we have a crew outside his house in case he returns. They'll contact us the moment he arrives. Cam let out a low whistle. It all fits together perfectly, Nicky. The motive and the way they were posed. This Porter really does sound like his religion has unhinged him. So how can I help you? I'm not sure yet, Super. I just want to know that you're all geared up to jump in if we turn up more than we bargained for. She glanced at him. If he's such a fanatic, it could be tricky. You'll have all the men and backup you need, Nicky. I'll make sure of that. He looked across to the door. And here's Joseph now. Want me to come with you to talk to Porter? No, I'm not going in with the heavy mob until I've assessed the situation.
Plus, there's a young woman in the house who has mental health issues. I'd rather tread carefully until Joseph and I have spoken to him. Agreed. But you bring him in if you're in any doubt. I'll have a unit on hand, but out of sight. Liaise directly with me, okay? Cam looked at her sternly. And wear a vest. I know you hate them, but humour me, please. Both of you. Understand? Nicky had no time to argue. She reluctantly agreed. Well, just this once. Joseph hurried over to them. Porter's just arrived home. Uniform called it in. Are we ready to roll? Cam wagged a finger at her. Vest. Ready, Joseph. After you've grabbed a couple of vests. Let's go. Boss! Kat called across the office. Porter's Christian name is Christian. Pretty appropriate, huh? And he's a highly qualified pharmacy technician based on a 26-bed acute haematology and oncology ward. There was little to say to this. It was another nail in his coffin. They hurried from the room. On the way, they discussed the approach they would take. We have only suspicions based on hearsay and what we deduce from what we've seen for ourselves, Nicky said slowly. He has some difficult questions to answer, and depending on how he responds, we either take him in or we walk away. I'm pretty sure which one of those it will be, said Joseph grimly. I wonder if the wife will be there. And we mustn't forget the girl, Daisy. It'll be best if she remains out of earshot. We'll need to make this up as we go along. She frowned. It wasn't what she would have liked, but they had little choice. We have no idea who'll be there, or what kind of man he is. We'll just have to wing it, Joseph. Think on our feet. He smiled at her in encouragement. We've done it before, Nicky, and rather well, I think. He winked at her. We've got this. The door was opened by a thin, wispy woman who seemed shocked on seeing their warrant cards. She swallowed, called for her husband, and disappeared. Christian Porter's sole distinction was how utterly unremarkable he looked. The sort of man you'd pass in the street without a second glance. Average height, average weight, and an average sort of face. His hair was mousy brown, his eyes a nondescript blue-grey colour. Later, she couldn't even remember what he was wearing that day. They stepped into the hall, where Nicky made the introductions. Looking only mildly surprised at their unannounced visit, Porter held open a door into a large, high-ceilinged lounge. You'd better come in. After the other establishment she'd visited, this room came as a complete surprise. It was a warm, pleasant room, homely and comfortable. When she looked around, she noticed one or two indications of their religious beliefs, none of which were particularly ostentatious. Over the fireplace hung an inspirational picture of a lion lying down with a lamb in front of a cross. On a coffee table alongside a potted plant, a crossword book and a pen, lay a well-thumbed Bible. She gathered herself. Sir, we'd like to ask if you know where your son Edgar is at present. A shadow seemed to pass across his face. Edgar doesn't live here anymore, and we have no contact with him. We are concerned for his safety, sir. He had connections to our murder victims, and we are extremely anxious to talk to him, Joseph added. His expression was hard to read, but she could see he wasn't being open with them. She looked him in the eye and saw a twitch underneath his eye. I need to ask you some personal questions, sir. I'm happy to ask them here, but if you would prefer, we could go to the station. It would be quite voluntary. It's up to you. Puzzlement? Or was that irritation she saw? I'm not certain why you're here, other than to ask about Edgar, but I'll certainly answer your questions. Please, sit down. Do you know a family called Stratton, sir? She asked. Yes, I do. Not well, but I attended their church on a few occasions. He paused. And yes, I do realize that their son was one of the victims. My whole family and I are praying for them. You said you only attended their services a few times. Why did you stop going? Inquired Joseph. It wasn't what my family or I were looking for. I did go into it quite deeply, but we discussed it and decided it wasn't for us. I gather you wanted something a little more doctrinal, is that right? Nicky asked. He looked surprised. No, Inspector. In fact, it was quite the opposite. I thought their brotherhood was far too uncompromising,
He made a dismissive gesture. We came to the conclusion that no matter how devout we were, we would never be able to adhere to all their stipulations. I took the time to learn more about them from one of the churchmen, but the more I heard, the less I liked it. After a month, I gave up. Now we attend a local Baptist church. Again, it's not exactly what I was looking for, but my wife and daughter are much happier there. My son Ethan and his wife are still searching for something that suits them better, but so long as Emma and Daisy are happy with it, I'll continue going to the Baptists. He gave a little shrug. At least they are friendly and welcoming. Either this man was a very good liar, which was quite possible, or they were on a wrong path. Nicky wasn't sure at all. She couldn't shake the feeling that something about him wasn't right. "Can you tell us what caused the rift between you and your son Edgar, and his sister who also left home?" Joseph looked up from his notebook. "Your daughter, Teresa?" Now he was definitely uncomfortable. He shifted in his seat and tugged at the collar of his shirt. "Is this totally necessary? Surely my relationship with my children can't be of any interest to you?" "I assure you we don't ask questions just to amuse ourselves," snapped Nicky. The man glowered at her, then sighed. "Speaking about my daughter is painful, that's all. Teresa was difficult, constantly rebelling against everything we asked of her. She hated religion, so we realized early on that there was no point trying to force her to believe as we did. Still, she was a nightmare. She was expelled from 2 schools, and we lived in fear that she'd get pregnant. We were at our wits' end. Luckily that never happened, but nevertheless she moved out and went to live with some boy. Her mother and I tried everything to get her back, but she remained adamant. At least she married him." He sighed again. "But we never saw her again. We weren't even invited to the wedding. Emma was heartbroken, and little Daisy never understood." He shook his head. "It is a cruel thing to do to your mother." Many parents say that about their adolescent children. Nicky had said that about her own daughter Hannah, and Joseph had said Tamsin was difficult. But Heretic. A glance at Joseph told her he was thinking the same thing. "And, Edgar?" Joseph said rather more gently. Porter hung his head. "I can only describe it as complicated." There was a long silence. "And your response to this complication was to throw him out?" Nicky said eventually. "I never threw my son out." He sounded resigned rather than angry. Now she was really confused. Both Winter and Nova had told her how Edgar had suffered at the hands of his father and his deeply religious beliefs. Neither had any reason to lie. Was this average man in fact a consummate actor? And why did so much of what he said resonate with her as a parent of a difficult child? Nicky decided to alter course for a moment. She returned to Edgar's history. "Mr. Porter, I have to tell you that we believe the motive for the murders of those 4 young people was the fact that their lifestyle did not conform to a rigid belief system. So you can understand why we fear for your son Edgar and also his girlfriend Winter." She held his gaze unblinking. "You have to understand that your boy is out there somewhere, and he's in grave danger. Like it or not, you have to tell us everything you can about him and what happened between you." "We have to find him," added Joseph, "for his own safety." Christian Porter gave a sad little laugh. "Oh, dear. Oh, dear. Officers, he's not out there somewhere, and he's not in danger. He's upstairs and has been since yesterday." He stood up, went to the door, and called out, "Edgar! Come down, please." They heard slow footsteps descending. Edgar slouched into the room and flopped into an armchair. Furious, Nicky looked at Joseph and shook her head. "I think it's time someone started telling us exactly what's going on here, don't you?" Christian Porter looked ruefully at his son. "I'm so sorry, Edgar. I know you'll see this as just another dreadful rejection.
But it's time to tell the truth. All of it. Your friend's a dead boy. These people have to find their killer. And if we can help them, then we must. And you can start by telling the truth for once in your life.
Edgar closed his eyes.
Perhaps you'll start, Mr. Porter, said Joseph carefully. Time is not on our side. We have another boy missing apart from Edgar, and we know this lad was abducted. We don't have time for games. Lives are at stake. We are not bad people, officers. My wife and I and 2 of our children have very deep beliefs, even if Daisy is challenged. My wife, too, is slightly agoraphobic, which is why we need a church she feels comfortable attending. My eldest daughter seems inherently rebellious. And then there's our beautiful Edgar.
Neither Nicky or Joseph could mistake the pain in his voice. Porter took a deep breath, and, after again apologizing to his son, said,
He suffers from a condition called pseudologia fantastica. It has a strong genetic component. He was possibly born with it. Basically, it's a chronic tendency to spin outrageous lies, even when there is absolutely no need or benefit to be gained by doing so. When his friends died, he suddenly came to understand what his lies might mean. He needed to find a way to talk to the girl he loves. He's a mess, officers, and he came home because this is the one place where at least people understand his condition.
He looked at Edgar.
Please, son, just tell them. I never threw you out, did I?
Edgar slowly shook his head.
No, you didn't.
Realizing that this was all she was going to get from Edgar, Nicky turned back to his father. What are your views on the community your son belongs to?
The Goths? It suits him, don't you think? That fascination with the macabre. It's a path he has chosen, just as I chose the church. Although we would have wished it differently, I believe he's happy, and that's what matters. We give them life, Inspector. Then it's theirs to do as they want with. He had a friend, a lovely boy called Wolf, who came to see us once. He guessed we worried about Edgar, so he took it upon himself to occasionally send little messages, assuring us that Edgar and Winter were happy together.
I don't mean to lie. Edgar sounded like a little boy caught out in some minor misdemeanor. First I know they're just fantasies, but then I start to believe them. They become real, and then...
He becomes a prisoner of his own lies, Inspector.
Suddenly this was all too much for Nicky. Whatever she had expected when she came here, it wasn't this. One thing remained that bothered her.
Edgar, please tell us why Wolf was so rattled when he found that tombstone.
Tombstone? Porter echoed.
Wolf found the Reardon stone. Edgar gave a low groan. Oh, Lord.
Porter turned his eyes upwards.
How on earth did he come across that old thing? It's way out on the fen, covered in brambles in some overgrown, disused cemetery.
Not now, it isn't. It belongs to some old ladies who owned the chapel next door to it. They've cleared it all and turned it into some sort of memorial garden. Winter does epitaph rubbings there. One of the old ladies says she'll help her find out why it was moved there. That frightened me because my lies would be found out.
Is there anything in this bloody world that doesn't somehow involve my mother?
Nicky closed her eyes for a second. When she looked up, she caught Joseph fighting back a smile.
Was he so upset because of the murders, Edgar?
No. It was because of the lies I told about our family history. I fed him a tale of murder and retribution concerning Jack and Leah Reardon, or Leah Porter as she was originally. I think he was starting to realise that I had a problem.
Can you very briefly give us the true story of this Leah?
Asked Joseph.
His father answered for him. Back then, the local people were very religious.
The story goes that Leah rebelled against the moral strictures of her parents' way of life. She was cast out and fell in with a young fisherman. They married, but Jack Reardon was lost at sea shortly afterwards. Jack's family erected the stone in a local churchyard, and when Leah fell ill and died in her turn, she was buried alongside her husband. Well, that explains the Puritan carving on it, but why move the gravestone? Asked Joseph. A while after her death, it was discovered that she had conceived a child out of wedlock. Her father and her brother tore up the memorial stone and cast it into a river, saying that a whore and a sinner didn't deserve commemoration in holy ground. Jack Reardon's father and mother saw them throw the headstone in the river, and they waded in and salvaged it. But Reardon was too afraid of what the Porter family might do if they found the stone returned to the graveyard, so he arranged for it to be transported to an old cemetery that was no longer in use. They couldn't rebury the bodies, but it provided some solace, somewhere for them to go and mourn their dead son.
Christian sat back.
So that's it. The shameful history of the Porter family. I've no idea what terrible story my Edgar invented to impress his friend. Well, it has no bearing on our investigation, so we'll leave it there. Thank you for being so frank with us, Mr. Porter. Nicky stood up. I realise it hasn't been easy for you, but we might need to talk to you again, I'm afraid. Of course, I'll show you out. Forgive the state of the hall. I've been preparing it for decorating, but not found the time yet.
As they stepped out through the door, Christian Porter said,
If you're looking for people with rigid views and an absolute doctrine, I'd take a look at the Strattons. Their belief system is beyond anything I've ever come across before.
Back in the car, Nicky rubbed hard at her temples, trying to clear her head. It can't be the Strattons, surely. Connie Stratton was distraught, and it was she who told me about the items missing from Matthew's room.
But you did wonder about Stuart Stratton's attitude, didn't you? Joseph said. He seemed pretty detached, God's will and all that. And was Connie in such a state because of guilt rather than grief? Whatever, we need to talk to them again, and I suggest we do it now. I have to put Cam in the picture first, but yes, you're right. I'll inform him of the change of location. We can't be too careful. Meanwhile, head for Carpenter Street.
As he drove away, she was still mulling over their interview with Porter. Joseph, you don't think that Christian Porter is one hell of a brilliant and talented liar, do you?
From the things he said and just looking around his home, I'd say he is not. I'm certain the Stratton's son-in-law was pointing us at Porter as a way of protecting his wife's family.
He accelerated harder.
You do realise that the Strattons may have fled by the time we get there. That passed through my mind, too.
She called Cam again. Can you also get someone around to 103 Rodney Road on the Carberry, Cam? Have them bring Jared Buckfield to the station. We believe he's fed us a bunch of lies about Porter to divert attention from the Strattons themselves. She listened, smiling grimly. Yes, Cam, we'll be careful. Yes, I promise. Chapter 31. As soon as everyone was in position around the Carpenter Street house, Nicky and Joseph rang the bell. When she saw them, Connie Stratton gave a wan smile.
Oh, come in, come in. Have you got some news for us?
Not yet, Mrs. Stratton. We need to ask you and your husband some more questions. Nicky was having trouble with the idea of subjecting this little woman to a barrage of accusatory questions. Is Mr. Stratton at home?
He's popped down to the post office. He'll be back shortly. There are so many forms to fill in and people to notify. I had no idea of the awful procedures you have to go through when a close relative is taken.
Tears filled her eyes.
God rest his beautiful soul.
Nicky shot a glance at Joseph, and he shook his head. This woman was no killer, or even an accomplice. If the murderer was Stuart Stratton, his wife hadn't been involved.
You're alone? No Naomi?
Asked Joseph.
She was here, Sergeant, but Jared rang her about an hour ago and asked her to go home. Some household emergency to do with the washing machine. Men aren't always very good with domestic appliances, are they?
She led the way to that bleak lounge. How dismal it is, thought Nicky. She was already beginning to feel depressed. Naomi has been my rock, you know. I don't think I would have survived those first nighttime hours, but she stayed with me, and we prayed for my boy. You're very strict with your religion, aren't you? Said Nicky. We try to follow the good book to the letter. And Matthew was equally as religious, you say? Asked Joseph. He was a good boy, Sergeant, and he loved God. But though we always prayed that he would one day become a fine church leader, I knew in my heart it would never happen. Nicky frowned, wondering what direction this was taking. Then she noticed that Connie Stratton was tightly clutching a photograph in her hand. Perhaps it's fortuitous that my husband is out, because I think I can talk to you. You seem to be kind people, maybe not believers, but it must be hard to remain spiritually unscathed in the kind of world you work in. She took a breath and looked from one to the other. Do you have children? One girl, said Joseph, glancing at Nicky. I had a daughter, too, said Nicky slowly, but she died. Oh, my dear, I had a feeling you understood all too well. I'll pray for you and your daughter. Instead of being angry, as she would have been not long ago, Nicky surprised herself by feeling grateful. Thank you, she said softly. Then you will both be aware that a mother knows her child. As Matthew started to get older, I could tell he was different. No one else in the family saw it, but I did. She passed a hand across her forehead. Of course, I had to keep very quiet. The good book is very clear on such matters. It cannot be tolerated. It is condemned as an abomination. But how can that be? A kind, gentle boy, a loving soul, doesn't deserve to be called such names. Never. You knew he was gay? Joseph exclaimed. Yes, I did. I told him that I would still love him until the day I died and into the hereafter. But he must never allow anyone else to know about it, including his father and the rest of our family. It was our secret. He was very careful. He persuaded a friend of his to act as his girlfriend. He did his best, and I supported him. She looked at them sadly. She held out the photo for Nicky to see. My Matthew. It showed a boy of around 12 or 13, with a happy smile and twinkling eyes. Nicky could have cried for her. We agreed that as soon as he was old enough and could earn enough to pay his way, he should leave home. I believe that was about to happen very soon. I knew from the change in him that he had met someone special. The tears flowed freely now, and she made no attempt to wipe them away. I've never seen him look so happy. If it helps Mrs. Stratton, said Nicky gently, we know where he went, and it's our belief that he and his partner were indeed very happy. He had all his precious things there with him. That's a great comfort to know. I rang you about them being missing, thinking someone had taken his treasures in order to punish either him or me, and that someone knew about my deception. It was only later that I began to wonder if he had taken them himself. She closed her eyes. It will all come out, won't it? In all the papers and on the news. Nicky nodded. This woman would lose everything when the truth was told. Her family and her church would turn against her and cast her out. But Nicky also knew that if she had to go through it all again, Connie Stratton would still protect the son that she loved. I'm afraid it will. But I'll do all I can to keep some details from the press, I promise. Bless you. Silence fell in the hollow room. Then Joseph said, Your husband has been gone a while now. What post office was he going to? The one on Pilgrim Parade. Just a couple of roads down. She looked at an old-fashioned clock on the mantelpiece. Yes, you're right. He's been gone ages. Nicky felt her skin tingle. Excuse me a moment, Connie. Leaving Joseph there, she hurried outside. The street was empty of pedestrians. She rang Cam and told him, Get someone to check the post office on Pilgrim Parade. Something's wrong. She kept the line open and heard Cam issue orders. Then he was back. Nicky, you need to know that Jared Buckfield was not at home when a team called at Rodney Road. His vehicle is gone too. What about the wife, Naomi? He rang her an hour ago and said to get home because the washing machine had bust or some crap like that. No, she wasn't there either. What are you thinking? Bad thoughts. It's not the boy's mother, Cam. She was helping Matthew get away. But I'm not sure about any of the other three. Then I'll put out an attention drawn for Jared Buckfield and his wife. He's got 30 minutes or maybe an hour's lead. But we already have his vehicle details, so traffic should pick him up. I'll do that immediately, then get back to you.
Nicky went inside, unsure of what to say to Connie. They would soon have to go, but she was reluctant to leave her alone. Connie, do you have a close friend? Someone who could come and be with you for a while? Again that sad smile. We only have friends within the Brotherhood, Inspector. And something tells me I should be looking elsewhere for support right now. I believe they're about to make me as a pariah.
Then we'll provide help for you. Nicky made a call and arranged for Sergeant Lucy Wells to come and sit with Connie for a while. Lucy was the best flow she knew and would be perfect in these circumstances. As soon as she gets here, we'll have to go. But we'll be back as soon as we can. Now, will you ring me immediately when Stuart turns up? Nicky handed her a card. That's my mobile number along the bottom, okay? Does she know that her husband, her daughter, and her son-in-law could be responsible for killing the most precious thing in her life? Nicky really wasn't sure. In 10 minutes, Lucy Wells, the family liaison officer, arrived and was soon in the kitchen making tea. Stuart Stratton had disappeared off the face of the earth, along with Jared and Naomi Buckfield. In a couple of hours, the focus of their investigation had swung from the Porter family to the Strattons. It was beyond Nicky's comprehension that anyone could take the life of a relative because of rules that dated from the days of Moses. Nicky and Joseph hurried from the house. A marked police car waited outside. If Stuart returned, she wanted him brought to her immediately, although she had a feeling the police car would be parked there indefinitely. Winter and Nova were now at the station. Winter had just been escorted to the ladies to freshen up, so Kat and Ben were alone with Nova for a few minutes. Nova and Winter had been swiftly removed from Winter's flat, and now they were in a room used for interviewing children or vulnerable cases. Kat had been hurriedly briefed by Nicky about what had happened at the Porter's home. The car had been dispatched to bring Edgar in as well, with the intention of allowing the three Goths some time together to do some serious talking. Nova had offered to act as mediator between Edgar and Winter, in what could prove to be a rather emotive conversation. Both she and Kat were certain it would have a good outcome. I think Winter already suspects that Edgar had some deep-seated problems. If he can share them with her, they'll work it out. Nova, full of surprises as always, had heard of Edgar's condition. She knew it was a mythomania, which she considered wonderfully Gothic. I had an uncle who suffered from the same thing. The stories he told were unbelievable. It is supposedly caused by childhood trauma. Edgar suffered badly at school. His look set him apart, and he was constantly bullied. He probably learned to lie early on in life to save his own skin. And on top of a genetic predisposition, who knows? But I'm sure Winter will support him. Maybe it will help her get over the loss of her friends, said Ben. Give her purpose and direction. I googled the condition, and it seems you can be very astute and high-achieving in most areas of life. It's just that the need to exaggerate and embellish the truth can be impossible to resist. Then one lie leads to another, and fantasy creeps in. Even so, if they both appreciate that it's not his fault, they'll find a way to live with it. He's a brilliant cook. I do know that. I always thought he had a vivid imagination, but I never suspected mythomania, even though I'd seen it before in my own family. She rolled her eyes. Not desperately observant, am I? Still, I'm sure his lies have been harmless. He's not a malicious person. They looked up as Winter came back in. She gave them a brave smile. Sorry, folks. All a bit much for a moment there. Better now. She sat down next to Nova. Actually, I can't wait to see my Edgar again. I know all this is ghastly, but I was beginning to think he was another victim. So this is a good outcome as far as I'm concerned. Kat and Ben stood up.
We're needed elsewhere, but we'd like you all to stay right here for a while, okay? You'll be notified when we consider it safe for you to go home. There's tea and coffee. Just ask one of the constables or a civilian officer. We'll be back later." As she spoke, Kat saw the slim, dark figure of Edgar Porter approaching between two uniformed officers. She smiled at him. "Come on in. They're waiting for you." She touched his arm. "And don't worry. I reckon you're pretty well loved." She closed the door and followed Ben back upstairs to join the bedlam in the CID room.
"Nicky. Jackman here, Sultan Le Fen. How's it going over there?" Rowan Jackman asked. "Don't ask, Jackman, but keep your fingers crossed for us. We have suspects at last," Nicky replied. "Excellent. And if we can assist in any way, just shout." "Much appreciated. I certainly will." Nicky liked D.I. Jackman. In her opinion, he and his team were what good policing was all about. "Now, you're rogue officer. I let my Sergeant Marie Evans loose on Mr. Vickers, and after she initially terrified him to death, then reasoned with him, we've made considerable headway. He was responsible for your note, and for the phone calls. He's admitted that he was desperate that you didn't dig too deeply into the Leonard or Burgess families, in case you found they had a copper in their pockets. But he swears he just used the situation with Mickey Leonard to give his warnings more clout. He says he has no idea where the boy is."
Jackman exhaled.
"We believe him, Nicky. He's singing his head off at the moment, and I really don't think he has any idea where Mickey might be."
Even though she expected as much, her heart sank. That put Mickey right back in danger.
"That's very worrying, Jackman. We really do fear for his life. Vickers is giving us quite a bit of info now. He knows he's for the high jump, and he's cooperating to make things easier. He no longer has any reason to lie. Oh, and Marie discovered that it is gambling that's made him greedy for extra pennies. He did well for a while, then overextended himself with a house and a big car. Things started going tits up and he took a bribe to get out of trouble, and that set it all off. The slippery slope. Well, thanks for what you've done, Jackman. I'll keep you updated, and we'll ask for help if we need it. We'll hang on to your wayward copper for as long as necessary, so you don't have him to worry about on top of all the rest," said Jackman. "And good luck."
She put the phone down and groaned out loud. She must force herself to concentrate solely on their suspects and finding them. If they did, then that might lead them to Mickey. But that didn't stop her fretting over him. She stood up, intending to go and find Joseph, when a thought hit her and she sank back down again, grabbed the phone and rang Cam. "The officers who went to the Buckfield home in Rodney Road. What did they report, and has anything come in since about Jared and his wife?" Cam thought for a second or two.
"They received no reply at the house. They looked in the windows but couldn't see anyone. Then a neighbour said he saw their vehicle drive away about 3/4 of an hour earlier." "Who was in the car?" "Buckfield and his wife. Why?"
"Joseph told me that when he spoke to Jared Buckfield, his daughters, 2 young teenage girls, were in the house with them. So where did they go?"
"There was no mention of any youngsters, Nicky."
"I'm going round there, Cam, and I'll effect an entry if necessary. I need to know those children are safe."
"Take a crew with you, and ring me afterwards."
Nicky ran from the office, shouting for Joseph as she went. Then they drove on blue lights to the Carver estate. She wasted no time at 103 Rodney Road. A swift check showed that no doors or windows had been left unsecured, so she shouted, "Lads, use that enforcer, but I go in first. There could be young teenage girls in here, and I don't want them frightened out of their wits." The door flew open on the third blow, and Nicky ran in, closely followed by Joseph. "Police! Please don't be afraid. We won't hurt you. We're coming upstairs. Just stay where you are. You're quite safe." They tried the first door off the landing, where they found a bedroom like a monk's cell, furnished with a double bed and a cheap plain wood cupboard and the obligatory wooden cross on the wall. They ran to the next room. Nicky pushed open the door and rushed forward, her hands to her mouth. "Oh, my God!" The curtains were closed, and in the dim light she saw 2 shapes in narrow single beds. Neither moved as she approached. Her throat constricted, and she struggled to breathe,
Oh, surely not. Please don't let him have...
They're alive, Nicky.
Joseph was already leaning over them.
They're sedated, but we need an ambulance, fast.
Her temporary paralysis lifted.
Get an ambulance! No, get two!
She shouted back to 2 police officers that were hovering on the landing.
Emergency! 2 youngsters unconscious. Tell them to hurry.
If we were ever in doubt as to who our killers were, this is proof,
whispered Joseph.
I just don't know if their idea was to kill their daughters, or ensure they stayed out of it for long enough for their loving parents to get away. Either way, I know exactly what I'd like to do with them,
growled Nicky.
At least their breathing is pretty regular. But we don't know what they've been given, do we? They could go downhill at any moment. Oh, hell, they need to be in hospital.
Nicky went to look out for the ambulance, so the moment they arrived she could tell them immediately what they'd found. Speed was of the essence. How could parents do such a thing to their own children? She heard the sirens. 10 minutes later, 2 ambulances, lights flashing, were pulling out of Rodney Road. While Joseph made arrangements with uniform for sealing up the property, Nicky went and spoke to a white-faced neighbour who had asked if there was anything he could do to help. She had assured him everything was in hand, but he would see officers outside for some time.
"Do you know the Buckfields well?" she asked.
The man gave a wry laugh.
"Oh, I tried to ignore them. I started out being friendly and neighbourly, but I soon had a bellyful of his preaching. I mean, my mum's religious, but it's personal to her. She doesn't shove it down my throat day and night. These people are, well, off the scale. Oh, and those poor kids. What a start in life. It's not religion, it's fantasism."
"Where does he work, sir? Have you any idea?"
"He's a shift manager in a factory of some kind. Works odd hours. It's situated on the Fenmire Business Park, right down the bottom. Big place with a lot of security."
"Any idea of the name?" asked Nicky, trying to recall the layout of the park.
Hold on a mo."
He opened his front door and called out,
"Ma, what's the name of the place our Bible basher works at?"
He turned back.
"Yes, that's it. It's Farmer Drogan. They produce vitamin tablets and all sorts of other pills."
Nicky thanked him and went to give Joseph that interesting piece of information.
"I wonder if they produce vitamins or things like Esmeron," he said with a frown. "Still, one call will find that out, won't it?"
"Excuse me?" The neighbour beckoned to her. "Sorry, but I just had a thought. If the Buckfields are in trouble, and from this lot, I'd say it's pretty deep. I can't talk about an ongoing inquiry, you understand, but what were you going to say, sir?"
"What about his mother?"
Nicky looked at the man blankly.
"His mother?" "Yes. His parents lived somewhere way out in the fen. His father died a while back and his balmy old mum is on her own. She's as religious as him, apparently, although I can't see how she could be. But she's all alone now in this big old house in the middle of nowhere."
"Do you know where?" asked Joseph, frowning.
"Sorry, no. It wasn't him who told me all this. I got it from our postie. There's nothing goes on around here that she doesn't know about. But I do know he goes out every day at weird times and is gone over an hour, sometimes much longer, even overnight."
"What's the name of your postie, sir? We badly need to know where this place is," Nicky asked urgently.
Sandy Jones. Always give her a Christmas card."
"Thank you, sir." She turned to Joseph. "Is everything organised here? Because we need to move out."
"All done. This crew are going to seal it up and set up a log while they wait for reinforcements. Where are we going?"
"The sorting office. It's a couple of streets away. I need to talk to this Sandy."
"If they're going to do a bunk, then maybe they'll go to the mother first, and if they intend to lie low for a bit, depending on where this place is, we could find them there. If they can go off and leave their daughters to die, I have no faith that they'll give 2 hoots about the aging mother," said Joseph bitterly. "We are dealing with insanity on a big scale here." "I agree. That'll pure evil, but we have to check. And it could be a convenient bolt hole. Of course. Let's go."
Mickey ate 2 of his biscuits and carefully wrapped the rest. He drank some water from the tap in the bathroom. It tasted weird, but it wouldn't kill him, whereas dehydration might. He still had some water in his bottle, but he was rationing that just in case. All morning he had been on guard, praying that his angel would come until, finally, he heard those slow, furtive footsteps
Are you there? He called softly. Will you help me? He has gone, hasn't he?
He's gone.
Relief flooded through him. Please, can you let me out? You said you'd help me.
I've been helping since he brought you here. I've been praying for you.
Oh no, surely that hadn't been what she meant all along. She was helping him by praying? Panic threatened to overwhelm him. He fought back a sob. He had to keep this woman talking and convince her to help him in a practical way. And you are a very lucky boy. Look! He frowned. Look at what? A small postcard slid under the door. He stood up and inched his way towards it. He'd seen them before. A social worker who had once tried to help him always left one on the table when she left. They were inspirational messages or quotes from the Bible. With difficulty, he picked it up and looked at it. I have dozens of them. I take one every day and try to do what God instructs me. This one's for you. It's from Jeremiah. So his image of her as a nun hadn't been far from the truth. This woman was religious and clearly pretty old. Her voice was still strong, but slightly cracked with age. He read the tract out loud. For I know the plans I have for you, declares the Lord. Plans to prosper you and not harm you. Plans to give you hope and a future. Jeremiah, chapter 29, verse 11.
That's right. So I must not fear because what I am doing is God's will. And I know that's true because when I woke, I opened my Bible at the very verse that declared, Thou shalt not kill. So you are a very lucky boy. She sighed. Luckier than the last one who stayed in that room.
The last one? His heart sank. Then he heard a key slide into the lock. He froze. He wasn't sure what to expect when the door swung back, but it wasn't to find himself staring down the barrel of an ancient shotgun.
Forgive me, but I live alone, you see. You can't blame me for being cautious, can you?
The woman had to be well into her 80s. He saw wild grey, unkempt hair, small eyes and heavily wrinkled skin. She was quite tall, but leaned to one side and seemed to struggle to walk properly. He stuttered out a no and attempted a smile.
Sit on the chair. Stick your legs out in front of you.
He wasn't going to argue. That gun was old but looked well oiled, and he had a feeling she knew how to use it. She seemed comfortable with it, maybe a little too comfortable. Still holding the gun in the crook of her arm, she produced a sharp kitchen knife from her apron pocket, and with great difficulty stooped low enough to cut through the ties that bound his ankles. She then stood up and backed out of the door. Count to 50, then make your way to the stairs. Careful you don't fall. You've been tied up for quite a while and you'll be unsteady. Maybe go down on your bottom. Then go into the kitchen, it's to the left. I'll make you a cup of tea, and we'll talk. She sighed. And then we'll decide what's best to do with you. Escape. A dozen actions and strategies flashed through his mind, but he pushed them away. He was weak as a baby, and needed time to recover. He'd drink her tea, and then decide what to do next. Mickey began counting. Fortunately, Sandy Jones had just returned from a delivery round. She was wearing shorts and a bright high-vis jacket, and she examined their warrant cards minutely. Can't be too careful where Her Majesty's Royal Mail is concerned. How can I help? Jared and Naomi Buckfield of 103 Rodney Road have an elderly mother. Is that true? Asked Nicky. Heavens, yes. And what a character. Mad as a box of frogs, Edith Buckfield. We need her address, Sandy, urgently. Nicky had no time to gossip. Buckmere Farm off Heron's Drove, out beyond Chapel Bridge. Dilapidated old place, falling down around her ears, I reckon. And she's alone there? Since Stanley died, yes, although Jared goes out there regular-like. Is she? Can't say, Sandy, but thanks for your help. It's appreciated. Come on, Joseph, that's the back of beyond. We'll go straight there, see how the land lies, and I'll ring Cam for a team to follow us out once we arrive. Officers, Sandy called out as they left. Go careful out there. She's not the full ticket, and she has boxes of buckshot. So watch out. As they ran back to the car, Joseph shook his head and called across to her. "That's all we need, an ancient fruitcake with a shotgun. Do you ever get the feeling they don't pay us enough?" Chapter 32. Mickey Leonard had had many different sorts of tea in his life, but none quite like this one. She boiled everything together, water, tea, and sugar, in a kettle on an old cast-iron range. This mixture went into cups to which she added milk from an old, cracked jug. It had the oddest flavour. He wasn't certain what kind of animal the milk had come from, but he didn't think it had been a cow. Even so, it was hot and sweet, and had the odd effect of calming his racing thoughts. "I'm Mickey," he said softly, eyeing the shotgun and hoping to create some sort of rapport with her. "Michael, the Archangel. Well, well, God really has given me a day to remember." He couldn't help agreeing with her. This day would take a bit of forgetting, and if he could just get free, it would be the best day of his life. "Thank you for helping me." "God helped you. I am just his instrument." He sipped the strange tea and chanced a suggestion. He gave her his best and most winning smile. "I'm very worried that if he comes back soon, he'll be angry with you for freeing me. Perhaps I should leave as quickly as possible. What do you think?" "Oh, he'll be back, but not yet. Just enjoy your tea, Michael. We'll talk about that later." His heart sank, but he smiled and said, "Okay, whatever you say." "Keep smiling, Mickey, and keep talking," he told himself. "This is a very peaceful spot. Where are we?" The old woman stared into her tea. "It's my home, Michael. I've lived here my whole life. All 75 years of it." She looks a lot older than that, thought Mickey. Country living has done her no favours. "You must love the Fens." "Wouldn't be here if I didn't, would I?" "True. I just wondered what part we were on. Is it far from Greenborough?" "A good way, but sometimes not far enough." Shit, this was hard going, but so much depended on it. He had to keep trying. If he got out, no, when he got out, he wanted a vague idea of where the hell he was, and especially which direction to go in. For a while he said nothing, trying to assess his situation. Through the smeared kitchen window, he could make out a ploughed field that stretched into the distance. On the horizon was a row of trees, so maybe there was a road there, or a boundary with another farm. It was a long way, but if his aching, stiff legs would carry him, he'd make it. At least they were free now, unlike his hands, which were still bound at the wrist. That would make running pretty difficult, especially if he tripped. Still, if the chance came, he would give it his best shot and run like the wind. The back door was closed, and he had no idea if it was locked. His best bet would be to get her to leave the room so he could check, but how could he do that? Part of him said, "Come on, you're a strong young man. She is an old lady, and her walking is weird, so maybe she has an injury or arthritis. It should be no contest. He could overpower her easily." But then there was the shotgun, and it would be unwise to forget the knife in her apron pocket. And dare he attempt anything at all with his hands tied together? He took another sip of tea. No, he needed to be cleverer than that. "What's your name?" he asked with a cheeky grin. "You've been so kind to me, and I don't even know your name." She stared at him thoughtfully. "I am Mrs. Stanley Buckfield." "Then I'm very pleased to meet you, Mrs. Buckfield." Her eyes narrowed. "I doubt that very much. My son has been less than kind to you. Do not lie to me." "I'm not lying," he said quickly. "Your son, yes, he was unkind, but not you. You prayed for me, you helped me." This seemed to work, but her sudden flash of temper told him she might be even more unhinged than he'd suspected. "More tea?" she asked, suddenly smiling benignly. She was really starting to scare him now. "Please, if it's not too much trouble." "You have better manners than my son, and that's a fact, even if he does do the Lord's work from cock-crow until the night falls." She looked at him shrewdly. "I'd like to say that you had God-fearing, loving parents that did a good job with you.
But that's not the case, is it?
How the hell did she know that? He swallowed hard. No, Mrs. Buckfield, it's not. She cackled and tapped the side of her wrinkled nose.
I can see these things in a person. I can see damage.
He said nothing. She lifted the heavy kettle, poured more tea, and stopped, kettle in mid-air.
What's that?
It was an engine. His first thought was that the sun had returned. Then he listened again. Different sound. A small car, not a heavy vehicle like the sun's. It stopped some distance from the house. His spirits rose. This was his chance. She hobbled to the window to look out, turning her back on him. It was all he needed. He flung his hot tea at her and ran for the door. It was unlocked, and he staggered through, trying to control his screaming muscles. "Please, please!" he urged his legs. "Just get me out of here!" He was halfway across the yard when he heard the first deafening report. The air seemed to turn to dust around him. He didn't know if he'd been hit or not, but he kept moving.
"Mickey, zigzag! Don't run in a straight line! Zigzag!"
He knew that voice. It was Joseph. He ran, veering from side to side, and saw a figure racing towards him across the yard. Then he was caught up, lifted as if he weighed nothing, and borne away from that madhouse. Until a second blast reverberated around the yard, and he pitched forward to the ground. Joseph lying, unmoving, across him. Nicky had no time to think. Everything happened at once. They had opened the car doors, stepped out, looked across to the farmhouse, and the door had flown open. The next few minutes were a blur, the old woman appearing like an apparition behind the fleeing figure and lifting the gun, the first echoing report, and Joseph shouting to Mickey. Then Joseph was across the yard and carrying Mickey away from the madwoman behind them. Then the second blast came, and shutting her mind off to the fact that Joseph had gone down, Nicky ran directly at the woman. She turned fractionally as she got there, taking the woman down with her shoulder. The force propelled them both back into the kitchen. The gun fell, and the old woman screamed. A stupid thought rose unbidden to Nicky's mind. This had to be a first. Rugby tackling a female senior citizen with a shotgun. She handcuffed the prone woman and picked up the gun. As Nicky straightened up, she caught sight of a glint of steel. A knife had fallen from the old woman's pocket when they crashed to the ground, and she was now edging towards it. Nicky grabbed that too and ran out to Joseph. "Shit, shit, shit! That stings!" Joseph shouted. He and Mickey were trying to untangle themselves and see what damage had been done. Mickey was unharmed, but spots of blood were beginning to seep through Joseph's clothes. "Buckshot?" she asked, hoping desperately that he wasn't covering up a serious injury. "I'd probably be dead if it were, and if Cam hadn't insisted on the vests. It was birdshot. She probably shoots pigeons and pheasant for her dinner. I've got God knows how many pellets in me." "Please, Sergeant Joe, don't mention that word. I've had enough of God to last me a lifetime." "Look at you both. What a pair of rag bags." Then she threw herself forward and hugged them. All three were on the verge of tears, but there was no time now. She stood and pulled herself together. "Can you stand, Joseph? And Mickey, let me free your hands. I've got a blade handy, courtesy of our homicidal geriatric in there." She sliced through the cords and looked at Mickey, wanting to tell him how much she loved him and how she couldn't have coped if he had died. Instead, she wrinkled her nose. "Mickey Leonard, you stink." "I love you too," said Mickey, tears now rolling down his face. "Joe, are you okay?" Joseph was on his feet. "Been worse." He winced. "Hope you've got some good tweezers, Nicky. This could be a long job." "After I've read a certain person their rights, you are going to hospital, as is Stig of the Dump here. And no arguments, either of you." As she spoke, she saw blue lights approaching down the fen lane. Then police officers were rushing into the yard with Cam at their side. His mouth fell open when he saw them. "Before I ask what the hell happened here, we picked up the Buckfields. He is being taken to Sultan Le Fen.
and we have the delightful Naomi and Greenborough Nick. It's all over."
Nicky gave a heartfelt sigh. For once, she was lost for words. Leaving Joseph and Mickey at the A&E department, Nicky thought she'd better tell Cam Walker what had happened back there. On her way back to the main entrance, she saw a familiar figure sitting on a bench and staring at the floor, looking lost and alone. "Connie?" Nicky stopped. "What's wrong? Are you ill?" Connie Stratton looked up, surprised. "Diagalina?" Nicky sat down beside her, suddenly aware of what she must look like. Wrestling on a dirty farmhouse floor had left its mark. She tried unsuccessfully to brush the grime from her trouser leg, then gave up. "So why are you here?" "It's Stuart. He's being attended to now. They've sent me out for a while as a specialist is coming down to assess him." She looked sadly at Nicky. "I didn't know what to believe when he didn't come back from the post office. But he'd suffered some sort of breakdown. A fugue state, they called it. He just wandered off. Didn't know where he was or anything. Then he collapsed. They think the shock of losing Matthew suddenly caught up with him. He seemed so strong and in control, but underneath it was a very different story. I'm so sorry, Connie. Can I call someone to come and be with you?" "There isn't anyone, Inspector. Not anymore." Nicky's heart went out to her. This poor woman, and she still didn't know the whole truth about the death of her boy. "Then I'll stay with you. I bet you could do with a cuppa, couldn't you?" Connie nodded. "Oh, please. I don't remember when I last had a drink." Nicky went down to the main foyer and got 2 teas from the cafe. On her way back, she thought about Connie. Not only had she lost Matthew, she had also burned her bridges with her husband and her church. On top of that, she was about to discover that her sister Naomi and Jared, who she had loved and relied on, were the ones who'd killed her precious son. Nicky wondered how much more this frail woman could take. Connie accepted her tea. "You get away, Inspector. You're busy, I know, and I'll be fine. At least one good thing has come out of this." She gave Nicky a weak smile. "My Stuart says he now understands why I protected Matthew. He wishes he'd been strong enough to see through all the dogma to the beautiful boy that was our son. Nothing else really mattered. And now it's too late. I think guilt caused this breakdown, Inspector. So as soon as he's well enough, we're moving away from here. Too many terrible memories. And we are leaving this church, too. We need time to adjust and to decide what we really want from life." Nicky said she wholeheartedly agreed. "You lost your child too, didn't you?" Nicky nodded. "My Hannah. I suppose you never get over it. I'd be lying if I said you do. But you learn to go on living." They sat side by side for a while, reflecting. Connie said, "I need to know everything, Inspector." "It'll be very painful, Connie. Even I don't understand it fully. I'm not being rude, but I think I'll understand it better than you. There are things that have been worrying me for a long time now. Will you come and see me when you know the truth? I'd really appreciate it." Nicky said she would. She sat with Connie until she was called to her husband. "Thank you, Inspector. You've been very kind." She watched Connie Stratton until the doors closed behind her, then went outside and sat on a bench. Cam answered on the second ring. "Are you all right, Nicky? I've been worried about you. How are Joseph and the boy doing?" "Joseph's shoulders and upper arms took most of the shot. He said to tell you that you were right. Wearing a vest saved him a world of pain, maybe even his life. Apparently Mad Edith was such a short distance away, even birdshot could have killed him. See? And you didn't want to listen to your old super, did you? Don't rub it in, Cam. And you're not old." She smiled. "Mickey is fine, by the way. Just abrasions and bruises, and he badly needs a bath. Apart from that, the only thing that worries me is the mental trauma he went through. He's going to be assessed and counselled. I just hope it doesn't leave him with too many nightmares." She looked up at the hospital's blank facade. "Do you know, in the space of a single day,
We've seen this hospital admit the 2 Buckfield girls, Mrs. Edith Buckfield, Stuart Stratton, and Mickey and Joseph. We've been playing a dangerous game with this investigation. And it all started with Romeo and Juliet," said Cam. "Now it's time for the curtain to come down." Nicky yawned. "Will you close up shop for me tonight, Cam? I'm out on my feet. As soon as Joseph and Mickey have been discharged, I am going home for a long soak and a very large glass of wine, probably followed by another." "No problem at all. Get some sleep, Nicky. You'll need it. I expect the shit to hit the fan from every direction when this all breaks tomorrow." "Thanks for reminding me, Cam. I can hardly wait." "Then good night, good night. Parting is such sweet sorrow." "Oh, shut up, Cam. I'm sick to death of bloody Shakespeare."
Chapter 33. Eve and Wendy climbed the stairs to the now-finished artist studio. Robert Richmond would be joining them in a few minutes, but it would be one of the last times the 2 of them would be up there, and both women were feeling a little sad. "It's been a bit of a roller coaster, hasn't it?" said Wendy, gazing around. "But we've finally done it." Eve nodded and smiled. "This place is restored, and the mystery is solved. Not bad for 2 old birds, is it?" 2 pictures, the ones of Rebecca and Penelope, now hung together on one wall. Robert had wholeheartedly agreed that the painting of Hilda should go to Caroline, and after he had seen it, he had had it packed and shipped off to the Lake District. The 3rd painting was not on show to the public. As Eve had guessed, that one would stay with the present Robert Richmond, in his private rooms. "I'm going to miss it all, aren't you?" she asked Wendy. "Absolutely," said her friend. "Now we'll have to look for another challenge, especially now we know that all your ailments were down to anemia. A course of iron tablets and you're back to your old self again." Eve looked sheepish, and there I was imagining all sorts of terrible illnesses. Thank heavens I never told Nicky. Thank heavens we never told Nicky a lot of things, but at least David did a perfect job of forgetting to mention your epic swim. On this occasion, what Nicky doesn't know won't hurt her. I don't like lying, even if only by omission. But for once I agree. Eve hated to think what Nicky's reaction would have been if she'd known her mother had jumped into a freezing cold deep lake. "There you are, ladies. I've brought refreshments." Robert stepped into the studio carrying a bottle of champagne and 3 glasses. "This calls for a celebration, I would say." "Can't argue with that," laughed Wendy. Eve accepted a glass of champagne, looked around and sighed. "I can't believe it's finally complete." "And so much better than I ever dreamed." They clinked glasses and raised them in a toast. "Thanks to you 2 amazing women, we'll be opening the house up at the end of the month. Finally, the work of Robert Richmond will be available for public viewing, as it deserves to be." He leaned back against one of the workbenches. "But even more than the paintings, I cannot express my gratitude for the way you discovered what had happened to him. I'll be forever in your debt." "We are just thrilled that people will be able to see and admire his work," said Eve. "We found the whole thing fascinating and quite an adventure, too." They had agreed not to mention Eve's heroic role, even to Robert. People talked, best that no one knew. "It's sad that he was murdered like that," said Robert. "He had such a great talent. Think what he could have gone on to produce had he lived. It was a great tragedy that he should have become involved with an evil woman." He stared at the picture of Penelope, adorned in stainless white. "Though I can see why he did. What a beauty." He turned back to them. "I intend to visit the lakes as soon as the gallery is up and running. I think it's only right that I, as his namesake and only living relative, should go to the spot where he died and pay my respects." "That's a lovely idea," said Eve. "Your friend Caroline wrote to thank me. She's offered to put me up for a few days. That's so kind, isn't it?" Eve fought back her giggles, while Wendy chuckled quietly into her champagne. "Very kind indeed. You'll be well looked after, I assure you," said Wendy, trying to keep a straight face. Looking mildly perplexed, Robert turned to Eve. "Now, I was wondering if you'd like a part-time job here, taking visitors around and answering questions about our artist and his works. You'd be the perfect person for the job with your love of art." Eve didn't even have to think about it. I'm sorry, Robert, but, I think I probably know a little too much about your ancestor. As far as I'm concerned, it's time to let him go. Well, I hope you're not going to let me go, too. He looked at her anxiously. Of course not. We're all good friends now, and will certainly support your new venture. Looking both relieved and disappointed, Robert said, Friends, then? Friends, Robert. I have something for you. Wait here. When she heard his footsteps clatter down the stairs, Wendy whispered, You do know that you've just lost him to Caroline, don't you? Why on earth didn't you take the job? It was his way of bringing you closer. I think you mentioned finding a new challenge. Well, that suits me fine. And, Wendy Avery, can you honestly see me carting a busload of strangers around a dusty museum and giving talks on the flora and fauna of Borneo, then directing them to the homemade M&S cakes? Wendy sniggered. Well, put it like that, probably not. But Robert's lovely. And I'm sure Caroline will think so too. Now hush, he's coming back. Robert entered, carrying a large rectangular parcel. He held it out. To say thank you to you both. It's for Monk's lantern. Eve opened it to find the picture that had captivated her so much on their first visit to Oleander House. It was a botanical study of hibiscus and other vibrant tropical flowers, many of them featured in the painting of wicked Penelope. Oh, we can't accept this, Robert. It's worth a fortune. I want you to have it. All of this. He gestured widely around the studio. Would never have happened without you two. So enjoy it. He lifted his glass. And here's to whatever mystery you take on next. Eve took a long look around the studio, and then at their beautiful painting. Yes, here's to our next adventure. Nicky and Joseph were just coming to the end of the second grueling day of interviews, and Nicky had had enough. She was utterly drained. Together with D.I. Jackman at Sultan Le Fen, they had assembled a picture of what had happened, and now Kat, Ben, and Yvonne Collins were coming to the office to be told of their findings. The first thing to say is that neither of the Buckfields shows a glimmer of remorse for what they did to those 4 young people. Nicky felt the anger rising as she spoke those words. They've made no attempt to deny killing them. It was a deliberate and, in their eyes, completely justified act. Somehow that pair never progressed from the Old Testament to the New. They were stuck with the wrathful, vengeful God and had no room for forgiveness. She grimaced. Naomi kept thrusting a Bible open at Leviticus chapter 20, verse 13, and quoting, If a man lies with a male as with a woman, both of them have committed an abomination. They shall surely be put to death. Their blood is upon them. But to kill your niece, your own sister's beloved child, and then sit with her watching the poor woman grieve? The woman must be mad, a psycho, said Vonnie. She is certainly a fanatic. We enlisted the help of a psychologist who specializes in religious delusions. She's worked with survivors of cult brainwashing and other forms of what she calls religiosity or religious preoccupation. According to her, this is often an indication of schizophrenia, but that is not the case with Naomi Buckfield. She is a zealot, however, and the psychologist is certain that, had we not caught them when we did, they would have continued their mission to exterminate gay men. At first, Joseph added, I wondered if she'd been brainwashed by her husband, but it was soon apparent that this wasn't the case. They are each as twisted as the other, a deadly combination. They have each given us the same accounts, independently of the other, and totally unrehearsed. They related incidents of poisoning with stolen drugs and suffocation. The euphoria on her face when she described what they had done was utterly disgusting. I can't forget going to his home, and how Jared sat there and lied to us, Sarge. He took us in completely. I honestly believed what he said about Christian Porter. Ben looked quite angry at himself. Let's face it, Ben. Edgar Porter more or less corroborated it by lying about his reason for leaving home. You can hardly blame yourself, said Kat. Did Naomi explain the staging of the bodies, all those theatricals? Oh, yes, said Nicky. In her words, they had a lot of judgments to serve, and needed time to execute them, from which I gather she meant they had a list and were working through it, and didn't want us to make a connection to the gay aspect too quickly.
so they staged it to look like something else," said Joseph. "Then other things started to fall into place for them, which they took as proof that it was God's will to rid humanity of the descendants of Sodom and Gomorrah." "Like what?" asked Ben. "Well, when they started their quest, they knew nothing about the Leonard-Burgess feud. They knew the Leonards all right, who doesn't? But Burgess had long since moved away from the estate, and they weren't aware of the animosity between the two families. When all the bad feeling on the Carver erupted, it played straight into their hands. Naomi simply followed Matthew Stratton, watching all the people he came in contact with, and when she discovered that the two boys were using girlfriends as cover for their relationship, she came up with the idea of Romeo and Juliet and the Tunnel of Love. Even the goth connection was a gift from above, according to Naomi. The girls easily condemned as guilty by association because they condoned the boys' behaviour."
Nicky leaned back in her chair and exhaled. "I've never in my life interviewed anyone like her. Oh, and there's a box room at Buckmere Farm, packed to the gunnels with pictures, china ornaments, antique clocks, mirrors, all the things that make a house a home. Jared stripped everything out of his and his mother's house when his religious mania increased. They were decadent trappings, baubles of Satan, or so we were told by Naomi. In among them we found a gilt-framed print of the Lady of Shalott, which provided the inspiration for the Tunnel of Love. The lamp was another old family heirloom." "That isn't all," Joseph said. Unbeknown to him, Mickey Leonard had witnessed something that could have thrown a spanner in the works. Mickey has a friend called Dean, and sometimes Mickey would go for a drink with him at a members-only club in Greenborough. On one occasion when he was there, he saw Ollie Burgess with a male friend. He remembers that they left at the same time as him. Unfortunately for Mickey, Naomi was watching her prey from a parked car and thought they might be together. Later, when she told her husband, he remembered Mickey from the days when he was Mickey Smith. Don't forget Buckfield lived on the Carver estate, and he knew about Mickey's reputation for being nosy. After they had killed Ollie and Chrissy, Jared Buckfield went back to Ollie's flat to see if there was any police activity there, and was surprised to see Mickey. So, to forestall any possible danger, he captured Mickey and took him to Buckmere Farm. "But he didn't kill him, why?" asked Kat. "They had no scruples about killing the girls."
Jared decided that Mickey was to be held captive to keep him from interfering, Joseph said. He wasn't sure if he'd kill him or not. If he eventually decided to, he'd leave him till last. We felt pretty sure that Mickey would have died in the end, but Jared didn't reckon on his insane mother. Incidentally, Naomi and Jared refused to say anything about their daughters and whether they intended to kill them. They haven't even asked how they are. And you'll be pleased to know that both girls have now fully recovered and are being taken into care, Nicky added. "Only because of you," said Joseph. "The hospital said another hour without medical help and there'd have been 2 more murder counts to add to the list."
"Phew."
Ben looked at Nicky. "And if Chrissy hadn't taken that photograph in Whitby at the very moment Ollie took Matthew's hand, and if you hadn't seen it, how many more young men would have died?" "Rory spotted it too in his forensic testing, but even that could have been missed, or the reports held up." "We were lucky." Nicky's expression changed. "However, that's not all. Mad Edith said something to Mickey that scared him to death. She said the last occupant of the room he was kept in wasn't so lucky. After investigating cases of missing persons, especially that of young gay males, the super has ordered a search of the land surrounding Buckmere Farm. We're expecting to find more victims over the coming weeks. The Buckfields have admitted that they've been carrying out their work for some time," Joseph said, "but we're not sure how long exactly. Time will tell. And meantime, you lot, the paperwork for this one is going to take until doomsday to clear up, so I reckon it's time to get off home. We've got a busy day ahead of us. When this is cleared, we have the delightful job of delving into a couple of local businessmen's more illicit deals." Nicky beamed at them. "Well done, everyone. You really are the best team." "You're not too bad either, boss," said Kat, standing up. "We're off to meet Nova at Winter and Edgar's place. We thought they deserved some explanations." "Then it's home to feed Byron," said Ben. "You were right, Sarge. He is staying." "I guessed as much," said Joseph, smiling. "That pussycat has landed with his paws in the butter."
Nicky watched them go. The conclusion of a difficult case always gave the team new life, but this time it was even more noticeable. Yvonne was her normal self again, and relishing being back on the streets, even if her time there was drawing to a close. Kat and Ben were relaxed again. Her 2 detective helpers were tying up their part of the paperwork and would shortly be heading back to their own team, swollen with pride at having assisted D.I. Galena on another successful case, which left the 2 of them. Joseph was grinning at her, his eyes alight. Ready for Vinny's mystery tour? Personally, I can hardly wait. I'm certainly ready for a bit of light distraction. Where are we going? Asked Nicky, pulling on her jacket. Aye, there's the rub. Stop right there, Easter. One more quote from that cursed bard of Avon, and I won't be held responsible for my actions. Joseph laughed. I couldn't agree more. He said to meet him at Fenwick Bridge car park. I'll drive. They spent the short journey speculating on what kind of property their old friend might have bought. It's a pretty area there with the river, the fields, and there's some lovely old houses, said Nicky. Nice little riverside places with moorings. I bet it's one of those. Joseph pulled up the road and into a small car park. There he is. Vinny waved to them and pointed to a spot at the far end. He strode up to them, his face alight with excitement. About time. Bloody killer making me wait like this. Come on now, it's this way. As Joseph extricated a couple of bottles of bubbly from the boot, Vinny was already heading off towards the riverside walk. Oh, this is beautiful, Vinny, said Nicky, watching ducks bobbing on the water and a willow swaying in the slight breeze. A small craft chugged upriver ahead of them, and she experienced a rare moment of utter peace. Then, as they walked past a few moorings, the river widened. She looked around for the houses. So, where is it? Right here. What do you think? Vinny was almost exploding with pride. In front of them was a beautifully painted canal longboat. Vinny jumped on board. Welcome to my new home. Joseph's face lit up. It's fantastic, Vinny. Sheila okay with it, is she? Yes. It turns out it was a dream we'd both had, but never believed possible. Now Sheila can still keep the hanged man, with a live-in manager in the flat. And we can settle here. It's a permanent home mooring, but we can come and go as we please. Heaven. And you can, drive this monster? Asked Nicky in amazement. Very well, actually. Turns out I'm a natural helmsman. I've already got my RYA Inland Waterways Helmsman's certificate, and Sheila's dead impressed. In that moment, Vinny reminded Nicky of an overgrown schoolboy. She couldn't help but laugh. Not what I expected, but it's wonderful, Vinny, and I love the canal art on it. She looked at the brightly coloured painting, then along the side for the name. She took a step back. Vinny Silver, you cannot live on this. Vinny's jaw dropped, and Joseph stared at her. But why? They said in unison. Because, as I told Joseph, one more mention of bloody Shakespeare and I'll probably commit murder myself. Your new home is called Ophelia. This concludes Secrets on the Fens by Joy Ellis, narrated by Henrietta Mear. Copyright 2021 by Joy Ellis. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Joffy Books Limited, care of Lorella Belly Literary Agency Limited, and was produced in the year 2021 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.